In the parallel world at the Hongxing Group building in Yanbei City, Huagua, Su Hao stood at the entrance and glanced at his phone. Fortunately, he wasn't late, though the subway had been a few minutes delayed today. This was his workplace and his profession was a programmer. Hongxing Group was an internet company. Having a job with a 5-figure monthly salary already put him ahead of many, but in Yanbei, he still had nothing. Yo, isn't this Su Hao? Suddenly, an arrogant voice came over. Ji Kai? Su Hao looked up and saw that it was his college classmate Ji Kai. That guy was a rich second generation, all decked out in a suit and leather shoes, looking like a proper gentleman with an Audi A6 parked behind him. Yo, what a coincidence meeting you here. Look at my new car, pretty nice, huh? I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. Do you have a girlfriend? You poor kid, you're still single, aren't you? By the way, have you bought an apartment? Are you still renting? Ji Kai chattered on like an obnoxious, boastful loudmouth. Su Hao frowned. When old classmates meet, it's nothing but comparison and showing off. That saying was really true. They'll be late for work. Goodbye, Su Hao said coldly. Don't go, old classmate. Working step by step in this company, you'll never afford a house in your lifetime. Why not come work at my company? I need someone to serve tea and water. Ji Kai put on a generous look. Su Hao couldn't be bothered with him and was about to leave when a stunning figure came over from the distance. Honey, have you waited long? The woman was tall and slender with all the right curves and an alluring face. She was a first-class beauty. Baby, I just got here. Ji Kai walked over and put his arm around the woman's slim waist. Honey, who is this? The woman looked Su Hao up and down. Just a poor classmate. Ji Kai's face was full of contempt and his girlfriend's gaze instantly turned into disdain. Hearing the words poor classmate, Su Hao felt a sting in his heart and walked away. Hey, old classmate, consider my offer. I'm really looking out for you. Ji Kai continued smugly. Su Hao walked into the company with a dark face and arrived at the elevator. Show off, huh? Damn it. They'll cuckold you sooner or later. He cursed in a fit of anger. Ding. Congratulations. A mature woman's voice sounded by his ear. Huh. Who is that? Who's talking to me? Huh. The password is correct, damn it. They'll cuckold you sooner or later. You have successfully unlocked the super evolution system. Would you like to bind immediately? This time it was a lowly voice. Su Hao was dumbfounded. Super evolution system. What the hell is this? He unlocked a system just by cursing out loud earlier. Damn it. They'll cuckold you sooner or later. Holy crap, this unlock password is so absurd. Host, would you like to bind the system right now? This time it was a soft, girly voice. Su Hao was still pondering whether this super evolution system would do him any good. Host, I ask again, would you like to bind the system immediately? Su Hao said, system, can I think it over? What the hell are you thinking? No. This time the system had turned into an irritable tomboy. Bind. Su Hao immediately spoke up. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the super evolution system. Your body systems have been fully evaluated. Initiating super evolution. For some reason, Su Hao suddenly thought of the game Plants vs. Zombies, or the zombie mode of Crossfire. He looked down at his arm to see if any hair had grown. No change. It was the same as ever. Everybody has body hair. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your brain has successfully evolved to LV1. As the sound rang out, a system panel that only Su Hao could see appeared in front of his eyes. Host Su Hao brain LV1 elementary intelligence. Next evolution part eyes. Su Hao's eyes lit up. This system seemed legit after all. System, has my brain evolved? Has my intelligence increased? Yes, host. Your abilities in learning, memory, thinking, analysis, and so on will be greatly enhanced. Su Hao felt excited at the reply. So it wasn't just those who went through breakups, being cheated on, or arranged marriages with betrothal gifts that got systems. Ding. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Su Hao stepped in, communicating with the system through his mind. While surprised, he also thought of other possibilities since he was a veteran fan of web novels. System, can you switch me to a wealth system, or a check-in system, or something like that? No. Really not. Really f***ing not. The system was still the irritable tomboy. System, can you change to a sultry, mature woman's voice? Then the system switched to a mature woman's voice. He asked the system why its unlock password was damn, it'll cuckold you sooner or later. Su Hao was quite curious about such a cheeky move. Because this system is the green edition. For some reason, Su Hao felt a little uneasy. If there's a bug in the system, can it still be uninstalled? Please rest assured, host. This system can give your body super evolution. It only brings benefits and no side effects whatsoever. Su Hao nodded, finally reassured. He went to the company, clocked, and sat down at his workstation and continued communicating with the system. Soon he learned quite a lot about it. The super evolution system allowed the host to evolve a specific part of the body by consuming evolution points, and each evolution granted a different ability. The host could earn evolution points by completing system tasks and unlocking life achievements. Ding. System mission released, complete your first ever confession of love to earn 200 evolution points. Su Hao froze and said, I already did my first confession long ago. Host, a confession made while wearing split trousers as a child doesn't count. Su Hao was speechless. What kind of system is this? How does it know everything? Since he had to confess love, he needed someone to confess to, right? Su Hao went through all the young women he knew one by one, feeling quite conflicted. How what are you spacing out for? Guess who I shared the elevator with just now? Suddenly his colleague Fatty Dong walked in with his bag, patted Su Hao on the shoulder, looking excited. Who? Su Hao frowned. Our company's Ice Queen Shin Yufa. Fatty Dong raised his eyebrows. Wu Zetian. What's so happy about riding an elevator with her? Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. She's wearing an office lady suit skirt today, with silver diamond heels. You have no idea how gorgeous she is. Fatty Dong looked as if he was drooling. In Su Hao's mind, an image of Shin Yufa in a professional suit skirt also appeared, a vision that was truly captivating. Shin Yufa, the president of Hongxin Group, had beauty that put all female celebrities to shame and was the #1 beauty in the business world. Cold and unsmiling, she was known as the Ice Queen among the company staff. However, she had another nickname, Wu Zetian. This was because her dynamic, decisive, and ruthless work style in the company made all employees tremble in fear at the mention of her name. She was a real-life queen. However, Shin Yufi's talent and capability in the business world earned everyone's admiration. Once when the group faced hundreds of millions in debt and a broken capital chain, Shin Yufa turned the tide, resolved the company's crisis, and also expanded the company. In just 2 years, Shin Yufa successfully took Hongxin Group public with a market value of billions. As a woman endowed with both beauty and brilliance, she naturally attracted the admiration of men from all walks of life, yet she remained unmoved. Even in gossip circles, some speculated that Shin Yufa might be a lesbian, sparking heated discussion for a while. Shin Yufa herself couldn't care less, because her cold and haughty pride made her disdain any explanation. Su Hao sighed inwardly, wondering which man could ever win over such a dominant female CEO. Dong Fatty was still savoring the scene, just now completely lost in it. Fatty, it's 8:40 now, which means when you were in the elevator with the Ice Beauty, you were already late. Su Hao tapped the time on his phone. Huh. Dong Fatty's face immediately changed. You're done for. Su Hao looked at him with sympathy. It was truly miserable. Late and caught red-handed by the ruthless CEO. Dong Fatty knew this month's bonus had already flown away like a swan. Whoa. Dong Fatty was dejected. Su Hao grinned, thinking about his confession task. Though he had no suitable target yet, he could prepare some confession lines first. Then he thought of his college buddy Niu Xiaojia. This guy in his spare time wrote novels on Fanxia novel website. His results weren't great, but he said the readers there were all handsome men and beautiful women, very adorable. That was his motivation to keep going. Niu Xiaojia was a decent writer and had dated 2 girlfriends, so he must have experience with confession love lines. Su Hao opened WeChat and sent a message to Niu Xiaojia. Lao Niu, find me a few confession lines, urgent. Buzz. The phone vibrated quickly, showing that Niu Xiaojia was also playing with his phone at work, slacking off. Niu Xiaojia, damn it. Su Dog, you finally hooked up with a girl. Did you get lucky? Su Hao, get lost. I'm about to confess, but I don't know how. Niu Xiaojia, confess. You love, idiot, don't you know that confessing brings instant death? Shh. Just go for it first. Su Hao, go to hell, hurry up. I'm waiting online, I'm urgent. Niu Xiaojia. Alright, since you won't take advice, suit yourself. I'll give you a few safe confession lines. Once you use them, they'll make girls' hearts tremble. It had to be said, Niu Xiaojia was very quick in this regard. Within moments, he sent several confession lines. Su Hao opened them directly. I want to make fire by drilling wood on you, igniting this life. The desert's lone smoke is too straight. The long river's setting sun is the roundest. What I want to get onto isn't just the ranked ladder and king of pesticide, but onto you as well. Are you kidding me? These are safe confession lines. Niu Xiaojia was full of lewd thoughts. One could tell from his writing on Fanxia that it wasn't a decent novel. Still, he might as well save these naughty lines, just in case. Su Hao long pressed to copy them and pasted them into his phone notes. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white shirt walked over, wearing silver-rimmed glasses and a greasy face. He was Shi Daping, the manager of the development department. Stop messing around with your phones. The marketing design department wants to add a dating event entry to the app's emotion page. You must get it done today. If not, well, I'll work overtime tonight. Shi Daping said arrogantly. Huh. The development department erupted in sighs and groans. The department had 9 people in total. Removing the useless Shi Daping, there were only 8 left. Having to finish the activity entry in 1 day was absolutely insane. Su Hao was speechless. Shi Daping was clearly doing this purely for his own performance review, driving them like donkeys in a production brigade. That guy had gotten in through his connections with company shareholders. He knew nothing about programming. All he did every day was drink tea, tease the fish, and flirt with the front desk lady. He never did any real work. Everyone in the department had grievances against Shi Daping, but since he had strong connections, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Then Shi Daping divided the tasks into 8 parts and assigned 1 to each employee. When Su Hao received his list, he rolled his eyes. With this workload, an all-nighter was guaranteed. By the way, the test report for the 618 promotional campaign is ready, right? Shi Daping walked up to Su Hao's workstation with a teacup in hand. It's out, manager. Su Hao nodded. Then send a copy to President Shen directly. She asked to see it yesterday. Shi Dapeng, while speaking, picked up the tea box on Su Hao's desk and took out a pack of tea leaves. This greasy middle-aged pig, earning 50 to 60,000 a month, still had to take advantage of employees. How despicable. After Shi Dapeng left, Su Hao put his tea box into the cabinet. Then he found the link and file for the test report and tapped Shen Yufei's WeChat avatar. Instinctively, he clicked on her moments and discovered he was blocked. She wouldn't even let him see her moments. He then copied the test report link and file and sent them to Shen Yufei. Su Hao didn't start working next. Of course not. He had to study his super evolution system first. Ding. System notification confession quest completed. Reward 100 evolution points. Huh. The confession quest is completed. What's going on? He hadn't even found a target, so how could the quest be done? It was impossible. And those dirty lines Niu Xiaojia sent were totally useless. Who would use those to confess? Was the super evolution system bugged? Su Hao was speechless. What kind of system had he bound to? This cracked version of a system was clearly unreliable. Buzz. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Hao opened it and saw a new WeChat message. It was actually from the ice beauty Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei, come to my office. Huh. He was confused. Why would Empress Wu summon him? Could there be a problem with the test report he sent her? Su Hao scrolled up the chat history and was suddenly stunned. He had actually copied Niu Xiaoji's dirty confession lines and sent them to Shen Yufei. When he copied the test report link, he must have failed to copy it and instead sent whatever was copied previously. Damn. It's over. Su Hao's heart sank and cold sweat ran down. What the hell is this? He hurriedly tapped to withdraw the message, but it was too late. The time limit had passed, and it couldn't be retracted. Su Hao was flustered and panicked. This was Shen Yufei, a woman known for her decisive and ruthless actions. She would surely fly into a rage upon seeing the message he had sent. Given her style, losing his job would be the least of his worries. He might even be branded with workplace harassment, which would utterly destroy his career. There had once been a high-ranking executive who, for taking a small kickback, was prosecuted by Shen Yufei and blacklisted from the industry. Damn, his own behavior was far more serious than taking a kickback. Su Hao knew there was no escaping this today. He had to brace himself and face it. He took a sip of water to steady his nerves, then walked out of the program development department. The president's office was on the 5th floor of the company, which also housed Shen Yufei's private library, recreation room, lounge, and reception room. Su Hao approached the elevator and pressed the button. A soft chime sounded as the door slid open. He stepped inside, feeling as though he were entering a courtroom. When he reached the president's office door, the female secretary Wang Meng, who sat outside, looked at him with curiosity. Su Hao, what are you doing here? Wang Meng asked. President Shen summoned me, Su Hao explained. Summoned you? Wang Meng was surprised. Typically, employees at Su Hao's level had no direct interaction with the president, as there were senior executives in between. But seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she picked up the phone to check with President Shen. President Shen, Su Hao from the program development department says you asked for him. He's here, Wang Meng said. Yes, let him in. Shen Yufei's voice came through the phone. Very well, President Shen. Wang Meng nodded, casting a complex glance at Su Hao. According to company routine, the president would inform Wang Meng first before summoning anyone so that she could relay the notice. This time there had been no such notification, which meant only one thing: President Shen had called Su Hao over via her private WeChat. Could Su Hao be related to the president? At this thought, she quickly stepped forward respectfully and opened the door to the president's office. Su Hao, President Shen asks you to go in. Su Hao nodded and stepped into the president's office. Spacious, extremely spacious. That was his first impression. The office spanned over 200 square meters, decorated in a Chinese style, incredibly luxurious. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to the landscape painting hanging on the main wall. In front of the painting were Chinese-style leather chairs for receiving guests, and beside them a bookcase filled with various trophies, certificates, and artworks. Further inside was a long desk on which sat 2 computers and some file folders. At that moment, Shen Yufei was seated at the desk, pen in hand, signing a company document with her head bowed. Su Hao walked to the desk, unsure how to begin. Time became agonizing, and Shen Yufei remained silent, intentionally trying to break his psychological defenses, or perhaps she was contemplating how to deal with him. President Shen, Su Hao ventured. Yes, you're here. I've read the message you sent me. Shen Yufei looked up, setting down her pen. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her expression calm. President Shen, let me explain. Su Hao began to offer an explanation, but Shen Yufei suddenly raised a hand to stop him. No need to explain. We're both young, I understand. Do you really like me? Cough, no, Su Hao said awkwardly. So you're not confessing to me. Then you're deliberately mocking me. Shen Yufei's face turned cold. President Shen, what if I said I sent it by mistake? Would you believe me? Su Hao said calmly. I don't believe you. Shen Yufei shook her head. Su Hao was at a loss for words. This woman clearly wasn't going to let him off. Since that was the case, he made a decision. That's right, President Shen, I do like you. I've liked you for a long time, ever since I joined the company. I couldn't keep my admiration hidden any longer, so today, I summoned up the courage to send you those words. Su Hao spoke boldly. Yes, that was his decision. Since he was going to be fired anyway, he would admit to liking Shin Yue and insist that those messages were a confession. If he didn't admit it, they would be seen as harassment and mockery. In that case, he would not only be fired but also blacklisted from the industry and become a laughingstock, which would truly end his career. Even if he stubbornly denied it and claimed the confession was a mistake, Shin Yufei's attitude was clear. She chose not to believe him, and he had no way to defend himself. Oh, then what do you like about me? Shin Yufei's tone softened. Like? Of course it's that you're beautiful, President Shen. I'm a sucker for good looks, Su Hao said plaintively. Fine. Since you like me, you must want me to be your girlfriend, right? Shin Yue suddenly asked. Huh. Well, of course, Su Hao replied, confused. This woman was going too far. If she wanted to punish him, why was she teasing him? It was terrifying. So you also want to marry me? Shin Yue raised an eyebrow. Marrying a woman like you, President Shun, would be a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Su Hao nodded, throwing in a little flattery, hoping that perhaps if she was pleased, she might let him off. Alright then, I accept being your girlfriend. Oh, and prepare your household registration booklet. We'll go get the marriage certificate later. Shin Yue suddenly slapped the table and said cheerfully. What the hell? Su Hao was completely stunned. Had this woman gone mad, or was he dreaming? This woman was Shin Yue, one of the 4 beauties of Yanbei, a woman countless men yearned for. And now she was agreeing to be his girlfriend, and even wanting to get married. Wasn't that too frightening? Would you believe it if you were in his shoes? Only a fool would. Su Hao was clearly no fool, even if he was quite handsome. He caught a hint of smugness on Shin Yufei's pretty face, which made the situation even more obvious. Trap. It had to be a trap, a sweet trap. But if it was a trap, it must serve some purpose. What could she possibly want? Su Hao grew even more bewildered. He owned a few acres of land and a brick house in his hometown. In Yanbei, he didn't even have an apartment, he rented a place, and his bank account had only a few thousand yuan in savings. After racking his brains, Su Hao couldn't think of anything about himself that she could possibly want. That made it even more terrifying. Had this Ice Queen Shin Yue dug a hole for him, intending to play him for a fool, while he remained blissfully unaware? Refuse. He had to refuse. Get married. No way. Su Hao quickly shook his head. What do you mean? You're not happy about marrying me? Shin Yue frowned, displeased, as if she had been slighted. She was Shin Yue, a stunning woman of both talent and beauty. Countless people in Yanbei and even across China coveted her. Yet this foolish boy dared to reject her, a complete insult to her. Miss Shin, stop joking. Just be straightforward. How do you plan to punish me? Su Hao asked directly. Why would I punish you? I want to get married to you. Shin Yue said this with complete seriousness. Get married? Us? Stop messing around. I'm not joking. Didn't you confess to me? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Her tone held no hint of jest. Su Hao frowned, a sudden realization dawning. He guessed she must be pregnant, trying to make him a willing cuckold-to-fall guy. Miss Shin, you shouldn't make others bear the consequences of your own recklessness. Besides, you could just get rid of it. He quickly suggested. My recklessness? What consequences? Shin Yue was utterly confused. Get rid of it. Miss Shin, stop pretending. You want me to be the fall guy, right? I may be poor, but I have my pride. Me being the stepfather. Not a chance. Su Hao shook his head. Shin Yue suddenly understood. Her brows shot up and she said coldly, what nonsense are you talking about? I've never even been in a relationship. How could I be pregnant? Are you brainless? Who's brainless here? You want to marry me? It's obviously a trap, Su Hao said boldly. He was ready to burn bridges, no need to be polite with this woman. So that's what you're worried about. Shin Yue slid her office chair back, pulled out a document from a drawer, and tossed it onto the desk. Su Hao looked at it. It was a prenuptial agreement. Take a look. He picked it up and scanned it, focusing mainly on the property rights clauses. This woman was cunning indeed. She wanted to marry him, but wouldn't give him a cent. No wonder she was a CEO. So stingy. Miss Shin, what does this mean? You marry me for 1 year. After a year we divorce, and I'll give you a sum of money. Shin Yue stated plainly. Su Hao finally understood. This was her real plan, a fake marriage. Had been scared for nothing, thinking it was a trap. Why didn't you just say so? You had me worried sick. This is my first marriage. After this will be a divorcee, Su Hao said gloomily, still reluctant. It's my first marriage too. Shin Yue was getting angry. Can I refuse then? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, testing. Sure. Then I'll hand over all those harassing messages you sent me to the company's legal department, Shin Yue said casually. He knew she'd resort to threats. You think I'm actually scared? Su Hao gritted his teeth, about to refuse when a system notification chimed in his mind. System notice: complete the achievement register for marriage to earn 1,000 evolution points. Huh, 1,000 evolution points. That was tempting. With those points he could evolve his brain to LV2 and also evolve his eyes. He wondered what abilities his eyes might gain. Su Hao was thrilled at the thought. He boldly walked to the desk, pulled over a chair, and sat opposite Shin Yue. 1 year, then we divorce. How much will you give me? 1 million, Shin Yuefei stated. A million was a fortune for an ordinary person, but in Yinbei, it was barely enough for a down payment on a house. Still, it was highly attractive to Su Hao in his current situation. After all, as a salaried worker, he couldn't even save 100,000 a year. Alright, I agree, Su Hao said readily. If the Ice Queen had no reservations, why should he, a man, be afraid? Besides, he'd get 1 million in alimony after the divorce, and more importantly, the system's evolution points. Good. Keep this between us. Don't spread it around the company, Shin Yuefei said seriously. Can I ask one thing? Why do you insist on getting married? Su Hao couldn't contain his curiosity. You don't need to know. You'll understand in time. Then why choose me? Because you're easy to control. Su Hao was dejected by that reason. Wasn't it because he was handsome? It was because he was easy to control. This woman was too arrogant, too confident. Who would end up controlling whom remained to be seen. Su Hao thought to himself that he'd need to be wary of her. A beautiful woman wasn't scary, a beautiful educated woman was. Shin Yuefei handed him a pen, and Su Hao signed the prenuptial agreement. Where's your household register, she asked. At my place. Wait for me in the parking lot. It'll take you to get your register, and then we'll go register. Isn't this a bit rushed? Su Hao said, half laughing, half crying. Getting married just like that. So fast. Isn't today 520? Shin Yuefei said softly. Well. Su Hao never expected the Ice Queen to care about that. How trendy. By the way, you won't ask me to have kids with you after we're married, will you? Su Hao asked, still uneasy. Shin Yuefei didn't answer, just stared at him, as if he were an idiot. Final, head to the parking lot. Su Hao said, awkwardly wondering if he was overthinking. This woman just needed a fake marriage for some reason. It wasn't like she was desperate for a baby. He first returned to his department and told Fatty Dong. Hey Fatty, I'm stepping out for a bit. If Sure Dapeng asks, tell him I went to the restroom. Damn brother Su, look at our workload. And you're going out to have fun. How late do you plan to work tonight? Fatty Dong couldn't help complaining. I don't want to go out either. The CEO is forcing me, Su Hao said grumpily. The CEO is forcing you. It's 520 today. Don't tell me the Ice Queen is forcing you to get married. Fatty Dong joked. Well, Fatty, I must say your mouth is spot on. You guessed it exactly right, Su Hao said with a grin. Yeah, right, keep bragging. If you actually marry the Ice Queen, he'll call you dad, Fatty Dong teased. Su Hao was stunned. Well, looks like he'd gained a good for-nothing son. Su Hao arrived at the parking lot, and soon spotted Shin Yuefei approaching in a casual outfit. Even in leisure wear, her graceful figure was impossible to conceal. That woman was truly mesmerizing. Yet she wore a mask, undoubtedly to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. Let's go. Where's your car? Shin Yuefei said as she walked up to him. I don't have one, Su Hao admitted with a hint of embarrassment. No car. She was taken aback, then had no choice but to lead him to the other side of the parking lot. Su Hao followed, and saw a gleaming Lamborghini parked there. Huh, isn't your car a Maserati? He asked, puzzled. I didn't drive that one today. I brought this one instead, Shin Yuefei explained. Su Hao was stunned. Just how wealthy was this woman casually swapping supercars? Shin Yuefei had initially planned to ride in Su Hao's car since her Lamborghini was far too flashy, but now she had no choice but to drive it. The two then left the company, and she drove the sports car to the neighborhood, where Su Hao rented his apartment, before heading straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wow. The Lamborghini immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. Shin Yuefei hurried inside the bureau's main hall. Since registration required the couple to take photos in the studio first, Su Hao only then realized he had forgotten to change into new clothes. After all, this was his wedding photo. Inside the photo studio, several couples were waiting in line. Hey, did you see that? Those two are here to register too. The woman drives a Lamborghini. No way. That guy's wearing cheap street clothes. He must be a kept man. A couple whispered nearby. Su Hao nearly choked on his anger. What was wrong with his street clothes, and why was he the one assumed to be kept? Soon the two received their photos and approached the registration counter. Hello, would like to register for marriage. Shin Yuefei sat down and spoke. You two. Are you sure about this? The clerk looked somewhat surprised as the disparity in their attire was stark, and they showed no signs of an affectionate couple. We're sure, Shin Yuefei nodded. Miss, according to our marriage law, marriage must be completely voluntary from both parties. No one may be coerced by the other or interfered with by any third party. Are you doing this willingly? The clerk asked again. Yes, I'm willing, Shin Yuefei nodded. All right, then hand me your household registers and ID cards and fill out these forms, the clerk said, passing over 2 sheets. Su Hao felt a bit aggrieved. Why was the clerk only asking Shin Yuefei if she was willing and not him? Soon the clerk stamped the marriage certificates with an embossed seal and handed them over. Done. By the way, newlyweds can go to the second floor for a free checkup. It's complimentary. The clerk reminded them. Okay, thank you, Shin Yuefei said, taking the red certificates and preparing to leave. However, Su Hao headed toward the stairwell, curious to see what the free checkup on the second floor might include. Let's go, Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. Aren't we going to get the checkup? Su Hao grinned. Her elegant brows furrowed in irritation, and she barely restrained herself from cursing at him. The two left the bureau, and she drove back to the company parking lot in silence. Neither spoke a word the entire way. Let's go upstairs separately. You go first, and I'll follow later, Shin Yuefei said. President Shun were husband and wife now. Shouldn't you give your husband a promotion and a raise? Su Hao held the red certificate, feeling considerably bolder. Get lost. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes. He was only joking, but she couldn't take a joke. Su Hao sighed helplessly and got out of the car to head upstairs. The moment he sat down at his workstation, Dong Pengzi came running over. Brother Su, you're finally back. Man, where did you go? You're in big trouble this time. Dong Pengzi said anxiously. What's up? Su Hao frowned. The moment you left your seat, Shi Dapeng came asking where you went. I told him you went to the restroom. Dong Pengzi said awkwardly. Su Hao's face darkened. So how long has it been since I supposedly went to the restroom? Not that long. Just an hour and a half, Dong Pengzi said grimly. That lie's hard to sell. Taking a dump for an hour and a half. Su Hao was at a loss between laughter and tears. Su Hao? So you finally decided to show up. Suddenly Shi Dapeng's roar echoed through the office. Dong Pengzi shuddered and scurried back to his seat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Shi Dapeng stormed over with a dark face. Ahem, manager, sure you were looking for me. Su Hao played dumb. Su Hao, you're something else. A real office veteran, now slacking off on the job. What were you doing instead of working? Shi Dapeng fumed. Manager, I had diarrhea. I went to the restroom. Diarrhea? For an hour and a half. Who are you trying to fool? Shi Dapeng slammed the desk in fury. Ta! The other colleagues in the development department couldn't hold back their laughter. Manager, I went 3 rounds. Half an hour each, Su Hao said shamelessly. What did he have to fear? He could always drag the ice beauty into it, and see whose side she'd take. His words sent his colleagues into fits of laughter. Fine, you little rascal. You're out of control. Let me tell you this, with the workload I've assigned you today, if you don't finish it you'll lose not just this month's bonus, but your year-end bonus too. Shi Dapeng spat out the words darkly before storming off. Tsk tisk, brother Su, you're amazing. Dong Pengzi gave him a thumbs up. Su Hao shook his head helplessly, sat down at his desk, and opened the programming software. Even though he was now Shin Yuefei's husband, it didn't amount to much. He still had to do his job, or he'd be eating the wind after paying rent. Having spent the morning registering for marriage, he'd lost a lot of time. Tonight he'd probably have to work overtime until dawn. Su Hao immediately began programming according to the modules, but he suddenly realized his coding speed was remarkably faster than usual, and every test came back without a single bug. Huh. Su Hao found it strange. Could this be a result of his brain evolving and his intelligence rising? With that thought in mind, he immediately began testing. In the end, he was astonished to find that programming now came to him effortlessly, whereas before he'd code a section, test it, and still lacked proficiency. Now the code flowed out as naturally as his thoughts, his fingers easily tapping out the lines without a single so-called bug in sight. Su Hao was pleasantly surprised as he rapidly typed away at the code. His memory and comprehension of programming were remarkably proficient. Moreover, guided by the module designs, his analytical speed was extraordinary, allowing him to write programs with swift precision. Click-clack, clatter. Su Hao's fingers flew across the keyboard with astonishing speed, as if he were typing prose. Hey, how typing that fast is bound to be riddled with errors. Better slow down and be more careful. Dong, the chubby colleague beside him, couldn't help but advise upon hearing the frantic keystrokes. Slow down. He was perfectly steady right now. Su Hao finally experienced the true power bestowed by the system. So this was its marvel. This evolution was indeed extraordinary. By a little past 5 in the afternoon, the clatter of Su Hao's keyboard ceased, for he had completed his entire workload. Unbelievable. I finished such a massive workload this quickly, Su Hao marveled, shaking his head in awe. At his previous pace, such a volume of work would have taken him an entire night. Great, I can leave work on time today. Su Hao stretched lazily, then gathered his things, preparing to head out. How are you out of your mind? Leaving on time. If you don't finish your work, do you really want to kiss your year-end bonus goodbye? Dong was still frantically typing away. Who says I haven't finished? I'm already done, Su Hao shrugged. Done? Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. Dong shook his head in disbelief. Su Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he couldn't exactly tell the guy he was now a man with a system, could he? Such a secret was something he couldn't share with anyone. At exactly 5:30 p.m., Su Hao slung his bag over his shoulder and clocked out. His colleagues in the entire program development department were stunned, shaking their heads, convinced that Su Hao had simply given up and was letting himself go. He's still young. No wife, no kids, so he can afford to be reckless. Exactly. Guys like us middle-aged coders, we have no way out. We just have to swallow our pride and endure. I think young Su is foolish. His year-end bonus is tens of thousands. Isn't he just throwing that money away? A few of the older colleagues chatted amongst themselves. The commute from the company to Su Hao's rented apartment took an hour by subway, plus another half hour of walking, totaling about an hour and a half. He arrived back at his residential complex at 7 p.m. As luck would have it, just as he reached the building entrance, he ran into his landlady Aunt Shui and her daughter Meng Chichi. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Hao lowered his head, hoping to slip into the building unnoticed. Xiao Su, your rent is 7 days overdue. Did you forget? Aunt Shui had spotted him right away. Living in a metropolis like Yinqing, Su Hao's salary barely covered his expenses each month, leaving him with little to spare, and he still sent money home to his family every month. His parents had spent a considerable sum putting him through university, and he wanted to ease their burden. Since rent was due quarterly, and he only had about 2,000 yuan left in his account, he simply didn't have enough. Aunt Shui, I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Could you give me a few more days? I'll transfer the rent to you as soon as I get paid. Su Hao spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, is that so? That's fine. You can pay next month instead, Aunt Shui said magnanimously. Su Hao was taken aback. While the landlady was being surprisingly generous and easygoing today. But of course next month there will be a 10% interest charge. Also, Aunt Shui was still the same old landlady after all. Su Hao's eyelid twitched in shock. Seriously, the landlady was trying to run a little P2P lending scheme on the side. Mom, her daughter Meng Chi-Chi, who was standing beside her, couldn't stand it anymore and felt her mother was being a bit unreasonable. Su Hao had always held a favorable impression of Chi-Chi, who had blossomed into a graceful, kind, and beautiful young woman. Aunt Shui immediately retorted, everyone has their struggles. I've already given Xiao Su a great deal. If I put that money into Kai Kai's semiconductor fund, I could be making a 20% return in a month. Wow, Aunt Shui was even playing the stock market, investing in semiconductors. That was quite the roller coaster. Everyone knew that with tech funds you try to catch the bottom, but it ends up catching you instead. Auntie, that 20 monthly return you mentioned was last year's market. It's been nothing but green, downward green, lately. Although Su Hao didn't have much money and hadn't invested in any funds, he still kept an eye on the market trends. What do you know? Auntie also invested in new energy and Baijiu stocks, Aunt Shui suddenly declared with pride. Su Hao was dumbfounded. It must be nice to have money. Auntie, you're quite savvy. Many people only regret not appreciating the value of Baijiu stocks early on and foolishly went all in on tech. Enough with the flattery. If the rent isn't paid by next month, I'll throw you out. With that, Aunt Shui turned and dragged Meng Chi-Chi away. Chi-Chi, let me tell you, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, don't pick someone like Xiao Su. No house, no car. That just won't do. Mom, but Su Gij is handsome. What use is handsome? Can it be eaten? You silly girl, what do you know? Without money, life is just a mess of trivialities and hardships. The landlady muttered this to her daughter. Su Hao overheard and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It wasn't particularly damaging, but it was highly insulting. He returned to his apartment, a one-bedroom, one-living-room unit for 180 yuan a month. That was considered cheap, given it was outside the 5th Ring Road. While there were cheaper options, they were shared apartments. Su Hao had chosen not to share because he valued his freedom and needed a quiet environment for studying. He could use his time effectively to learn and improve, as lingering without progress in a place like Yanbei was not a sustainable path. Su Hao flopped directly onto the sofa, eager to research his super evolution system. Because he had completed the achievement of getting married and obtaining a marriage certificate, he had earned 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 1200. He began to understand the system better. The system allowed for the evolution of each body part. Level 1 required 100 points, level 2 required 500 points, level 3 required 100 points, and level 4 required a whopping 5000 points. Having already tasted the benefits of brain evolution, he decided to upgrade his brain from level 1 to level 2. System initiate brain evolution. Yes, host. System is now initiating evolution. The next moment, Su Hao felt a brief moment of disorientation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed brain level 2 evolution. Su Hao immediately checked his current evolution list. Brain level 2 ability, advanced intelligence. Advanced intelligence. Awesome. Su Hao clapped his hands in excitement. Now that his brain at level 2 possessed advanced intelligence, he wondered what incredible abilities the next level would unlock. However, he didn't have enough evolution points to evolve to level 3. Since that was the case, Su Hao decided to start evolving the next body part, the eyes. System initiate eyes evolution. Yes, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed eyes level 1 evolution. Su Hao eagerly checked the evolution list once more. Eyes LV1 possessing the ability extraordinary reading. System, what kind of ability is this extraordinary reading? Su Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. Host, with the extraordinary reading ability, you can greatly increase your reading speed. Reading speed. Su Hao suddenly noticed a copy of the Complete Guide to Arabic Linguistics on the table. It wasn't a book he had bought, but one left behind by the previous tenant. He immediately picked it up and began to read. Wow. Su Hao found that his reading speed could only be described as reading 10 lines at a glance. This reading speed was over 10 times faster than an ordinary person's. I can actually understand this book now. Su Hao discovered that the previously obscure grammar and word usage were now easy for him to comprehend and master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He flipped through the pages rapidly, possessing a photographic memory, and all the knowledge within the books was thoroughly integrated. Could this be what high-level intelligence felt like? This meant he now possessed powerful abilities in learning memory comprehension, thinking judgment, and analysis. In half an hour, he had completely finished learning from the thick volume of the Complete Guide to Arabic Linguistics. This was Arabic, a language that had previously been an incomprehensible script to him. Moreover, Su Hao felt a sense of being unsatisfied, so he picked up the Arabic dictionary lying nearby. Indeed, it was also left behind by the previous tenant. Perhaps that guy was a student majoring in Arabic. Another half hour passed, and Su Hao finished the dictionary, all the Arabic words becoming part of his memory bank. As soon as he opened his mouth, fluent Arabic flowed out. Excellent. With this ability, it's like having a super brain. Su Hao was overjoyed. Possessing extraordinary learning ability was equivalent to having countless cheat codes. Subsequently, he took out all his university textbooks. He decided to review all the subjects he had previously struggled with since he could read at 10 lines a glance. Su Hao directly took out a bag of instant noodles, prepared it, and continued reading. After about an hour, Su Hao had consecutively read a full 10 books. He felt that he now possessed the capability of a top-tier network expert. After finishing the professional books, Su Hao picked up the English dictionary he had purchased. Since he had learned Arabic, he also wanted to master English. Soon Su Hao's English proficiency reached the level of a professional lecturer. At this point, he pondered that he needed to learn a skill to earn some extra money. After all, he still owed rent. Got it. Develop software. Su Hao immediately thought of Julong.com, the world's largest IT elite website and community. This website possessed comprehensive IT knowledge where one could simply purchase compiled books and practical tutorials. Not only that, but clients could also post commission tasks for software development and program creation here. IT professionals or organizations could undertake these tasks and upon completion send the results to the client. The client would receive the results, the task taker would earn the commission, and the transaction would be successful. Over the years, Julong.com had built a strong credit system through strict evaluations and penalties. It could be said that as long as you delivered excellent results, you were guaranteed to make money without worrying about unscrupulous clients. Su Hao clicked into the task community where he could see all kinds of IT-related tasks. These tasks varied not only in difficulty, but also had specific requirements for the delivery date. Once a task was undertaken, if the deadline was missed, the task would automatically become invalid. Therefore, IT professionals generally wouldn't accept a task unless they were confident they could complete it. After all, no one wanted to waste time without earning money. A task posted today. Su Hao saw a pinned task with a commission of 3,000 yuan and clicked on it. The client was a member called Qingqing Z, and the task was to develop a shopping mini-program. Shopping mini-programs aren't considered highly difficult within the industry. But why were there so few takers for this task? Su Hao quickly understood why the deadline for this task's deliverable was before 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. Although the difficulty wasn't high, the time limit was too short, only 12 hours. In the industry, a typical mini-program requires processes like template creation, source code development, and program testing, which usually takes about 20-30 days. Now the task demanded completion in 12 hours. Wasn't that a joke? At this moment, there were already many comments from members below the task. Hanho Pongzi LV3, does this boss want us programmers to die from overwork? Dongfeng Tufa Xia LV4. Yet delivering results in such a short time, the client must be messing with us. Wait, AI Chi Jianpan LV2. Even though this is a shopping mini program, and we could copy and modify an existing source code, it's still impossible to finish. Huangjin Shu LV8, under so much pressure. Michuanshuan LV1, wow, it's the great master Huangjin Shu. My idol. What AI Chi Jianpan LV2. Haha, even the great master feels the pressure. Su Hao found the comments from these members quite amusing. Every member who undertakes tasks has a level. The more tasks one completed and the more difficult they were, the more experience points one earned. This meant that the higher the member's level, the higher their technical skill. The level of Huangjin Shu LV8 above was considered a top-tier technical expert, already a target for many headhunters. A smile played on Su Hao's lips. Others might fail to complete it, but he was up for the challenge. He immediately spent half an hour learning the 3 languages needed for mini-program development, JS and HTML5. Then he registered as a member, naming himself Jinpai Lao Jiao, and accepted the shopping mini-program task from Qingqing Z. The comments under the task immediately exploded. Michuanshuan LV1, damn, which great master accepted this task? Dongfeng Tufa Xia LV4. This can't be serious. The member who accepted is called Jinpai Lao Jiao. What AI Chi Jianpan LV2 Jinpai Lao Jiao LV1. This is a newbie. Hanho Ponzi LV3, they're just playing around. Let's wait until tomorrow morning for the task to fail. Dongfeng Tufa Xia LV4, newbies are so stubborn, failing a task will deduct credit points. However, Su Hao at this moment had no time to pay attention to the comments. He was typing rapidly on the keyboard. Su Hao found his typing speed to be incredibly fast. The code seemed to flow from his muscle memory. Finally developed it. He glanced at the time. It was 10 p.m. Oh, and just 2 hours had passed. What did this mean? What took others 20 days to complete, he finished in 2 hours. If other IT elites had seen his coding process, they would have spat out blood. Of course, Su Hao's advantage was that he didn't need to test the program after finishing, saving a lot of time. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own code. Deliver the results. Then he packaged the program and uploaded it for delivery. I wonder if I can earn this commission. Su Hao muttered to himself. Although he was confident in his work, it still had to pass the client's review and testing. The results probably wouldn't come until tomorrow. After he submitted his work, the task thread became lively once more. Many IT elites from Julong Network came to join the discussion. Delivering results in just 2 hours. That had to be nonsense. Thus the discussion about this task's delivery once again became a hot topic. However, Su Hao wasn't paying attention to that now. Instead, he was interested in browsing the hacker community on Julong Network. As a network expert, he was genuinely fascinated by the art of cyber attack and defense. When he was a child, Su Hao had admired mysterious hackers, which led him to major in network engineering. Now with his super brain, he had become incredibly obsessed with acquiring knowledge. Because he knew that knowledge was wealth. He browsed until midnight, and would have stayed up all night if he didn't have to work the next day. The next morning, Su Hao got up at 5:30 a.m. He was surprised to find himself full of energy without a trace of fatigue. Perhaps this was a side effect of his evolution. At the breakfast stall downstairs, Su Hao bought a jianbing to eat on the way. Brother Su. Suddenly, he saw Meng Qiqi approaching holding a food container. The girl was wearing a loose pink t-shirt, denim shorts, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. Despite the loose t-shirt, it couldn't hide her striking figure. Su Hao had speculated she was at least a 36C. Truly the girl next door was blossoming. Qiqi here for breakfast. Yeah, Mom asked me to get some defuno. Meng Qiqi shook the container in her hand. By the way, Brother Su, don't mind what my mom said yesterday. Su Hao smiled and said, it's nothing. I did owe the rent. Hey, aren't you taking the college entrance exam soon? Yeah, in about half a month. Meng Qiqi nodded. Work hard. Once you get into university, Brother Su, we'll treat you to a big meal. Brother Su, you said it. Meng Qiqi jumped for joy upon hearing this. I have to catch the subway for work now. See you later. Su Hao waved goodbye and headed to the subway station. Even though he left early, the subway was delayed today for some reason. He clocked in at the office right at 8:30 a.m., not earlier than usual. Ding dong. Just as Su Hao sat down at his desk, his phone received a text message. Your savings account ending in 1818 received RMB 30,000 at 8:31 a.m. on May 21st. Current balance 32318. 61 yuan. Client note: Julong Network commission. Huh. The task he submitted last night on Julong Network had been reviewed and the commission was credited. Su Hao was overjoyed. He had actually done it and earned 3,000 in one go. That was equivalent to 3 months' salary. This was the way to make money fast. Su Hao, are you laughing? Why didn't you work overtime yesterday? Just as Su Hao was feeling pleased, a roar came from nearby. He knew without looking that it was Shi Daping. His colleagues in the development department looked at him with sympathy, a scene they had anticipated the night before. Sure enough, Shi Daping walked over with his teacup. Everyone in our department worked overtime yesterday. Where were you? Why should I work overtime? Su Hao said nonchalantly. Why? You poor loser dares to question me. I'm announcing that your monthly bonus and year-end bonus are cancelled. Shi Daping was instantly furious. Su Hao also got angry. Yesterday, it was clearly stated that he could leave once his tasks were done. He was about to say he had already finished his work, but Shi Daping didn't give him a chance to explain and instead called him a poor loser. And the guy was even deducting his bonuses, which was going too far. Sure, who do you think you are? Stop throwing your weight around. Su Hao shot back. Huh. At this moment, everyone in the department was shocked. Shi Daping, the department manager, was used to being arrogant, often scolding and mocking his subordinates. The employees treated him with utmost respect, too afraid to voice their anger. But today Su Hao had actually exploded and openly defied him. How could everyone not be shocked? At the same time, amidst their shock, they felt a secret thrill as Su Hao was doing what they all wished they could do. Fine, Su Hao. You dare to defy me. Don't you want to work here anymore? I'm the boss here. I can fire you and make sure you don't get a single penny. Shi Daping said in a fit of rage. Manager, sure, you're a department manager, but is your head full of mush? Don't you know even basic labor law? Even if you fire me, the company has to pay me compensation. Su Hao said with a mocking smile. At this, colleagues couldn't help but start laughing. You... Shi Daping's face turned red with anger. What, you? And stop calling yourself the boss. This is a society governed by law. Are you trying to set up your own turf here? Do you even know your nickname is a pile of crap? Seeing Shi Daping at a loss for words gave Su Hao a strange sense of excitement. After all, with his super evolution system, he had countless ways to make money and wasn't afraid of being fired. Besides, the company president was his wife now. Su Hao, you're going against the heavens. Pack your things and get out. I'm firing you. Shi Daping slammed the table and yelled. My dear crap manager, you don't understand labor law and you don't even understand the company's charter. Department managers don't have the authority to handle personnel matters. Only the president can fire an employee. How did you even become a department manager with that brain of yours? Su Hao suddenly realized he could be quite domineering when angry. Shi Daping's face turned ashen. He had gotten his position through connections, and Su Hao's words were a direct mockery of him, making him a laughingstock in front of his colleagues. The argument attracted onlookers from other departments. Fine. If I can't fire you, I'll get President Shin over here. When she hears you've defied your superior, she'll fire you too. Just wait and see. Shi Daping gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. At this, colleagues looked at Su Hao with pity. If Shin Ufa came, there would likely be only one outcome: Su Hao would be fired. After all, defying a superior was a taboo for management, especially since Shi Daping was a relative of one of the company's shareholders. What are you all doing standing here? A sudden sharp shout startled everyone. The speaker was none other than Shin Ufa, who was now standing at the entrance of the development department with an icy expression. Shin Ufa happened to come to the third floor for some matters when she unexpectedly overheard the commotion from the program development department, so she came over directly. President Shin. Employees from other departments who were watching respectfully greeted her and then returned to their work. Shi Daping was overjoyed to see Shin Ufa. President Shin, you've come just in time. This subordinate refuses to listen to my instructions and even talks back to me. I suggest we fire him immediately. He quickly said. What's going on? Shin Ufa frowned, not expecting that the person arguing with Shi Daping was actually Su Hao. It's like this, President Shin. This kid yesterday. Shi Daping started rambling, basically painting Su Hao as completely worthless, arrogant, insubordinate, slacking off at work, and so on. President Shin, this kid even sneaked out during work yesterday and played truant, tricking me into thinking he went to the bathroom. It's outrageous. Shi Daping brought up yesterday's incident. Su Hao laughed inwardly. Yesterday, whether he was absent or not, Shin Ufa knew better than anyone. Shin Ufa waved her hand, unwilling to listen to Shi Daping continue. So how did you just talk back to Manager Shi? She walked up to Su Hao. Yes, but he started cursing first, and without reason he wanted to deduct my bonus and year-end bonus. Su Hao spoke without fear. Manager Shi, did you curse too? Shin Ufa frowned. President Shin, I was just angry for a moment, but this kid left without working overtime yesterday, didn't finish his work, and delayed today's task delivery, which will postpone the event launch. Shi Daping immediately changed the subject. Who told you I didn't finish my work? I completed all the tasks assigned to me yesterday. I left on time. What's wrong with that? Su Hao raised an eyebrow and retorted. You finished your work. What a joke. Everyone else worked until midnight, and you finished at 5:30. Shi Daping said angrily. All right, stop arguing. Where are your work results? Shin Ufa waved her hand and looked at Su Hao. Su Hao immediately turned on the computer and found the program files from last night. Shi Daping was taken aback seeing the program files and immediately said, You must not have finished. You made a program full of bugs thinking you could fool us. Manager Shi, just run it to see if there are bugs. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Hao's lips curled up. Fine. Since President Shin is here, you're still stubborn. Go ahead and run it. Shi Daping snorted. Then Su Hao immediately ran a test on the program, and the final result showed no errors at all. But Shi Daping knew nothing about programming, he couldn't understand it. Manager Shi, how is it? Shin Ufa raised an eyebrow and asked. Well, Xiaodong, come and take a look. Shi Daping quickly waved at Dong Pongzi. Dong Pongzi had no choice but to come and check. Seeing that Su Hao's work was indeed finished, he was also astonished. President Shin, Su Hao's work is indeed completed, and there are no bugs at all. Dong Pongzi said. At these words, the other colleagues in the program development department were also stunned. What? Shi Daping was dumbfounded. Manager Shi, since Su Hao has already finished, you were mistaken about him. Shin Ufa said. President Shin, there must be something wrong here. You guys come and take a look. Shi Daping called over other colleagues from the department. But after checking, they found absolutely no issues. In fact, the program's execution and smoothness surpassed even their own as seasoned programmers. Shi Daping was completely deflated, momentarily at a loss for words. Manager Shi, you should be more patient with your employees in the future. Shin Ufa said with a stern face. Shi Daping was frustrated, he had suffered a silent loss. All right, everyone get back to work. Shin Ufa said. President Shin, but Su Hao talked back to his superior. Are we just going to let it slide? How could Shi Daping be willing to let it go? If Su Hao faced no punishment, how could he swallow his pride? Shin Ufa frowned displeased. She was well aware of Shi Daping's capabilities. If not for the sake of the company's board members, she would have already removed such an incompetent person from the company. Her words to Shi Daping just now were a warning, but she didn't expect this guy to be so ungrateful. Moreover, Su Hao was still her husband, albeit a fake one. Manager Shi, you should focus more on your work. Shin Ufa said coldly, giving Shi Daping a glare. Yes, President Shin. Shi Daping shuddered with fear, nodding repeatedly. Who was Shin Ufa? The company's helmsman, a decisive and ruthless, cold-faced Yama. With just a look, he dared not say another word. Just as Shin Yufa was about to leave, Su Hao suddenly spoke up. President Shun, I suggest replacing the manager of the program development department. Manager sure doesn't understand programming at all. He just gives arbitrary orders all day. Since he had already clashed with Shi Daping, Su Hao didn't care anymore. He might as well voice his concerns now. You. Shi Daping stammered with anger. The colleagues in the program development department all looked at Su Hao with admiration in their eyes. He had perfectly voiced their thoughts. But Shin Yufa was somewhat displeased. She had just defended Su Hao, and this guy didn't know when to stop actually stirring up trouble. Does this kid think he's more capable than me, the president? Don't I know what's going on? Su Hao, if you want to make suggestions, come with me to the office. Shin Yufa finished speaking and turned to leave the room. She didn't want to continue talking with Su Hao here. If this kid got impulsive and revealed that they had gotten their marriage certificate, it would be hard to handle. Final go. Su Hao followed her out. Shi Daping felt stars before his eyes. He was utterly frustrated. Soon Shin Yufa and Su Hao arrived at the 5th floor. President's secretary Wang Meng saw them and was surprised. What identity did Su Hao have? Why was he with the president again? Wang Meng, I need to discuss something with Su Hao. Don't let anyone disturb us. Shin Yufa instructed. Okay, President Shun. Wang Meng quickly nodded in agreement. The two entered the office. Shin Yufa ignored Su Hao, completely sat down at her desk and turned on her computer as if Su Hao didn't exist. Wife, you should have fired Shi Daping just now, Su Hao said shamelessly. Bang! Shin Yufa slammed the table at the address and angrily said, Su Hao, who are you calling wife? Who is your wife? We just got our marriage certificate yesterday, and now you're turning your back on me. Su Hao said deliberately. Miss Su, if you keep playing dumb with me, don't blame me for actually firing you. Shin Yufa said with irritation. Firing me? Fine, then let's take another trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Hao replied nonchalantly. The Civil Affairs Bureau? For what? Shin Yufa was taken aback. For a divorce. To be honest, I regret this marriage. Divorce? Fine, no problem. Shin Yufa was slightly stunned, but then nodded. Su Hao was shocked. No way. This woman agreed so readily. Really? Really, but you better think it through. Did you read the prenuptial agreement carefully? Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes blinked, a cunning glint flashing within them. What do you mean? Su Hao was bewildered, suddenly struck by a bad feeling. If the marriage ends in divorce within a year, you have to pay a compensation fee. How much? Not much, just 200 million. Shin Yufa said softly. What the heck? 200 million. You cunning woman. Su Hao's eyelid twitched, and he nearly spat blood. He had been outsmarted by this woman after all. What do you mean cunning? You work in the corporate world, don't you know you are supposed to read all the terms before signing a contract? Shin Yufa said with a triumphant look. Alright, fine, so we can't get a divorce. Then I'll resign. Su Hao gritted his teeth. Resign? Why would you resign? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. Why? Shi Daping is nowhere near capable of being a department manager. You saw what happened today. He can't even understand programming languages. With such an incompetent person as middle management, don't you as the CEO bear some responsibility? With a department head like that, there's no room for growth. Su Hao rattled off a long list of grievances. I don't think those are the main reasons. Are you afraid Shi Daping will make things difficult for you? Shin Yufa asked with a slight smirk. Cough cough. This woman was too sharp. Indeed, that was exactly Su Hao's concern. Having just clashed with Shi Daping, that petty and vindictive man would surely find a way to retaliate later. Me afraid of him? That's a joke. Su Hao certainly wouldn't admit it out loud. Since you're not afraid, then stay. With me backing you up, what can Shi Daping really do to you? Shin Yufa said softly. She certainly didn't want Su Hao to resign, as she would still need his cooperation in the future. Oh, so my dear wife is planning to protect her own husband. Su Hao teased. If you don't start behaving properly, I'll have you thrown out. Shin Yufi's brows furrowed sharply. Alright, no more jokes. Madam President, since you don't want me to resign, how about giving me a different position instead? Su Hao suggested proactively. What position do you have in mind? How about vice president of the company? Shin Yufa replied coldly. Fine, as long as you can show me you have what it takes to be vice president, it's no problem at all. Su Hao was left speechless. Just then a knock suddenly came at the CEO's office door. Come in, Shin Yufa said. Wang Meng rushed in hurriedly and said, President Shun, we have a problem. The customer service department is receiving a flood of complaints saying that our Quaniao Tushio app has crashed. What a... Shin Yufi's face changed. Su Hao, you head back for now. Xiaoming, come with me to the operations department. Shin Yufa said to Su Hao before leaving with Wang Meng. Su Hao was puzzled. The Quaniao Tushio app crashed. The Hongxing Group had many businesses, and Quaniao Tushio was a mobile news app developed by Shin Yufa, a project she placed great importance on. Over the past 2 years, the app's performance had been steadily improving, and Su Hao's program development department had always been servicing it. With the 618 shopping festival approaching, Quaniao Tushio had a large number of advertisers. If the app crashed at this critical moment, it would indeed be a major crisis. No wonder Shin Yufa, who was usually composed and calm, had become so flustered. When Su Hao returned to his department, his colleagues immediately gathered around him. How are you okay? I'm fine. Fine. The CEO didn't punish you. No. Dong Pengzi and the others were all astonished. Haha, how you're our idol. You shut Shi Dapeng up completely. That was awesome. Dong Pengzi gave a thumbs up. Su Hao glanced at the manager's office. Shi Dapeng wasn't there. Where's that piece of crap? He went to the operations department. You know what? Something big happened. The Kuaniao Tushio app crashed. Dong Pengzi said. Su Hao then picked up his phone and opened the Kuaniao Tushio app. Indeed, the homepage wouldn't load. Not only that, but other pages were also being flooded with spam, very explicit and violent. It's been infected with a virus, hasn't it? Su Hao said helplessly. Yeah, that seems to be it. I heard the operations department is in chaos and now the tech department guys are in trouble. Dong Pengzi nodded. Just then Dong Pengzi's desk phone suddenly rang. He answered it immediately and his face fell. What's wrong? Su Hao asked. How Shi Dapeng is telling us to go to the operations department. The tech department is now blaming us, saying our code has bugs and vulnerabilities, and they're pinning the responsibility on us. Dong Pengzi said helplessly. Screw that. Everyone in the development department cursed in anger. Come on, let's go check it out, Su Hao said, and he and Dong Pengzi headed to the operations department. The place was bustling with everyone scrambling around in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Shi Dapeng and the tech department manager Yang Wenguang were locked in a heated argument. Manager, sure, this must be a problem with your program. A vulnerability in your code must have allowed the virus to get in, Yang Wenguang said through gritted teeth. Nonsense, Yang Wenguang. What problems could our program possibly have? Your tech department is responsible for network security. You failed to defend the network and you're blaming us. Shi Dapeng snorted coldly. In the Hongxin Group's upper management hierarchy below the CEO was the vice president, and below that were the executive directors. These executive directors were divided based on the company's business domains. For example, Su Hao's program development department and Yang Wenguang's tech department both belonged to the Mobile Internet Business Group. The position of executive director for the Mobile Internet Business Group had been vacant ever since the previous director resigned. Shi Dapeng, Yang Wenguang, and other middle managers from various departments all harbored ambitions of being promoted to that director position. Consequently, these middle managers were constantly embroiled in internal power struggles. Now that the app had been infected and crashed, none of them wanted to bear the responsibility. Being held accountable for this incident would undoubtedly mean kissing any chance of becoming director goodbye. Slap. Shen Yufa suddenly slammed her hand on the table, instantly silencing the two arguing men. She was furious at Shi Dapeng and Yang Wenguang. Even in this critical situation, they were still more concerned with shirking blame than solving the problem. What time is it now, still discussing whose fault it is? Don't you know the top priority is restoring the app to normal operation? Shen Yufa barked. Shi Dapeng and Yang Wenguang both flinched. Yang Wenguang, you say it's a program bug. Then I ask you, what kind of bug is it? Can you patch it? Shen Yufa raised an elegant eyebrow. This? Well, Yang Wenguang stammered, unable to answer. He was merely shifting blame. How would he know if the program truly had a bug? Also, didn't you say it was poisoned? What kind of virus was it? Is there dedicated antivirus software? Shen Yufa pressed again. This? It might be a new type of virus. Cold sweat nearly broke out on Yang Wenguang's forehead. The app has been down for half an hour and the two of you can't even figure out the problem. And you still have the nerve to argue here. Get your people to investigate immediately. Shen Yufa said angrily. Yes. Subsequently, Shi Dapeng had Su Hao and Fatty Dong start investigating while Yang Wenguang had his technical staff do the same. 10 minutes later, Yang Wenguang heard the report from his subordinates and his face turned extremely grim. What's the situation? Shen Yufa raised an eyebrow. Ms. Shen, it's a superworm virus. Our entire server side is infected now. We're in big trouble. Yang Wenguang said with a wry smile. What a... Shen Yufi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. When she had taken over as president, the group's board of directors had not been in favor of her developing a news app, believing the prospects were bleak and domestic competition was fierce. It was against overwhelming odds that Shen Yufa had built Kuaniao Tushio to its current success, with domestic downloads surpassing 500 million and monthly active users reaching 80 million. This was already a considerable achievement. Now, with the 618 promotion approaching, major e-commerce platforms were set to open pre-sales tonight. At this critical juncture, the crash of the Kuaniao Tushio app would likely invite a flood of complaints from advertisers and could even lose their trust. In this internet age, if software frequently crashes, which advertiser would dare to invest? Ms. Shen, that's not all. Many of our other software have also been implanted with the virus. We might have to restore from mirror files, which means we could lose some data. Yang Wenguang added. Shi Dapeng stood by the side looking like a fool, understanding nothing. The data absolutely cannot be lost. What's the fastest solution now? Shen Yufa said sternly. The data of Kuaniao Tushio was absolutely non-negotiable, otherwise they would become the laughingstock of the industry. Not only that, if Quaniao Tushio were to lose a massive number of users and advertisers as a result, it would mean the complete failure of the project. And if the project failed, Shin Yufa might face losing a portion of her supporters among the group's shareholders. Ms. Shin, to completely eradicate the virus, will likely need the professional engineers from 370 Antivirus Software Company. However, their fastest response time would probably be tonight, and the app is expected to be restored by tomorrow at the earliest. Yang Wenguang had already contacted 370 Antivirus Software Company in advance, having collaborated with them many times before. Tomorrow? Are you all a bunch of incompetents? Can no one solve this immediate crisis? Shin Yufa exploded using profanity. The room fell into complete silence. No one dared to make a sound, all of them intimidated. No one had ever seen Shin Yufa this angry. Both of you were vying for the director position, weren't you? Whoever solves this problem gets the position. Do you have the capability? Shin Yufa said crossly. Shi Daping and Yang Wenguang both hung their heads, not daring to utter a word. Ms. Shin, I can solve the problem. Can I be the director? A sudden playful voice asked. My. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was none other than Su Hao. Seeing that it was Su Hao, Shin Yufei's anger flared. At a time like this guy was still causing trouble. Su Hao? Who do you think you are? This is no time for your nonsense. Shi Daping immediately said with a darkened face. Who says I'm bluffing? This virus indeed has strong replication capabilities, but I can completely eliminate it with just a small program. Su Hao said confidently. He wasn't lying. While Shin Yufa had been speaking, he had already thoroughly investigated the server side. When it came to network security, Su Hao had long since become a super expert. What a joke. Exactly, isn't this kid too arrogant? With so many of us unable to solve it, he claims a small program can wipe it out. Wanting to show off, there's no need to go this far, right? The technical department employees sneered one after another. But Shin Yufa furrowed her brow and asked, can you really eliminate the virus? That's right, I can completely remove it. I guarantee that in 10 minutes our Quaniao Tushio app will be back to normal. Su Hao said seriously. And the data? Shin Yufa asked again. All data will be intact, nothing will be lost. Su Hao was still extremely confident. He was now a man with a super brain. Su Hao, who do you think you are? A cybersecurity expert. Shi Daping snorted. Ms. Shin, do you dare let me try? If I can't do it, I'll pack my bags and leave. Su Hao stated again. Ms. Shin, why not let him try? Shi Daping suddenly became interested upon hearing Su Hao's offer to leave. Su Hao was speechless. What kind of person was this Shi Daping? Su Hao will give you 10 minutes. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and made the decision. She didn't know if Su Hao could do it, but the situation couldn't afford to waste these 10 minutes anyway. The next moment, Su Hao quickly wrote an application program on the computer and copied it entirely to the server side. Then he immediately ran his application on all servers to scan for and eliminate the virus. At that moment, the operations department fell quiet, as many employees began refreshing the Quaniao Tushio app to see if it would recover. Shi Daping watched Su Hao busily working, secretly sneering, as if he could already see Su Hao packing his bags. Okay, done. Su Hao suddenly snapped his fingers. Done. What have you done? The Quaniao Tushio app is still down. Shi Daping immediately mocked, holding up his phone. Manager, sure, use your head. Can you exit the app and restart it? Su Hao shook his head in exasperation. Wow. Ms. Shin, Quaniao Tushio is back. Ms. Shin, our operations backend system is restored too. Ms. Shin, all the functional modules of our client are back online. At this moment, the staff in both operations and technical departments were overjoyed. Su Hao had actually done it. Shin Yufa glanced at her wristwatch. It had taken only 8 minutes. At that moment, the technical department staff saw the app restore to normal, and their gazes towards Su Hao were filled with admiration, as if he were a legendary figure. This is impossible. Shi Daping found it hard to believe. Subsequently, the technical operations and programming departments conducted a thorough re-examination, finding the data normal and the system functioning smoothly. Shin Yufa finally breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this result. The crisis had been averted. President Shun, now that the crisis is resolved and the problem is solved, isn't it time you gave me a promotion? Su Hao said with a grin. Young man, what President Shun said earlier was just a moment of anger. You can't take that seriously. Yang Wenguang immediately interjected. That's right, Su Hao. Just because you killed the virus, you think you can become a director. Being a director requires not only technical expertise, but also management experience. Shi Daping also voiced his opposition. Is that so? Manager, sure, by that logic you certainly can't become a director either. Su Hao retorted wryly. Why can't I become a director? Shi Daping snorted. You yourself said a director needs technical experience, but you don't have any. Su Hao couldn't help but mock. How do I not have it? Shi Daping's face darkened. Having his subordinate talk back to him in front of so many people, how could he not be angry? You have technical experience. Then install an operating system for everyone to see. Can you do that? Su Hao directly challenged him. Shi Daping's expression turned awkward. Indeed, he didn't know how to perform such a basic operational task as installing a system. At that moment, everyone in the room looked at Shi Daping's embarrassment with schadenfreude. Suhao, although you cleared the virus, do you understand network security? Yang Wenguang stepped forward to speak. In the current situation, he and Shi Daping were on the same side, and neither wanted Suhao to become their superior. I don't understand. The security system you deployed is utterly fragile. Many firewall policies haven't been enabled, many features of the intrusion detection system haven't been utilized, and as for the servers, let alone many patches haven't been upgraded in time. If it were me, I would establish a comprehensive defense and protection system. Suhao directly pointed out the vulnerabilities in the current protective technology. This, Yang Wenguang was momentarily at a loss for words. Can you really perfect the protection system? Shin Yufei asked. Of course. Besides that, I believe it's necessary to upgrade our software programming language. Many of the codes and formats we currently use are too outdated, which is not conducive to future software updates and feature expansion. Suhao also pointed out the existing problems in their program development. Alright, starting from now you are immediately promoted to the position of Director of the Mobile Business Group. Shin Yufei made a decision. This crisis today made her realize the importance of high-end technical talent. Although she wasn't entirely sure if Suhao could shoulder the heavy responsibility of a director, she was willing to give him a chance. Because in Shin Yufei's eyes, capability was the primary factor, not so-called workplace tact and worldliness. Moreover, since becoming president, boldly promoting talent was in line with her style. Wow! At this moment, the employees in the room were all astonished when they heard Suhao had truly been promoted. According to the company's organizational structure, above ordinary staff is a supervisor, above a supervisor is a department manager, and above a department manager is a business director. Suhao's jump from ordinary staff to director was a triple promotion. This was truly a miracle in the workplace. President Shen, how can you be so casual about a director position? What qualifications does he have? I object. Shi Daping immediately became anxious. What right do you have to object to my staffing decisions? I declare that from this moment on you are fired from the company. Shin Yufei said with a stern and imposing expression. Huh. Shi Daping was instantly stunned. What was happening? He was fired. No, it must be an auditory hallucination. Impossible. He had strong connections. Oh, a certain shareholder of the company was his relative. Yes, it must be that the president was just angry because of his words. A momentary outburst, of course, doesn't count. President Shin, you're joking with me, right? I just spoke without thinking. I certainly have no right to object to your appointment. Shi Daping quickly said. No, I am not joking with you. You can go to HR to process the paperwork shortly. But, President Shen, how can you fire me just like that? Shi Daping suddenly panicked. Don't worry, the company will give you all the compensation you're entitled to. Shin Yufei was very direct, as she had already made up her mind. Shi Daping had a relative who was a shareholder, but she didn't care anymore. She felt she had been too soft before, even if it meant offending the shareholders. She had to weed out such a parasite, or it would only ruin the company. President Shun, I was wrong. I'm a veteran employee of the company. I've rendered great services. Firing me like this will break the hearts of the senior staff. Shi Daping quickly apologized. As a department manager, his monthly salary was 50,000 plus bonuses over 60,000. He was just coasting along, and over a year that was a lot of money. He didn't want mere compensation. Great services. What services have you rendered? Tell me. Shi Daping, don't you know your own worth? Shin Yufei said with disdain. President Shun, that's going too far. Director Zheng is my uncle. I will personally explain things to your uncle. But the decision to fire you today will not change. Shin Yufei's tone was firm. Fine. President Shun, since you don't show my uncle any respect, don't expect him to support you on the board in the future. Shi Daping gritted out these words, then left with a darkened face. Xiaoming, go and inform the HR department to announce today's personnel changes on the company's internal system. From now on, Suhao is the executive director of the Mobile Business Group. Shin Yufei said to Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded and said, Yes, President Shun. Director Su, I'll leave the rest to you. Make sure the app runs smoothly. Shin Yufei instructed Suhao. All right. Suhao nodded. Then Shin Yufei and Wang Ming left. Wow, Director Su, congratulations. Tong Siu, the operations department manager, stepped forward to congratulate him first. Director Su, a technical expert like you truly deserves the director position. Yes, Director Su is an idol for us technical staff. Director Su, please continue to guide us in the future. At once the employees crowded around, offering warm congratulations. Suhao, suddenly feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm, was a bit elated. Just then Yang Wenguang, the technical department manager, stepped forward with a smile, saying, Director Su is truly accomplished at such a young age. I, Old Yang, deeply admire you. From now on, Old Yang will be your most loyal subordinate. At that moment, everyone in the room stared at Yang Wenguang in astonishment. He was the epitome of sycophancy, a true corporate veteran, a groveling lapdog. Moments ago he had opposed Su Hao's promotion right in front of the CEO, yet now he was claiming to be Su Hao's most loyal subordinate. The irony was staggering. Su Hao was equally stunned. Was this the reality of office politics? A complete lack of shame. It was true in the corporate world there were far too many old hands like Yang Wenguang, masters of flattery and opportunism. Although Yang had some technical skills, Su Hao knew he would eventually be shown the door. Manager Yang, although the virus has been cleared for now, the tech department cannot afford to be complacent. This afternoon follow my technical directives and begin reinforcing the defense systems, Su Hao ordered promptly. Yes, Director Su understood. Yang Wenguang nodded hastily. That afternoon Su Hao conducted a thorough inspection of the servers and network layers, strengthening network defenses and activating comprehensive security on the server side. While debugging, he explained his process to the tech engineers, who finally realized that their Director Su was truly a master of hidden depths. After perfecting the defense system, he returned to the program development department. Wow, how you're back. His colleagues, seeing him, gathered around with joyful congratulations. Su Hao exchanged pleasantries with them. Hey fatty, where are my things? Su Hao noticed his workstation was empty. Haha, you're the executive director, now you have your own office. Your belongings were all moved to your new office by your secretary. Dong Pengzi explained. My secretary? Su Hao was taken aback. You don't know yet. Check the latest notice on our office system. Dong Pengzi led him to a computer and opened the company's internal system, where a personnel appointment notice issued that afternoon was pinned at the top. Su Hao clicked on it. The document made no mention of the morning's app outage, only citing his outstanding performance as the reason for his promotion to executive director of the mobile internet business group, along with the assignment of a personal secretary. It also announced the dismissal of Shi Dapeng from his position as manager of the program development department. Haha, my great director, you now have a personal secretary, and a young pretty girl at that. Dong Pengzi was envious. Even with a secretary, HR would need time to recruit, wouldn't they? How is this so fast? Su Hao was bewildered. HR already has a pool of candidates, of course. Dong Pengzi explained. I see. Alright, I'll go check out my new office. Su Hao was intrigued. But then he remembered something and pulled Dong Pengzi aside. Fatty, I've decided to recommend you to the CEO for the position of manager of the program development department. Any objections? Su Hao asked with a smile. Huh. Dong Pengzi was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want a promotion? He just hadn't expected Su Hao to recommend him. How? Bro, Dong Pengzi was at a loss for words. Alright, no need for thanks. Once it's done, just buy me a meal. Su Hao patted Dong Pengzi's shoulder and left. He recommended Dong not just because of their friendship, but more importantly, because Dong's programming skills were genuinely impressive. The executive director's office for the mobile internet business group was located at the prime corner spot on the 3rd floor. It had been vacant before, and Su Hao had never been inside. In front of the office was a secretary's desk, but no one was seated there at the moment. Su Hao pushed open the door and walked in, finding a young woman with her back to him, bending over and wiping a bookshelf with a cloth. He cleared his throat. Hearing him, she quickly straightened up and turned around. She wore a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, and a blue silk scarf at her collar, which combined with her delicate oval face made her quite a pleasing sight. Director Su, you're back, the girl said a little nervously. You know me? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes, I saw your resume in the HR department. Oh, by the way, my name is Cui Xiaowan. I'll be your personal secretary from now on. Cui Xiaowan stood straight and introduced herself. Xiaowan, how old are you this year? Su Hao walked over and sat down at the desk. Director Su, I'm 23, and I graduated last year. 23. I'm 2 years older than you. No need to be so formal with me. Su Hao said with an easy smile. Cui Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a hint of delight. She hadn't expected her new boss to be a young, handsome man who was also so approachable, unlike the stern-faced senior executives at the company. The two chatted in the office and gradually became more familiar with each other. Cui Xiaowan had a straightforward and candid personality, which Su Hao appreciated. Director Su, I'm so lucky to have a leader like you. Cui Xiaowan beamed. Xiaowan, don't get too happy just yet. I have high standards for work. You must be diligent, or I might have to punish you. And it would be a severe punishment. Su Hao couldn't resist teasing her. A severe punishment. Director Su, what kind of punishment? Cui Xiaowan asked curiously. A spanking. Scared? Su Hao joked. Cui Xiaowan blushed, but replied boldly, I'm not scared. If I mess up at work, you can spank me all you want. Haha, Xiaowan, I like your straightforwardness. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Hao asked out of curiosity. No, I've been single for all 23 years of my life. So pitiful, Cui Xiaowan said gloomily. No way. You're so pretty. Were all the guys around you blind? Director Su, you're teasing me again. Maybe it's because I'm so boisterous that all the guys just see me as one of the brothers. Cui Xiaowan giggled. So what type do you like? I like a career-driven man like you, Director Su, young and successful. Oh, what a pity. Su Hao looked regretful. Director Su, why is it a pity? Cui Xiaowan was confused. Well, I'm already a married man, so you wouldn't have a chance. Su Hao grinned. Director Su, you must be joking with me. Cui Xiaowan said with a feigned look of grievance, not believing him at all. Suddenly the phone on the secretary's desk outside the office rang. Hearing the phone, Cui Xiaowan hurried out to answer it. A moment later she returned and said, "Director Su, President Shin said she wants to see you in her office at 5 o'clock. Su Hao glanced at the time. It was already 4 p.m. 1 hour left, more than enough. Xiaowan will draft a plan first. He powered on his computer. All right, President Su. Cui Xiaowan nodded and exited. At 5 o'clock, Su Hao had completed a comprehensive disaster recovery plan for the system. He took the plan directly to Shun Yufa. This time the president's secretary Wang Ming saw Su Hao approaching and promptly rose to her feet with respect. "Good afternoon, Director Su." Wang Ming greeted him proactively. Such was the difference after a promotion. Every employee's attitude toward him had shifted. Is President Shun in?" "Yes, President Shun said you can go straight in." "Good." Wang Ming held the door open for him, and Su Hao stepped inside. Shun Yufa was not seated at her desk. Instead, she stood on tiptoes before a wine cabinet, holding a bottle of red wine, trying to place it on the top shelf. But the top shelf was a bit high. She could barely reach it. "A wife, now that I've been promoted, are you opening a bottle of champagne to celebrate?" Su Hao stepped forward and teased. Before the ice beauty, this rogue had grown bold and audacious. He had come to understand. Why be courteous to this woman? She had tricked him into signing a 200 million indenture contract. "In your dreams. Give me a hand. I can't reach it." Shun Yufa shot him a glare and shook the wine bottle in her hand. Su Hao nodded, bent down, and directly lifted Shun Yufa by her legs, hoisting her up. Su Hao? What are you doing? Put me down." Shun Yufi's pretty face changed. This bastard dared to grab her legs. "You said you couldn't reach, so I'm helping you out." Su Hao pretended to be clueless as he set her down. Yes, he did it on purpose. After saving the ice beauty from the network crisis today, couldn't he collect some interest? This girl's legs, tisk really something. "I told you to help me put it up, not to lift me up." Shun Yufi's neck flushed with embarrassment and anger. She thrust the wine bottle directly into Su Hao's hands. Never in her life had any man held her legs. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Su Hao took the wine and glanced at it. Woa Romanicani, the emperor of red wines. Even if it was a mediocre vintage, it had to be worth tens of thousands. He then looked at the other bottles in the cabinet. Petrus Lupin, Cheval Blanc. All famous names. Well, the iced bowties wine cabinet alone held a small fortune. "I say, wife, now that I'm promoted and got a raise, can't we have a drink?" Su Hao held the bottle, feeling tempted. "This is the office. No drinking. And watch your address." Shun Yufa said coldly. "If we can't drink, why do you have so many bottles here? Just for show?" Su Hao was speechless. They were all gifts. Shun Yufa walked to her desk and sat down, still shaken by the leg-holding incident. As expected of high society, gifts of wine worth tens of thousands. "Madam President Shin, what do you need from me?" Su Hao put the wine down, walked to the desk, and sat directly. Shun Yufi's delicate brows furrowed. This shameless fellow was indeed too presumptuous. No one had ever been so rude in her office. "After work, stay for half an hour and wait for me in the parking lot." What for? Overtime. I don't want to work overtime." Su Hao shook his head. He detested overtime now. "You don't have a choice. I'm your boss. Now you may leave." Shun Yufa completely ignored his opinion. Su Hao's face darkened. Damn, she was a veritable Empress Wu Zetian. Autocratic, no human rights at all. "Here, this is for you. Coincidentally, I have something for you too." He placed the completed plan on Shun Yufi's desk. "What's this?" Shun Yufa picked it up. "It's a security plan I drafted. Based on our current hardware, add some network equipment servers, and build a virtual platform to achieve a multi-active disaster recovery solution." Su Hao briefly explained. Though not a technical expert, Shun Yufa understood what the plan entailed. She supported such a disaster recovery approach, but she hadn't expected Su Hao to be so capable. Not to mention the technical content, even the layout of the plan was superior to most. This plan was clearly crafted with care, and the equipment listed was tailored to Hongxing Group's Quanio Tushio app. "You made this? Why, if you doubt me?" "Shut up. This plan will cost quite a lot, won't it?" Shun Yufa hit the crux. "Not too much, about 5 million. The budget estimation is at the back." Su Hao grinned. He naturally intended to use top-tier hardware. 5 million. That much? Shun Yufa was stunned. President Shin, is 5 million really that much for a big boss? Su Hao was amused. "I may be the president, but I can't just throw money away." "You've hit the point. The plan clearly states this isn't wasteful spending. I can approve the funds, but I need to review the plan first." Shun Yufa was serious about work. "No problem. By the way, Shi Dapeng has been fired. I suggest appointing Dong Li Kai Fatty Dong as the department manager." Su Hao took the initiative. "Oh, Su Hao, I didn't see this coming. You're already building your own faction so quickly." Shun Yufi's eyes flickered as if she saw right through him. "I don't have all those messy thoughts. Fatty Dong is a veteran programmer, technically impeccable and kind-hearted. We programmers are honest folk. He's very suitable for the role." Su Hao explained. You programmers are honest. I don't see it. Aren't you quite slick? And shameless? Shin Yufi's lips curled. Wife, that's not fair. If I were slick, could I have been fooled into signing that indenture contract? Suhao said awkwardly. Get this straight, I didn't fool you. You signed it because you couldn't resist the temptation of 1 million. Shin Yufi glared. But that 1 million wasn't written in the contract. Who knows if you trick me? Shin Yufi would never cheat anyone. Ridiculous. Shin Yufi was amused. She was known in business for keeping her word. Madam President, don't sell me pie in the sky. First give me the sugar-coated bullet in front of you. Can you arrange Fatty Dong's department manager position? Besides, as a newly appointed director, I need my own right-hand man, don't I? Suhao stood up and plopped himself directly onto the president's desk looking like a rogue. Get off. Shin Yufi was a bit of a neat freak, and this guy had the audacity to contaminate her desk with his backside. Honey, do me a favor. Suhao approached with a cheeky grin. Fine, it's just a department manager position. Let Dong Likai act as interim for a month, and he'll make it official after that. Shin Yufi couldn't stand this shameless pest anymore. Besides, it was normal for an executive director to recommend promoting his own subordinate. Great. Suhao finally crawled out from under the desk. Anything else? If not, get out. Shin Yufi was growing impatient. I still have an important question to ask. Suhao suddenly wore a sly smile again. What is it? Shin Yufi looked at him curiously. When he smiled like that, it couldn't be anything good. As executive director, what's my monthly salary? Is it 100,000? Suhao asked eagerly. You're such a money grubber. Go ask the finance department about your pay. Shin Yufi said helplessly. Honey, don't be so stingy. Just give me a hint. Suhao pressed on shamelessly. Do you have anything serious? If not, get lost. Shin Yufi was furious. This guy kept calling her honey without a shred of shame. It was too much. Oh, you mentioning it reminds me. I do have something important. Suhao actually recalled something. Then speak up, don't beat around the bush. Shin Yufi blurted out in anger, but regretted it immediately. She had never cursed before. This scoundrel must have driven her to it. It definitely wasn't her fault. Yes, that had to be it. Suhao said flatly. Have you offended anyone recently? What do you mean? Shin Yufi furrowed her brows. Based on my investigation today, the virus attack on our app wasn't a random incident. Suhao said seriously. You mean someone inside the company did it? Shin Yufi's heart skipped a beat. No, it was hackers, and a targeted attack at that. Suhao had become highly proficient in cybersecurity. What? Hackers? Shin Yufi was startled. In the competition between major corporations in Huawei, many dirty tricks were employed in business rivalry. But using hackers to cripple a competitor's servers was utterly despicable. Shin Yufi frowned, pondering. Hongshin Group had many rivals, as she couldn't guess who would stoop to such vile tactics. I've reinforced our defense systems, but I'm certain the hackers will strike again. Suhao had already analyzed the hackers' methods. They'll attack again. So our app is still at risk of crashing. Shin Yufi asked worriedly. Not with me around. They won't succeed. Want to catch them? I can set up a honeypot, then counterhack to pinpoint their location. Suhao suggested, genuinely intrigued by the red versus blue cyber warfare. You can actually catch them? Shin Yufi's eyes widened with delight. Of course. But what's in it for me if I help you catch them? Suhao grinned. Suhao, you're an employee of Hongshin Group, and I'm its president. I'm ordering you to catch those hackers. Shin Yufi said sternly. Oh dear Madam President, it's hard to get things done without proper incentive. Suhao shrugged and shook his head. You? What do you want? Shin Yufi was utterly speechless at this shameless man. What do I want? Suhao squinted, looking Shin Yufi up and down. I want a kiss. The audacious man declared. What a... Shin Yufi's face flushed instantly. Not from shyness, but from pure rage. Suhao, get out of here. She slammed her hand on the desk in fury. Outside, the president's secretary Wang Meng heard the bang, and her heart jumped. What on earth was happening? Who was this Suhao to make the president so angry? He was definitely doomed. Ahem, Ice Beauty, why are you still angry? Suhao said brazenly. Fine, Suhao. You dare harbor such wicked thoughts about me. You've got some nerve. Shin Yufi's tone was icy. Wicked thoughts. We're legally registered. Can't I even get a kiss? Suhao snorted. Legally registered. You idiot, get this straight. Ours is a marriage of convenience. Shin Yufi was exasperated. She had chosen Suhao because he was an ordinary employee, easy to control. She never expected him to be a shameless scoundrel. So you admit it's fake? You tricked me into signing that contract, and I haven't gotten a single benefit out of it. Suhao was just as indignant. Enough. What do you want? Shin Yufi, unwilling to drag this out, relented. Add 20,000 to my monthly salary. Suhao said casually. Huh. You really are a money grubber, obsessed with every penny. Shin Yufi was grinding her teeth in frustration. You're a big president. Can't you be a little less stingy? Suhao's face darkened. This president was truly not generous. The group has set salary standards for every employee. If I raise yours alone, what do I tell the others when they come asking? Shin Yufi retorted. Suhao thought it over. The Ice Beauty did have a point. How about this if I catch the hackers for you, you lend me a car? I'm an executive director now. I can't keep taking the subway to work every day. That's just embarrassing. Suhao thought of the ice bow-ties Lamborghini and got excited. What man doesn't love a sports car? A car? Do you even have a driver's license? Shin Yuefei sneered. Don't look down on me. I may not own a car, but I've got a license. I'm a seasoned driver. Suhao boasted. Fine, I'll agree to that. Shin Yuefei nodded. She had several cars she couldn't even drive. Deal? Well then honey, you'll be off. Suhao waved and turned to leave, but stopped abruptly near the wine cabinet. Bang! Shin Yuefei suddenly heard the sound of the office cabinet door opening and closing. Suhao, what are you doing? Hee honey, just grabbing a couple bottles of wine. What a... Shin Yuefei rushed over, but Suhao had already left the office. She looked at the wine cabinet. 2 bottles of red wine were missing. This scoundrel had actually swiped 2 bottles of her red wine. Shin Yuefei felt a headache coming on. She wondered if marrying this man had been a blessing or a curse. Secretary Wang Meng saw Suhao walking out with 2 bottles of red wine and was utterly confused. Suhao had just made Shin Yuefei slam the table in anger. Why would she give him 2 bottles of wine? Back in the office, Shin Yuefei shook her head helplessly and took out her phone to dial a number. Hello, Auntie, I'm coming home for dinner tonight. By the time Suhao returned to the office, it was already time to clock out. However, Cui Xiaowan was still seated at her desk, showing no signs of leaving. Xiaowan, aren't you off work yet? Mister. So you're back. I was worried you might still need me, and besides, company policy states that an executive secretary cannot leave before their superior does. Cui Xiaowan stood up. What a ridiculous rule. From now on, leave right at your designated time. If I need you to stay, I'll let you know in advance. Suhao said with a smile. Mister. Su, you're too kind. Mister. Su, may I add you on WeChat? That way you can easily reach me if anything comes up. Of course you may. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and only then did Cui Xiaowan head home. Back in his office, Suhao suddenly remembered that the 3,000 yuan commission from Julong Wang had arrived that morning, enough to cover his rent. He found his landlord Annie Shui on WeChat, and promptly transferred the rent. Annie Shui accepted the payment almost immediately. Auntie Shui, Xiao Su, you have money this quickly. Got your paycheck. Suhao no just earned some extra cash on the side. Annie Shui, what kind of side gig pays that fast? Tell me, I'm quite interested. Suhao, Annie Shui, this is something men are better at, you probably couldn't do it. Auntie Shui, young man, you need to be more restrained. Your health is what matters most. Don't do anything foolish like that again. Suhao stared at Annie Shui's reply, utterly baffled. What on earth was she talking about? Could this landlady be misunderstanding something? Shin Yuefei had told him to be at the parking lot by 6 o'clock. He wondered what overtime work she had in store for him this time. He checked the time, still 20 minutes to spare, so he sat down at his computer and opened Julong Wang. To his surprise, he logged into a flood of notifications on his post. It turned out that many users had replied to the thread where Head accepted a task, and he had become a hot topic of discussion among the members. After Suhao accepted the task from the client King Kingzi last night and delivered the results in just 2 hours, the order was met with a barrage of reports and complaints from members who suspected foul play. The Julong Wang administration investigated and cleared his name, confirming the task was completely legitimate. This revelation left many IT professionals in the community utterly astonished. Suhao chuckled, noticing that his membership level had risen to LV2. He ignored the replies and prepared to continue studying advanced hacking techniques. Head discovered that his enhanced intelligence not only gave him incredible learning speed, but also a powerful sense of inspiration. For instance, when studying a single case of cyber attack and defense, his mind could generate tens of thousands of different variations and scenarios. Suhao believed this kind of inspirational thinking was his true strength, equivalent to gaining tens of thousands of instances of practical experience. For example, if you were a newly practicing lawyer who had only mastered one type of case, your brain could generate tens of thousands of different case types, all of which would become part of your professional expertise. Or if you were a gaming novice who had only played a single round of LOL, you'd suddenly possess the experience of tens of thousands of matches. Isn't that incredible? Terrifying even. A friend request. Suhao noticed a friend request on Julong Wang. The sender was none other than last night's client King Kingzi. Could there be a problem with the program he delivered yesterday? He clicked accept without hesitation, and no sooner had he done so than King Kingzi sent a message. King Kingzi, hello Master Gio, the program you delivered is flawless. I have a friend who also wants to build a mini program, but hers is for a restaurant business which is more complex than my shopping app. Could you take it on? Golden medal, old Gio, LV2. No problem, but the price will be higher. King Kingzi understood. My friend is offering 8,000 yuan. He'll have her post the task requirements for you to review. If it looks good, will you accept it? Golden medal, old Gio, LV2, sure. King Kingzi then sent him a task link. When Suhao clicked on it, he saw that her friend Lanxin had posted a task for a restaurant mini program. This program included both dine-in and delivery modules, making it considerably more complex. Suhao knew the industry well. A mini program like this, if outsourced to a professional development company, would cost at least over 100,000 yuan. The commission on Julong Wang was relatively cheaper, and 800 yuan was a fair price. Besides, for Su Hao, creating such a program was a trivial task. Making money on Julong Wang was indeed a breeze. Su Hao immediately accepted the task and added Lanxin to discuss the requirements. Lanxin, Master Jiu Qingzi told me you're incredibly skilled and that you made an excellent mini program for her. I'm counting on you. Golden Medal Old Geo LV2. How soon do you need the final product? Lanxin, no rush at all. Would 2 months be acceptable? Golden Medal Old Geo LV2. Are you underestimating me? They'll have the results to you in 2 days. Lanxin, huh? Okay, great. Master Jiu, may I add you on WeChat? For easier communication. Su Hao sent his WeChat ID, and within moments he received a friend request. After accepting, Lanxin pulled him into a group chat and added King Kingzi. King Kingzi, Master Jiu, can you really finish the entire ordering mini program in just 2 days? Do you have a whole team behind you? Golden Medal Old Jiu, no, it's just me. Lanxin, Master Jiu, you must be joking with us. Golden Medal Old Jiu, dog face. King Kingzi, Master Jiu, how old are you? Golden Medal Old Jiu, why? Asking so many questions, are you looking for a boyfriend? Lanxin, haha, our King Kingzi is still single, you know. King Kingzi, Lanxin, stop messing around. Master Jiu, I was just asking casually. Don't mind her. Buzz. Buzz. Just as Su Hao was thoroughly enjoying his chat with the 2 women, a video call request from Shun Yufa suddenly popped up on his phone. He glanced at the time. It was already 6:10 p.m. Dam had been so caught up chatting with the girls that had completely forgotten about going to the parking lot. He quickly answered the call. Su, do you have any concept of punctuality? Ahem, I'm on my way down now. Su Hao hung up, hastily gathered his things, and grabbed his backpack before heading downstairs. In a few moments he arrived at the parking lot only to find Shin Yufi's usual spot empty. Her sports car was gone. Could the frosty beauty have gotten upset and driven off on her own? Beep. Beep. A car horn sounded from another part of the lot. Curious, Su Hao walked over and found a stunning sapphire blue Bentley Mulsanne. The window rolled down, revealing Shun Yufi's pretty face. What took you so long? Get in. Shin Yufa shot him a glare. Whoa, just how many cars do you own? You've switched to a Bentley now. Su Hao was speechless. He truly couldn't comprehend the world of the ultra-rich. Wait a second. Why was the Ice Queen sitting in the passenger seat? Was she expecting him to drive? Honey, why are you sitting in the passenger seat? Su Hao asked. Didn't you say you have a driver's license? You drive. Shin Yufa said directly, too exasperated to even correct his casual address. After all, getting angry only hurt oneself, and if she let this rascal get to her, she'd worry herself to death. Alright. Su Hao felt a thrill of excitement. This was a Bentley, his first time driving such a luxurious car, and his palms itched with anticipation. He got and fastened his seatbelt and asked, Honey, where are we going? What exactly do you need me to work overtime for? Su Hao asked curiously. To meet your parents. Shin Yufa stated. Huh, meet the parents. Su Hao was taken aback, then chuckled as realization dawned. So you married me as a fake to fool your family, right? Are they pressuring you into blind dates? Shin Yufa was speechless. Was this guy an idiot? Who did he think she was? Did she need blind dates? What a joke. Don't give me that look. I know your situation, you don't need blind dates. But to fool your parents, you didn't have to get a marriage certificate. A fake one would have sufficed. Su Hao teased. First, we're going to the mall to get you some new clothes. Shin Yufa said, not bothering to explain further. She looked him over, plaid shirt, jeans, and a backpack, the quintessential programmer's look. A whole new outfit. What's wrong with these clothes? They're pure cotton. Su Hao said nonchalantly. Less chatter, Jingmao Mall. Shin Yufa said coldly. Fine. Su Hao started the car. But as he pulled out of the parking lot and signaled to turn, the windshield wipers started moving instead. Do you even know how to drive? Shun Yufi's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she quickly fastened her own seatbelt. Look how scared you are. I'm just not familiar with luxury cars yet. Su Hao boasted. Oh really? Then there's no need to drive in south pattern on the road. Shin Yufa couldn't help but complain. Ahem, just getting familiar with it. Su Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. It had been a while since he'd driven after getting his license, so he was a bit rusty. But had been a skilled driver during his lessons, and he quickly regained control. Due to heavy traffic, it took them half an hour to reach Jingmao Mall. Jingmao Mall was a famous shopping destination for the upper class in Yinbei, filled with luxury brands, clothing, handbags, watches, cosmetics, jewelry, and more. Honey, before we get out, let me ask, are you reimbursing me for the clothes? Su Hao asked shamelessly. Even though he had some money in his account, he probably couldn't afford a single bag in this mall. Don't worry, you'll pay. Shin Yufa shot him a glare. This guy was certainly sharp when it came to money. They went straight to the 3rd floor, which housed all the clothing and shoe stores. Despite Su Hao's ordinary attire, the security guards and staff were all extremely respectful, with none of the discrimination or disdain often found in novels. This was a high-end mall, and the staff were all highly professional. Suhao sighed inwardly, realizing had been fooled by those urban novels written by broke web authors. The salespeople here were nothing but enthusiastic and polite. They arrived at an Armani store. "Hello, sir and madam, welcome to Armani." The sales associate greeted them proactively. "Yes, pick out a suitable casual suit for him." Shin Yuefei, not knowing much about men's fashion, let the associate choose. The sales associate quickly selected a gray-blue suit based on Suhao's height and build. Suhao went to the fitting room and glanced at the price tag, over 3,000 yuan for a single item. Damn, that was expensive. But as he put it on, it felt incredibly comfortable, and he walked out. My. Shin Yuefei was also stunned. She hadn't expected Suhao to look like a completely different person in the suit, more handsome and charismatic. For a moment, she even wondered if this was the same shameless guy from before. "Madam, your husband is really handsome." The sales associate couldn't help but compliment. Shin Yuefei's face flushed slightly. "Okay, we'll take this one, and pick out a pair of shoes too." They chose a pair of leather shoes from Armani, as well. Shin Yuefei swiped her card, and they left. Suhao calculated that the total came to 100,000 yuan. This ice queen really knew how to splurge. "Honey, you're so good to me. You're not going to take the clothes back after meeting your parents, are you?" Suhao asked tentatively. "Do you think I'm like you?" Shin Yuefei shook her head in exasperation. "In that case, honey, there's a Prada store nearby. How about we take a look?" Suhao's eyes lit up as he suggested. "What for?" Shin Yuefei looked at him warily. "Don't worry, just look, not buy," Suhao said with a straight face. Shin Yuefei nodded, thinking he was just curious since had probably never been to such a luxury mall. "Welcome." The Prada salesgirl bowed in greeting. After browsing around, Suhao pointed to a casual shirt priced at 3,000 yuan and said, "Miss, get me this shirt in size 180 and wrap it up." "Huh?" Shin Yuefei was stunned. "Yes, sir." The salesgirl beamed with joy and quickly wrapped it up. "Honey, swipe the card now." Suhao winked at Shin Yuefei, grinning mischievously. Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth in frustration. This jerk had taken advantage of her, and it was infuriating. But she was too proud to make a scene, so she reluctantly took out her card. "My wife is so good to me, she never holds back," Suhao said to the salesgirl with a smile. Shin Yuefei was speechless, unable to voice her grievances. After paying and leaving the store, she scoffed. "You're getting bold, huh? Didn't you say you were just looking?" "Oh, but this shirt was just too nice, I couldn't resist," Suhao said shamelessly. Seeing Shin Yuefei's annoyed expression, Suhao felt a sense of gleeful mischief. He had to teach this woman a lesson. A man's mouth is a liar's tool. When he says he's just browsing, you actually believe it's just browsing. "Look at you, so pleased with yourself. They're just a few clothes," Shin Yuefei said with exasperation, thinking that it was fine, a new shirt would be better anyway. Right, just a few clothes. "Hey honey, there's a Gucci store ahead. How about getting me a belt too?" Suhao continued to push his luck. "Should I get you some underwear too?" Shin Yuefei raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "Really, honey?" Suhao's eyes sparkled. "Say one more word, and I'll return everything you're holding," Shin Yuefei threatened. Suhao caught a glimpse of Shin Yuefei's icy expression, then weighed the clothes and shoes had bought for over 100,000 in his hands. He decided it wasn't worth provoking this formidable woman again, lest the purchases go to waste. The two left the mall and arrived at the car, where Shin Yuefei said, "Get in and change your clothes first." "All right." Suhao nodded. After he changed, Shin Yuefei opened the door and got in. "I sent you a location on WeChat. That's our destination," she said. Suhao checked his phone and winced. It was in the suburbs, at least an hour's drive away, and peak traffic was just starting. No wonder the Ice Queen had him drive. A CEO's mind always works ahead. Despite the long distance, Suhao found the drive far from boring. Of course. When else would he get to cruise in a luxury car? Every time traffic stalled, he'd honk the horn, not to urge anyone forward, but just to draw envious glances. The Bentley's allure was undeniable. Most men cast admiring looks their way. And with a stunning beauty in the passenger seat, the attention doubled. Once they left the city with no more chance to show off, he finally sped up. "By the way, don't call me Miss Shun when we get there," Shin Yuefei instructed. "Then what should I call you?" "You seem to have a preferred term you use often," she said with a hint of a pout. "Wife." Shin Yuefei gave a soft murmur of assent. Though she disliked the term, she had to compromise to keep up the pretense in front of her family. "And you need to act like we're deeply in love, understand? Don't let my dad and aunt see through us." "Being affectionate. I'm all for it, but do you even know what that looks like?" Suhao teased. "What's there to know? Isn't it just being warm and friendly?" Suhao was left speechless. "Why are you quiet?" Shin Yuefei frowned. "You've never been in love, but you must have seen a romance movie or a soap opera." "No." "Then what do you do after work?" "I read on business management, finance, or watch related news." Suhao finally understood why she was a CEO. The scariest thing in the world is when someone more talented works harder than you. "Can I ask you a nosy question?" he ventured. "What is it?" Shin Yuefei was taken aback. "People say you prefer boring." She dismissed him, closing her eyes and leaning back in her seat. Suhao smiled awkwardly and focused on driving. They arrived at 8, and he saw it was an upscale sanatorium. "My father isn't well, so he stays here," Shin Yufa explained, leading him inside. Su Hao coughed dryly. What's wrong? She asked, frowning. Do we look like a newlywed couple in love? He reminded her. Then what should I do? She asked, genuinely confused. Fine, I'll teach you. Take my arm. Su Hao stepped forward, lifted her hand, and placed it on his arm. She resisted at first, but realized it was what couples did. Still she pulled back, only resting her wrist lightly on his. How, my clueless wife, can you move closer? You're so far away. Are you escorting a prisoner? Su Hao laughed at her awkwardness. Don't tell me what to do. She gritted her teeth and looped her whole arm through his. There, that's better. Su Hao nodded, secretly thrilled to be this close to the Ice Queen. Soon she led him to a villa at the far end. And him home. As soon as she entered, she saw her Aunt Shun Suaping watching TV in the living room. Xiaofi is here. Oh, and who's this? Shun Suaping stood up happily, but froze at the sight of the stranger. Aunt, this is Su Hao, my boyfriend. Shin Yufa pulled Su Hao forward to introduce him. Boyfriend. Shun Suaping was clearly stunned by this sudden news. Hello, Aunt. I'm Su Hao. He greeted politely, having been briefed on the way here. Her father Shin Hongxing lived in the sanatorium. Due to poor health, and her divorced Aunt Shun Suaping usually took care of the house. Oh, what a handsome young man. Please sit. Xiaofei, you should have told me. Would have a guest ID. Have had the housekeeper prepare something. Shun Suaping chattered as she invited Su Hao to sit. Aunt, he's not a guest anymore. We're already married. Shin Yufa plopped down on the sofa. Married? Don't joke with me about something this big. Shun Suaping was shocked. Aunt Su Hao works at my company. We've been secretly dating for a long time. This isn't impulsive, Shin Yufa explained. But Shun Suaping was at a loss for words. Aunt, where's Dad? How's his health lately? He's in the study upstairs. He's been doing alright, reading a bit each day. He'll go see him. Shin Yufa went upstairs. Su Hao took in the villa. Chinese-style decor, luxurious. It looked less like a sanatorium and more like a private estate. Once Shin Yufa was gone, Shun Suaping started chatting, with Su Hao firing off questions: where he was from, how old he was, his zodiac sign. Just as his head was spinning, Shin Yufa came down, supporting her father Shin Hongxing. Shin Hongxing wore reading glasses, squinting with a kind, gentle expression. Though aided by his daughter, Su Hao could sense an imposing aura from the old man. Hello, uncle. Su Hao quickly stood up. Have a seat. Shin Hongxing walked over to the sofa and gestured warmly. Su Hao sat back down, nervous despite being a fake boyfriend. Young man, how much did Xiaofei pay you to pretend to be her boyfriend? Shin Hongxing asked, suddenly his piercing eyes fixed on him. Su Hao's eyelid twitched. Could this old man really be that perceptive, knowing at first glance that he was an imposter? Dad, why won't you believe me? I told you Su Hao and I have been in a secret relationship all along. Shin Yufa sat beside her father, quickly explaining. Is that so? I don't believe it. Su Hao, tell me, am I right? Shin Hongxing asked with a smile. Uncle, this is all my fault. Su Hao suddenly spoke up. Shin Yufi's delicate brows furrowed. Was this guy about to confess everything? I was working at the company before, and because I held a low position, I felt somewhat inferior. That's why I didn't want to make my relationship with Xiaofei public. I should have had her tell you long ago. Su Hao explained. Exactly, Dad. Haven't you always wanted me to get married soon? Su Hao and I already have our marriage certificate. Shin Yufa quickly added. You two got your marriage certificate. Shin Hongxing was taken aback. I knew you'd be suspicious. Take a look. Shin Yufa took the marriage certificate out of her bag and handed it to her father. My. Shin Hongxing took it and opened it to examine. Shun Suaping also hurried over to look, saying, it really is a marriage certificate, and it even has the embossed seal. Daddy, would I lie to you about something like this, eh? Shin Yufa said earnestly. You girl, you didn't even give your father a heads up about such a big matter as getting married. Alas, a grown daughter is hard to keep. Shin Hongxing sighed. Dad, what are you saying? This is what you've always wished for. Shin Yufa said. Uncle, rest assured I will take good care of Xiaofei for the rest of my life. Su Hao suddenly grabbed Shin Yufi's hand and said seriously. Alright. As long as you two are happy together. Suaping, have the servants prepare a feast. We're celebrating tonight. Shin Hongxing said joyfully. Alright. Shun Suaping nodded repeatedly. Su Hao smiled, seeing that the two elders finally seemed to believe them. Dad, your health isn't good. Should you really be drinking? Shin Yufa said worriedly. No way. This is Su Hao's first visit. I have to have a drink with my son-in-law. Shin Hongxing said with a smile. Knowing her father's temperament, Shin Yufa didn't try to stop him again. Soon Shin Hongxing and Su Hao were chatting and drinking at the dining table. If not for Shun Yufi's intervention, old man Shun would likely have drunk with Su Hao endlessly. After the meal, a servant brought tea, and Shun Hongxing chatted leisurely with Su Hao. By the way, Xiao Su, do you know how to play Go? Shin Hongxing asked with a smile. Uncle, I only know a little. Su Hao answered truthfully. He really only knew a bit about Go. Excellent. It's been so long since I've had someone to play with. I've been itching for months. Suaping, bring out my Go set. He'll play a few games with Xiao Su. Shin Hongxing suddenly became enthusiastic. Dad, playing Go is mentally taxing. Shin Yufa cautioned. It's fine. I've rested for so long and full of energy. Shin Hongxing waved his hand dismissively. Shortly after, Jiang Zuiping brought out the Go set and placed it on the tea table. Su Hao and Shun Hongsheng then began to play. Initially, Shun Hongsheng just wanted Su Hao to keep him company, but as the game progressed, he discovered that Su Hao's Go skills were exceptionally formidable. Having been in business for half his life, Shun Hongsheng's only hobby was Go. He was a master of the game with a very high rank comparable to professional players. Yet today he was suffering consecutive defeats at Su Hao's hands. Only then did Shun Hongsheng realize that his new son-in-law was a sly fox playing the fool to catch his prey. Xiaosu, you're not being fair, boy. You've captured so many of my stones. With such high skill, you said you only knew a little. You made me underestimate you. I've lost this game for sure. Shun Hongsheng couldn't help but complain. Cough cough. Uncle, maybe I just got lucky. Su Hao said awkwardly. He truly wasn't pretending to be weak. He had only known a bit about Go before, but it was different now. With his superior intellect, his Go skills had become incredibly sharp. He could easily analyze and predict almost every move Shun Hongsheng intended, and even set traps for his opponent without them noticing. Nonsense. There's no such thing as luck in Go. Let's play another round. Despite losing, Shun Hongsheng was inwardly overjoyed. For someone who loves the game of Go, meeting a worthy opponent is the most exciting thing of all. Ah, Dad, you lost. Shin Yuefei was astonished. She knew her father's skill level well, and she wondered if he had deliberately lost to Su Hao. In the next game, Shun Hongsheng became exceptionally serious, deliberating for minutes over almost every move. But in the end, he still lost a huge swath of his territory to one of Su Hao's stones. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. No, that move doesn't count. Seeing that he was about to lose, Shun Hongsheng slapped his forehead in frustration. Hey, uncle, on the board, we don't take back moves. Su Hao said with a laugh. Right, no taking back moves. Even though I lost, this game was exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. What a thrill. Shun Hongsheng clapped his hands in delight. Seeing her father so happy, Shin Yuefei felt a pang of emotion. It had been a long time since she'd seen him this joyful. She glanced at Su Hao, suddenly realizing he was rather handsome, and felt a surge of gratitude towards him. But how on earth was his Go skill so extraordinary? Xiaosu, let's play another round. I refuse to believe I can't beat you, Shun Hongsheng said with great enthusiasm. Dad, it's getting late. Su Hao and I should be heading back. Besides, you need to rest. The doctor said you shouldn't stay up late. Shun Yuefei quickly interjected. Right, no staying up late. Xiaofei, you two don't need to go back tonight. Your room on the 3rd floor is cleaned every day. You both should stay here tonight. Shun Hongsheng suddenly said. Huh. Su Hao and Shin Yuefei were instantly stunned. That's right. It's already past 11. It's too late. Stay here. Besides, Xiaosu drank and can't drive. Shun Zuiping added from the side. Shin Yuefei said. And we still have work tomorrow. I can drive. Stay the night. That would mean having to sleep in the same room as Su Hao. How could they possibly do that? And if they didn't sleep in the same room, wouldn't their cover be blown immediately? It's too late for me to feel comfortable with you driving. You can just get up a bit earlier tomorrow morning. Shun Hongsheng said. That's right. Take Xiaosu upstairs now. Take a shower and get some sleep, you too. Shun Zuiping nodded in agreement. Fine then. Su Hao and I will head upstairs first. Shin Yuefei nodded reluctantly and pulled Su Hao upstairs. Xiaosu, wait a moment. Shun Hongsheng suddenly called out. Yes, uncle. Su Hao turned to ask. You silly boy. You two are already married, and you still call me uncle. Shun Hongsheng said, feigning anger. Oh, my apologies, Dad. Su Hao quickly corrected himself. Good. Xiaosu, since you two are married, now I have a task for you. Shun Hongsheng suddenly said seriously. Dad, please go on. You and Xiaofei should hurry up and let me hold a grandchild soon. Shun Hongsheng said bluntly. My. Su Hao was stunned, never expecting old Master Shun to make such a request. Fine, if your daughter is willing, I can certainly give you several grandsons. Unfortunately, he and your daughter were only a fake couple, so he could only dream about it. Dad, what are you saying? You're making us so embarrassed, and we just got the certificate. Shin Yuefei's pretty face flushed red, even spreading to her neck. This was truly awkward. Her father was really too impatient. What's so embarrassing about this? We're all family, right, Xiaosu? Shun Hongsheng asked with a smile. Yes, Dad, rest assured I will work hard and make Xiaofei pregnant soon. Su Hao readily agreed. Good. Shun Hongsheng nodded with satisfaction. Shin Yuefei looked at Su Hao with some resentment. What was this bastard saying? Make her pregnant soon. Pregnant my foot. Had he forgotten his identity? More importantly, she couldn't help but picture herself with a big belly, Su Hao supporting her by the side. It was so shameful. Right, when you have a child, he'll take care of it for you, Shun Zuiping chimed in. Oh, we're not going to chat with you anymore. We're going upstairs first. Shin Yuefei quickly pulled Su Hao upstairs. After the two went upstairs, Shun Hongsheng and his sister Shun Zuiping sat down on the living room sofa. Zuiping, get me a cigarette. Shun Hongsheng said with a grave expression. You still want to smoke? Brother, tell me, are Xiaofei and Xiaosu really married? Shun Zuiping asked impatiently. She had been holding back this question all evening. What? Can't you tell? Shun Hongsheng said. When Xiao Fei came in I didn't believe it at first, but she showed the marriage certificate, and that made me believe a bit. Shun Suiping explained. Otherwise why do you think I insisted that Xiao Fei stay at home tonight? Shen Hongxing said with a sly smile. You want to see if they'll sleep together? You're old, but you still love scheming. Shun Suiping shook her head helplessly. Otherwise how would I know if Xiao Fei is fooling this old man? Shen Hongxing still had some doubts. Even if Xiao Fei is really in love, why did she have to get the certificate so quickly? And she didn't even discuss it with us, Shun Suiping said with a puzzled look. Xiao Fei must have another purpose. She wants to preserve the business I've worked my whole life for. Shun Hongxing recalled an unwritten rule in the Hongxing Group board. Save the company. I don't understand these things. Shun Suiping shook her head helplessly. Meanwhile in the third-floor room Shen Yufei and Su Hao stared at each other not knowing what to do. A man and a woman alone in a room, and they were legally married. It was all perfectly reasonable. Su Hao looked at Shun Yufei's pretty face and her perfect figure swallowing hard. Wife, let's begin. He sat on the bed and said softly. Begin what? Shen Yufei looked at him warily. What your father told us to do, Su Hao said, unable to resist teasing her as she looked nervous. You dare to have evil thoughts about me in my own home. Who gave you the nerve? Shen Yufei gritted her teeth and instinctively stepped back. Aren't you going to listen to Dad? Come sit here, Su Hao said with a mischievous smile patting the bed. So you'd better put away those improper thoughts and bad intentions, or you'll break your legs. The third one. Shen Yufei gave a cold snort and grabbed the chair beside her. If Su Hao made any bold move, she would definitely lift the chair and smash it over him. Su Hao's eyelids twitched. Damn, this woman was so violent and ruthless. He couldn't help but clamp his legs together. But seeing Shun Yufei's wary look, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, wife, are you that scared? Are you going to wet your pants? So even the lofty CEO could be afraid. You're the one wetting your pants. Shen Yufei finally realized that this bastard was just scaring her. How infuriating. You bastard. Get off the bed. How can you get on the bed without changing into pajamas? She immediately stepped forward and lightly kicked Su Hao. So you mean if I change into pajamas I can get on the bed? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Of course. No, even with pajamas you can't get on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Shen Yufei said irritably. Su Hao looked at the cold floor. Sleep on the floor? The floor is so cold. Why did you agree to stay at home? You don't understand? Why did my dad want us to stay? He wants to see if we're really together, Shen Yufei said helplessly sitting down. You and your dad are playing undercover. By the way, did your dad forget something? Su Hao got off the bed and sat at the table. Forget what? What did he forget? Shen Yufei looked at him puzzled. I started calling him Dad, but he didn't give me a red envelope for the name change, Su Hao said sheepishly. Shen Yufei was speechless. What nonsense was this guy thinking? What? Don't you rich families have this custom? Su Hao said with a thick face grinning. No. Shen Yufei rolled her eyes at him. Oh, so the Ice Queen could roll her eyes. Su Hao waved his hand. Fine, I'll sleep on the floor. Then find me a set of pajamas. I'm going to take a shower first. I sweated a lot while drinking. Shen Yufei sighed helplessly. Tonight would have to be a makeshift arrangement. She opened the wardrobe, searched, and took out a very conservative pajama set. Wear this. President Shun, do you think I can fit into this? Then I'll get you another one. Shen Yufei found a pink one and handed it to him. This is a nightgown. Su Hao took it and found it was a women's nightgown. So what if it's a nightgown? It's new, I've never worn it. Don't worry, Shen Yufei explained. It's not about whether it's been worn. It's a women's nightgown. Pink and ID look ridiculous. I'm a man. Su Hao said seriously. Although he was usually casual about his clothes, he still had some dignity. I don't have any men's pajamas here. Take it or leave it. Shen Yufei glared at him. Su Hao was a bit amused and exasperated. At this hour he couldn't go ask old Master Shin for pajamas, could he? Screw it. He took the nightgown and went to take a shower. Wait, hey, erase this for you. Shen Yufei took out a new towel and bath towel from the wardrobe. Su Hao took them and entered the bathroom, but Shen Yufei followed him in. By the way, don't use the towels and scrubber hanging inside, they're all mine. Also those skincare products. Wife, are you thinking of showering with me? Su Hao suddenly turned around and gave a wicked grin. Seeing Su Hao's wicked face, Shen Yufei dashed out of the bathroom. This bastard, his rogue nature never changes, she fumed. Just then she spotted her phone on the table and a sly idea struck her. When that jerk comes out in that nightgown, I'll snap a photo and keep it as blackmail material. See if you dare mess with me again. Shen Yufei plotted silently. 10 minutes later, Su Hao emerged from the bathroom. Just as she raised her phone to take a picture, she realized he wasn't wearing the pink nightgown. He had on her fluffy bathrobe instead. Huh? What? Why are you wearing the bathrobe? Shen Yufei was stunned. What's the big deal? You should have brought this out earlier. It's way better than that flimsy nightgown, Su Hao said, casually towel drying his hair. Ugh, you pervert. Shen Yufei was on the verge of tears. That bathrobe was stored in the small cabinet inside the bathroom, the one that held her intimate apparel. If he had taken the robe from there, it meant he had seen all her private garments. She rushed into the bathroom and opened the cabinet. Embarrassment washed over her. Indeed, her undergarments were fully exposed. Ahem, what's wrong? Su Hao asked, puzzled by her reaction. Did you get my permission to rummage through my cabinet? Those are my clothes, my privacy. Shin Yuefei snapped. It's just a couple of Hello Kitty ones and 2 strawberry ones. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, he said with a sly grin. What a, you pervert. Shin Yuefei nearly fainted from rage. This bastard even remembered the details. What? It's not like I did it on purpose. Want me to take the bathrobe off? Su Hao said helplessly. Shut up. I don't want to hear your voice. Shin Yuefei slammed the bathroom door shut, then gathered all the clothes from the cabinet and covered them with a towel. Only after that did she breathe a sigh of relief. Calm down. Calm down. Don't get angry. Anger harms the body, she told herself, steadying her nerves. She locked the bathroom door and decided to take a quick shower. With a man outside, she felt uneasy, so she washed hastily and changed into a conservative pajama set. But the moment she stepped out, her fury reignited. Su Hao was sprawled on her bed, lying in a spread eagle shape. You pervert. Get off my bed. Who said you could sleep there? Shin Yuefei approached, her face dark with anger. But Su Hao, lying on the bed, ignored her completely. She grabbed a pillow ready to hurl it at him when suddenly his snoring filled the room. Shin Yuefei was speechless. He had fallen asleep already. That was way too fast. She had only been in the shower for about 10 minutes. Then she remembered that Su Hao had downed a few glasses of wine at dinner and had mentioned he couldn't hold his liquor. Was he drunk? Su Hao. She pushed him, but he was already in a deep sleep. He wouldn't wake up no matter how she called. What was she supposed to do now? Where could she sleep? She wasn't going to sleep on the cold floor. She was a girl after all. If she sneaked into the guest room, her aunt would definitely notice when she cleaned up the next day. It's all your fault. Shin Yuefei kicked the bed in frustration. She couldn't bear the thought of sharing a bed with a man, even fully clothed. It crossed a line she couldn't accept. Unfortunately, her bedroom had no sofa, only a desk and chairs. So she wrapped herself in a coat, set an alarm, and settled down to sleep at the desk. At first, the sound of Su Hao's snoring kept her awake. But after midnight, exhaustion won over, and she dozed off at the desk. About an hour later, her arm pressed under her began to ache, jolting her awake. Huh. She saw Su Hao sleeping soundly and felt a surge of irritation. This was her bedroom. Why should she suffer at the desk? Gritting her teeth, she walked to the bed. Since Su Hao had turned over, the other side was empty. She lay down, too drowsy to care anymore. The next morning, the alarm rang at 5:30, waking Su Hao. My. He tried to move, but found his leg numb and immobile. Turning his head, he saw Shin Yuefei lying beside him, her leg draped over his. Su Hao was speechless. This woman really slept aggressively. Shin Yuefei heard the alarm too, and opened her eyes, meeting his gaze directly. Up! She screamed and kicked him off the bed with a single shove. With a loud thud, Su Hao hit the floor, his face dark with annoyance as he picked himself up. You pervert. What did you do to me? Shin Yuefei checked herself, frantically relieved to find her clothes intact. Oh my dear lady, your legs are so strong. What could I possibly do to you? You were the one who numbed my leg, Su Hao grumbled. Numbed? Count yourself lucky I didn't break it. Last night you slept in my bed, and I couldn't wake you up. Remembering the previous night, Shin Yuefei grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Su Hao caught it, effortlessly chuckling awkwardly. Honestly, it's not my fault. I have a low tolerance for alcohol. After my shower, I felt dizzy and just passed out. I bet you did it on purpose, she retorted, stretching and yawning. Su Hao was mesmerized by the sight, captivated by her stretch. She was incredibly beautiful. How could she look so stunning even without makeup? And in that pink pajama set, she looked even more alluring. At that moment, Su Hao's heart stirred. If only he could marry such a beautiful woman. My. Shin Yuefei noticed his dazed stare and quickly covered her chest. You pervert. What are you staring at? Keep it up and I'll gouge your eyes out. Go to the bathroom and get dressed. There's a meeting at 9 and I can't be late, she scolded. Su Hao shook his head in exasperation. This woman. She was fully dressed, and still she wouldn't let him look. Su Hao and Shin Yuefei rose, washed up, and headed downstairs. Xiao Fei, you're both up. Aunt Xiao has already prepared breakfast. Come eat, you need something in your stomach in the morning. Shun Suaping said hurriedly. Shin Yuefei nodded, and followed Su Hao to the dining room. Shun Suaping quickly went up to the 3rd floor, and quietly slipped into Shun Yufei's bedroom. It seems Xiao Fei and Xiao Su are genuinely a couple. It's clear they both slept in the same bed last night. Shun Suaping could easily tell there were traces of 2 people having lain on the bed. She then went to the study and informed Shun Hongsheng of this. As Su Hao and Shin Yuefei were about to leave after breakfast, Shun Hongsheng called them over for a few more words. Xiao Fei, don't put too much pressure on yourself regarding the board vote in 3 months. While the chairman's position is important, don't be overly attached to it. Shin Hongsheng advised. Dad, rest assured. I won't let the Kong family easily take over the business you've built over half your life. Shin Yuefei said solemnly. Xiao Fei, your father is getting old. There are always things in this world we can't control. I don't want you to carry too much burden on your shoulders. I want you to be happy. Shen Hongsheng said earnestly. That I understand. Shen Yufei's eyes reddened slightly. Alright, it's getting late. Get in the car. Shen Hongsheng waved his hand. Su Hao, though not fully aware of the specifics, had gleaned the gist of the matter. Su Hao and Shen Yufei then drove away from the sanatorium. On the way, Shen Yufei unexpectedly shared her family story with Su Hao. Her father Shen Hongsheng was a soldier in his youth, but retired due to multiple injuries sustained in service. After retiring, Shen Hongsheng chose the path of entrepreneurship, meeting Shen Yufei's mother in the early days of his business. A few years later, Hongsheng Group grew into a large corporation, and Shen Hongsheng reached the pinnacle of both career and family life. But good times didn't last, as Shen Yufei's mother was diagnosed with cancer and eventually passed away. From then on, Shen Hongsheng's health declined significantly. 3 years ago, he collapsed during a company meeting, plunging the business into chaos. It was then that Shen Yufei took over as group president, turning the tide and stabilizing the company, eventually leading it to a successful IPO. After the IPO, although the company performed well, Shen Hongsheng's shares were significantly diluted. Due to his illness, he could no longer serve as chairman, so he transferred all his shares to his daughter Shen Yufei, hoping she would succeed him. However, other shareholders had their own agendas. Many harbored ambitions to seize the chairmanship, with Kang Xinghe being the most prominent among them. Su Hao, my reasons for marrying you are twofold: to make my father happy, and more importantly, to compete for the chairman position. Shen Yufei finally revealed her purpose for the sham marriage. Competing for chairman. What does that have to do with getting married? Su Hao was puzzled. There's an unwritten rule on the board: a female candidate for chairman must be married. Shen Yufei explained. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Su Hao was astonished. Yeah, it is pretty absurd. It's those old board members who worry that a young single woman as chairman might bring unexpected changes and trouble in the future. Shen Yufei was equally resigned to the rule. Changes? Su Hao shook his head in exasperation. What a nonsensical concern. They chatted as they entered the city. It was rush hour, so traffic was heavy. By the time they reached the company elevator, it was already 8:35. Damn, I'm going to be late for my punch-in again. That's 5 times this month, and my perfect attendance bonus is gone. Whose stupid rule is this? Su Hao couldn't help complaining. Mine. Shen Yufei shot him a glare. Su Hao was speechless. You seem a bit silly. You're the executive director now, but you don't need to clock in. Shen Yufei reminded him. Oh, I forgot all about that. Su Hao brightened up again. As he approached his office door, Cui Xiaowan quickly stood up. Good morning, President Su. Hey Xiaowan, that blue business suit looks really nice on you today. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Oh no. Oh, President Su, is that Armani you're wearing? Cui Xiaowan was astonished. Huh, it's that easy to recognize. Su Hao was taken aback. Of course, that Armani must cost over 30,000 yuan. Cui Xiaowan exclaimed in awe. Su Hao was completely impressed. These women had an innate sense for luxury goods. He walked into the office, and Cui Xiaowan promptly brewed him a cup of coffee. Making coffee was a basic skill for any senior executive secretary. President Su, today is Friday. There's a high-level company meeting at 9 a.m. that you need to attend. Cui Xiaowan handed him the executive meeting agenda. Su Hao nodded and said, Xiaowan, please bring me the company's organizational structure and relevant business area documents for me to review. Certainly. Cui Xiaowan quickly retrieved the materials. Ding. System notification, host has pending evolution points to claim. Su Hao was startled, then opened the super evolution system. He saw he had earned 600 evolution points for the achievement of his initial job promotion. Su Hao claimed the points immediately, bringing his total to 1,200. System initiate, Eyes evolution. Ding. Congratulations, host. Eyes LV2 has been successfully evolved. Eyes LV2 abilities: enhanced reading, enhanced vision. Enhanced vision. Su Hao quickly scanned the office and found his eyesight was indeed much sharper. Not only that, but with the office door open, he could clearly read the content of the WeChat messages Cui Xiaowan was typing on her phone outside. Cui Xiaowan, Hui, guess what? My boss came in wearing Armani today, and with his handsome face, he totally outshines those male celebrities you worship. Bitchy bestie, really. Send a pic so I can enjoy it. Cui Xiaowan, no way. Stop fantasizing about my boss. I want him all to myself. Bitchy bestie, you stingy little minx. Don't tell me you're getting all hot and bothered. Cui Xiaowan. Oh, I am. What should I do? Bitchy bestie, then just pounce on him and make him bow at your feet. Cui Xiaowan, so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Su Hao's face flushed. See no evil, see no evil. He never expected that Cui Xiaowan, who seemed so proper on the surface, could be this fast with her friend behind the scenes. Su Hao opened the virtual interface of the Super Evolution System. Host Su Hao. Brain LV2 ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities, Super Reading, Supervision. Remaining evolution points, 700. Next evolution part, ears. Su Hao's eyes lit up, wondering what abilities evolving his ears would grant. System initiate, ears evolution. Ding, congratulations, host LV1 ears have been successfully evolved. Continue the evolution. Ding, congratulations, host LV2 ears have been successfully evolved. Su Hao immediately checked the details. Ears LV2 abilities, super hearing mind reading. He understood the super hearing instantly. It meant his auditory perception was now vastly enhanced. But what exactly was this mind reading? Host, you can select a person with your eyes, then silently command mind reading. Curiosity piqued, Su Hao looked at Cui Xiaowan and issued the mental command. Cui Xiaowan's inner voice, a man as handsome as President Su is definitely out of my league, but I can still fantasize about having a steamy roll in the hay with him, right? At that moment Cui Xiaowan turned and met Su Hao's gaze. She instantly blushed and averted her eyes. Su Hao was stunned. He had just heard Cui Xiaowan's private thoughts. This mind-reading ability was surprisingly potent and incredibly useful. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Why are you shy about making eye contact with me? Su Hao walked over, deliberately teasing her. President Su, I'm not. Cui Xiaowan pretended to be clueless. No. Then why is your face so red? Su Hao pressed on playfully. Is it? Maybe it's just hot in here. Oh, President Su, I need to go to the restroom. Cui Xiaowan used the excuse to make a quick escape. Su Hao grinned. The restroom? He doubted that was her true intention. He was quite pleased with this turn of events. It seemed he needed to keep striving and complete more life achievements to earn more evolution points. Ding system mission issued, increase host influence by completing a 1 billion advertising recruitment task. Mission reward 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao was taken aback. A 1 billion advertising recruitment task was certainly challenging. As the head of the mobile internet business group, the fastest way to generate revenue was undoubtedly to secure advertisers. Su Hao then quickly reviewed the company's organizational structure and business operations documents. Soon it was almost 9 o'clock. He grabbed his laptop and headed to the 6th floor meeting room. As a publicly listed company, Hanshin Group held a morning meeting every Monday and Friday, primarily attended by senior management. Hello, President Su. President Su. Along the way, many employees greeted him proactively. Some of the younger female staff cast admiring glances his way. After all, he was currently the company's youngest executive. In the eyes of these ordinary female employees, he was a dark horse with boundless potential. Su Hao soon arrived at the 6th floor meeting room. Many people were already seated and name cards were placed on the table for each executive. He spotted his name, walked over, and sat down. You must be Director Su. Hello, I'm Jiang Yunxi from Human Resources. A striking woman seated beside him took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Director Jiang. I've heard so much about you. You're not only beautiful, but also highly efficient. I appreciate you assigning an assistant to me promptly yesterday. Thank you. Su Hao responded generously and politely. Oh, not at all. You are the one who's young and promising, Director Su. Jiang Yunxi's vanity was thoroughly satisfied by the compliment, and she beamed with joy. Soon the other executives in the room also proactively greeted Su Hao. In their circle, maintaining social graces was paramount. However, a middle-aged man sitting opposite him let out a cold snort. I see our company's executive appointments are becoming increasingly careless. What ability does a wet-behind-fears kid like that have to be a director? The man scoffed. Su Hao frowned, immediately recognizing him as Kai Yuba, the executive director of the Online Media Business Group. The Online Media Business Group handled the company's news media operations, primarily targeting PC users. It had once been one of the company's most prominent divisions. However, with the rise of mobile internet, the PC business had declined, and Kai Yuba's status as executive director had waned considerably. When Shun Yufa had originally championed the creation of the Mobile Internet Business Group, Kai Yuba had been a vocal supporter, proposing to merge the mobile internet operations into his own online media division. This proposal was rejected by Shun Yufa, a decision that had left Kai Yuba feeling deeply resentful. Despite the decline of the PC business, the division's extensive news content services remained crucial. In fact, much of the news content for Su Hao's Kuaniao Tushio app came from the Online Media Business Group. Recently, the previous executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group had resigned, and the company had struggled to find a suitable replacement for a long time. Kai Yuba thought he had another chance. But no one expected Su Hao to emerge and take the position directly. When Kai Yuba learned that Su Hao had once been a mere programmer in the development department, he was so furious he nearly spat blood. Su Hao could understand Kai Yuba's resentment, but being called a wet-behind-fears kid still stung. President Su, ignore him. That's just how he is. Jiang Yunxi offered a word of comfort. Just then the meeting room door opened. Shun Yufa walked in with a stunningly beautiful woman. The woman had an impeccable figure, exuding a charm and allure that contrasted sharply with Shun Yufi's style, epitomizing pure sensuality. Su Hao immediately recognized this naturally alluring woman as Ning Yusin, the chief financial officer of Hanshin Group. Together with Shun Yufa, they were known as the twin beauties of Hanshin Group. Ning Yusin was Shun Yufi's senior from university, and their close friendship was the reason Shun Yufa trusted her with the crucial CFO position. As Ning Yusin entered the meeting room, her captivating eyes swept across the attendees before finally resting on Su Hao. A subtle smile played on her red lips. Su Hao was taken aback. Why was she staring at him with such an expression? Mind reading. Ning Yusin's inner voice, so this is the annoying guy Xiaofei mentioned. Hi, he's actually kind of handsome. But why does he keep staring at my... whatever. Humphy little brat. Su Hao's face darkened. He wondered what Shin Yufei had said about him to this woman. Damn it. And who was staring at her? Assets. This woman was so conceited. Just because they were big didn't mean that. As Shin Yufei entered the office, all the executives in the meeting room straightened their backs, and the room fell into immediate silence. President Shin, everyone is here, reported Wang Meng, the president's secretary. I'm good. Let's begin the meeting. Shin Yufei nodded. Wang Meng then took her seat at the side table behind the conference desk responsible for recording the minutes. Each regular meeting primarily involved department heads reporting and presenting their weekly work. The first to report was Kai Yuba from the Online Media Business Group. The session began with routine work reports, but toward the end Kai Yuba proposed a new work plan. He suggested adding a new feature module to the Kuaishou Tushio app, the Shake function. His Online Media Business Group was currently focused on developing dating and matchmaking services, so he wanted to create an entry point to attract users within the Kuaishou Tushio app. Kai Yuba hoped that through the Shake function, more nearby men and women could add each other as friends and interact via their dating platform. My. Su Hao frowned. The Shake function in mobile apps was quite common in social software. When this feature first emerged, it had indeed attracted many young enthusiasts. However, Kai Yuba was overstepping his bounds by meddling in the feature modules of the Mobile Internet Business Group. Shin Yufei frowned, knowing that such a feature could indeed attract a large number of users in a short time. What are your opinions on the new feature module proposed by Director Kai? Shin Yufei asked. All the executives in the meeting room began to express their views, most of them agreeing that Kai Yuba's suggestion was good. I oppose it. Su Hao suddenly spoke up. My. This remark drew everyone's attention. My. Kai Yuba, seeing Su Hao contradict him, immediately showed displeasure. Director Su, what are your objections? Let's hear them. Shin Yufei hadn't expected Su Hao to directly oppose the idea. Kuaishou Tushio is a news app, not a social platform. I think adding this feature is completely unnecessary and will only make our app seem neither fish nor fowl. Su Hao stated bluntly. Shin Yufei nodded, as this was also her concern. But Kai Yuba was unhappy. Director Su, that's not fair. Have you done any market research? Do you know how many users social apps attract with this feature? There are many ways to attract users. If my news app can't handle it, and you want to use the Shake function to draw users for your dating services, Director Kai can launch a standalone dating app. Su Hao retorted without hesitation. You? Don't forget, much of Kuaishou Tushio's news content is provided by my department, Kai Yuba fumed. Director Kai, you need to understand your position. The news content is provided by the Online Media Business Group, not by you personally. Moreover, it's precisely because of Kuaishou Tushio's platform that your news content has value. The two are inherently integrated as part of the company's strategic vision. Su Hao spoke earnestly. Kid, spare me the lecture. You don't get to decide this. President Shun is the CEO, she has the final say, Kai Yuba sneered. Don't try to intimidate me with President Shun. If she insists on adding this feature, I'll resign immediately. Su Hao responded with authority. You? How arrogant. President Shun, is this the director you promoted? Kai Yuba slammed the table in anger. Shin Yufei's expression darkened, but deep down she agreed with Su Hao's objections. However, his words were too blunt, especially with her sitting right there. Ning Yusin's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised by Su Hao's assertiveness. Ahem, Director Su, mind your tone, Shin Yufei said sternly. Su Hao nodded and smiled. I'm sure all the executives here know about an app called MM. Its Shake feature has become a tool for hookups. Director Kai, if you're going to develop a dating app, you must learn from its mistakes. Kai Yuba's face darkened, and he nearly jumped up in fury. The other executives, seeing his expression, couldn't help but smirk, relishing his discomfort. All right. We'll discuss this later. Let other departments report first. Shin Yufei quickly intervened. If this continued, heaven knows what Su Hao might say next. Then the other executive directors began their reports. At first Su Hao listened attentively, but the business content of other departments was utterly dull. Some directors reported like they were lecturing, making him drowsy and on the verge of dozing off. Should he just put his head down on the table and sleep? That wouldn't be appropriate. After all, this was a company executive meeting, and he had to at least give his wife some face. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to bring his cup to the meeting, otherwise sipping tea might have helped. Su Hao decided to find something to do to stay awake. He pulled out his phone and saw a new friend request on WeChat. Opening it, he found the requester was none other than Ning Yusin, the voluptuous woman and chief financial officer. Why would this woman want to add him? Su Hao accepted the request. On the other side of the conference table, Ning Yusin looked down at her phone, typing, then smirked. Director Su, it's Ning Yusin. Smirking emoji. Yeah, I know. Looks like I'm not the only one zoning out during the meeting. Dog emoji. Haha, you little rascal, you were so domineering just now. Few people dare to challenge Director Kai. Really? I wasn't challenging him, I just can't stand his attitude. Ning Yusin across the table read the reply and couldn't help but burst into laughter. My. Shin Yufa sitting beside her glanced over. Ning Yusin quickly turned off her phone. From the far end of the table, Su Hao saw Ning Yusin focusing back on the meeting. Helplessly, he opened a mobile game Honor of Kings. Since he was sleepy, a quick round might perk him up. He first muted the phone's music lest it expose him and cause embarrassment. Fortunately, his seat was far from Shin Yufa, so she wouldn't notice him. Su Hao thus sat at the table head down playing. Jiang Yunxi, sitting nearby, casually glanced over and saw Su Hao gaming. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. During regular meetings with Shin Yufa present, none of the executives dared to play games, not even doze off. Now Su Hao was actually gaming. How audacious. At that moment, Shin Yufa, who had been listening intently to the reports, suddenly fixed her gaze on Su Hao. Because Su Hao kept his head down, partially obscured by his laptop screen, but the occasional twitching of his lips clearly gave away that he was secretly playing on his phone. Shin Yufa caught Su Hao playing with his phone during the meeting and was instantly furious. Who would dare to be so bold during her executive meeting? This scoundrel was utterly out of line. Which senior executive usually dared to challenge her authority? At that moment, the other department directors finished their reports. Seeing that Su Hao was still engrossed in his game, Shin Yufa immediately snapped. Su Hao, what do you think you're doing? Huh? Startled by the sudden outburst, Su Hao's eyelids twitched as he fumbled with his phone frantically, trying to turn off the screen. But in his panic, he pressed the wrong button, the volume up key. The game's audio blared through the conference room. Double kill. Triple kill. Huh? At that moment, all the executives in the room turned to look at him in unison. Kai Yuba heard the game's sounds, and a gleeful, malicious smile spread across his face. This time Su was in deep trouble. He was doomed. Playing games during an executive meeting. He had definitely provoked President Shin's wrath now. Su Hao, feeling extremely vexed, quickly pressed the button again and turned off his phone. Jiang Yunxi looked at him with a hint of sympathy and shook her head helplessly. Ning Yusin, on the other hand, covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Slap. Su Hao, stand up. Upon hearing the sound, Shin Yufa slammed her hand on the table in anger. Scrape. Su Hao instinctively stood up, just like a student being called out by a teacher in class. Well, Director Su, we're in an executive meeting, and you're playing games. Playing chicken dinner. Shin Yufa said angrily. It's not chicken dinner, it's Honor of Kings. Su Hao explained. I don't care if it's a game or fertilizer. I think you're the one who needs a dose of medicine. Tell me, why were you playing games during the meeting? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. I was a bit drowsy and just wanted to play a game to wake myself up. Su Hao said brazenly. The company executives couldn't help but laugh. What a... Shin Yufa was baffled by Su Hao's absurd excuse. Playing games because you're too sleepy to wake up. This shameless guy, did he think she wouldn't dare to fire him? Tired? Why are you tired? Shin Yufa asked angrily. You should know why I'm tired. I only got a few hours of sleep last night. Su Hao said with an awkward smile. As soon as he said this, everyone in the conference room looked at him with a strange expression. You should know why I'm tired. That phrase seemed to carry an underlying implication. President Shin should know. Could it be that President Shin and Su Hao were together last night? A man and a woman alone at night. What could they possibly be doing? Just one sentence was enough to spark wild imaginations. Shin Yufi's face flushed crimson, and she gritted her teeth in fury. This bastard, what was he insinuating? Su Hao, I just asked you to work overtime last night to reinforce the security of the Kuaineo Tushio app, and now you're complaining to me. Shin Yufa quickly conjured up an excuse. The executives in the room finally understood. So that was it. Su Hao was taken aback by Shin Yufi's words at first, but then comprehension dawned on him. Right, I shouldn't complain. Since you're tired, why don't you take this opportunity to present the disaster recovery plan you were supposed to draft for the Kuaineo app? You can brief everyone on it. Shin Yufa quickly changed the subject. Alright then. Su Hao nodded, then opened his laptop connected to the projector and began his presentation. Kai Yuba was stunned. What was happening? Was the matter of this guy playing games during the meeting just going to be brushed aside? This wasn't like President Shin's usual style. She was known as the decisive and ruthless cold-faced Yama. How could she so easily let that Su guy off the hook? Kai Yuba was utterly perplexed, though he was hardly the only one who felt that way. Soon Su Hao finished his report, which included a final key point, a request for 5 million in funding support. I object. Kai Yuba immediately voiced his opposition. You opposed my proposal, so now I'll oppose your plan. Director Kai, this is a plan from within my mobile internet business group. It has nothing to do with your department. Su Hao shot back directly. Kai Yuba was rendered speechless. Ning Yusin, seeing Kai Yuba's expression, winked at Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa also looked helpless. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? The Kuaineo Tushio app's development to this point is largely due to the advertising revenue generated by our marketing department. Why should you get to decide how to spend the money, especially a whopping 5 million? Kai Yuba said with annoyance. Indeed, the mobile internet business group didn't have its own marketing department yet. Director Kai, let me ask you, what's your target quota for advertising solicitation this year? Su Hao suddenly asked. 500 million. Kai Yuba declared proudly. Although his annual advertising solicitation target was a smaller portion of the group's total revenue, it was still a substantial sum. Alright, I announced that starting today the Mobile Internet Business Group will launch its advertising solicitation plan with an annual target of 1 billion. Su Hao declared boldly. Huh. His words stunned everyone. An annual advertising revenue of 1 billion. Even well-known internet companies in China like Zhihu or Huya hadn't reached that figure in a single year. Shen Yufei was shocked. She never expected Su Hao to suddenly set a performance target for himself. The company executives shook their heads in disbelief, thinking Su Hao was too impulsive, just asking for trouble. And even if he wanted to achieve something, shouldn't he be a bit more modest? 1 billion indeed. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Kai Yuba was overjoyed. Oh, my director Su is indeed young and full of drive. It's fine to set a performance target for yourself, but what if you can't achieve it? Kai Yuba asked with a raised eyebrow. If I fail to complete the task, I'll resign. Su Hao said directly. Sigh. The company executive sighed inwardly. Too young and naive. Haha, President Shun, did you hear that? He's made a military pledge himself. Kai Yuba said gleefully. Slap. Suddenly Shun Yufa slammed her hand on the table. Kai Yuba immediately shut his mouth and stopped smiling. Everyone fell silent. That's enough. This meeting is adjourned. Shin Yufa said coldly and left the conference room with a stern face. This? Kai Yuba was bewildered. Meeting adjourned. The executives then picked up their belongings and left. Everyone could see that President Chen hadn't given a clear stance, which undoubtedly left some leeway for Su Hao. Su Hao, let's see how you handle this. Kai Yuba taunted before leaving with a gloating smile. Su Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Did these people really have so little faith in him? Director Su, you're too impulsive. Jiang Yunxi said this, and then left as well. Finally, only Su Hao and the other of the twin beauties, the company's stunning chief financial officer Ning Yusin, remained in the conference room. Oh, little bro, you're so domineering. Ning Yusin said with a sweet smile. Director Ning, you must be teasing me again. Su Hao couldn't figure out why Ning Yusin was being so warm and familiar with him, acting like they were old friends. How could that be? I genuinely think you're quite impressive, you know. Still, you're the first man I've met who voluntarily adds more tasks to his own assessment. Ning Yusin flashed a charming smile. Director Ning, you saw it too. I seem to have displeased Wu Zetian. Su Hao looked helpless. Wu Zetian? What do you mean, Xiaofei, right? Ning Yusin was taken aback for a moment. Ahem, well, Director Ning, I should get back to work. Su Hao inwardly cursed his slip of the tongue, remembering that this stunning beauty with the ample figure was Shun Yufi's close friend. Hey little bro, no need to rush off. Ning Yusin suddenly reached out, bracing her hand against the conference room door, blocking Su Hao's path. Huh. Su Hao was utterly bewildered. He was genuinely stunned. What was this woman playing at? Were they even that familiar? Ahem, Director Ning, is there something else? Su Hao asked with a dry cough. Are you free tonight? How about grabbing some beer together? Ning Yusin raised an elegant eyebrow, looking at him. Beer. One of the mature woman's 3 great hobbies. Su Hao wasn't naive. This woman was probably digging a trap for him. Ning Yusin must have been instructed by Shin Yufa to mess with him. He had watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber over a dozen times. The lesson that the more beautiful a woman, the more likely she is to deceive, was deeply etched in his memory. Ahem, sorry Director Ning, but I'm busy tonight. With what? My wife is giving birth. Huh? Giving births? Ning Yusin was stunned, retracting her slender arm. Su Hao seized the opportunity to slip out the door and make his escape. By the time Ning Yusin snapped back to her senses, Su Hao was already far away. Little bro, didn't know you had such a sense of humor. You've made me even more interested. A smile played on Ning Yusin's lips as her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Meanwhile, as soon as Su Hao got on the elevator, he checked his phone and found a message from Shin Yufa. Come to my office. Su Hao had no choice but to head to the 5th floor. What's up, wifey? Missing me already? He walked into the office and flopped onto the sofa without a care. Shin Yufi's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Who does this guy think he is? Getting bolder by the day. You idiot, get up right now. Why? It's not like there are any outsiders here. Su Hao said shamelessly. Mr. Su, I am your superior. If you keep behaving this way, I'll deduct your year-end bonus. Shin Yufa roared. Ahem, don't be mad, wifey. Su Hao quickly stood up. This woman really knew how to hit where it hurt, threatening his bonus. Not mad. You were playing games during the meeting. Do you even want this job anymore? Shin Yufa shot him a glare. How could that be? Didn't I volunteer to bring in advertising for the company? I think you're overestimating yourself. You. Bringing in advertisers. Shin Yufa was speechless. Wifey, are you not supporting me either? Just focus on doing your department's job properly. No, I made a bold promise in front of everyone. I have to launch the advertising recruitment plan. Su Hao said with a serious face. Fine, go ahead then. You're so capable, I'll wait for you to secure that 1 billion advertising deal. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. Wifey, if I actually manage to complete the 1 billion task, what's my reward? Su Hao asked with a cheeky grin. Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes widened. Was she his personal prize dispenser? He was always asking for rewards. How about this, wifey? If I really do complete the 1 billion advertising task, you'll... Su-hao wore a mischievous grin. You rascal, what are you implying? Say one more disrespectful word, and it'll make you a eunuch. Shun Yufi's beautiful eyes glared, unleashing a queen-like, overwhelming aura. See, why are you getting so worked up? Let me finish. Su-hao feigned innocence. Fine, what did you want to say? Shun Yufi's anger subsided slightly. I just wanted you to have a meal with me. Su-hao explained. Have a meal with you? Why would I do that? Let me tell you, even though we're legally married, don't get any unrealistic ideas. Shin Yufa rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry. If you were really my wife, being as cold as you are, I wouldn't be able to handle it either. Su-hao said wryly. Shin Yufa was puzzled. It's like this: I plan to invite some good college friends for a meal sometime. You can pretend to be my girlfriend to help me save face. How about it? Su-hao explained with a smile. Mr. Su, I didn't know you were so vain. Using me to show off. Shin Yufa was astonished. This guy's skin was as thick as a city wall. Who doesn't want to show off? Every time we have a get-together, those guys all bring their girlfriends. I'm the only single one. I can't take another hit of that pain. Su-hao was telling the truth. Ever since graduating, he often had dinners with his college buddies, but those old dogs all had girlfriends. Even that fatty Niu Xiaojia had a girlfriend, so how could he not be frustrated? After graduating and working these past few years, despite his handsome looks, some women had shown interest, but he was picky about appearances. Of course, the main reason was that Su-hao poured all his energy into his career and studies. If it's just a meal, right? Fine, as long as you can complete the 1 billion task. Shin Yufa agreed readily. Why so readily? Because she didn't believe for a second that Su-hao could accomplish it. So agreeing or not made no difference to her. So you agree, wifey? Great. Su-hao nodded happily. Just imagining the envious looks from his buddies when he showed up with a girlfriend like Shin Yufa filled him with glee. You idiot, you got me so sidetracked, I almost forgot the real matter. What is it? The company is hosting an important foreign client at 2 p.m. As the executive director of the mobile internet business group, you'll attend with me. Don't wander off. They'll send the client's details to you on the internal network. Shin Yufa instructed. No problem. Su-hao nodded. And here, take this. Shin Yufa handed him a folder. Su-hao took the folder, which contained his system disaster recovery plan from yesterday, bearing Shun Yufi's signed approval. Haha, wife, you finally signed it. That Kai Yuba was against me spending money, wasn't he? I'm the CEO of this company. Wife, you're so good to me. Su-hao was moved, feeling protected by a woman. If you have nothing to do, get lost. Shin Yufa shot him a glare. All right. Su-hao left with the folder. Shortly after, Ning Yusin arrived at Shin Yufi's office. The two best friends brewed coffee and chatted. Xian, you saw the morning meeting. That Su-hao is always stirring up trouble. He's a real pain. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. What? Fei, you actually said a real pain. Haha, that's hilarious. Ning Yusin doubled over with laughter. Xian, stop laughing. He's driving me crazy. Shin Yufa took a sip of coffee to calm her anger. Fei, I think Su-hao is quite impressive. And you said his IT skills are exceptional. His skills are indeed impressive, but Xian, I'm telling you in advance, Su-hao is a money grubber. As our chief financial officer, keep a close eye on him, and don't let him make any mistakes. Shin Yufa cautioned. Fei, be honest with me. You and Su-hao don't have any special relationship, do you? Ning Yusin raised an eyebrow, probing. Cough. Xian, what relationship could we possibly have? I promoted him because of his technical skills, really. Shin Yufa said, feeling a bit guilty. Although Ning Yusin was her close friend, competing for the chairmanship was a major matter. She couldn't yet confess to Ning Yusin about her marriage certificate with Su-hao. I see. I'll test Su-hao's depths later. Ning Yusin said fawningly. Test his depths? Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Oh, my pure little sister Fei, your mind is in the gutter now. Ning Yusin immediately understood Shin Yufi's expression. No, it's not. Shin Yufa denied it, immediately feeling a bit shy inside. By the way, Su-hao is quite humorous. Just now in the meeting room, I invited him for a beer tonight. Guess what he told me? Did he agree? He refused. He said he was busy tonight because his wife was about to give birth. Ning Yusin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Giving birth. That bastard, he's the one giving birth. Shin Yufa said crossly upon hearing this. Moi. Ning Yusin looked at her strangely. Cough, I mean, that guy is always full of nonsense. Shin Yufa said awkwardly. Oh, Fei, don't forget to attend the birthday party for old Master Chu's youngest daughter at the Donghua Club tonight. Ning Yusin remembered the event. Ugh, I hate these social engagements. But old Master Chu is a senior in the business world, so I can't avoid this one. Xian, will you accompany me? Shin Yufa said helplessly. Haha, fine. I love these events. I get to see plenty of handsome men. Ning Yusin said coquettishly. Xian, you always talk about handsome men, but when will you actually get a boyfriend? Alas, maybe I'm just too picky. Meanwhile, Su-hao didn't return to his office directly. Instead, he went to the technical department. President Su, you're here. Yang Wenguang greeted him respectfully. Manager Yang, take a look at this plan. Su Hao handed the disaster recovery plan to Yang Wenguang. All right, President Su. Yang Wenguang looked it over, his eyes lighting up. They were going to purchase network equipment and servers, and it was a big deal. He saw another opportunity for kickbacks. By the way, bring me the profiles of the hardware suppliers we frequently work with. Su Hao suddenly said. Yang Wenguang was taken aback. Usually he made these purchasing decisions himself. It seems Su Hao was going to take control now. But he wasn't discouraged. For a procurement worth millions, only a few suppliers met the qualifications. He could still maneuver and mediate to get benefits from the suppliers. All right, President Su. Yang Wenguang nodded obediently. Afterwards, Su Hao went to the server room to inspect the servers. Hello, President Su. Engineer Song Heng greeted him hurriedly. Is the system running normally today? Su Hao asked. Yes, President Su, everything is normal. Song Heng reported. Su Hao nodded and immediately logged into the network devices using the computer in the server room. He then set up a network vulnerability. Of course, the vulnerability was intentional. It was a trap he was setting to catch hackers. Besides the network devices, Su Hao also set up a virtual distribution server. President Su, what are you setting up? Song Heng watched Su Hao typing complex code, curious. It's a defensive strategy. Also, we'll set up an alert. When it triggers, report to me immediately. Su Hao said. All right, President Su. Song Heng nodded quickly. After giving instructions to Song Heng, Su Hao left the technical department. Yang Wenguang quickly made a phone call. The name displayed on the screen was Ji Kai. Hello, President Ji. Manager Yang, you're too polite. Just call me Xiao Ji. Okay, Xiao Ji, I want stand on ceremony. Our group is about to procure a batch of hardware equipment. Really, Manager Yang? That's great. How big is the order? Nearly 5 million. 5 million. Ji Kai on the other end was clearly overjoyed. Manager Yang, are you free tonight? They'll treat you to a spa, and we can talk. Ji Kai quickly extended an olive branch. Hold on. A new executive director just took office on our side. Although I have the final say on this matter, the boss signature is still needed. He'll be the middleman. You treat him to a meal, and the deal will be sealed. Yang Wenguang exaggerated his role in the procurement. Okay, Manager Yang, no problem. Let me know when you've arranged it. All right, shall we stick to the usual terms? Manager Yang, rest assured I won't forget your cut. Good. Talk to you later. The two hung up. Back in his office, Su Hao, possessing a super brain, wouldn't miss any opportunity to learn. He bought a batch of books online, on big data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and more. Besides IT-related books in his field, Su Hao also bought books on other subjects such as finance and investment. He then opened the Super Evolution system. Host Su Hao. Brain LV2 abilities, advanced intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities, super vision, super reading. Ears LV2 abilities, super hearing, mind reading. Evolution points remaining 100. Next evolution part, hands. Su Hao was taken aback. The next part of his body to evolve was actually his hands. I still have 100 evolution points left. Let's try evolving. The next moment, he completed the LV1 evolution of his hands. Hands, LV1 ability acquired omnipotent hands. Omnipotent hands, a pair of all-capable hands possessing superhuman strength, flexibility, spirituality, and creativity. Su Hao was momentarily stunned, unsure of the exact capabilities of the omnipotent hands, but he tested his fists and found them incredibly powerful. He was confident he could send a man flying with a single punch. Tisk tisk, every part that evolves has its benefits. He then checked the system's achievement page. The topmost achievement to be unlocked was surprisingly complete your first kiss. This achievement is easy to say, but hard to do. The main issue is there's no one to cooperate with. Su Hao felt a bit frustrated. He looked over at Cui Xiaowan sitting outside the door. Maybe he should discuss it with her. He shook his head. She'd probably think he was a pervert. He then stopped pondering this and began handling the company's daily business. He was so busy he almost missed the mealtime. When Su Hao arrived at the company cafeteria with his work ID card, he found few people still eating. However, he was surprised to discover Xin Yuefei sitting alone in a corner having her meal. Su Hao was astonished. The usually icy beauty rarely dined at the company cafeteria. Wang Ming usually ordered takeout for her, or she went out to eat. It was indeed a rare sight to see the big CEO eating in the company cafeteria. Well, isn't this a surprise? Boss. President Xin, what brings you here to the cafeteria? Su Hao almost called her dear wife, but remembering they were in the cafeteria, quickly swallowed the last word. Mind your own business. Why are you sitting opposite me? Go eat somewhere else. Xin Yuefei shot him a glare. Don't be so boring. I just saw you sitting here all alone and thought I'd keep you company. Su Hao grinned. Who asked you to keep me company? Xin Yuefei was speechless. Just then a few employees walked into the cafeteria. It was Dong Pongzi and a few others from the software development department. Huh. They were shocked to see Su Hao and Xin Yuefei sitting together. Wow, Su Hao is something else, actually dining with our beautiful CEO. Dong Pongzi remarked with admiration. Yeah, he's a role model for all men, another colleague said enviously. Meanwhile, seeing that Xin Yuefei was ignoring him, Su Hao started shoveling food into his mouth. Today's shredded potatoes are okay, but the tofu has no flavor at all. This braised pork is good, but the cafeteria lady gave too little of it. Su Hao commented on the food while eating. Just then he noticed that Shen Yufa had left all the braised pork on her plate untouched. President Shen, why aren't you eating the braised pork? Su Hao was puzzled. I don't like it. I'm afraid of getting fat, Shen Yufa pouted. Braised pork won't make you fat. Besides, it's just a few pieces. If you're not eating, it'll finish it for you. Can't let it go to waste. Su Hao directly reached over with his chopsticks and picked up a few pieces of braised pork from Shen Yufei's plate. Dong Pengzi, who had just gotten his food, witnessed this scene, and his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Seeing Su Hao's action, Shen Yufei's beautiful eyes twitched. What are you doing? That's my braised pork. You weren't eating it, it would just be thrown away. Don't be so stingy. Su Hao ate it with relish. Shen Yufei's face flushed. It wasn't about being stingy. She realized that she had already taken bites from some of those pieces of pork, meaning they might have her saliva on them. Su Hao had actually picked them up and eaten them. Didn't that mean they had indirectly kissed? The thought made Shen Yufa even more embarrassed. Eat, choke on them. Shen Yufa muttered under her breath, then tidied her tray and left the cafeteria. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Dong Pengzi then cheerfully brought his tray over and sat opposite Su Hao. Wow, how good, you're amazing. Did you just take the CEO's braised pork? Dong Pengzi couldn't believe it. Yes, so what? Su Hao nodded. So what? That's Shen Yufa, the Ice Queen, the queen of Hongshin Group. You dared to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Dong Pengzi exclaimed. Su Hao was amused by Dong Pengzi's description. Indeed, it was like snatching food from a tiger. Women are all tigers. So what if she's the CEO? She's still human. I even criticized her just now, Su Hao bragged. Huh? What? You criticized President Shen? Dong Pengzi's eyelid twitched. Yeah, she wasn't eating her braised pork, which is wasteful, right? I took it and ate it for her and criticized her for it. She got upset and left. Su Hao was spewing nonsense with a straight face. SSS. Dong Pengzi gasped. All right, fatty. You'll be the acting manager of the software development department from now on. We'll make it official after a month. Su Hao remembered this matter. How good, you're truly my brother. Here, let me toast you with this soup instead of wine. Dong Pengzi raised his bowl of hot and sour soup. Cut it out. Trying to fool me with soup. No way. Su Hao grinned. At 1:50 p.m., Su Hao arrived at the CEO's office. Besides, Shen Yufa, Ning Yusin, and the company's vice president Lei Jianshu were also present. Lei Jianshu was mainly responsible for the company's corporate development and public relations, usually handling communication with important clients. Hello, Vice President Lei. Su Hao greeted him. So you're Su Hao? Quite young. Lei Jianshu, who often traveled for business, didn't have much of an impression of Su Hao. All right, enough chatting. Let's head down to the lobby to wait. Shen Yufa said directly. They then went downstairs. 6 months ago, Kuainiao Tushio app had launched a new business sector channel called Dongche Zhu is an automotive information platform, and Shen Yufei's goal was to build it into a first-class automobile sales and trading platform. The channel had been online for a while and had decent daily activity. However, its biggest lack was the presence of well-known automobile manufacturers. Without them, Dongche Zhu lacked authority. The client visiting the group this time for exchange was Dussel, the China regional president of the globally renowned car manufacturer Baoqi Group. Baoqi Group owns multiple automobile brands. If a cooperation between Hongshin Group and Baoqi Group could be facilitated, it would be a qualitative leap for Dongche Zhu. It was precisely because of such an important client that Shen Yufa came down personally to welcome him. Vice President Lei, the interpreter, is here, right? Shen Yufa asked. Rest assured, President Shen. The interpreter is already waiting in the lobby. Lei Jianshu nodded. We need an interpreter. Su Hao was surprised. This Dussel is an Arab. He always speaks his native language domestically, so an interpreter must be present, and it has to be a senior one. Ning Yusin whispered to him. Su Hao reviewed Dussel's profile and recalled that this man was an Arab. It was unexpected that the president of the Chinese branch couldn't even speak Chinese. Soon Shen Yufa and her group arrived at the company's first-floor lobby, where a crowd of staff had already gathered for reception duties. Shen, this is Miss Wang, the interpreter assigned for this meeting. Lei Jianshu introduced the translator proactively. The translator quickly greeted Shen Yufa, but at that moment Miss Wang's eyes suddenly glazed over, and she collapsed to the ground with a stumble. What's wrong? Many people gathered around as they saw her faint. Ms. Wang, are you alright? Shen Yufa crouched down and asked hurriedly. My heart feels unwell. I can't move. Ms. Wang's face looked pale. Vice President Lei arranged for someone to take her to the hospital immediately. Shen Yufa instructed promptly. Yes, Shen. Lei Jianshu quickly had company staff carry Ms. Wang into a car and send her off. Oh no, Dussel will be here any moment, and we don't have a translator now. Ning Yusin suddenly remembered this predicament. Oh no. Lei Jianshu's expression also changed. Shen Yufa frowned and quickly said, Vice President Lei, don't you know a bit of Arabic? Shen, I only know a few phrases. Lei Jianshu felt a bit awkward. Just then 2 commercial vehicles pulled up and stopped at the company's entrance. He's here, Dussel has arrived. Ning Yusin quickly reminded them. Vice President Lei tried to manage him for now, check if Dussel brought his own translator, and will also quickly ask around for anyone who knows Arabic. Shin Yufa said hastily. All right then. Lei Jianshu was frustrated, but under these circumstances he had to brace himself. They then walked out to welcome Dussel. Several people got out of the cars, all representatives of the Baoqi group. Dussel was dressed in a blue suit looking quite stylish. Hello Mr. Dussel, this is President Shun of our Hongxin group. Lei Jianshu stepped forward to introduce. But unfortunately his Arabic was completely incorrect, and Dussel listened with a bewildered expression. What's this? I don't understand your Arabic. Dussel was clearly taken aback. Shin Yufa, Ning Yusin, and the others also had no idea what Dussel was saying, and the atmosphere became awkward. Our President Dussel says he can't understand your Arabic, it's not authentic. Didn't you prepare a translator in advance? The female assistant behind Dussel spoke up. Shin Yufi's expression soured upon hearing the assistant's words. Typically in such business exchanges both parties must have translators ready, especially the hosting company like Hongxin Group. Even if Dussel had his own translator, failing to prepare one beforehand would be perceived as negligence and disrespect. Please tell Mr. Dussel that we did prepare a translator, but she was suddenly taken ill and had to be sent to the hospital. We might need to trouble your team to assist with translation today, Lei Jianshu said with an apologetic smile to Dussel's assistant. At this point the Baoqi Group staff showed displeasure. Helplessly Dussel's assistant conveyed the message to Dussel. No, I think this situation is a waste of time and my staff are not at your service. I think we can end today's discussions. Dussel waved his hand dismissively with an arrogant look. The female assistant immediately translated Dussel's intention. Huh. Shin Yufi's face turned extremely grim this time. She had hoped for a smooth conversation and potential cooperation with Dussel. But unexpectedly today's incident meant the cooperation was likely to fall through. Moreover, if this got out, Hongxin Group would become the laughingstock of the industry. Hey Mr. Dussel, you are indeed a very humorous person. We were just joking with you. I am the professional translator for Hongxin Group. Suddenly, Su Hao spoke in Arabic, walking forward with a smile. Huh. Everyone was stunned looking at Su Hao. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. This was their savior. So Director Su knows Arabic. Lei Jianshu was overjoyed. Shin Yufa was astonished. She never expected Su Hao to know Arabic. Could he possibly only know that one sentence? Wow. Sir, your Arabic is so authentic it's like talking to a native friend. What's your name? Dussel's eyes lit up. Although there were many Arabic translators in the country, like English, many only mastered the superficial form of Arabic without capturing its true flavor and soul. It's like hearing a foreigner speak Chinese. You understand them, but the tone sounds comical. Dussel had long been accustomed to the so-called Chinese accented Arabic from his usual translators. But now Su Hao's native-like fluency was a pleasant surprise for Dussel. Mr. Dussel, my name is Su Hao. You're so handsome, you wouldn't mind our little joke earlier, would you? Su Hao said humorously. Of course not, Mr. Su. It's a pleasure to converse with someone with such pure fluency as yours. Dussel couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Dussel smile, Shin Yufa breathed a sigh of relief. Our President Dussel is very impressed with Mr. Su's authentic Arabic. The female assistant said. Su Hao proudly winked at Shin Yufa. While Shin Yufa was relieved, she also felt a tinge of resentment. Why didn't this rascal proactively report his Arabic skills earlier? Subsequently, Su Hao gave introductions, and everyone moved to the meeting room upstairs. Initially, Shin Yufa and the content director of Che Enthusiasts presented the situation of the automotive channel, with Su Hao acting as the translator. However, Dussel seemed somewhat distracted, constantly looking at his own clothes. Su Hao noticed that Dussel, with his arrogant demeanor, wasn't really paying attention to the presentation. Did he have other thoughts? Wait, didn't he have the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts? Su Hao then focused on Dussel and silently activated his mind-reading ability. Dussel's inner voice: ugh, all this talk about data, and such is a waste of time. Whether I cooperate or not, these Chinese people don't know. It all depends on my mood. Su Hao was stunned. He never imagined that this foreigner, the president of Baoqi Group's Greater China region, would have such true thoughts. He looked at Shin Yufa, who was still explaining earnestly, and felt a pang of sympathy. He continued to listen. Dussel's inner voice, so boring, him getting a bit thirsty. But I don't like the coffee they prepared. If someone brought me a glass of Connie red wine right now, they'd be my god. Su Hao was left speechless. This Arab man certainly had a unique personality. In the middle of a business negotiation, he was craving red wine, and not just any red wine, but Romani Connie. Good heavens. As he continued translating for Shin Yufa, a bold idea suddenly struck him. He quietly pulled out his phone and sent a message to his secretary Cui Xiaowan. Su Hao Xiaowan, I need your help urgently. Cui Xiaowan, President, Su, what's wrong? Just tell me. Su Hao, go to the CEO's office right now, take that bottle of Romani Connie from her wine cabinet, open it with a corkscrew, and bring it to me. Don't forget to bring some glasses. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, aren't you in a meeting in the 6th floor conference room? Su Hao, exactly, bring it to the conference room. Chui Xiaowan, sir, you're in a meeting, and you want to drink. And you want to drink the CEO's wine. Su Hao, yes, and be quick. Chui Xiaowan, President Su, are you unhappy with me and looking for an excuse to fire me? Su Hao, Chui Xiaowan, how could I dare to take wine from the CEO's cabinet? You must be messing with me. Su Hao, I'm not messing with you. It's President Shin's orders. Just do it. Chui Xiaowan, really? Su Hao, really, dog face. 10 minutes later, as the content director of Auto Enthusiast was presenting his PowerPoint, the conference room door opened. Chui Xiaowan entered carrying a tray upon which rested a bottle of Conti red wine and several tall glasses. Huh. Shin Yufa was completely baffled at the sight. This? Ning Yusin was also stunned. Lei Jianshu's face darkened. What was going on today? So many unexpected disruptions. The content director paused mid-presentation. But they failed to notice that Dussel, who had seemed so indifferent, suddenly had a glint in his eyes. Can't you see we're in a meeting here? Get out. Shin Yufa said coldly. Huh. President Shun, didn't President Su tell me to bring the wine? Chui Xiaowan was taken aback. President Su. Shin Yufa looked at Su Hao. What was this rascal up to? Su Hao stood up with a grin and said, Yes, President Shun, I asked Xiaowan to bring the wine. And it's your bottle of Romantic Conti. What? Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes widened. It was indeed her prized bottle. Ning Yusin slapped her forehead. This was a disaster. The exchange meeting was turning into a complete fiasco. Lei Jianshu was speechless. Was this Su director an idiot? Bringing wine to a meeting. Did he think this was a bar? Meetings can get so tedious. I'm sure Mr. Dussel must be thirsty by now. How about we share a drink? Su Hao ignored the doubtful looks from Shun Yufa and the others, addressing Dussel directly. This is it. They thought they've definitely offended this major client. That was the genuine thought of Shun Yufa and everyone else. But then an astonishing scene unfolded. Dussel's face lit up with joy as he stood up. Wow, Mr. Su, you are truly the most socially adept person I have ever met. I would be delighted to share a drink with someone like you. Dussel said with great enthusiasm. Huh. Shin Yufa was stunned. Our President Dussel says he would like to have a drink with Mr. Su, the female assistant translated. Everyone was astonished. Why? Why was Dussel so happy? Ning Yusin raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Hao, thinking, could this brat have some kind of extraordinary social charisma? Like he was born with an aura. Here, let me pour you a glass, President Dussel. Su Hao poured a glass for Dussel, and they clinked glasses. Ahem. Shin Yufa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this turning into? A business meeting was now becoming a drinking session. Dussel took a sip, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Su Hao seized the moment to listen to his inner thoughts again. Dussel's inner voice, the wine is decent. This Mr. Su seems quite compatible with me. He could become a good personal friend. We could hang out, grab some skewers from a street stall. Su Hao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Dussel to enjoy street food and beer. Excited, he forgot to speak Arabic and blurted out, Mr. Dussel, if you're willing, we can be friends. He'll treat you to some barbecue skewers sometime, and you can taste some authentic Chinese cuisine. Everyone in the conference room was taken aback. Huh. Shin Yufa and the others were stunned, their mouths agape. Lei Jianshu shook his head in disbelief. Su Hao was too young. Drinking fine wine was classy, but now he was inviting a foreign client to eat street food. How ridiculous. Moi. Dussel looked at Su Hao with a puzzled expression. Su Hao realized he had forgotten to speak Arabic and repeated himself. Wow, great. I would love that. Su, from now on we are good friends. Let's add each other on WeChat. Dussel said, surprising everyone by answering in broken Chinese. No one had expected this outcome. Even Dussel's female assistant was flabbergasted. I announced that Baoqi Group agrees to cooperate with Hongxin Group. The details will be discussed with your technical director. Dussel said to Shin Yufa in Arabic. Huh. Shin Yufa quickly stood up. She didn't understand what Dussel said, but she knew it must be friendly. President Shun, President Dussel says that Baoqi Group has agreed to cooperate with Hongxin Group. The female assistant quickly translated. What? Agreed to cooperate? Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief. Ning Yusin's jaw dropped. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Vice President Lei Jianshu pinched his thigh. The content director from Auto Enthusiast was stunned. What just happened? Was his presentation all for nothing? Less effective than a glass of wine from Director Su. Then Dussel said to Su Hao, Su, I'm busy this weekend, but we can schedule something for next week. No problem, Su Hao nodded. Today has been a truly wonderful day. Su, I'm very happy to have met you as a friend. Dussel extended his hand proactively. Me too. Su Hao reached out, and their hands clasped in a firm handshake. Soon after, Dussel and his team left Hongxin Group, with the two companies having established a cooperative partnership. Shin Yufa, Ning Yusin, and the other executives were still in a daze as they watched Dussel's car drive away. The news that Su Hao had secured the major client with a glass of wine and an invitation for street food quickly spread throughout the company. In an instant, Su Hao became a figure of legendary mystique in the eyes of all Hongxin Group employees. Amazing, simply amazing. Discussions about Su Hao buzzed across every department. However, in the CEO's office, Shin Yufa was subjecting Su Hao to a relentless interrogation. At that moment in the CEO's office, Shin Yufa stood before Su Hao, who was seated at his desk. Yes, this fellow was sitting while the CEO remained standing. Moreover, Su Hao was fiddling with that bottle of Romanicani red wine. Not one to waste it, he poured himself a glass. After all, this was a wine worth tens of thousands of yuan a bottle. Tisk, this wine has an excellent taste, Su Hao remarked with appreciation. Of course it's excellent, Shin Yufa retorted with mild irritation. This is my red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. You've got some nerve drinking my wine without even telling me. Hey wife, that's not fair of you. I helped you clinch the deal, and you're begrudging me a bottle of wine. Su Hao said with full confidence. Who said I'm begrudging you? What I mean is, why didn't you tell me beforehand? If I had told you, would you have agreed? Of course not. Well, there you go. Shin Yufa was utterly perplexed. What on earth had happened? How had Dussel and Su Hao clinked glasses, and then the deal was done? Tisk tisk wife, would you like a glass too? It's work hours, you shouldn't be drinking. Now tell me honestly, how did you figure out Dussel's temperament, and think to drink with him? Shin Yufa immediately raised an eyebrow, demanding an answer. You really want to know? Su Hao asked deliberately. Yes, just tell me already. Let me hold your little hand. You shameless pervert. Your audacity knows no bounds. Can't you be serious for once? Shin Yufi's delicate brows furrowed sharply. Just kidding with you. The reason I had the secretary bring over the wine is because I thought Dussel might be thirsty. Su Hao said in a low, mysterious tone. Thirsty? Even if he were thirsty, why didn't you get him some soft drinks? Shin Yufa was speechless. Wife, didn't you send me Dussel's profile? Later I also looked up more information about him online. Based on my judgment, he prefers red wine. Su Hao began to spin his tail. So you just brought the wine based on a guess. Weren't you afraid of blowing the deal? Wife, you saw the beginning too. Even if I hadn't brought the wine, do you think there was any real chance of cooperation? Hearing Su Hao's words, Shin Yufa couldn't help but agree internally. Because earlier when she and her content director were explaining and communicating, Dussel's attention was clearly not on the business. He even seemed somewhat impatient. Alright, this time you got lucky matching Dussel's temperament. But remember, next time, don't act recklessly. Shin Yufa immediately cautioned him. Okay. Su Hao nodded, thinking to himself, you really think it was luck? He looked at Shin Yufa, noticed she seemed lost in thought, and decided to eavesdrop on her mind. Shin Yufi's inner voice, I really owe Su Hao today. That guy really did have a stroke of incredible luck. Su Hao was somewhat speechless. By the way, you speak Arabic so well, why didn't you put that on your resume? Shin Yufa suddenly remembered. Arabic is nothing special. I know many more foreign languages, Su Hao said with a hint of pride. For him, learning a language now wasn't difficult at all. Just then Shin Yufi's phone suddenly rang. She saw it was Ning Yusin calling. Hello Sister Xian, what's up? Xiaofei, I need to ask for some time off. My dad called saying his stomach is a bit uncomfortable. I'm taking him to the hospital for a checkup. Okay, then you go ahead quickly. Also, regarding the party at Dongyue Club tonight, I might not be able to accompany you. Ning Yusin's tone was apologetic. It's fine Sister Xian. Getting your uncle checked out is more important. Shin Yufa then hung up the phone. With Ning Yusin unable to attend the party at Dongyue Club tonight, Shin Yufa decided to find another companion. Her gaze suddenly fell upon Su Hao, who was swirling the red wine in his glass. Might as well take this guy to see the world. And isn't he always talking about wanting to attract advertisers? They'll bring him along to expand his network. The birthday party at Dongyue Club was hosted by Chu Wenhan, the head of the Chu Group, for his youngest daughter. The Chu Group was a renowned major enterprise in Yanbei, and Chu Wenhan was a titan of the business world. The evening would surely be attended by many high society luminaries, an opportunity inaccessible to ordinary people. Alright, that's enough drinking. Do you have time tonight? Shin Yufa took the wine glass from Su Hao's hand. What's up, wife? Going out for some barbecue skewers tonight. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Are you a glutton, or what? There's a party tonight. You're coming with me. A party? Is it the kind with lots of girls in bikinis? Su Hao perked up with interest. What's going on in that head of yours? It's the birthday party for the chairman of the Chu Group's youngest daughter, not what you're imagining. Shin Yufa was exasperated by his dirty mind. Alright, sure. It's the weekend tomorrow anyway, Su Hao said with a smile and a nod. Okay, same as usual. I know. See you in the parking lot, Su Hao guessed. Exactly. Shin Yufa nodded. Back in his office, Su Hao squeezed in some time to write a bit of code, as he still had the small program task for Blue Heart from Julong Network. At 6 p.m. in the evening, he headed straight to the parking lot. Today Shin Yufi's vehicle was the same sapphire blue Bentley. Just then Shin Yufa also came downstairs, appearing in a pair of high heels, click-clacking as she walked. Huh. Su Hao was stunned when he saw her. Shin Yufa had changed out of her OL office attire into a light blue one-piece dress with a fitted waist. Her long, slender, and straight legs paired with her black high heels and her stunningly beautiful face. She was simply too gorgeous. Su Hao was completely mesmerized. This woman was truly a temptress, devastatingly lethal to men. Her face and figure were a masterpiece of creation. What are you staring at? Get in the car. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. Su Hao opened the passenger door and got in, barely managing to hold back from drooling. Knowing Su Hao had been drinking at noon, Shin Yuefei didn't ask him to drive. Wife, that dress looks really nice on you. It's just a pity you're wearing those black leggings. Otherwise you'd charm all the men at the party. Su Hao said with a sheepish grin. It's cold at night. Do you want me to freeze my bare legs? Shin Yuefei said as she took out a pair of flats from under the seat to change into, as she needed to drive. Right, can't have you freezing. Wife, let me check if your legs are cold. Su Hao shamelessly reached out his hand. Are you tired of living? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous glare. I'm just being caring. If you're cold, I'll give you my jacket. Su Hao said with a straight face, absolutely refusing to admit he just wanted to cop a feel. By the way, once we're at the party, don't wander off and don't start spouting nonsense. Don't embarrass me, Shin Yuefei warned him beforehand. The Chu Group, founded by Chu Wenhan, has now become a 100 billion empire. Chu Wenhan is renowned throughout Yanbei and even the whole Huagua. However, life is never perfect. He has 5 children, all daughters, and no sons. His wife felt deeply ashamed and had once thought of letting Chu Wenhan take a concubine, but he refused. Now in his 60s, Chu Wenhan has publicly declared that his legacy will be left to his daughters. This has attracted a horde of covetous men, all vying to become the Chu family's son-in-law, for once married into the family, they would eventually inherit billions in assets. Now all of the Chu family's elder daughters are married, leaving only the youngest Chu Xiangxiang, who has just come of age. She is destined to become a hot pursuit target for men. On the way, Shin Yuefei briefed Su Hao on the situation of the Chu Group. Tisk 100 billion empire, billions in assets. Su Hao sighed with emotion. What? Are you tempted too? Shin Yuefei raised an eyebrow. Me? Of course not. I'm a married man. Su Hao immediately shook his head. Oh, you don't need to take it to heart. If you have the ability, go ahead. I won't stop you. After all, we're just a fake couple. Shin Yuefei said in a low voice. Wife, that's not generosity. You're clearly mocking my lack of qualification. Su Hao said crossly. Really? You're overthinking. Shin Yuefei refused to admit it. Don't worry, wife. They'll be loyal to you. I only love you. Su Hao said solemnly. Get lost. Shameless. Who wants your love? Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth. The two bickered all the way just like a real couple. Dongwei Club, a property under the Chu Group, was elegant and resort-like. Usually the patrons of the club were high society people. As soon as Shin Yuefei's car stopped, a receptionist greeted them and led them into the venue. Upon entering, Su Hao was stunned by the scene. Ahead lay a winding pond around which stood many men and women, each holding a wine glass and chatting. Beside the pond was a vast green lawn. In the middle of the lawn, a luxurious band was performing with a pianist playing the piano. The beautiful and moving melody filled the entire venue with elegance. In front of the piano, some couples were dancing ballroom, enjoying the pleasure brought by the atmosphere and environment. Su Hao sighed inwardly. This must be the world of the wealthy, always indulging in the finest material and spiritual nourishment. The women at the party were all dressed in bright colors, flaunting their fair and slender legs. In comparison, Shin Yuefei was indeed somewhat conservative. However, her looks and figure still outshone every other woman, for she was recognized as one of the 4 beauties of Jingqing. As expected, the moment Shin Yuefei stepped into the venue, she immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The men's gazes were filled with admiration and the women's with envy. At that moment, Shin Yuefei made all the other women present instantly pale in comparison. But soon many men noticed Su Hao standing beside Shin Yuefei and cast looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who is this guy? He actually came with Shin Yuefei. In the past, Shin Yuefei's companions at various public events were always women. But today there was an exception. Who exactly was this man? For a moment many were puzzled. Could he be Shin Yuefei's boyfriend? It was quite possible, for Su Hao, dressed in a casual suit with his handsome looks, also caught the eye. Soon many people took the initiative to come forward and greet them, and some introduced friends to Shin Yuefei. Meanwhile, Shin Yuefei also introduced Su Hao to her acquaintances. At that moment, everyone realized that this handsome man was a senior executive of Hongxing Group. Consequently, many women also proactively chatted up Su Hao. It never hurt to make connections at such an occasion. Haha, President Shin truly lives up to being a celebrity in Jingqing's beauty circle. The moment you appear, you draw a crowd of admirers. Suddenly a young man said with a smile as he approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine. What, Tianhao? Shin Yuefei frowned, ignored the man, and was about to leave with Su Hao. Hey, President Shin, don't go. Let me buy you a drink. Hua Tianhao suddenly blocked their way, raising a glass toward Shin Yuefei. Shin Yuefei was clearly displeased. Just as she was about to refuse, Su Hao suddenly snatched the glass from Hua Tianhao's hand. Sorry, our President Shun is the driver today, so she can't drink, Su Hao said. Huh. Hua Tianhao was displeased. Who are you? I'm Su Hao from Hongxing Group. Oh, a subordinate of President Shun. So kid, you want to drink this for your boss? Hua Tianhao sneered. No, I'm just declining on behalf of my boss. Su Hao shrugged and placed the wine directly on the nearby table. Kid, do you know who I am? Hua Tianhao snorted. No, Su Hao shook his head. You. Hua Tianhao was so furious he nearly spat blood. An insignificant nobody dared to disrespect him. Who was he? Every young master in the capital circle knew him. This guy claiming not to recognize him in such a setting was a complete insult. Hua Tianhao, do you have business? If not, don't block the way, Xin Yuefei said coldly. Of course I have business, President Shun. About the acquisition of Hongsheng that I mentioned earlier, have you considered it? Hua Tianhao said arrogantly. I remember I already declined that matter. Are you forgetful, President Hua? Xin Yuefei said, then directly pulled Su Hao away. Huh. Hua Tianhao saw Xin Yuefei actually pulling that guy's wrist. His eyes blazed with fury and his face darkened. You bitch playing innocent. You're just keeping a gigolo. Just wait, cross me, and it'll make you lose everything. Hua Tianhao's face was filled with malice. In Yinbei, the Hua family was also a very influential clan. Although their wealth was slightly inferior to the Chu group, they were still a giant with tens of billions in assets. A year ago, Hua Tianhao, as the third generation of the Hua family, represented his family to negotiate with Xin Yuefei to acquire Hongsheng Group, aiming to expand the Hua family's business, but he was rejected. At the same time, Hua Tianhao had long coveted Xin Yuefei's beauty. He had originally intended to take both the person and the company through the acquisition, but unexpectedly got a cold rejection. Hua Tianhao was a complete playboy with a chaotic private life, and was notorious in Yambia's circle of young masters. Xin Yuefei had never had a good impression of this man, as she found him utterly detestable. Xin Yuefei pulled Su Hao aside, her expression softening once they were away from the crowd. Who was that guy? He actually wanted to acquire Hongsheng Group. Su Hao asked curiously. Just some spoiled rich kid. You were quite bold back there turning down that drink for me. Xin Yuefei remarked. I just can't stand his posturing. He offered you a drink, but this is the Chu family's party, so the drink was clearly theirs to offer anyway. Su Hao said dismissively. Xin Yuefei couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, wife, you actually smile. Su Hao was stunned. Shut up, watch your language. Xin Yuefei shot him a glare. Understood, Chief Shun. Su Hao nodded. Just then a commotion arose at the front of the party venue as an elderly gentleman in a suit walked out with many people greeting him. That's old Master Chu. Let me introduce you to him. Xin Yuefei said. Su Hao was taken aback. So this was Chu Wenhan. No wonder he carried himself with such an imposing aura. Uncle Chu. Oh, Xiaofei. How is your father's health lately? Chu Wenhan asked kindly upon seeing her. Shun Hongsheng and Chu Wenhan were of similar age, both prominent figures in Yinbei, and had always shared a good relationship. My dad has been in good spirits lately. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chu. Xin Yuefei replied. Oh, and who might this handsome young man be? Chu Wenhan noticed Su Hao beside her. Uncle Chu, I was just about to introduce him. This is Su Hao, our company's executive director. Xin Yuefei quickly said. Hello, Mr. Chu. I've heard so much about you. Su Hao extended his hand proactively. Young man Su is quite impressive. The two of you make a perfect couple. Chu Wenhan shook his hand, unable to resist a jest. Huh. Uncle Chu, you've misunderstood. Xin Yuefei felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaofei, don't put all your energy into work. You're young, you should be in love, and enjoy your best years. I just told Xiangxiang that after this birthday, once she turns 18, she can start dating. Chu Wenhan said with remarkable openness. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. This old Master Chu was certainly different from most wealthy patriarchs. Uncle Chu, I'll remember your advice. By the way, where is Xiangxiang? Xin Yuefei quickly changed the subject. That girl, she's of age now, yet she's still in her room playing that. What is it? King's Glory. I can't make heads or tails of it. Why don't you go fetch her? She seems to have forgotten, she's the guest of honor today. Chu Wenhan said with a helpless look. Despite his words, it was clear old Master Chu doted on his youngest daughter. Alright, Uncle Chu will go check on her. Xin Yuefei nodded. Chu Wenhan then went off to chat with others. Xin Yuefei and Su Hao entered the villa, where they saw several young people lounging on the sofas in the hall, each holding a phone engrossed in playing King's Glory. Ugh, you guys are so bad. We lost again. A girl with a pure and innocent look complained in frustration. Xiangxiang. Xin Yuefei called out. Huh. Sister Xiaofei, you're here. Chu Xiangxiang spotted Xin Yuefei, tossed her phone aside, and ran over. She wore a white casual t-shirt and a goose yellow knee-length skirt, her fair and slender legs showcasing a figure of absolute perfection. Uncle Chu gave me a mission to come and bring you out. Xin Yuefei said with a smile. Oh, I don't know anyone out there. They call it my birthday party, but really it's all just my dad's friends. It's so boring. Hey, who's this handsome guy? Is he your boyfriend, Sister Xiaofei? Chu Xiangxiang looked at Su Hao with curiosity. He's not my boyfriend, he's my colleague. Xin Yuefei explained. Hello, Miss Chu. My name is Su Hao. Su Hao said seriously. You're so handsome. If you're not Sister Xiaofei's boyfriend, does that mean you're single? Chu Xiangxiang asked inquisitively. Yeah, I am. Su Hao nodded. Then be my boyfriend. Chu Xiangxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled mischievously. Ahem. Su Hao was taken aback. Xiangxiang, stop it. Xin Yuefei said, half laughing, half crying. Haha, Sister Xiaofei, are you sure he's not your boyfriend? Why are you so nervous then? I'm just teasing him. Besides, to be my boyfriend isn't that easy. At the very least you have to reach the highest rank in King's Glory. Chu Xiangxiang giggled. Suhao was speechless. That was a rather casual condition for a boyfriend. By the way, handsome, do you know how to play King's Glory? Chu Xiangxiang asked curiously. Do I know how? In the top rank, you know. Suhao said proudly. This was his area of expertise. Xin Yuefei shook her head in disbelief. This guy had the nerve to brag. He even played during staff meetings at work, so of course had reached the top rank. What? You're the top rank? Oh my god, let's play a round together. Chu Xiangxiang was thrilled. Well, Suhao hesitated. Oh come on, hurry up. And so Suhao was pulled into their gaming squad. Xin Yuefei was utterly astonished. Was this for real? Was the game really that much fun? And very quickly, with his incredible speed and skill, Suhao became an idol in the eyes of these young men and women. As they were in the middle of a game, Chu Xiangxiang's close friend's phone suddenly rang. She quickly stood up and ran outside to take the call. Oh no, Xiaomei went to answer a call. What a noob, Chu Xiangxiang complained. Suhao also glanced towards Xiaomei outside the door, but unexpectedly a voice drifted into his ears. Xiaomei, have you got everything arranged? Hurry up and come over. I've already told Xiangxiang that after tonight's birthday party, we'll drink all night and play games. He'll get her drunk, and then you can make your move on her. Once you do, you'll become the Chu family's prized son-in-law. That's a good plan. Then Xiaomei hung up and walked back into the villa's main hall. Suhao was stunned. He had accidentally overheard Xiaomei's phone conversation from outside. It must be because of his super hearing. He just hadn't expected Chu Xiangxiang's close friend Xiaomei to be so young, yet so scheming and malicious. They played another round after that, but soon it was time for the birthday cake, and Chu Xiangxiang, being the guest of honor, had to make an appearance. Everyone then headed back to the party. After the cake was cut, the party guests started playing games and dancing. Suhao quickly found himself in animated conversations with several women, adding quite a few WeChat contacts. After all, what girl doesn't like a handsome young man? Hey, keep a low profile, will you? You're a married man. Xin Yuefei couldn't bear to watch anymore. This guy was treating the party like a speed dating event, wasn't he? Suhao, slightly tipsy, said with a smile. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? You can't hold your liquor. I'm just afraid you'll pass out, and I won't be able to carry you. Xin Yuefei retorted with annoyance. Alright, I can't hold my liquor, I'll stop drinking. Suhao nodded in agreement. It's 10 o'clock now, we should head back. Xin Yuefei checked her wristwatch. Ready? Suhao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, saying, wait for me a second. Suhao then went to the other side and found Chu Xiangxiang. She was just then setting off fireworks with her classmates and girlfriends. Xiangxiang. Suhao called out. Hey little bro, come join me in setting off fireworks. Chu Xiangxiang ran over holding a sparkler. No, I need to head back, just letting you know. Suhao smiled. Huh, leaving so early. Don't go, little bro, didn't we agree to team up for a few more rounds? Chu Xiangxiang pouted a bit displeased. Ahem, Xiangxiang, my boss gave the order, how dare I disobey? Suhao pointed to Xin Yuefei behind him. Look how timid you are, listening to your boss so obediently. Chu Xiangxiang giggled. By the way, before I go, let me tell you a few private words. Suhao said seriously. Private words? Okay. Chu Xiangxiang looked excited. Suhao immediately leaned close to Chu Xiangxiang's ear and whispered, are you planning to drink all night and play games tonight? I've already arranged it with my classmates. Chu Xiangxiang nodded. Someone intends to harm you. Be careful of those around you. Remember, don't drink. Suhao's tone was extremely serious. Huh. Chu Xiangxiang was stunned. Suhao had overheard the phone call made by the close friend Xiaomei earlier and had spent the evening deliberating whether to tell Chu Xiangxiang. After all, he wasn't particularly close to her, having only played a few games together. In the end, he resolved to warn her. If he hadn't overheard it, it would be one thing, but having heard it pretending to know nothing went against his principles. Moreover, Chu Xiangxiang was a girl who had just come of age. If such a thing were to happen, it would be devastating for a girl. Alright, Xiangxiang, happy birthday. I'm off. Suhao waved his hand and left. Chu Xiangxiang's lips curled into a smile as she waved at Suhao, goodbye little bro. Subsequently, Xin Yuefei and Suhao left the party venue. What did you say to Xiangxiang? Xin Yuefei started the car before asking out of curiosity. Oh, curious are you? Not telling you. Suhao reclined into the back seat. Fine, don't tell me then. Xin Yuefei said huffily. Who? Unexpectedly, just a few minutes into the drive, Suhao's snoring filled the car. Oh no. Suhao? Don't sleep. Wake up. Xin Yuefei realized the problem. This idiot hadn't even told her where he lived, and now he was fast asleep. But despite calling him many times, Suhao gave no response. This jerk, what a lightweight. Falls asleep the moment he's in the car. If you can't hold your liquor, then don't drink, alright. Xin Yuefei fumed in frustration. What to do now? Take this guy to a hotel for a room. Better not. In his pathetic state, leaving him alone in a hotel could be dangerous if something happened. With no other choice, Xin Yuefei had to take Suhao back to her own villa. Longqing Manor, a very famous upscale villa community in Yanbei. Xin Yuefei drove and quickly arrived at her villa. The whole family used to live here, but now she lived alone in the villa. Hey, wake up. We're home. She tugged at Suhao's arm. Huh, we're here. Suhao got out of the car in a daze, staggering and looking around groggily. Shin Yufa quickly stepped forward to support him, afraid he might collapse on the ground. Suhao, not being shy at all, directly draped his arm over Shin Yufi's shoulder, his hand wandering aimlessly. You shameless pervert. If your hand wanders again, he'll break it off. Shin Yufa cursed with a dark face. This bastard, even drunk, still tries to cop a feel. What a creep. She hurriedly dragged Suhao into the villa, brought him to the sofa, and prepared to dump him onto it. But as she swung him, she unexpectedly slipped and fell onto the sofa first. Thud. Shin Yufa fell back unexpectedly, and then watched as Suhao's whole body came crashing down on her. Ouch. Smack. As luck would have it, Suhao's lips landed squarely on Shin Yufi's mouth. Shin Yufa was instantly stunned. Had she just been forcefully kissed? No, more like accidentally kissed. You shameless pervert, get off me. Shin Yufa immediately pushed Suhao off her. You bastard. Looking at Suhao's drunk appearance, Shin Yufa was so angry she nearly cried. This was her first kiss. The first kiss she had preserved for so long, and it was taken by this bastard. How infuriating. She was on the verge of tears. And to make it worse, there was no one to reason with. Thirsty, get me a glass of water. Suhao was even mumbling for water in his daze. Get you a glass of water? He'll get you a glass of go to hell. This time Shin Yufa was truly furious and cursed, walking over to Suhao and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After venting her anger, Shin Yufa immediately ran upstairs to brush her teeth. After brushing, she let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that no one knew about this. Although Suhao had kissed her, he probably didn't even know it himself, as it was just a brief peck lasting a few seconds. She ran the bathwater, preparing to take a relaxing soak. In the bathroom of Shin Yufi's bedroom, there was a private bathtub. Taking a bath every day was simply delightful. It had become her nightly ritual before bed. After finishing her bath, Shin Yufa walked out without wrapping anything around herself. Shin Yufa let out a startled cry, because there was a person lying on her bed. Who else could it be but Suhao? How did this bastard get up here? Shin Yufa was utterly speechless. She had no choice but to get dressed again. Having learned from the previous experience, Shin Yufa couldn't be bothered with Suhao anymore. If this jerk wanted to sleep there, so be it. She had plenty of other rooms in the house anyway. So Shin Yufa went directly to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. The next day, Suhao was awakened by the harsh glare of the morning sun. He opened his eyes and saw a pink bedsheet, and the air was filled with a pleasant scent of bath products. Where's this? Suhao got up from the bed and realized it was a girl's room. He immediately spotted a photo on the desk, which was of Shin Yufa. Is this the tigress, Shin Yufi's room? Suhao sat up abruptly. He tried hard to recall last night's events, but it seemed he had blacked out after getting into the car. Looks like I was picked up by the Ice Queen and brought home. Suhao gave an awkward smile. Then he began to observe Shin Yufi's room. It was decorated very warmly, especially the bed, which smelled fragrant. Lazy pig, get up. Suddenly the bedroom door was kicked open, and Shin Yufa stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips. But at that moment she was dumbfounded, because Suhao was completely naked without a stitch of clothing on him. Shin Yufa made it a habit to wake up early for exercise every weekend. This morning was no different. She rose at 6, jogged at the community sports ground, and returned home at 7. To her surprise, Suhao was still in bed, and she grew annoyed. She strode to the bedroom and kicked the door open. Yet what she never expected was to find Suhao sitting on the bed as slippery as a loach, completely naked. You pervert. Shin Yufa quickly covered her eyes. Who's the pervert? You're the one who barged in without knocking. Suhao hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself. You were wearing clothes when you went to bed last night. Why are you naked this morning? Shin Yufa turned around fuming. This was truly embarrassing. It was the first time she had seen a man without clothes. And surprisingly, that bastard Suhao actually had 8-pack abs. She never would have guessed. Why was she thinking such messy thoughts? So shameful. The saying, men and women are equally lustful, couldn't be more accurate. Which young person in their prime isn't curious about the opposite sex? Although Shin Yufa had a cold exterior, that didn't mean she was cold in matters of intimacy. After all, she was human too. At this moment her heart raced, and her face flushed. Last night that bastard had accidentally stolen her first kiss, and now this morning another awkward incident occurred. He was definitely here to torment her. I had been drinking, as sleeping in clothes is too hot. I must have taken them off in my sleep, Suhao explained helplessly. There was no need to strip completely naked. Pervert. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. I've always had the habit of sleeping naked, okay? Exhibitionist. Enough, you're the one who saw me and the one at a loss, and you're calling me a pervert. Suhao said shamelessly. Just get dressed and come down to eat. Shin Yufa said and hurried downstairs. Suhao grinned. So even the Ice Queen could be shy. He dressed and went downstairs. At that moment Shin Yufa in her sportswear gave off the illusion of a sister next door. She looked more beautiful each time he saw her. Oh, you made breakfast. Huh, you bought it. Su Hao had intended to compliment her, but found the breakfast items on the table were all store-bought: soy milk fried dough sticks, jianbing millet porridge, and the like. What? Got a problem? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. Ahem, no problem. Su Hao quickly shook his head, sat down at the table, and reached for a fried dough stick. Slap. Shin Yufa slapped his arm. Did you brush your teeth and wash your face? Thinking about eating already. Brush. I don't have a toothbrush. I have a spare one in the first floor bathroom. Got it. Su Hao, pleasantly surprised, ran to the bathroom on the first floor to wash up. A few minutes later, he finished washing and returned to grab the fried dough stick. Shin Yufa watched him wolfing down his food and was speechless. Hee, you're really good to me, wife. I only drank last night, so my stomach was empty. Su Hao said with a smile. Eat up and get out. Shin Yufa glared at him. I'm intruding, I'll leave after eating. Su Hao nodded. After finishing her meal, Shin Yufa brewed herself a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa reading a classic English novel. Patter. Just then, as if by coincidence, it started pouring outside. Looks like the heavens won't let me leave. Su Hao let out a burp. Shin Yufa was speechless. Seeing that she ignored him, Su Hao asked, by the way, wife, can I go upstairs and play on your computer? No. Why not? Why should I let you use my computer? Shin Yufa snorted. Look, I have nothing to do here. If I play on my phone, it'll disturb your reading, right? Su Hao explained with a smile. Fine, just use the computer. Don't touch anything else, got it? Shin Yufa said sternly. She thought it over. If he was around, she couldn't concentrate on reading. Letting him go upstairs to play on the computer was better, out of sight, out of mind. Once the rain stopped, she'd kick him out immediately. Don't worry, I won't go through your wardrobe. I don't have that kind of hobby. Su Hao said sheepishly. He went to the second floor and turned on the computer on the desk. He wasn't planning to play games, but to work on programming. He hadn't finished the commission task had taken on Zhulong Network, so he was putting in some overtime over the weekend. Su Hao first installed the programming software, then quickly started typing code. At noon, Shin Yufa quietly came upstairs and heard the rapid clatter of keys. Curious, she walked in. Oh, you're not playing games, you're writing code. Impressive, working overtime at home. Shin Yufa was somewhat surprised. Not overtime. I took a task on Zhulong Network to earn some extra money. Su Hao laughed. What? You bastard, you don't just work for the company. You're freelancing on the side. Shin Yufa was astonished. What's wrong with earning some extra cash? If I didn't, I couldn't even pay my rent. Do you think I'm like you, living in a big villa and driving a sports car? Su Hao said helplessly. You've got a point. Can't the company satisfy you? Shin Yufa said irritably. Indeed, it can't satisfy me. How about you, boss, satisfy me? Su Hao said with a sly grin. Shameless. Huh. Shin Yufi's face flushed, and she left the bedroom. Su Hao grinned. Sometimes teasing this ice queen was quite amusing. He continued typing code. After about 10 minutes, Shin Yufa came again. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. What was with this woman? He wasn't disturbing her, so why did she keep disturbing him? It's noon. Order whatever you want for lunch. Shin Yufa said coldly. Order takeout. Isn't there any food at home? Su Hao was taken aback. There is food, but I can't cook. Shin Yufa said awkwardly. Can't cook. So there is something my wife doesn't know how to do. Su Hao teased. Shin Yufa ignored him and prepared to go downstairs. Hey wife, you can't cook, but I can. Today I'll reluctantly show you my skills. Su Hao stood up and clapped his hands. You can cook. Shin Yufa was surprised. Poor children mature early, don't you understand? Cooking is nothing. Lead the way, let me see what's in your kitchen. Su Hao said proudly. All right then. Shin Yufa led him to the first floor kitchen. Su Hao opened the refrigerator and was stunned by the abundance of ingredients. Fish, meat, all kinds of vegetables, everything. Ahem, someone who can't cook buys so many groceries. Su Hao was completely speechless. Shin Yufa shot him a glare and said, I didn't buy these groceries. You didn't buy them? Then where did they come from? Su Hao was puzzled. The property management delivered them. Shin Yufa explained. What? The property management delivers groceries. Since when do they handle that? Su Hao was astonished. Yes, they bring fresh vegetables, meat, and eggs every 3 days. Wow, this really is a high-end neighborhood. The management sure knows how to spend money. They spend lavishly because the homeowners pay a hefty property fee every year. Shin Yufa clarified. That's true, you get what you pay for. But you don't cook. Won't all this food go to waste? Not at all. I give the fresh produce to Wang Ming to take home each time. Well, lucky assistant you have. Su Hao felt a pang of envy. That Wang Ming probably never had to buy groceries. There was everything here, from chicken and fish to all sorts of vegetables. Wait, not just Wang Ming. Her whole family probably never had to buy groceries either. Hey honey, can that little girl Wang Ming really eat all these veggies by herself? How about I come by and grab some too? Su Hao suggested with a grin. No way. Shin Yufa shook her head outright. Look how stingy you are. You sure dote on your little secretary. Su Hao was instantly displeased. It's not about being stingy. A grown man like you coming in and out of my villa, what would that look like? People might think I'm keeping some gigolo. That's not fair. You've never cared about gossip or rumors before. Su Hao was speechless. I don't care, but if I can avoid it, why shouldn't I, eh? You're just being petty. Think what you want. The answer is still no. Shin Yufa shrugged. Fuming, Su Hao yanked the pork ribs and fish out of the fridge, declaring fiercely, if you want, give them to me, I'll eat every last bit today. Fine, if you can manage that, go ahead. Shin Yufa couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh honey, you're so beautiful when you smile. My god, I didn't know you could laugh. Su Hao was stunned. That smile was absolutely mesmerizing. He immediately whipped out his phone to snap a photo. What are you doing? Shin Yufa frowned as he raised his phone. You look stunning when you smile. Quick, smile again. I want to set it as my wallpaper. Su Hao said shamelessly. Get lost. Who wants to be your wallpaper? Shin Yufa shot him a glare. You never smile, so let me at least keep a memento. Seeing her uncooperative, Su Hao reluctantly put his phone away. I smile all the time. Really? At the company I rarely ever see you smile. At work I need to maintain an air of authority. Su Hao was at a loss for words. He started pulling out the vegetables, preparing to wash and chop them. Is there anything I can help with? Shin Yufa asked. What can you do? I can boil water. Then you'd better just wait outside to eat. Su Hao waved her off. A bit embarrassed, Shin Yufa left the kitchen and went back to reading. Su Hao finished washing the vegetables and began chopping them with practiced speed. He suddenly realized his knife skills were extraordinary. The potato shreds he cut were incredibly fine and beautiful. Is this the power of the all-capable hand? Su Hao was amazed. His knife skills had been decent before, but now they were nothing short of masterful. Moreover, he found that all the cooking techniques had only read about in books had become effortless to execute. He instinctively knew exactly what ingredients to use, how much salt, and how much soy sauce. Everything came to him naturally. Remarkable. The all-capable hand isn't just dexterous, it's creative. Su Hao couldn't help but marvel. An hour and a half later, Su Hao finally finished cooking. Dinner's ready. He clapped his hands and carried the dishes to the table. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, Sichuan peppercorn chicken, spicy, shredded potatoes, garlic, broccoli, mapo tofu, and a bowl of dough drop soup. It was a truly lavish spread. Did you make all this? Shin Yufa was dumbfounded. What? You doubt me when I cook personally? No, I just can't believe it. Come on, give my cooking a try. Su Hao handed her a bowl of rice. She took a bite of the ribs, rich and savory, tender, and falling off the bone with a glossy golden red sheen. It was absolutely delicious. Then she tried the sweet and sour fish. Delicate and fresh, perfectly balanced between tangy and sweet with not a hint of fishiness. Oh my god, this is incredible. Shin Yufa was overjoyed. She had dined at countless upscale restaurants, but the taste and presentation of Su Hao's dishes rivaled any five-star chef. Is it really that good? Seeing the blissful expression on Shin Yufa's face, Su Hao took a bite himself. My, it was truly amazing. Even Su Hao hadn't expected it. Was this the power of the all-capable hand? This ability had skyrocketed his cooking skills. And so Shin Yufa indulged herself, eating with abandon. Ahem, boss, aren't you on a diet? Don't you avoid meat to stay slim? Su Hao couldn't resist teasing. One meal won't hurt. I didn't expect you to actually have some talent in the kitchen. You're not completely useless after all. Shin Yufa ate with great relish. Su Hao was a bit embarrassed. He had plenty of talents, thank you very much. After the meal, Shin Yufa was thoroughly satisfied. If her stomach weren't about to burst, she wouldn't have stopped. Honey, was my cooking good? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Not bad. I'm tempted to make you the head chef of the company cafeteria. Shin Yufa nodded. Ahem, I think I'll stick with being a director. Su Hao said awkwardly. Look at you all scared. I'm just teasing. Shin Yufa smiled softly. Hey, what if I just stay here? How about that? Su Hao suddenly said. Stay here? What do you mean? Shin Yufa frowned slightly. The environment here is great, it's close to the office, and you've got several empty rooms. How about I move in? Su Hao suggested, thinking that if he could live here, he'd not only save on rent, but also skip the early morning subway rides. Are you dreaming? Absolutely not. I'm telling you, don't think you can push your luck just because I'm being nice. Last night you were drunk and you stole my. Shin Yufa stopped herself just in time, nearly blurting out what had happened with the kiss. Huh? Stole your what? Su Hao was taken aback. Shut up. Wash the dishes after you eat. Shin Yufa shot him a glare, then went to brew some coffee. Su Hao was utterly baffled. What was with this woman's mood swings? Maybe she was having some hormonal issues. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. After finishing his meal, he tossed the bowl into the dishwasher, his mind still lingering on Shin Yufa's unfinished words. She claimed he had taken something from her. What could it be? Su Hao shook his head again, tidied up, and headed upstairs to continue coding. An hour later, he finally finished the small program, delivered the results, and sent a WeChat message to Lan Xin to inform her. Just then the bedroom door opened, and Shin Yufa walked in carrying a cup of coffee. Are you tired? I made you a cup of coffee. Shin Yufa suddenly said. Su Hao was utterly bewildered. Is this woman okay? Why are you staring at me like that? Shin Yufa pursed her lips. Boss, if you have something to say, just say it. You bringing me coffee makes me very uneasy. Su Hao quickly said. You're quite sharp. Well, hey, race the thing. I have a tablet here. Shin Yufa produced a tablet from behind her and handed it to him. What's wrong? I stored some documents in this tablet that I need to access, but it's password protected. It's been a while, and I've forgotten the password. Can you crack it? Shin Yufa asked tentatively. Crack a password. That's simple. A piece of cake. Suhao thought it was going to be something truly difficult. Really? That's great. I've been stressing over this for ages. Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes lit up. Cracking passwords is easy for an IT professional. As he spoke, Suhao pulled out a USB drive with a microsystem installed on it. Using the built-in software, he cracked the password in no time and opened the tablet's home screen. That fast. Shin Yufa was astonished. But this tablet of yours is a bit old. The system is laggy. Suhao tapped the photo album icon several times with no response. Suddenly, the album reacted and popped up a video playing. Suhao's eyes went wide instantly. Holy crap, it was a movie meant for solo viewing. Suhao, what did you just open? Close it now. Shin Yufa quickly covered her eyes. Suhao hastily closed it, though a bit reluctantly. It even had subtitles. Okay, it's closed. What did you randomly tap into? What do you mean I randomly tapped? Boss, that was a video from your own album. I never expected you to be so open-minded. Suhao couldn't resist teasing. Shut up. How could there be videos like that in my album? Shin Yufa said, annoyed. Why not? Look, there are several more in the album with dates on them, downloaded last year. Come on, boss, no need to be embarrassed. We're all adults, it's totally normal. Suhao pointed at the album. Nonsense. Shin Yufa snatched the tablet and looked at the album. Indeed, there were several videos. This is impossible. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, boss, stop pretending. You watched them, so just admit it. Suhao grinned. Get lost. You're the one who watched them. I definitely didn't. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. If you didn't watch them, how did they end up on your tablet? Shin Yufa had no idea how to answer that. See, can't explain it right. No need to explain these things. Suhao said with schadenfreude. He'll say it again. I didn't watch them. I didn't. Shin Yufa was getting frantic. Alright, you didn't watch them. I believe you. Suhao immediately said with a straight face. You? Shin Yufa was on the verge of tears. His eyes clearly showed he didn't believe her. Honey, with that expression on your face, no need to feel embarrassed. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Suhao quickly assured her. Enough of that. The rain stopped outside. You should get the hell home now. Shin Yufa said with a dark face. Ahem, boss, kicking me out so soon. I just cracked your password for you. Are you planning to watch them alone? Shut up. Let's watch together. Get lost. Shin Yufa roared. Suhao was literally kicked out and had no choice but to head home. After he left, Shin Yufa, burning with embarrassment, picked up the tablet and checked again. Sure enough, there were several movies stored. She quickly deleted them all. This was just too awkward. She really couldn't figure out how such videos ended up on her tablet. Shin Yufa racked her brain and finally remembered something. Last year, her cousin Xia Yu had stayed at her place for a while. It must have been that girl who downloaded them. Shin Yufa immediately dialed her cousin's number. Hey cousin, what makes you call me today? Missing me? A giggling voice came through the line. Yu, what did you download on my tablet? Shin Yufa said angrily. Tablet? What tablet? Xia Yu sounded confused. Last year when you stayed at my place. What did you download on my tablet? I remember now, just a few good movies. What you little brat, how could you watch that? And you didn't even delete them after. Why would I delete them? I left them for you to watch, cousin. For me to watch. Why would I watch that? It's all your fault. I'm being misunderstood now. Misunderstood? What misunderstanding? Tell me all about it, cousin. Xia Yu's voice was clearly excited now. Knowing her cousin was a big blabbermouth, Shin Yufa snorted. I'm not telling you. Bye. And she hung up. So her suspicion was right. It was her cousin's doing. But she couldn't exactly tell Suhao the truth, and even if she did, he wouldn't believe her anyway. Wait a minute. Why do I even need to explain myself to him? Shin Yufa just realized this. Ding dong. Just then Shin Yufa received a WeChat message. She opened it and saw it was from Suhao. Suhao, honey, those videos you've got are pretty good quality. Where did you download them? Mind sharing a link? Shin Yufa was so furious she nearly threw her phone. Meanwhile, Suhao, now on the subway, stroked his chin with a mischievous grin. He quickly received a reply. Shin Yufa, go to hell. Suhao raised an eyebrow, feeling triumphant. Now that had uncovered her embarrassing little secret, let's see how she keeps up her cold CEO act with him. Ding, system notification, you have evolution points pending collection. Pending collection. Suhao opened it and was stunned to find he had completed the first kiss achievement. How is that possible? He completed a first kiss without even knowing it. Suhao suddenly drew a sharp breath, recalling Shin Yufi's words about him taking something from her. Could it be her first kiss? On Monday morning, Suhao arrived at the company and noticed a few receptionists whispering among themselves. They quickly fell silent upon seeing him. Good morning, President Su. Suhao nodded and headed upstairs. When he reached his office, he saw Cui Shaoan chatting on her phone. Good morning, President Su. Cui Shaoan quickly stood up upon seeing him. Xiaoan, I noticed many people whispering today. What are they discussing? Su Hao asked, puzzled. President Su, you're being nosy too. Cui Xiaoan chuckled. What gossip? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. I heard about it when I arrived today too. Apparently our President Shun is already married. Cui Xiaoan leaned in and whispered. Married? Su Hao's eyelid twitched. Could it be that his marriage certificate with Shin Yufa had been exposed? President Su, you don't believe it either, right? Cui Xiaoan smiled. How did such a rumor start? Who did President Shin marry? Su Hao asked deliberately. I'm not sure of the details. It seems a colleague from the company saw President Shun walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a handsome man a few days ago. Any photos? No. If there were, it wouldn't be gossip. Cui Xiaoan shook her head. Su Hao nodded, then suddenly tapped her on the head. Focus on your work, no spreading rumors. Huh. It was you who asked me, President Su. Cui Xiaoan pouted and muttered resentfully. During the morning meeting, Su Hao observed Shin Yufa. She seemed perfectly normal. After the meeting, Su Hao returned to his office, only to be followed by Yang Wenguang, the technical department manager. President Su, are you busy? Yang Wenguang stood at the door, asking respectfully. Not busy. What's the matter? Su Hao asked while seated. President Su, it's about the hardware procurement for the group. A supplier got wind of it, and wants to invite you to dinner tonight. They asked me to see if you're available. Yang Wenguang stated. Tonight? Su Hao was taken aback. Yes. Yang Wenguang nodded. Su Hao thought for a moment. He did need to discuss the hardware procurement details with the supplier, as there were many technical specifications that had to be met. Alright, send me the address later. Will do, President Su. Yang Wenguang nodded happily and left. Just then Su Hao's WeChat buzzed with a video call request. Chu Xiangxiang. Seeing it was the eldest Miss Chu, he answered. Xiangxiang, why are you video calling me so early in the morning? Wow, Brother Su, what are you up to? Chu Xiangxiang asked cheerfully on the other end. I'm at work. It's Monday, shouldn't you be in class? Haha, I skipped class. Su Hao was speechless, but since Chu Xiangxiang was only a freshman, skipping class was fairly normal. After all, who hasn't skipped a class in college? By the way, Brother Su, are you free tonight? Chu Xiangxiang suddenly asked. Unfortunately, I'm actually busy tonight. Su Hao replied. I wanted to treat you to dinner. Treat me to dinner? I wanted to thank you in person, Brother Su, for your reminder. Chu Xiangxiang suddenly said seriously. Su Hao knew she was referring to the birthday party incident. It was a small matter, no need to thank me. No, I must thank you for this. Chu Xiangxiang said sternly. Alright Xiangxiang, you really want to thank me? A glint appeared in Su Hao's eyes. Of course. Chu Xiangxiang nodded. I heard your several older sisters are all presidents in your family's group, right? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes. Could you introduce them to me? Su Hao said proactively. Brother Su, you want to meet my sisters? I should warn you, they're all married. Even though you're handsome, they definitely won't have an affair with you. Chu Xiangxiang said softly. Su Hao was at a loss for words, finding her boldness both amusing and overwhelming. But Brother Su, if you're really interested, you should pick my third sister. I don't like my third brother-in-law, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chu Xiangxiang added. Ahem, Xiangxiang, you misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person. Su Hao quickly explained. Haha, I knew you weren't, Brother Su. I was just teasing you. Chu Xiangxiang giggled on the other end. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if he had just been teased by a young girl. It's like this, I have an advertising solicitation task. If you introduce your sisters, I might have a chance to discuss cooperation. Su Hao stated his purpose. He had researched the Chu Group, which owned brands in clothing, daily necessities, and skincare, spending over $1 billion annually on advertising. If he could connect with the Chu family, he might have the opportunity to secure some advertising fees. Oh, I see. You could just ask me, I can help too. Chu Xiangxiang said cheerfully. Hey, this is business. You're still a kid, Xiangxiang. Su Hao teased. Fine, I'll just talk to my dad about it. But Brother Su, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? You have to help me reach the king rank in the game. Ahem. Su Hao was taken aback by this condition. Did this count as playing games with a client? Brother Su, will you do it? Alright, I promise. Su Hao agreed readily. And so Su Hao spent the entire morning playing the mobile game. He discovered that with his all-powerful hand, he had become incredibly skilled at gaming. Victory in almost every match was a foregone conclusion, and Chu Xiangxiang's rank soared. In the afternoon, Shin Yufa finally heard the company gossip. She sent Su Hao several messages asking about it, but received no reply. So Shin Yufa went downstairs. Finding Cui Xiaoan absent, she pushed the door open and walked straight into the office. She saw Su Hao playing a game on his phone. Haha, another pentakill. Su Hao slapped the desk in joy, but then saw Shin Yufa and froze. Well, Director Su. This is work hours. You're playing games again. I think you're just coasting along. You don't want this job anymore. Pack up and get out right now. Shin Yufi's anger erupted. Wait. Don't, dear. I worked hard all morning. I was just playing a couple of rounds to relax. Su Hao said shamelessly. What the hell are you playing at? I promoted you to director so you could work, not play games on the clock. Shin Yufa snapped in exasperation. Oh, so you're actually mad, huh? I was just playing a game, it's not like I was watching anything inappropriate. Su Hao said with a meaningful grin. You Shin Yufa knew full well Su Hao was being deliberately obtuse. It was clear she wouldn't get a straight answer from him. Don't be mad, boss. Did you need me for something? Su Hao quickly tried to change the subject. Of course I do. You've heard the office gossip, haven't you? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I heard about it this morning. Did you leak it, eh? Boss, that's not fair. Am I known for having a big mouth? If I did, I bet the whole company would know about your little video-watching habit by now. Su Hao suddenly looked offended. So this was why Shin Yufa had stormed in. She suspected him of leaking the information. It wasn't you. Shin Yufa was taken aback. Of course it wasn't me, Su Hao said, exasperated. Just then the phone on Su Hao's desk suddenly rang. Hello. Hello, is this Director Su? This is Song Hang from the tech department. The defensive strategy you implemented has started issuing alerts. Excellent. The enemy has taken the bait. Huh. Enemy. Song Hang on the other end was bewildered. Su Hao immediately hung up the phone. What enemy? Shin Yufa looked at him confused. Haha, honey, the enemy took the bait. Su Hao clapped his hands in delight. Explain yourself. What enemy? Have you forgotten? The hackers. The hackers are back. Shin Yufi's expression changed. Haha, honey, don't worry. I set a trap for them. Come on, let's head to the tech department and check it out. Su Hao said proudly. Filled with curiosity, Shin Yufa followed Su Hao to the server room in the tech department. Oh, President Shin, Director Su. Song Hang quickly stood up respectfully. Su Hao immediately sat down at a computer logged into the network devices and began to observe. Sure enough, starting this afternoon, the hackers had resumed their assault on the Quineo Tushio app, and this time the attack was noticeably more ferocious than the last. They had made multiple attempts to inject viruses, but all had been repelled. After tremendous effort, they had finally managed to breach the distribution server, no doubt feeling quite pleased with themselves. What these hackers didn't know was that the distribution server they had compromised was merely a virtual server, a trap Su Hao had left for them. Su Hao's fingers flew across the keyboard, initiating a counter-intrusion. While the hackers were busy sending out viruses, they were unaware that Su Hao had already meticulously traced their pathways and was now infiltrating their computers. In no time, Su Hao cracked their IP address and used it to pinpoint their geographical location. Done. Su Hao immediately sent the location information to his phone and walked out of the server room. Found them? Shin Yufa asked excitedly. Yeah, I've locked onto their location. I can't believe these guys are right here in Yanbei. This is the Chaobei district, isn't it? Su Hao glanced at his phone. They're in Yanbei. Shin Yufa was astonished. Boss, let me borrow your car. Su Hao's eyes lit up. What are you going to do? Go after them? Shin Yufa raised a delicate eyebrow. Yeah, this is a rare opportunity. I need to check it out in person to be sure. Su Hao nodded. Fine, I'm coming with you. Shin Yufa said immediately. You're coming too? Yes. If they really are the hackers, we'll call the police. Alright, let's go. Su Hao didn't refuse, and the two of them headed down to the underground parking garage. Half an hour later, Su Hao and Shin Yufa arrived at an old residential complex in Chaobei district. Following the location pin, Su Hao confirmed the target was in Building 23. However, Building 23 had 6 floors with 3 units per floor, so he would need to narrow down which specific apartment housed the hackers. They'll go up and take a look. Boss, you wait in the car, Su Hao said. Can you be sure they're here? How will you find them among all these apartments? Shin Yufa asked, raising an eyebrow. I have my ways. Just wait for my call. If I confirm the hackers are here, I'll call you, and you can alert the police. Su Hao stated directly. Alright, be careful. Shin Yufa cautioned. Su Hao nodded and headed upstairs. For anyone else, finding the hackers would have meant knocking on every single door. But for Su Hao, who possessed extraordinary hearing, this was a simple task. For instance, the 3 apartments on the first floor were clearly empty, as there was no sound coming from within. Su Hao went straight up to the second floor, where he heard one apartment with a washing machine running and another with the television on. He continued up the stairs, quickly reaching the 6th floor. Click-clack, click-clack. Standing outside the door, Su Hao could clearly hear the sound of keyboard typing coming from apartment 601. My. Su Hao moved closer to the door. He discovered that his superhuman hearing could expand its range like sound waves. And when he focused his mind, he could pick up even fainter sounds. There are about 5 people in there. One is sleeping in the bedroom, 4 are typing on computers in the living room. 2 of them are smoking, and the other 2 are cracking melon seeds. Su Hao could already tell what the group was doing just from the sounds. Haha, Brother Sean, the target's distribution server is completely under my control now. I've released a massive amount of worm viruses. Suddenly, one of the people cracking seeds said triumphantly. Oh. Su Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So these were the guys. Had finally caught them. Then he heard Brother Sean's voice from inside the room. The distribution server isn't enough. Today's goal is to destroy their entire service cluster. Everyone keep up the good work. Brother Sean, do you think the client will hold up their end of the deal on this one? Another person asked. Don't worry, most clients on the dark domain are reliable. Besides, haven't we already received the 1 Bitcoin down payment? Once we complete this job, well, get the remaining 5 Bitcoins. Brother Sean's tone was full of arrogance. Su Hao, listening from outside the door, was secretly shocked. He never imagined these people had taken a job from the dark domain, and that the client had put up a bounty of 6 bitcoins. Given the current surge in Bitcoin's price, 6 bitcoins were equivalent to over 2 million renminbi. This client is quite generous, Su Hao remarked with a sigh. Now that he was certain they were the culprits, Su Hao immediately took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Shun Yufa, telling her to call the police. But suddenly his phone vibrated, and the ringtone blared out. "Who's out there?" Brother Sean's voice shouted from inside the room. Su Hao glanced at his phone and saw that it was Chu Xiangxiang calling. He quickly hung up. Just then, with a loud bang, the door to room 601 swung open. A bald man with a dark expression suddenly asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" "I'm from upstairs," Su Hao quickly replied. "Upstairs? Bullshit. An old lady lives upstairs," the bald man sneered. "Who is it, Tu-san?" a man called Sean inside the room suddenly asked. "Sean Gu, this kid is acting all sneaky. Something's off." Tu-san immediately grabbed Su Hao's arm. "Let go of me." Su Hao's expression hardened as he squinted. "Let go? Did you overhear our conversation just now?" the bald man demanded, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Screw you." Su Hao flung the man's hand away and kicked him hard, sending the bald man crashing to the ground. "Damn it. Guys, get him," the bald man yelled. Su Hao knew he couldn't back down now. He couldn't let these thugs escape. In an instant, the man who had been sitting at the computers rushed over. "You little bastard, you're looking for death." Sean Gu charged at him, wielding a steel pipe. Seeing the pipe made Su Hao a bit nervous, but he instinctively threw a punch. The punch was incredibly fast, connecting squarely with Sean Gu's nose. With a cry of pain, Sean Gu flew backward, crashing onto the computer desk and shattering the monitor. The other men flinched, stunned by the sheer force of the punch. Su Hao was also surprised by his own strength. It seemed his all-powerful hand enhanced his power and explosive force as well. A man who had been sleeping in the back room walked out, utterly shocked by the scene before him. "Get him!" Sean Gu roared through gritted teeth, his face contorted in pain. The next moment, all the men charged at Su Hao together. The room erupted into a chaotic symphony of crashes and thuds. Meanwhile, Shin Yufa was waiting anxiously in the car downstairs, wondering if Su Hao had managed to catch the hacker. Just then, a loud crashing sound came from upstairs. A window on the 6th floor shattered as something heavy was thrown through it. Shin Yufi's face turned pale. It dawned on her that the hacker might not be working alone. What if they were part of a gang? If Su Hao was discovered and a fight broke out, wouldn't he be in grave danger? What if something happened to him? A wave of regret washed over her. She shouldn't have let him go alone. She quickly got out of the car and rushed towards the building. She ran up to the 6th floor and saw the door to 601 wide open, the sounds of a struggle coming from within. She hurried inside, only to be stunned by the scene before her. Su Hao was sitting on a chair in the living room holding a steel pipe. In front of him, 5 men were crouching with their hands on their heads, looking terrified. Several of them were clearly battered and bruised. Su Hao slammed the steel pipe onto the table with a sharp crack. "Weren't you guys just acting all tough? Didn't you say you were going to beat me until my own mother wouldn't recognize me? Come on, why aren't you attacking now?" He pointed at them mockingly. Boss, we won't dare anymore." The bald man whimpered, his face swollen like a pig's head. He had gotten the worst of it. Shin Yufa was completely dumbfounded by the scene. What was going on? Looking at the mess in the living room, it was clear a fight had just taken place. Had Su Hao single-handedly subdued 5 men? 5 against 1. In that moment, Su Hao completely overturned her perception of him. Was he really this fierce? Sean Gu, holding his head, stammered, "Brother. No, boss, we have no prior grudges with you. Could this be a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding my ass." Su Hao started to speak, but then noticed Shin Yufa and froze. "Boss, why did you come up?" I heard the crashing and got worried, so I came to check." "Are you okay?" Shin Yufa explained. "I'm fine. Call the police. It's these little bastards. Tell the officers we've caught a gang of criminal hackers," Su Hao said directly. Okay. Shin Yufa immediately pulled out her phone. Sean Gu and the bald man exchanged a glance, their faces turning pale as they realized something was wrong. They had thought the fight was just a misunderstanding, but now it was clear the other party had come prepared and knew exactly what they were up to. Sean Gu quickly gave the bald man a signal. The bald man's face darkened, and he grabbed a nearby chair, hurling it at Su Hao. Su Hao's expression hardened as he threw a punch at the incoming chair, shattering it into pieces. The bald man was stunned. Was this guy a superhuman? Sean Guess I twitched. Gritting his teeth, he yanked open a drawer, pulled out a dagger, and lunged at Shin Yufa. His plan was to take her hostage, to threaten Su Hao and make his escape. Shin Yufa screamed in terror at the sight of the gleaming blade. Even though she was a decisive and domineering CEO, she was still a woman at heart. Faced with such a threat, who wouldn't be afraid? In that critical moment, Su Hao rushed over, grabbed Shin Yufi's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Shin Yufa watched as Su Hao shielded her with his own body. In a swift motion, he reached out and caught Sean Gu's wrist. With a sharp crack, he applied pressure, and the dagger clattered to the floor. Sean Gu screamed in agony. "Still trying to play with knives, huh?" Su Hao delivered a vicious slap that sent Shan Ge flying 5 meters away, knocking out several of his teeth. The remaining men were terrified, their hearts pounding. This guy was brutally strong. Su Hao picked up the dagger and said darkly, "I hate men who lay their hands on women. If you don't behave, I'll make you regret it." No, we won't dare," they all stammered, shaking their heads frantically. Shin Yuefei finally breathed a sigh of relief and redialed the police as her previous call had been cut off. Within minutes, the police arrived and handcuffed Shan Ge and his entire gang, confiscating the computers and other evidence. At the police station, the hackers confessed to everything. Just as Su Hao had overheard, they had accepted a job on Dark Domain to hack into Kuaishio Tushio and cause the app to crash during the 618 promotional event. After giving their statements at the station, Su Hao and Shin Yuefei finally left. However, Shin Yuefei was still in a daze, shaken by the ordeal. "Boss, you look pale. You didn't wet your pants, did you?" Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare and said, "You're the one who's scared your pants wet. I'm just a bit shaken. Do you realize how reckless you were today? What if something had gone wrong? Hey wife, are you worried about me?" Su Hao asked with a grin. "Don't flatter yourself." Shin Yuefei snorted. As they walked to the car, Su Hao grinned and said, "Hey, by the way, boss, now that I've caught the hacker for you, what about the car? Look at you. Take this Bentley." Shin Yuefei handed him the keys. "This one. Don't you have a Lamborghini at home, boss?" Su Hao thought for a moment. "You want a sports car? Take it or leave it." Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. I'll take it. Su Hao quickly took the keys. Though the Bentley wasn't as flashy as a Lamborghini, it was still a multi-million-dollar car, more than decent. "By the way, what was that Dark Domain they mentioned at the police station?" Shin Yuefei asked curiously. "It's a type of dark web. The Dark Domain is a mysterious foreign website supposedly set up by a secret organization with servers all over the world specializing in hacker-for-hire transactions." Hacker-for-hire. Exactly. Clients can post tasks on the Dark Domain and hackers take them on. Can't they be caught? Shin Yuefei frowned. Su Hao shook his head. "It's extremely difficult. The Dark Domain operates on a unique system using onion routing. Each node is independent and you can't trace the full link. There are countless fake servers worldwide. It's a massive hacker organization." "Damn it." Shin Yuefei was irritated. "Not only that, even if you find the site, you won't get the client's info. The Dark Domain doesn't store any user data and transactions use Bitcoin, so you can't trace the money either." Su Hao explained. "I wonder who's behind this, trying to target Hanshin Group." Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth. "I think someone wants the Kuaishio app to crash. There must be a purpose. If the Kuaishio Tushio app goes down, who benefits?" Su Hao hinted. Shin Yuefei paused, then a few guesses crossed her mind. But guesses were just guesses. Within the company, the old shareholder Kang Xinghe always played dirty to grab power, so he might have done something like this. After all, crashing the Kuaishio Tushio app right before the shareholder meeting would be a major work accident for Shin Yuefei. Besides internal threats, external ones were possible too, like Hua Tianhao of the Hua family, who's always wanted to acquire Hanshin Group. Causing a crisis behind the scenes would benefit him. In addition, several other big conglomerates had expressed interest in acquiring the Kuaishio Tushio app. Meanwhile, there were plenty of competitors in the news app market. Thinking of all this, Shin Yuefei helplessly shook her head. It was already 5 o'clock when they returned to the company. Cui Xiaowan grinned at Su Hao with a mischievous look. "Xiaowan, why are you staring at me like that?" Su Hao was puzzled. "President Su, are you really President Su's rumored husband?" Cui Xiaowan speculated. "Ahem, who told you that?" Su Hao blushed. Had he been exposed again? "You went out with the CEO this afternoon. Everyone in the company knows." Cui Xiaowan explained. "I went out with President Shin for business." "You guys are too gossipy." Su Hao shook his head. "Not at all. I think among the company, President Su, you're the one who looks most like President Shin's husband." Cui Xiaowan sighed. "Oh, why?" Su Hao was curious. "Because you're so handsome and talented, you're a perfect match for President Shin." Cui Xiaowan gave her reason. "Really? Then Xiaowan, can I ask you a favor?" Su Hao suddenly grinned mischievously. "What favor?" Cui Xiaowan was taken aback. "Be a matchmaker. Go tell President Shun that we're a perfect couple. Help us get together." Su Hao couldn't help teasing. "Ahem, President Su, you're joking with me again. I'd like to live a little longer." Cui Xiaowan fled. Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He returned to his office, pulled out his phone, and saw 2 messages on WeChat. One was from Yang Wingguang with the room number for the Milky Way Hotel. Su Hao was puzzled. He didn't know which supplier Yang Wingguang was introducing, but picking a 5-star hotel like the Milky Way was unexpected. The other message was from Chu Xiangxiang asking him to call back. Su Hao then remembered that Chu Xiangxiang had called while he was catching the hacker, and he'd hung up. He dialed her number. "Hello, brother Su, you finally called me." "Xiangxiang, what's up?" "I talked to Dad. Tomorrow at 10 my second sister will come to the company to discuss the partnership." Chu Xiangxiang laughed. "Really?" Su Hao was pleasantly surprised. "Yeah, but I can't guarantee it'll work out." "Oh, and my second sister is very pretty, brother Su. Better keep your cool." Chu Xiangxiang giggled. "Ahem, you little rascal, don't tease me." "Haha, okay, brother Su, I won't. And I'm not a little kid anymore. I've already passed my 18th birthday. I'm an adult." Chu Xiangxiang said seriously. Fine, you're an adult. Su Hao nodded. Alright brother Su, I'll go now. I'm going to learn dancing with my classmates. Chu Xiangxiang hung up. After work, Su Hao drove the Bentley straight to the Milky Way Hotel. Meanwhile, Shin Yufa realized she had no car to go home today. So she sent Su Hao a WeChat message. Shin Yufa, I have no car to go home today. Can you drive me home first? Su Hao no. Shin Yufa was stunned by his reply. This guy took her car and wouldn't even drive her home. How infuriating. Shin Yufa, hurry up. Su Hao, I'm already out of the office. Shin Yufa, where's the car? Su Hao, I drove it. Shin Yufa, where are you going? Su Hao, I have a business dinner. Shin Yufa angrily threw her phone, muttering that this jerk didn't have any damn dinner. He was probably just showing off in her car. Then Su Hao sent another message. Su Hao, your place is so close to the company. Just take the subway 3 stops. Shin Yufa, you actually expect me to take the subway? I'm ignoring you. Su Hao grinned at the reply. Ignoring him, huh? It sounded like she was pouting. At the Yanbei Galaxy Grand Hotel, a renowned 5-star establishment, 3 people sat in a private room on the 17th floor. Among them was Yang Wenguang, the technical department manager, along with Ji Kai and his girlfriend Wang Shasha. Manager Yang, I'm truly grateful for your help with this matter. Ji Kai expressed his thanks proactively. Think nothing of it. We've cooperated for so long and built mutual trust, so of course I'd recommend you as the supplier first, Yang Wenguang replied with a smile. Ji Kai nodded with a forced smile, thinking to himself, trust my foot. It's only because I give you a kickback on every purchase. By the way, Manager Yang, what's the name of your newly appointed executive director? What's their background? Give me the details first so I know what to talk about when they arrive. Ji Kai asked proactively. Let me tell you. Oh damn, I've got a stomach ache. I need to hit the restroom first. He'll explain everything when I get back. Yang Wenguang frowned, having suffered from diarrhea all day. Alright Manager Yang, no rush. Go ahead. Ji Kai nodded. Yang Wenguang then headed to the restroom. Honey, this Manager Yang is just a middleman taking a cut. Why don't we just contact the new director directly? Wang Shasha said with disdain. But not this time. We still need old Yang the bloodsucker to make the introduction. Once we're familiar with the new director after this deal, we'll cut him out. Ji Kai had already calculated. By the way, regarding Hongshin Group, isn't that old college classmate of yours working there? Wang Shasha recalled this. That poor pathetic classmate of mine. He's just a programmer, useless as can be. A total deadbeat. Ji Kai couldn't help but mock. Haha, it's only because you're so outstanding compared to you your classmates all seem pitiful. Wang Shasha said flatteringly. That's right. Come here, babe. No one's around now. Let me have a taste. Ji Kai pulled his girlfriend over. Oh, stop it. What if old Yang the bloodsucker comes back? Wang Shasha said coyly. Come back. Even if he does, I don't care. Let him die of envy. Ji Kai embraced her and started kissing her. Just as the two were locked in a passionate embrace, the door to the private room suddenly opened. Su Hao walked in and froze. Wrong room. No, that's not right. The room's name is correct, 4 Seasons Fragrance. Seeing someone enter, Ji Kai and his girlfriend quickly sat up straight. Su Hao, what are you doing here? Ji Kai frowned upon seeing who it was. I'm curious about the same thing regarding you, Su Hao stated. Su Hao said, why the hell are you curious? I'm here to entertain an important guest. Now get the hell out of here. Ji Kai stood up, speaking arrogantly. Entertaining an important guest? What a coincidence, someone's also invited me to dine here. Su Hao said with narrowed eyes. Someone invited you here to eat? You must be dreaming. With your connections, who would possibly invite you? Don't tell me you're here for a part-time job as a waiter after work. Ji Kai burst into laughter. Haha, a waiter. Or maybe he's here as a male escort. I heard the male escorts at the Galaxy Hotel make good money. Wang Shasha also giggled. Puffed, babe, you're so funny. But honestly, this poor pale-faced pretty boy is quite suited to be an escort. Ji Kai roared with laughter. Just then the door to the room opened and Yang Wenguang returned from the restroom. Oh, Director Su, you've arrived. Upon seeing Su Hao, Yang Wenguang quickly greeted him respectfully. Huh? Ji Kai and his girlfriend were completely dumbfounded. Manager Yang, what did you just call him? Ji Kai thought he must have misheard. President Ji, let me introduce you. This is Su Hao, the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group at Hongshin Group. Yang Wenguang quickly introduced him. He's the new director. Ji Kai was utterly shocked. Wang Shasha's face instantly turned bitter. Seeing their expressions change, Su Hao finally understood. So the supplier old man Yang mentioned was his old classmate Ji Kai. What's going on here? Yang Wenguang was confused. Ji Kai's face turned ashen, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Even though he couldn't believe it, Yang Wenguang wouldn't lie to him. He never imagined the new director would be Su Hao. Ji Kai now wished he could slap himself repeatedly. His mouth was too loose, always calling his classmate poor and pathetic. He never thought he would be the true clown. Oh, Director Su, please have a seat. I never imagined you were the new director. Ji Kai hurried forward and pulled out a chair. Su Hao didn't stand on ceremony and walked over to sit at the table. Do you two know each other? Yang Wenguang was taken aback. Manager Yang, why didn't you tell me earlier? Director Su and I are college classmates. We're very close. Ji-kai quickly said. College classmates. Yang Wenguang was stunned, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He probably wouldn't be getting his kickback this time. Ji-kai, I didn't expect you to have such thick skin. Are we close? You two were just mocking me a moment ago. Su-hao said with narrowed eyes. Oh, Director Su, I was just joking with you a moment ago. Ji-kai quickly explained. Yes, just a joke, Wang Shasha echoed. A joke? You think joking about me being a male escort is funny? Su-hao snorted coldly. Off. Yang Wenguang was utterly confused. What was happening here? Oh, it's all my fault. My stupid mouth. Su-hao, let me pour you a drink as an apology. Ji-kai slapped himself and hurriedly stood up to pour Su-hao a drink. He had no choice. This was a 5 million yuan deal, and he had to lower his stance. No need. Since you're the supplier, I see no point in continuing this discussion. After all, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Su-hao stated bluntly. Don't be like that, Su-hao. I mean Director Su. We're old classmates after all. Shasha apologized to Director Su right now. Ji-kai panicked. I'm sorry, Director Su. I was wrong. It's all my fault. Wang Shasha quickly bowed in apology. No need. It's unnecessary. Su-hao waved his hand, stood up, and prepared to leave. Director Su, I was wrong. Tell me what I need to do to make it right. He'll do anything you ask. Ji-kai quickly said. Anything? Su-hao raised an eyebrow. Yes, anything at all. Ji-kai nodded with an ingratiating smile. Su-hao suddenly looked at his girlfriend, this seductive-looking beauty. Not long ago, Ji-kai had been flaunting this woman in front of him, mocking him for being single. Ji-kai, your girlfriend is quite attractive, you know. Very charming. Quite appealing. This face, this waist, Su-hao said with narrowed eyes, a malicious grin on his face, his words laden with meaning. A smirk played on Su-hao's lips. He had no real designs on Ji-kai's girlfriend, he had said it deliberately. He wondered how this scumbag Ji-kai would choose. Yang Wenguang now understood perfectly. Ji-kai must have said something utterly vile, and he had brought this upon himself. Ji-kai's face stiffened at Su-hao's words, then he turned to look at his girlfriend Wang Shasha. What? You pervert. Wang Shasha gritted her teeth in fury. But then Ji-kai walked over, his gaze turning strange as he looked at her. Shasha, this is a 5 million yuan deal. Help me out here. Just keep President Su company today, alright? Ji-kai said hastily. What a... Wang Shasha's eyes went wide with shock, clearly never expecting such words to come from him. Ji-kai, how could you say such a thing? Would you really sacrifice your own girlfriend for a single business deal? Wang Shasha said angrily. Sacrifice? This is a 5 million yuan deal. Haven't I spent enough on you already? Can't you just bear with it for once? Ji-kai said shamelessly. Su-hao was utterly stunned. Today was truly an eye-opener. He never imagined Ji-kai could be such a flexible man, a scumbag to the extreme. Slap. Wang Shasha slapped Ji-kai across the face. You're despicable. Despicable. You slut, quit pretending. Who knows how many men you slept with before me? Ji-kai retorted rudely. You. Wang Shasha was speechless with rage. Clap, clap. Su-hao clapped his hands together and laughed. Young lady, now you see how much of a scumbag this man beside you is, right? Ji-kai, we're through. With that, Wang Shasha stormed out of the private room. Su-hao, what do you mean? Ji-kai was taken aback. Ji-kai, you didn't actually think I was interested in your girlfriend, did you? I just wanted to see how shameless you could be. And truly, you've opened my eyes. Su-hao shook his head with a sigh. You? Su-hao, stop messing with me. Ji-kai said, looking embarrassed. Messing with you? Let me make it clear, Hongxin Group will never do business with you. Su-hao left with those words. Only Yang Wenguang and Ji-kai were left staring at each other in disbelief. Manager Yang, why didn't you tell me earlier that the executive director was Su-hao? Ji-kai complained bitterly. Ji-kai, you brought this on yourself? You'd share your own girlfriend. You're a real piece of trash. Huh. Yang Wenguang cursed and walked away as well. You bloodsucker Yang, how dare you judge me? Just you wait, I'm reporting your kickbacks tomorrow. Ji-kai fumed in frustration. Su-hao left Galaxy Grand Hotel and settled for a simple meal at a nearby noodle shop. After dinner, he initially planned to go home, but realized he had left his keys in the office. He had no choice but to drive back to the company. Why is the light still on in the president's office on the 5th floor? Su-hao checked the time. It was past 8:30 p.m. All other offices were dark. He first went to the 3rd floor to retrieve his keys, then headed to the 5th floor. The hallway lights were already off. Su-hao went straight to the president's office. Did I forget to turn off the light? He wondered as he opened the door, finding the room empty. Just as he was about to turn off the light and leave, he heard someone singing inside the room. I am a little bird. Trying to fly high. Su-hao was startled. He realized the sound was coming from beneath the president's desk. Curious, he walked over and was astonished to find Xin Yufa sitting on the floor clutching a bottle of red wine. Her pretty face was flushed, and she was muttering to herself. Damn, wife, you're hiding here drinking. Su-hao was stunned. Huh, Su-hao, why are you back? Xin Yufa looked up at him with hazy eyes. Get up quick. The floor is cold. Su-hao walked over to help her up. No, I want to sit on the floor. Xin Yufa said stubbornly. How much have you had to drink? Su-hao asked, half amused, half exasperated. He took the wine bottle from her there was only a little left. The floor is not only cold, but dusty too. You're getting it all over your clothes, you know. Dust. If I don't care. It'll roll on the floor if I want to. With that, Shin Yufa gleefully raised her arms and flopped down, rolling around on the floor. Cough, cough. And this is our elegant and beautiful president. Su Hao was speechless. The rascal then pulled out his phone and started recording a video. Got it on video, so don't say I took advantage of you. He stepped forward and scooped Shin Yufa up in his arms. Hey, put me down. Shin Yufa struggled uncooperatively. So even beautiful women are like this when drunk. Su Hao plopped her down on the nearby sofa. Ouch. You hurt my butt. Rub it for me. Shin Yufa frowned, shooting him a reproachful glare. Huh. Su Hao was stunned. Was he really being offered this? But he certainly couldn't take advantage of her in this state, or the Ice Queen would surely kill him the next day. Why did you drink so much alone? You're one to talk. I asked you to take me home, and you weren't even willing. Shin Yufa said with annoyance. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. On the president's desk, he spotted a stack of documents and picked them up. They were the profiles of all the group's shareholders along with a breakdown of their shareholdings. Su Hao noticed that several shareholders had been marked with a pencil checkmark by Shin Yufa. He finally understood why she was drinking. Perhaps today's incident with catching the hacker had made her acutely aware of a massive potential crisis. She was studying the share structure, clearly realizing that her position as chairman was not secure. Looking at the drunk Shin Yufa, Su Hao felt a deep pang of sympathy for this woman. She was the envy of many as the group's president, so glamorous on the surface, but who knew the immense pressure and worry she carried inside. All right, boss, I'll take you home, Su Hao said quickly. Zzz. Shin Yufa was already fast asleep. Damn, she fell asleep that fast. Su Hao sighed and began searching her pockets for the keys to her villa. But after searching everywhere, he couldn't find them. He thought about checking her desk drawers, but then remembered how much Shin Yufa hated others touching her things, so he gave up. What do I do now? Maybe I should just take her back to my place. Su Hao thought for a moment, then scooped her up and headed for the elevator to the parking garage. It was the only option. He couldn't very well leave her in the office. Still half-conscious, Shin Yufa instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Hao's neck. Su Hao carried Shin Yufa to the parking lot and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the elevator went directly to the parking lot, otherwise if the security guard had seen them, it would have been a huge scandal. He tossed Shin Yufa onto the back seat, then started the car and drove home. After arriving home, Su Hao opened the car door ready to carry Shin Yufa. Unexpectedly, Shin Yufa threw up, getting her clothes and the car dirty. Huh, I drove pretty smoothly, Su Hao said helplessly as he carried her out. Unexpectedly, just as he carried her out, the landlord's daughter Meng Chi-Chi happened to pass by. Hey brother Su. Meng Chi-Chi ran over. It's Chi-Chi. Su Hao was startled. Oh brother Su, who are you carrying? Meng Chi-Chi saw the beautiful Shin Yufa and asked curiously. She's our company's CEO, she's drunk, Su Hao explained. Brother Su, she's drunk, and you brought her back. You don't have any improper intentions, do you? Meng Chi-Chi looked at him suspiciously. Ahem, Chi-Chi, am I that kind of person? Su Hao was amused and exasperated. Brother Su, you're not that kind of person, but she's so beautiful I'm afraid you can't control yourself. Meng Chi-Chi looked at her stunningly beautiful face, feeling both envious and jealous. Don't be silly, how could I possibly lose control? Besides, she's my boss. If I had any improper intentions when she wakes up tomorrow, I'd be dead. Su Hao said sheepishly. That's true, brother Su, you've always had the desire, but not the courage. Meng Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Su Hao was amused and exasperated. Is that a compliment or a dig at me? By the way, Chi-Chi, since you're here, help me with something. What help me? Come upstairs with me and help me take off her clothes. What? Brother Su, you want to do that kind of thing, and you want me to help? You're dragging me into this. No way. Meng Chi-Chi quickly shook her head. What are you talking about? Chi-Chi looked at her clothes, she threw up drunk. I can't be the one to take them off, can I? Su Hao quickly explained. You're right. It's a bit dark, I couldn't see clearly. Alright, fine. Meng Chi-Chi agreed. Then she followed Su Hao upstairs. Su Hao placed Shin Yufa on the bed in the bedroom. Take off her clothes, cover her with the blanket, and bring the clothes out. They'll throw them in the washing machine later, Su Hao instructed. Okay. Meng Chi-Chi nodded. Then Su Hao went to the living room. Soon after, Meng Chi-Chi brought out the dirty clothes. Brother Su, I'm going home, but you have to promise to suppress any improper thoughts. Meng Chi-Chi said seriously. Of course. No, I don't have any improper thoughts. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. Haha, brother Su, I was just teasing you. Meng Chi-Chi giggled. After she left, Su Hao threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Bored, he sat on the sofa. Tisk, having a stunning beauty lying in the room, was indeed tormenting. Su Hao made himself a cup of instant coffee. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Time to read. He had recently fallen in love with reading and had prepared many finance books at home. 2 hours passed like that. He had thoroughly mastered the theoretical knowledge of finance. But Su Hao knew that financial knowledge was different from programming knowledge. Financial theory was just the foundation, of practice was another matter entirely, because the financial market is full of countless possibilities. Different financial products were even more complex. Suhao stretched sat at the desk and spaced out for a while, then suddenly recalled the scene of him fighting 5 hackers during the day. If he hadn't possessed the omnipotent hands, how could he have defeated 5 people? Tisk omnipotent hands. He suddenly remembered that he had completed the first kiss achievement and received 500 evolution points. Why not evolve my hands to LV2? Maybe they'll be even more powerful. Suhao was excited. System upgrade hands. Ding, congratulations to the host hands LV2 upgrade completed. Suhao eagerly opened the system. Host Suhao. Brain LV2 abilities advanced intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities enhanced vision, enhanced reading. Ears LV2 abilities enhanced hearing, eavesdropping on thoughts. Hands LV2 abilities omnipotent hands super speed hands. Remaining evolution points 0 points. Suhao suddenly froze. Super speed hands. What does that mean? Could it be that his hands now possessed super fast typing speed? Ahem, what use was this ability? Suhao waved his hands and tried. Indeed, he could achieve super speed almost like invisible hands. At this speed, if he slapped someone, they wouldn't even see who hit them. He suddenly thought, with this speed, wouldn't coding be extremely fast? Suhao immediately turned on the computer and tried it. His hands flew across the keyboard so fast they were like phantoms, even startling himself. Suhao opened Word and tested his typing speed. Shwa shwa shwa. After 1 minute, Suhao was astonished to find that he had typed over 200 characters in a minute. Hiss. This was too insane. Suhao knew that the world's fastest typing speed according to the Guinness World Record was only about 400 words per minute. Now he could type 200 words per minute. Wasn't that like a tentacle monster? His college buddy Niu Xiaojia wrote novels on Fanxia Novel website, and he only updated 400 words per day. If he were to write web novels, wouldn't it be easy to update tens of thousands of words per day? Write novels. Suhao was stunned, suddenly thinking this idea was good. He had read many web novels and could certainly give it a try. Moreover, with his advanced intelligence, his creative thinking was extremely strong, so why not write for fun? So Suhao opened Fanxia Novel website, registered as an author, and logged into the author zone. I once conceived a pretty good Xinxia novel. I'll write this one, he said. Suhao named his novel Hidden Dragon. Then he immediately started typing. He found that his thinking speed was very fast, perfectly matching his super hand speed. Papa. Half an hour later, he directly uploaded 500 words, and then casually made a cover. He just wondered if the handsome men and beautiful women on Fanxia Novel website would like his writing. Perhaps Suhao's hand speed was too fast and the sound of keyboard tapping was a bit noisy, waking up Xin Yufa, who was sleeping in the bedroom. My. Xin Yufa rubbed her eyes, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling and the old wardrobe beside her. Where is this? She frowned, trying to think. Wasn't she drinking with the office? Xin Yufa pulled the blanket, suddenly realizing she was completely naked, not a single thread on her. Ugh! She screamed in shock. Suhao was taken aback, then pushed the door open and walked in. Huh? Xin Yufa saw him and quickly pulled the covers tightly over herself. What's wrong? Suhao asked curiously. You pervert, what did you do to me? Xin Yufa had a sinking feeling in her heart. Had Suhao already taken advantage of her? What? You can't remember anything. Suhao was stunned for a moment, then a mischievous grin spread across his face as he decided to tease her. Tell me quickly. I was drunk and don't remember a thing. Xin Yufa gritted her teeth. Well, you were drunk, so I brought you back to my place. Then my clothes. What did you do to me? You really forgot. Tell me now. Suhao teased. Alas, you were drunk and it was just the two of us, a man and a woman alone. You somehow ended up asking me to take good care of you. How could I possibly refuse? What? Xin Yufi's beautiful eyes flew wide open. And so it happened. Suhao said sheepishly. You bastard. You scoundrel. I'll kill you. Oh. Xin Yufa grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Suhao. If she hadn't been completely naked underneath, she probably would have jumped off the bed. Suhao quickly caught the pillow. But then Xin Yufa picked up the water glass from the nightstand, ready to smash it. Enough. Stop yelling. I was just kidding. Suhao quickly said. Had better stop teasing this woman. If she got any more worked up, things could take a turn for the worse. Kidding. Xin Yufa was stunned. Obviously. What could I possibly do to you? Use your head for a second, will you? If I had done anything to you, it's your body. Wouldn't you have felt it? Suhao said with exasperation. Xin Yufa paused, thought about it, and realized he had a point. She didn't feel any physical discomfort. Then what's going on? How did my clothes end up off? She gritted her teeth and asked. All off. No kidding. Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That Meng Chi-Chi, how could she have stripped Xin Yufa completely naked? You got drunk at the company, I brought you back, and then. He finally recounted the events of the evening. So it was your landlord's daughter who helped me take off my clothes. Xin Yufa asked for confirmation. Who else? Or did you want me to do it? Suhao grinned. Go to hell. Xin Yufa shot him a glare. Alright, now that everything's cleared up and am feeling sleepy, wifey, scoot over on the bed and make some room for me to lie down. Suhao said with a brazen face. In your dreams. Get out of here. Shin Yufa said coldly. TSK. Who wants to stay? Suhao shook his head and headed to the living room. Shin Yufa finally breathed a sigh of relief and flopped back onto the bed. The effects of the alcohol hadn't fully worn off, as she still felt a bit dizzy. She picked up her phone from the nightstand. It was already past midnight. Going home now would take who knows how long. She decided to just make do and sleep here for the night. Shin Yufa turned on her side and was about to drift off to sleep. My. But then she felt something under her cheek. She picked it up and took a closer look. It was a sock. Ugh. Yuck. 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 Shin Yufa quickly wiped her mouth. This jerk was so disgustingly messy, he actually left a sock next to the pillow. She threw the sock onto the floor and turned over to face the other direction. My. As she settled down, she suddenly felt something crawling on her pillow. Shin Yufa reluctantly turned on the light and looked down. A cockroach. She jumped up with a start. There was the cockroach scurrying around on the bed without a care in the world. Even though Shin Yufa was a domineering CEO, she was still a woman at heart and had been afraid of bugs since she was a child. Suhao? Suhao? Get in here, she shouted anxiously. My dear lady, what is it now? Suhao felt speechless. He had just lain down on the sofa ready to sleep. Hearing Shin Yufi's shouts, he walked in helplessly and saw her wrapped in the blanket standing on the bed with a terrified look on her face. Come over here and catch the cockroach. It's on the pillow. Shin Yufa pointed at the pillow. It's just a cockroach. Suhao walked over casually, pinched the cockroach, tossed it to the floor, and stepped on it. How did a cockroach get on this bed, eh? Shin Yufa was still a bit worried. This is an old neighborhood, so cockroaches are common. How about you go sleep on the sofa? Are there cockroaches on the sofa? Probably. Then why even suggest it? Shin Yufa puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Alright, just make do for tonight. You can go back to your big villa tomorrow. Suhao said helplessly. No way, I'm scared. I've been afraid of bugs my whole life. Shin Yufa said in a low voice. So what do we do? How about this, he'll sleep and you stay here and keep watch? Suhao rolled his eyes. Wow, she actually had the nerve to ask for that. He'll keep watch for you. How about I just lie down next to you and keep you company, he said exasperated. What are you thinking? That's not happening. Shin Yufa glared at him. Then just try to tough it out. Suhao turned and started to leave. Come back. Shin Yufa panicked again. What? Fine, you can lie on the other side of the bed, but you have to keep your clothes on. Shin Yufa bit her lip. She was truly terrified of bugs. If there was one around, she wouldn't be able to sleep at all. In that case, having Suhao lie next to her wasn't so bad. After all, it wasn't the first time the two of them had shared a bed. Ooh, boss lady, you're really letting me lie next to you. Aren't you afraid he'll have a wicked thought, lose control, and turn into a beast? Suhao said with a smirk. If you want to eat prison food, go ahead and try. Shin Yufi's pretty face stiffened as she said sternly. Suhao shuddered. It was just a simple sentence, but he didn't doubt this woman's words for a second. Shin Yufa wasn't stupid. She knew perfectly well what could happen when a man and a woman lie down together. But over this time she had observed Suhao. Although he was thick-skinned, a bit of a rogue, and had a sharp tongue, his character was fundamentally good. Otherwise tonight, when she was drunk, if Suhao had wanted to take advantage of her, it would have been easy. Suhao, for his part, didn't want to sleep on the sofa anyway. He'd wake up with a sore back and neck. Alright, since you're insisting so strongly, I won't be polite. Suhao walked over to the bed and lay down directly. Shin Yufa quickly tightened the blanket around herself, terrified of revealing even a sliver of skin. But Suhao still caught a glimpse of her fair neck and collarbones. Turn around. Shin Yufi's eyes darted about in panic as she scolded him. Suhao saw her wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. This woman was absolutely deadly. Finally, he turned his back to her, forced himself to stay calm, and suppressed his primal urges. Given Shin Yufi's personality, if he actually did something, he'd probably be looking at a jail sentence. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Shin Yufa woke up. My. She opened her eyes and found her hand and leg resting on Suhao's body. Off. Blushing with embarrassment, she quickly withdrew her leg. Suhao was still sleeping soundly with his back to her, which made her sigh with relief. Her face flushed red. Luckily, he hadn't woken up, or she would have been mortified. Wrapping herself in the blanket, she went to the living room. Seeing her clothes drying on the rack, she touched them and found they were already dry, so she put them on. Shin Yufa stretched and looked around the old house, noticing its dated decor. To her surprise, the computer desk in the living room was piled with books. All finance books. I never thought this guy was so studious. She was a bit taken aback. Just then she felt a pang of abdominal pain, realizing her period must have started. She hurried to the bathroom and sat down. Sure enough, her period had arrived. What was she to do now? As she panicked, she suddenly heard the bedroom door open. Suhao, in slippers and with sleepy eyes, pushed open the bathroom door and began to unbuckle his pants. Hey, what are you doing? Someone's in here. Shin Yufa yelled. Whoa, you scared me. Why didn't you lock the door? Suhao quickly backed out. You didn't knock either? Why would I knock to use my own bathroom? Suhao was speechless. Suhao, could you do me a favor? Shin Yufa found it hard to ask. What favor? Don't tell me you're constipated and need an enema. Su Hao asked curiously. You're the one who needs an enema. I've got my period. Shin Yufa retorted. Your period? Yeah, could you go buy me some sanitary pads? Shin Yufa bit her lip. There was no other choice but to ask Su Hao since there was no one else around. Ahem, isn't that a bit awkward? Su Hao's face turned red. They'll give you the money. Shin Yufa quickly said. It's not about the money. I don't know how to buy them. Su Hao was telling the truth, had never even been in a relationship, let alone bought pads. They'll send you the brand and size on WeChat. Just follow that. Alright, fine. Su Hao nodded reluctantly, put on his shoes, and went downstairs. Shortly after he received a message from Shin Yufa. Space 8 Daytime Pure Cotton. Su Hao soon bought them according to the instructions. Here you go. He opened the bathroom door and handed the bag inside. Shin Yufa took it and noticed a new toothbrush inside as well. She hadn't expected Su Hao to think of that and felt a little touched. At the same time, she was mortified that she had made a man buy her sanitary pads. A moment later, she emerged from the bathroom. Boss, are you okay? Why is your face so red? Su Hao asked suspiciously. I'm fine. Shin Yufa bit her lip. Haha, are you embarrassed? Su Hao teased. Shut up. Shin Yufa, who had been feeling a bit grateful, glared at him resentfully when she saw his goofy grin. Alright, let's wash up and head downstairs for breakfast. Su Hao went to the bathroom. Shin Yufa followed him and tore open the new toothbrush and squeezed on some toothpaste. Use this cup to rinse. Su Hao handed her a glass. And so the two of them stood side by side, brushing their teeth in front of the mirror. Seeing their reflection, Shin Yufa felt a sudden pang of wistfulness. This must be what a married couple looked like. After washing up, they went downstairs to the breakfast stall. Boss, you should get a bowl of lamb soup to replenish yourself. This place makes the best lamb soup around. Su Hao said with a smile. I can't eat that. It's got all sorts of offal in it. Shin Yufa shook her head quickly. Ahem, you can't be like that. You need to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Without waiting for her reply, Su Hao went to the stall and ordered 2 bowls. Boss, 2 bowls of lamb soup. Coming right up. The owner began scooping the offal into bowls. Shin Yufa initially wanted to refuse, but she thought she could at least try the broth even if she skipped the meat. Soon the 2 bowls of soup arrived. Hey, race your soup. Young man, your girlfriend is really beautiful. You two make a perfect couple. The owner complimented them. Shin Yufi's face instantly turned red. Boss, you wouldn't know it, but my girlfriend is pretty, but she's got a fiery temper. Su Hao shamelessly said. Huh. The owner laughed. Shin Yufa immediately reached over and pinched Su Hao's arm. Ouch. Alright, it'll stop. Su Hao quickly pleaded for mercy. Shin Yufa then lowered her head and took a sip of the soup. After a few sips, she found it quite tasty, but she still didn't dare to eat the offal. Su Hao shook his head helplessly and handed her a piece of flatbread. Boss, the offal is the best part. If you're not going to eat it, I'll finish it for you. Su Hao suggested. Huh. Shin Yufa was startled, remembering how Su Hao had eaten her braised pork at the company cafeteria last time. And now he wanted to eat her offal. But the soup had her saliva in it. How could that possibly work? No way. Who said I wasn't going to eat it? I'll eat it. Why should I leave it for you? So Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and forced herself to try it. Watching her struggle to eat, Su Hao found it both amusing and exasperating. Oh, brother Su, having lamb soup here. A voice suddenly called out. Su Hao looked up and saw Meng Chi-Chi standing nearby with a cup of millet porridge. Huh. Chi-Chi, boss, this is the landlord's daughter I told you about last night. Su Hao quickly introduced them. Hi, sister. I'm Meng Chi-Chi. Meng Chi-Chi waved. So you're Chi-Chi. Su Hao told me about you. Thank you for helping me change last night. Shin Yufa stood up and said. You're welcome, sister. By the way, Su Hao didn't do anything beastly to you last night, did he? Meng Chi-Chi asked slyly. Ahem, Chi-Chi, what are you talking about? Su Hao feigned anger. Puffed, he wouldn't dare? I'd give him 100 times the courage. Shin Yufa laughed. Haha, I told you, brother Su has the desire but not the guts. Meng Chi-Chi giggled. Shin Yufa couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Su Hao, who was silently slurping his soup. Oh, sister, can I add you on WeChat? Can we be friends? Meng Chi-Chi asked boldly. Of course. Shin Yufa took out her phone. They scanned each other's QR codes and became friends. Su Hao was a bit speechless, thinking to himself, there's a several-year age gap between you two. What's the point of adding each other? Upon arriving at the company, they followed their usual routine. Shin Yufa went up first, and Su Hao followed 10 minutes later. Since Chu Xiangxiang's second sister Chu Lianxiao was expected to visit the company that morning, Su Hao had already informed Shui Xiaowan to receive her. Just then, Su Hao received a text message. His 800 yuan commission from Julong Network had arrived. Checking his balance, he realized he could now comfortably allocate 100 yuan for investments. Since finance is all about practice, why not put my market analysis and judgment to the test? With a smile, Su Hao opened the stock trading software on his computer. He had opened a stock account at a securities firm long ago, but after losing a few thousand yuan last time, he had stopped trading. Now, however, he had a thorough grasp of stock knowledge, and he had been closely monitoring various industries, sectors, and individual stocks. Thanks to his advanced intellect, he possessed a remarkably sharp intuition for industry analysis and forecasting. Yet he needed to verify just how accurate this intuition truly was. When the market opened at 930, Su Hao followed his analysis and selected 10 different stocks, investing 100 yuan in each. At 10 o'clock, Chu Lianxiao of the Chu Group arrived at Hongxin Group with 2 assistants. Cui Xiaowan was already waiting in the lobby and led them to Su Hao's office. When Su Hao met this second daughter of the Chu family, he was struck by her stunning beauty. In Yinbei, it was said that Chu Wenhan's 5 daughters were all exceptionally beautiful. Su Hao had initially doubted this, but now he realized the rumors were true. Chu Lianxiao, dressed in a white business suit, exuded the charm of a mature woman. "Hello, Miss Chu." Su Hao extended his hand proactively. "So you're the brother Su that Xiangxiang mentioned. I didn't expect you to be so young and indeed very handsome." Chu Lianxia shook his hand, speaking with great poise. "Please have a seat, Miss Chu." Su Hao quickly invited her to sit, as this was a business negotiation. "President Su, before we discuss cooperation, I must thank you on behalf of my father," Chu Lianxia said unexpectedly. "Huh?" Su Hao was taken aback, assuming that Chu Wenhan must have heard about what he had told Chu Xiangxiang. "You're too kind, Miss Chu. Xiangxiang is a lovely girl, and I simply didn't want her to get hurt. Also, Miss Chu, please just call me by my name," Su Hao said sincerely. "All right, Su Hao, I won't stand on ceremony either. Xiangxiang is the darling of our whole family, and we don't want her to suffer any harm. My father also said that a man of your character would undoubtedly be an excellent business partner," Chu Lianxia said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into discussions about advertising and promotion cooperation. Given the Chu family's vast business interests and substantial advertising expenditure, they needed to understand the performance metrics of the Kuainiao Tushio app's various channels. Sister Xia, the Kuainiao Tushio app's metrics are steadily growing. I'm confident that the Chu Group's advertising investment will yield significant results. As they became more familiar, Su Hao's address for Chu Lianxiao changed to Sister Xia. Chu Lianxiao was delighted with her conversation with Su Hao. She felt he was not only emotionally intelligent, but also knowledgeable, and he always seemed to anticipate her thoughts. Little did she know Su Hao had used his mind-reading ability several times during their chat. Su Hao marveled internally at the power of this mind-reading skill. There's a saying, don't try to guess a woman's mind, but with this ability, he could accurately discern Chu Lianxia's thoughts, making his negotiation incredibly effective. "Well, Su Hao, based on my initial assessment, I plan to invest 500 million yuan in advertising on the Kuainiao Tushio app over the next year." Chu Lianxia announced her decision. 500 million. Su Hao gasped in astonishment. Although he knew the Chu Group was immensely wealthy, he hadn't anticipated such a bold move. That was a 500 million yuan advertising budget. Of course, Su Hao, our advertising will be rolled out in 5 phases with specific return requirements for each stage. If the advertising effectiveness falls far short of our targets, we reserve the right to halt subsequent phases at any time, Chu Lianxia stated seriously. Of course, that's not a problem. Su Hao agreed readily, understanding this was business and required rigorous oversight. The Chu Group was in it for profit, and they wouldn't throw money away. Subsequently, both parties signed a preliminary letter of intent. "Sister Xia, it's almost noon. I've already had Xiaowan book a private room at the nearby hotel. Let me treat you to a meal." Su Hao immediately extended an invitation. After all, this was a 500 million yuan contract. He had to host them properly. "Oh, Su Hao, I really don't have time for lunch today. I have a flight to Donghai City in an hour for a business meeting," Chu Lianxiao explained. "So soon?" "Yes, Su Hao. I'm not just being polite. We'll have plenty of time in the future." "All right. Next time then." Su Hao nodded in agreement. After seeing Chu Lianxiao off, Su Hao felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't believe he had already secured half of his 1 billion yuan investment target. This was fantastic. He was about to go upstairs to boast about the good news to Shun Yufa when his phone rang. Dusseldorf. Su Hao was taken aback to see it was a call from Dusseldorf, the president of Baoqi Group's China region. He answered immediately. It turned out Dusseldorf was inviting him to lunch. Su Hao couldn't possibly refuse a client of Dusseldorf's caliber, especially since their companies had just established a cooperative relationship. "Mr. Dusseldorf will be there shortly." Su Hao agreed, and before leaving he informed Cui Xiaowan that he might be back to the office later in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, a major incident occurred at Hongxin Group that afternoon. The finance department received a whistleblowing report, and the person accused was none other than Yang Wenguang, the head of the technical department. Ning Yusin, the chief financial officer, immediately sought counsel with Shun Yufa. After reviewing the materials, Shun Yufa slammed the table in anger. This Yang Wenguang, a mere department manager, has embezzled nearly 1 million yuan in kickbacks over the past few years. Disloyalty, corruption, and bribery were the workplace behaviors Shun Yufa despised the most. "President Shun, how should we handle this?" Ning Yusin asked. "How to handle it? Prosecute him. Also schedule a meeting for all management above the department manager level at 3:30 p.m. I will personally announce this and serve as a warning to the entire management team. Shin Yufa said sternly. All right. The finance department will organize the meeting and it'll send out the notification. Ning Yusin nodded. Ugh, this is infuriating. Shin Yufa said angrily. Xiaofei, don't get so worked up. There are too many people like this in the workplace. By the way, did you hear that a stunningly beautiful woman visited our company this morning? Ning Yusin suddenly mentioned. A great beauty? What great beauty? Shin Yufa was taken aback. I asked the front desk. This great beauty is the second daughter of the Chu group, Chu Lianxia, Ning Yusin explained. Sister Xia. Shin Yufa was quite familiar with the young ladies of the Chu family. By all accounts, if Chu Lianxia came to her company, she should have contacted her. Sister Xian, are you sure you're not mistaken? If Sister Xia were coming to the company, wouldn't she have called me? Shin Yufa shook her head. I'm definitely not mistaken. I asked and she went straight to Su Hao's office after she arrived. Su Hao's office. Within the Chu group, Chu Lianxia primarily oversaw planning and marketing. Could Su Hao be seeking investment? But how would Su Hao even know Chu Lianxia? From the night of the birthday party. Something's off. She was even more confused. Even if Su Hao wanted to advertise or attract investment, he should be the one visiting the Chu group. Why would Chu Lianxia as a client take the initiative to visit him? It defied all logic. Since it didn't make sense, it probably wasn't about business. Could it be? Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Could it be that this scoundrel Su Hao was up to his old tricks trying to charm someone again? If that were the case, things would be bad, especially since she was the one who brought him to the birthday party. Xiaofei Su Hao is quite something. He actually managed to get acquainted with the second daughter of the Chu family, Ning Yusin said with a hint of admiration. What's so impressive about him? I brought him to the birthday party that day. He must have used that opportunity to get to know Sister Xia. Shin Yufa explained. What? You brought Su Hao that day? Haha, Su Hao's got some nerve, he really knows how to seize an opportunity. Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh. Seize an opportunity? I'd be thankful if he didn't cause any trouble. Shin Yufa silently hoped that no chaos would ensue. Ning Yusin said, whatever it is, just ask him when you see him at the afternoon meeting. At 3:30 p.m. in the large conference room on the 6th floor, all the management of Hongxing Group had arrived, over 100 people in total. Meetings involving the entire management were usually held only once a month. They were typically only called when major announcements needed to be made. Vice President Lei, what's this about? Can you give us a hint? Kai Yuba asked Lei Jianshu beside him. Lei Jianshu shook his head. I don't know either. You don't know? How is that possible? You're the vice president. Kai Yuba was skeptical. I may be the vice president, but am constantly on business trips. Lei Jianshu said truthfully. Just then HR Director Jiang Yunxi interjected. I heard that the finance department received a report of misconduct today, and President Shun is furious. A report. Upon hearing this, several senior executives in the room had uneasy looks on their faces. Director Jiang, do you know who it's about? Kai Yuba asked curiously. I really don't know that. Jiang Yunxi shook her head. At that moment, the conference room door opened, and Shin Yufa walked in, silencing the murmuring executives. Before we begin, I have an announcement to make. Shin Yufa said, standing at the front of the room. Yang Wenguang, manager of the technical department of the Mobile Internet Business Group, is hereby suspended from his post pending a financial audit. Huh. Her words stunned many of the executives. The implication was clear enough. A financial audit meant there had been financial irregularities. What? President Shin, why? Yang Wenguang was dumbfounded, standing up from the back of the room. Why? All this material in my hands is evidence of your kickbacks. What do you have to say for yourself? Shin Yufi's brows furrowed as she glared at him. President Shun, there must be some mistake. Yang Wenguang's face changed, but he suspected that bastard Ji Kai must have reported him. Get out of my sight. You can await legal proceedings. Shin Yufa shot him a glare. Please, President Shun, it's all a misunderstanding. Yang Wenguang began to plead pitifully. Security, escort him out. Shin Yufa slammed the table. Two security guards immediately dragged Yang Wenguang out. All the executives in the room watched him go with a hint of sympathy. Shin Yufa then scanned the room, ready to start the meeting and serve as a warning to all management. But she suddenly noticed an empty seat near the front, the nameplate on the desk, clearly reading Su Hao. Where is Director Su from Mobile Internet? Shin Yufa frowned. President Shun, I contacted Director Su's secretary, who said he had stepped out for some matters. Wang Ming, the president's secretary, replied. Stepped out? Didn't he know this meeting required everyone's attendance? Shin Yufa was displeased. I was told Director Su was already informed by phone, Wang Ming explained. Fuming, Shin Yufa took out her phone and called Su Hao, putting it on speakerphone, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Hey honey, what's up? Su Hao joked on the other end of the line. Huh. The entire meeting room was stunned by his address. What was going on? Was Su Hao actually calling President Shin his wife? Could it be? Lei Jianshu spat out his tea. Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes twitched. This bastard was getting more audacious by the day, openly calling her his wife. She regretted putting him on speaker. But turning it off now would be like trying to hide something she was already caught doing. Suhao, this is Shin Ufa. Who are you calling honey? Have you lost your mind? Do you know we have a company meeting this afternoon? Where are you? A meeting? I'm busy right now. Busy with what? Get your ass back here now. Alright. I'm on my way. Suhao said and hung up. This infuriated Shin Ufa. How dare this bastard hang up on her? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, everyone else was still stuck on what Suhao had called her. Bang! Shin Ufa suddenly slammed the table again. Let's start the meeting. An hour later, the conference room doors suddenly opened, and Suhao stumbled in smelling strongly of alcohol. Wow, he reeks of alcohol. Director Su went drinking during work hours. Impressive. It's almost quitting time, and he's been drinking all afternoon. No wonder he called President Shin his wife earlier. The guy must be completely plastered. It's over. Looks like we'll need a new executive director. The mobile internet business group is really cursed. They've lost both the program and technical managers, and now the executive director is about to be gone too. The room buzzed with murmurs. Ning Yusin saw the drunk Suhao and shook her head in exasperation. Shin Yufi's pretty face gradually turned livid. She was already on edge because of her period, and this bastard had to go and walk right into the line of fire. Oh, everyone's here. Suhao grinned as he looked around. Suhao, as a senior executive of this company, you dared to sneak out and get drunk during work hours. You're completely out of line. Shin Ufa scolded sternly. Exactly, President Shun is right. Suhao, you really have no regard for the company's rules. President Shun, how can such a person be fit for management? I suggest immediate dismissal. Kai Yuba immediately chimed in. Seeing Suhao in this predicament, he was naturally overjoyed. The collapse of the mobile internet business group would allow him to absorb it entirely into his own network media business group. Ning Yusin was slightly speechless. What kind of person was this Kai Yuba? I think Uncle Kai is right. Such a person should be dismissed immediately. Suddenly, a middle-aged man seated at the front of the conference room spoke up. Shin Ufa frowned slightly. This middle-aged man was also a vice president of the company and the son of shareholder Kong Xinghe, Kong Junjie. If Kong Xinghe ever seized the chairman's position, the group president's seat would undoubtedly go to Kong Junjie. Vice President Kong, you just returned from Donghai today. You don't know how arrogant this kid is. He directly confronted me at the last meeting. Kai Yuba immediately snorted. Is that so? How did someone like this end up in a director's position? Kong Junjie said with a sarcastic tone. Everyone present knew that Suhao had been personally promoted by President Shin, and Kong Junjie's words were clearly intended to embarrass Shin Ufa. Shin Ufa frowned, looking at Suhao with even more anger. This bastard really didn't give her any face. Suhao furrowed his brow, ignoring them, and directly said, President Shun, I wasn't sneaking off to drink. I was attending to business. Business? Ridiculous. What business could you possibly have? Kai Yuba said disdainfully. Director Kai, does an invitation from Mr. Dusser, president of Baoqi Group, at noon count as business? Suhao immediately asked. This? Kai Yuba was momentarily silenced. A client of Dusser's caliber was not someone even the president could afford to neglect. Even so, that's no excuse to miss the company meeting, right? Drinking all afternoon. Kong Junjie snorted. Who said I was drinking all the time? Drinking was just for socializing, and my main focus was discussing business. Suhao looked at Kong Junjie and said, Oh, and what business might that be? Let's hear it. Kong Junjie looked at him with a hint of amusement. No need to explain, the contract is already signed. Suhao suddenly opened the document folder in his hand, took out a contract, and placed it on the table. Huh. Kong Junjie picked it up and was stunned. It was a letter of intent for Baoqi Group to place advertisements on Hongxin Group's Kuaibao Tuxiao app, with Dusser's signature clearly visible, and the total advertising investment was a staggering 500 million. Vice President Kong, what contract is it? Kai Yuba also stood up to take a look. Gasp. A 500 million advertising contract. Kai Yuba was completely dumbfounded. 500 million. Advertising contract. Everyone in the conference room was astonished. At that moment, Kong Junjie's face turned sour, and he fell silent, handing the contract to Shin Ufa. Shin Ufa glanced at it, and was equally shocked. It was indeed Dusser's signature, and the contract bore Baoqi Group seal. It was clearly genuine. Ning Yusin also leaned in to look. Oh my god, Suhao, you actually secured a 500 million advertising fee from Baoqi Group. Ning Yusin exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Suhao with shock and admiration. This was a 500 million advertising fee, something many well-known internet companies couldn't achieve. I didn't expect Director Su to be so impressive. I heard the president of Baoqi Group's Greater China region is an Arab with a peculiar temper. Director Su even managed to win over such a client. A miracle. Securing a 500 million advertising fee. What's wrong with having a few drinks, eh? Exactly, he's a hero of the company. In an instant, the executives in the meeting room changed their tune. Shin Ufa felt a surge of relief, her earlier anger dissipated, and she even felt a hint of gratitude. This was a huge boost to the company's bottom line. You should have told me in advance when you went out to discuss business. She said to Su Hao, her voice noticeably softer. Tisk tisk, Director Su, your business acumen is incredible, landing a 500 million advertising contract in a single day. Ning Yusin gave him a thumbs up. In the business world, negotiating a 500 million contract usually required a series of commercial discussions and exchanges, often taking months or even a year. But securing a 500 million contract in a single day was truly a business miracle. 500 million. No, that's not right. Su Hao suddenly shook his head. Huh, what's not right? Ning Yusin was puzzled. Everyone in the conference room looked bewildered. It should be 1 billion in a single day. I also closed a deal this morning. Su Hao took out another contract from his document folder, which was clearly an advertising contract with the Chu Group. Huh. Everyone's gaze turned towards it. Xin Yuefei took the contract and glanced at it, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. It was another 500 million contract. What's wrong? Everyone was stunned to see the usually calm and composed president so shocked. This is an advertising contract with the Chu Group. Another 500 million. Ning Yusin exclaimed beside her. What? Is it really? Impossible. Signing a 1 billion contract in one day. Is this a joke? The next moment the conference room erupted. Kong Junjie frowned, suddenly suspicious. He had never heard of anyone signing a 1 billion advertising contract in a single day in the industry. Director Su, you've pulled out 2 500 million contracts in a row. Are you just playing with everyone? He asked with a stern face. Exactly. How is that possible? He must have forged the contracts. Kai Yuba quickly chimed in. By now the other executives in the conference room were also skeptical. After all, it was 1 billion. Vice President Kong, whether in playing or not, the contracts have the financial contact numbers of Baoqi Group and the Chu Group. You can call to verify. Su Hao said seriously. Then Xin Yuefei looked at Ning Yusin. Our finance department has worked with both Baoqi Group and the Chu Group before. I have the contact information of their financial directors. I'll verify it myself. Ning Yusin immediately took out her phone to check. Soon the call ended. Ning Yusin exclaimed excitedly. I verified both. The contracts are legitimate and real. Whooshed. The conference room burst into excitement. Plopped. Kai Yuba instantly became dejected, slumping in his seat, dumbfounded. Kong Junjie's eyelids twitched. Earlier when Su Hao was promoted to director, he thought Xin Yuefei had just found a placeholder, but he never expected Su Hao's business capabilities to be so formidable. Xin Yuefei was also thrilled. She felt a surge of pride. After all, Su Hao was her own protege. At this moment, all the senior executives of Hongxing Group were filled with astonishment and sighs. During last week's meeting, when Su Hao himself proposed the daunting task of securing 1 billion in advertising revenue, everyone had mocked him relentlessly. They believed it was utterly impossible for him to accomplish, especially since even Kai Yuba, that seasoned veteran of the business world, couldn't fulfill his annual target of 500 million. Yet no one had anticipated that in less than a week, Su Hao would secure a deal worth 1 billion. Moreover, both Baoqi Group and Chu Corporation were top-tier enterprises. Landing such premium major clients was hardly a simple feat. But Su Hao had managed to do just that. The key point was that he was the executive director, not an advertising sales specialist. One must understand that the online media business group boasted its own marketing department staffed with over 20 sales specialists. For that department, securing 200 to 300 million in advertising annually was already considered an outstanding performance. After all, the 500 million Kai Yuba had previously mentioned was merely a target goal. This meant that Su Hao's individual performance had eclipsed the entire marketing department. In an instant, Su Hao became the idol in the hearts of everyone throughout the entire group. Alright, this concludes today's meeting. You're all dismissed. Xin Yuefei announced. Only then did everyone disperse. Let's talk in my office. Xin Yuefei said to Su Hao and Ning Yusin. Subsequently, the three of them proceeded to the CEO's office. Haha, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A 1 billion advertising contract, and I've reviewed the payment terms. This means we'll see 200 million credited to our account by the end of the month. As the chief financial officer, Ning Yusin's greatest joy was seeing the company's funds become plentiful. After all, managing the group's liquid capital was a primary responsibility for any CFO. That old. Ahem, President Shin, you're not angry anymore this time, are you? Su Hao asked with a cheeky grin. Sigh, you little R. You rascal. Xin Yuefei sat there momentarily speechless, a wry smile forming on her face. Ning Yusin, standing nearby, furrowed her delicate brows, wondering why the way these two addressed each other seemed so strangely intimate. All this talking has made me thirsty. Su Hao casually plopped down onto the sofa. Haha, let me get some water for our great hero. Ning Yusin walked over to the office refrigerator and took out 3 bottles of water. Su Hao grabbed one and took a big gulp. Ning Yusin then handed another bottle to Xin Yuefei. She can't drink cold water. Su Hao remarked casually. Huh. Ning Yusin was suddenly taken aback. She remembered then that Xin Yuefei had mentioned earlier today that her period had started. But, wait a minute. Ning Yusin looked at Su Hao in astonishment. How did he know that? Su Hao. Ning Yusin started to ask. Shen Yufi's face flushed slightly, and she quickly interrupted saying, Sister Xian, could you please have the company's legal department review the contract once more just to ensure everything is in order? Don't worry. Ning Yusin nodded. Well, President Shun, if there's nothing else I'll head off for the day. I had a bit to drink, and am feeling a little dizzy. Su Hao said suddenly. Shen Yuefei nodded. Leave? Don't go yet, Su Hao. How about you treat Xiao Fei and me to dinner tonight? We can have some beer in the evening. Ning Yusin suddenly suggested. Treat you? Come on, you two earn higher salaries than I do, and you still expect me to pay. Su Hao was speechless. That woman really did have a passion for beer. Sister Xian, this guy is pretty stingy. Let's just forget it. Shen Yuefei quickly interjected. Forget it. We can't forget it. Xiao Fei, have you forgotten the commission rules for our company's advertising sales? Ning Yusin reminded her. Shen Yuefei certainly hadn't forgotten. At Hongxin Group, the advertising sales commission was generally 1. However, if advertising sales exceeded 100 million, the commission rate increased to 2. And if sales surpassed 500 million, the commission jumped to 5. Having secured a 1 billion advertising contract, Su Hao was entitled to a 5 sales commission. A 1 billion advertising fee meant Su Hao's commission would be a whopping 50 million. Shen Yuefei had nearly forgotten about this. When payroll comes around on the 10th, Su Hao would receive this substantial commission. Sales commission. There's such a good thing. Su Hao's eyes lit up. But Su Hao, you're the director, and you didn't even know about this. Next month alone you'll get 50 million in sales commission. Don't you think you should treat us? Ning Yusin snorted. Indeed he should treat us. That's even more than my salary. Shen Yuefei marveled. As the CEO of Hongxin Group, her salary was in the tens of millions. The fact that Su Hao could earn more than the CEO made her unable to resist a sigh of amazement. Su Hao felt a surge of excitement. A 50 million commission. He was suddenly wealthy. He finally understood why so many salespeople in various companies became rich. It truly was a case of no business for a year, but a feast for 3 years when it comes. If he just worked for a fixed salary his whole life, had never earned 50 million. I'll treat you guys once I actually get my salary. I'm off. Su Hao wasn't foolish. He didn't have much money on him right now, having just spent 100 yuan on stocks today. Hey Su Hao, don't go. Ning Yusin said, half laughing, half crying. Shen Yuefei remarked, see Sister Xian. I told you he was stingy. Back in his office, Su Hao poured himself a glass of milk. In truth, he hadn't drunk much at noon. During the meal, he had inadvertently overheard Dussel's inner thoughts, which led to him unexpectedly securing that 500 million contract. Since it was 5:30 p.m., the company employees had also left for the day. Su Hao opened the stock trading software on his computer and checked the performance of the stocks he had purchased earlier that day. He had bought a total of 10 stocks. Of course, some had risen and some had fallen, but in the end it aligned closely with his prediction for the market trend, with an overall increase of around 6. Su Hao's 1,000 yuan principal had earned him over 6,000 yuan in a single day. Wow, I made 6,000 yuan in just one day. He couldn't help but marvel. Once his 50 million commission came through, he would be able to make a big splash. Afterwards, he opened the Tomato novel website and discovered that the novel he had posted last night had been approved for review. He had even received a contract offer notification. Su Hao followed the instructions and submitted the contract information. Since the novel website used electronic contracts, he added the editor's QQ and quickly completed the signing process. Now that his novel had passed, he immediately started writing. Half an hour later, he uploaded another 5,000 words. Ding! System notification completed the advertising recruitment task. Reward 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up. He checked the system and saw that he had unclaimed evolution points. Achievement unlocked, published a web novel. 200 evolution points. Su Hao hadn't expected that posting a web novel would also unlock an achievement. It seemed he could definitely try his hand in other industries, which would allow him to earn even more achievement points in the future. I currently have 1,200 evolution points. Let me see which body part can be evolved next. Post the next body part to evolve is your skeleton. Skeleton. Fine, evolve. Ding, congratulations host, you have completed Skeleton LV1 evolution. Skeleton LV2 possesses ability Bronze Reinforcement. Continue evolving. Ding, congratulations host, you have completed Skeleton LV2 evolution. Skeleton LV2 possesses ability Platinum Reinforcement. Su Hao was somewhat astonished. He learned that after Platinum Reinforcement, functions such as strength, support, blood production, and movement were greatly enhanced. I still have 600 evolution points. System, continue evolving. Host, the next evolution site is the muscles. Shall we evolve? Fine, evolve. Then Su Hao directly evolved his muscles to LV2 as well. Muscles LV2 possesses ability Platinum Reinforcement. Similarly, after Platinum Reinforcement, the muscles' functions such as flexibility, strength, stretch, and speed were greatly enhanced. Su Hao suddenly had the illusion of a complete transformation. He realized that his current strength and reaction speed were extraordinarily fierce. After these two evolutions, he possessed an extremely formidable physique. Maybe I should sign up for something like combat training, Su Hao muttered to himself. Ever since he fought with those hackers, he felt he needed to learn more fighting techniques to fully unleash his physical potential. He was now like someone with powerful internal energy, still needing to learn some techniques. Ding dong. Just then Su Hao received a WeChat message. He opened it. Shin Yufa, you drank today, so you can't drive. Shall I take you home? Huh. Su Hao was stunned. What was wrong with Shin Xiaoyo? She actually volunteered to take him home. Was this still the aloof CEO queen? Oh my god, could this woman be falling in love with him? Or did she have another motive? Whatever. Su Hao replied directly okay. When he arrived at the parking lot, Shin Yufa was already waiting in the Lamborghini. Honey, what made you think of taking me home today? Could it be that you're falling for me? After getting in, Su Hao couldn't help teasing. Don't flatter yourself. I'm rewarding you for your huge contribution to the company. Shin Yufa started the car after saying that. Honey, rewarding me by just driving me home can't be it, right? Su Hao said with a grin. Then what else do you want? Have you forgotten our bet? What? The one where you accompany me once. Su Hao reminded her. Shin Yufa then remembered that Su Hao wanted her to pretend to be his girlfriend and have dinner with his friends. It's just a meal, right? Set the time and tell me. Great, I'll arrange it when I get my salary. Su Hao said cheerfully. I understand how you landed the Dusseldorf advertising contract, but how did you negotiate the Chu Group contract? Shin Yufa was truly puzzled. That's all thanks to Chu Xiangxiang. Su Hao told the truth. Chu Xiangxiang. Remember, I was playing games in the office and carried her to the king rank. Later she introduced me to her second sister. Su Hao explained with a smile. What? Shin Yufa was speechless. She felt Su Hao must be hiding something. By the way, honey, since I've earned so much for the group, I need your support on two things. Su Hao suddenly said. What things, eh? First, I plan to set up two new departments within the division. One is marketing, and the other is big data algorithm. Shin Yufa was a bit surprised. She understood the marketing department. As the traffic of the Fast Bird headline app grew, advertising sales required its own marketing team. What is this big data algorithm department? It's essentially collecting big data, then analyzing it, and then using algorithms to intelligently recommend content resources to users. Shin Yufa was a bit confused. Let me put it this way, most current news apps follow a conventional model. They simply migrate the PC webpage to the phone and let users browse in a dumbed-down manner. My algorithmic architecture, on the other hand, relies on big data to analyze user behavior habits, then intelligently recommends content that users are interested in. For example, our big data can fully analyze which users are interested in daily skincare. We can precisely target skincare ads to those users, maximizing exposure and efficiency. With Su Hao's simple explanation, Shin Yufa instantly understood. I see. But won't this technology be quite difficult? Shin Yufa was a bit worried. After all, the technology Su Hao described involved big data analysis and complex recommendation algorithms. As the executive director of technology, you don't need to worry about that. If I want to do it, I can definitely achieve it. Su Hao was naturally confident in technical matters. While this essentially upgrades the core of the Fast Bird headline app. I agree to this. Shin Yufa nodded. Second thing, he allocate me an operating budget of 100 million. Su Hao grinned. What? You need 100 million for operations? For what? Shin Yufa's eyelids twitched. I plan to give some red packets to the Fast Bird headline app users. Su Hao shared his idea. Red packets? 100 million. Are you crazy? Shin Yufa's eyes widened. Boss, to break through the user count of the Fast Bird headline app, we need to improve the product itself and also attract traffic. Giving red packets to users is the simplest and fastest way. But once you open that door, it will be a huge expense. Shin Yufa voiced her concern. Boss, rest assured. When we have massive traffic, we hold the key to wealth. This red packet expense is nothing compared to the huge advertising revenue. Su Hao said with great confidence. He had been thinking about it for days. To make the Fast Bird headline app the #1 news app, a series of improvements and reforms were necessary. This is too important. Give me some time to think about it. Shin Yufa needed to consider it carefully. Just then her phone suddenly rang. The caller was her cousin Xia Yuyu. Hey Yuyu, what's up? Hee hee, meow meow, cousin, I have good news. Xia Yuyu on the other end said playfully. What good news? I'm coming back to the country tomorrow. Surprise, surprise. Prepare to pick me up at the airport. Shin Yufa was taken aback and asked, coming back? Aren't you in school? No classes in the second half of the year, okay? Plus someone is coming back with me. Guess who? Who? Auntie. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened. What? Auntie is coming back too. Shin Yufa's mother had 4 siblings in total. Her mother was the eldest. Xia Yuyu was the child of the second sister, followed by 2 maternal uncles, and the youngest was her Aunt Xiao Yishuan. Thus Aunt Xiao Yishuan was only 3 years older than Shin Yufa. Xiao Yishuan was a fiercely strong-willed person, often to the point of giving Shin Yufa and Xia Yuyu a headache. Xiaofei, what's this? Are you unhappy to hear him coming back? A voice suddenly came through the phone, clearly from Aunt Xiao Yishuan, who was apparently with her cousin Xia Yuyu. Not at all, aunt. Has your advanced training ended? Shin Yufei asked quickly. Yes, it's over. Xiaofei, you've been so reckless. I only found out today from your father that you went and got your marriage certificate behind our backs. How could you be so impulsive? Xiao Yishuan said, her tone laced with displeasure. Cough, I wasn't impulsive. I've been dating for a year now, Shin Yufei hastily explained. I'm truly curious now which man managed to trick our little Xiaofei. And it's not about tricking. We're genuinely in love. Xiaofei, others might not know you, but I do. Enough. My flight lands tomorrow at 5 p.m. You must pick up Yu and me. We'll have a proper talk about this once I'm back. With that, Xiao Yishuan hung up. Shin Yufei was caught between laughter and tears. Here comes trouble again. Her aunt was not someone easy to handle. Suhao, how about you move into my villa, she said immediately to Suhao beside her. Huh? What do you mean? Suhao was taken aback. Well, my aunt and cousin Yu are coming back from abroad. They know I've gotten the marriage certificate. And, so what if they know? They're going to stay at my villa, so we have to live together or else we'll be exposed. Suhao rolled his eyes in exasperation. We're in a fake marriage. Why not just tell them the truth? No, my father's health has just started to improve, and you don't know my aunt. If she finds out it's fake, she'll kick up a huge fuss. Shin Yufei explained. Your aunt sure manages a wide scope of things. By the way, why don't they stay at their own home when they return? Suhao was puzzled. Alas, it's a long story. My aunt is headstrong as she fell out with her family and never stays at home. Shin Yufei said helplessly. So complicated. I guess I can move in, but you'll have to prepare a big room for me. Suhao thought for a moment. No, we're married, you must sleep in the same room as me. Shin Yufei said seriously. Sleep in the same room? Does that mean the same bed too? Suhao nearly drooled. What are you thinking? Obviously you'll sleep on the floor, and he'll sleep on the bed, Shin Yufei said matter-of-factly. Then forget it. I'd rather stay in my rented room. It's more liberating. Who can stand sleeping on the floor every day? Suhao immediately shook his head. You? Can't you just compromise a little? Shin Yufei was a bit exasperated. Although she felt somewhat aggrieved, she had no other options right now. But how long will this compromise last? Unless I get to sleep on the bed, Suhao said shamelessly. He had to push for this advantage. Just thinking about sharing a bed with Shin Yufei every day. Tisk tisk, delightful. Sleep on the bed? No way. I'm still an innocent. How could that possibly work? You bastard, don't even think about it. Shin Yufei gritted her teeth. Why not? Haven't we already shared a bed twice? Suhao grinned. Those 2 times were forced upon us, alright. Shin Yufei was speechless. This bastard was deliberately making things difficult for her. It was infuriating. Oh dear, without some incentive I find it very hard to comply. Suhao said with a look of helplessness. Fine, stop pretending. What do you want? Just say it. Shin Yufei snorted lightly. Don't you already know what I want? Suhao winked at her, a mischievous look on his face. Have I been too lenient with you lately? Are you starting to get delusions of grandeur, dreaming of a toad, wanting to feast on swan meat? Shin Yufei's tone turned icy. Oh come on. A swan would never have such thoughts, Suhao grinned. Shin Yufei was at a loss for words. He's the swan which makes her the toad. How about this? This Lamborghini becomes my ride deal. Suhao raised an eyebrow. So you were after my sports car all along. The Bentley is nice, but I think the Lamborghini is cooler. Fine. It's just a sports car, Shin Yufei gritted her teeth. Haha, great. They'll find a moving company tomorrow and get my stuff moved over. Suhao agreed readily. Of course he was willing. Moving to the villa meant a great environment, and more importantly, it was close to the company. Even though he now had a Bentley, the morning rush hour in Yanbei was just terrible. Why do you need to move all your stuff? Just bring a few changes of clothes and shoes. I have everything else there. Alright. But I didn't drive today. How about you come to my place and we move tonight? Suhao suggested proactively. Fine, okay. Shin Yufei said, though a bit reluctant she had to endure it. So that night Suhao packed some clothes, shoes, a few books, and his laptop, and moved into Shin Yufei's villa in Launching Manor. As for his rented apartment, he didn't cancel the lease. Who knew when he might get kicked out? That night Shin Yufei stayed in a guest room. Early the next morning she left for the company. Around 8 a.m., Suhao drove the Lamborghini to work. He arrived at the parking lot at exactly 8 o'clock. Living closer to the office made the commute less than 10 minutes. It was absolutely fantastic. Suhao. Ning Yusin saw the car, initially thinking it was Shin Yufei's, but was surprised to see Suhao getting out. Yo, Director Ning, morning. Suhao greeted her as he got out. Bad boy, isn't this Saifia's car? Why are you driving it? Ning Yusin asked curiously. Well, I made some contributions to the company, so President Shun lent me the car. Suhao explained. Really? Xiaofei is that generous. By the way, bad boy, are you free tonight? Ning Yusin suddenly linked her arm with his asking affectionately. Cough cough. Suhao was startled by her actions. What was this woman doing? He quickly pulled his arm away. Tonight? I actually don't have time. I need to go home and cook dinner for my wife, he said with a smile. Oh, stop it, bad boy. I know you're single, Ning Yusin said, casting him a charming, reproachful glance. Cough cough, Suhao blushed. Well, are you free this weekend? How about we go work out together? Ning Yusin said with a sweet smile. Suhao was taken aback, then asked with a smile, Director Ning, do you work out often? Of course, haven't you noticed how great my figure is? Ning Yusin said, deliberately straightening up to flaunt her shaped curves. He had to admit the woman's figure was nothing short of top tier, a real bombshell. But why did she always flaunt herself in front of him? Was she after his looks? Well, Director Ning, your figure is certainly impressive. I've actually been thinking about taking up boxing at a gym. Any recommendations? Suhao recalled the thought. Boxing? Wow, you sly dog, so that's your game. Ning Yusin's eyes glistened with allure. Yeah, I need to get back in shape. Otherwise these 8-pack abs of mine are going to turn into one big slab of fat, and I need to build up my muscles. Suhao nodded. 8-pack abs. You've got 8-pack abs. Come on, lift up your shirt, and let your sister here take a look. Ning Yusin reached out to lift his shirt. Ahem, Director Ning, what do you think you're doing? Suhao quickly dodged away. Haha, you scaredy cat, what are you running for? It's not like I'm going to eat you alive. Ning Yusin giggled at his flustered state. Director Ning, if someone from the company saw this, I'm afraid it wouldn't look good for you. Suhao said with a serious expression. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. The gym I have a membership at is actually a fitness and boxing club. Their boxing coaches are really something else. He'll introduce you sometime. Sounds good. How about this Saturday then? Sure, that works. Suhao agreed. They both headed upstairs. As he entered his office, Cui Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Su, you're finally here. Come quick. What's the matter? Why are you so excited? Suhao was puzzled. Look at this. Cui Xiaowan held out a stack of letters. What's this? Don't tell me they're complaint letters. Suhao was taken aback. Complaint letters? No. I found these slipped under the office door this morning. I opened one, and wow, they're all love letters. Cui Xiaowan quickly handed them to him. Love letters? You've got to be kidding me. Suhao took them, and saw they were indeed confessions from several female colleagues. Ahem, what era is this? People still write love letters. Suhao was speechless. Haha, Mr. Su, it just shows how popular you are with the ladies at the company. Cui Xiaowan looked at him with admiration. Is that so? Well, is there one in there from you, Xiaowan? Suhao teased deliberately. Oh, Mr. Su, you're teasing me again. Cui Xiaowan blushed instantly. Ha! Suhao chuckled, and walked into his office. He spent the morning handling company affairs as the Quan Yao Tushio app was gearing up for partnerships with the Chu Group and Baoqi Group, leaving him with plenty to do. As soon as the afternoon shift began, Suhao received a summons from Shun Ufa and headed straight to the CEO's office. Boss missed me. Can you drop the act? I have serious business. Alright, what's up? I've approved the 2 plans you proposed yesterday. Shin Ufa had given it much thought for the Quan Yao Tushio app to truly take off. It indeed needed to elevate itself. Great, just wait and see the results. Suhao said confidently. By the way, Ant and Yu's flight lands at 5. They'll go pick them up early. You head home and get dinner ready. Shin Ufa had already planned it out. Me? Cook at home. Ahem, they're just back, shouldn't we go out for a meal? Suhao was a bit speechless. Oh, they'll be jet-lagged and exhausted. Your cooking is so good, let's just eat at home. Shin Ufa quickly added. Let me get this straight. I agreed to get the marriage certificate with you, move into the villa, and play along with this arrangement, but I never agreed to be your personal chef. Suhao reminded her immediately. He wasn't about to become her household servant. I know. Can't you just do it this one time? Shin Ufa pouted. Hey, it's not that I can't, but ITLL cost you. Suhao said brazenly. You're still the same money grubber. Fine, name your price. Shin Ufa said indignantly. Not much, just 1,000 yuan per meal. Suhao said with a smirk, naming his price. With his culinary skills, which could rival a 5-star chef, 1,000 yuan a meal was a steal. 8,000. Su, you're such a crook. Shin Ufa fumed, her brows furrowed in anger. Think about my cooking. You won't regret it. Suhao winked. Fine. 1,000 it is. Shin Ufa had no choice but to agree, figuring it was just this once, as she could always hire a helper later. Suhao grinned. Since he had to cook for himself anyway, he might as well make some money on the side. At 5 in the evening, Yanbei Airport. Shin Ufa finally picked up her aunt Xiao Yishuan and her cousin Xia Yuyu. Wow, cousin, Miu Miu. Xia Yuyu squealed with joy, pouncing on Shin Ufa for a big hug. The girl was dressed in a pink t-shirt and a micro miniskirt, showing off her long fair legs that were quite an eyeful. Her crystal sandals and pink pedicure made her look even cuter and more charming. But what stood out most was Xia Yuyu's impressive cup, which bumped hard against Shin Ufa. Yuyu, have you gained weight? Shin Ufa couldn't help but tease. Cousin, I've gained weight in all the right places, you know that. I'm 2 sizes bigger than you. Xia Yuyu said proudly. Yeah. Keep it up, and you'll be driving a big wagon soon. Shin Ufa rolled her eyes at her. She only joked around so freely with Xia Yuyu. Haha, sounds good to me. Xia Yuyu said with a dreamy look. Don't get so cocky. Isn't that skirt a bit too short? It's almost showing your butt. Shin Ufa chided her. Cousin, I'm a cute and beautiful girl. Can I really pull off my vibe without a micro miniskirt? Xia Yuyu said nonchalantly. You two are so close. Xiao Fei, have you forgotten your aunt is standing right here? Xiao Yixuan, wearing sunglasses, a black slip dress, black stockings, and sky-high heels, looked incredibly sexy and alluring. Of course not, Aunt. Xin Yuefei laughed and went over to give her aunt a hug. Xiao Fei, did you come alone? Xiao Yixuan looked around. Mom, I came alone. And where's that man you tricked into marrying you? Didn't he come with you? Xiao Yixuan immediately asked. Yeah, cousin, where's my brother-in-law? Xia Yi was also curious. He didn't come. Since you two were returning, I had him go home and prepare dinner. Xin Yuefei quickly explained. What? He's cooking at home. Xiao Yixuan and Xia Yu were both utterly shocked. Xiao Yixuan sneered. Xiao Fei, what kind of pathetic man did you find? A man cooking at home. Exactly, cousin, is your husband a chef? Xia Yu asked with keen interest. Not at all, didn't I tell you? He works at Hongxing Group as an executive director. Xin Yuefei explained. Working under you. Xiao Fei, you must have been fooled by him. He's using you to climb the ladder, understand? Xiao Yixuan warned. And maybe not. Perhaps cousin just likes a pretty boy and keeps him as a kept man. Xia Yu speculated from the side. Hey, if you keep this up, he'll get mad. Xin Yuefei feigned anger. Alright, well, stop. When we get home, we'll see what kind of man he really is. Xiao Yixuan nodded. An hour later, the three finally arrived home. At that moment, Su Hao was busy in the kitchen. Brother-in-law. Xia Yu called out as soon as she entered. Yu, what are you yelling about? Xiao Yixuan shot her a glare. Xia Yu immediately stuck out her tongue. You're back. Just then Su Hao emerged from the kitchen. Small head, slender neck, so handsome, 6 foot tall, long-legged oppa, wow. Cousin, you're so lucky. Xia Yu delivered her verdict. Even Xiao Yixuan was slightly taken aback, never expecting that Xia Fia's husband would be so good-looking. Su Hao, this is Auntie, and this is Yu. Xin Yuefei quickly introduced them. Hello, I'm Su Hao. Su Hao spoke politely. Hello, brother-in-law. You're so handsome. Tell me, how did you and my cousin fall in love? Who chased whom? Xia Yu bounced over and grabbed Su Hao's arm. Su Hao felt awkward. Why did this cousin-in-law have so many questions? And on their first meeting, she was clinging to his arm and rubbing against him. Good grief, quite big. Yu, what are you doing? Xiao Yixuan shot her another glare. Only then did Xia Yu release Su Hao's arm. So Su Hao, is dinner ready? Yes, it's ready. Andy, let's eat. Xin Yuefei said quickly. Xiao Yixuan nodded. Su Hao then laid out a table full of dishes, very sumptuous. Everyone sat down at the dining table, but Xiao Yixuan remained cold-faced. Wow, smells so good. I'm starving. Xia Yu immediately started eating. However, Xiao Yixuan didn't pick up her chopsticks right away. She took the initiative to ask, Su Hao, where are you from originally? From Ludong. Su Hao replied. Ludong? So you're from the countryside. Do you have a house in Yanbei? Do you have a car? Xiao Yixuan raised an eyebrow. Cough, no. Su Hao shook his head. What? You don't even own a house? Xiao Yixuan shook her head in disappointment. After the meal, Su Hao went to the kitchen to clean up. Xin Yuefei and the others went upstairs, tidied up 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and each took one. Xia Yu and Annie. Xiao Fei, you're so foolish. You and Su Hao should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and get the divorce certificate. Xiao Yixuan suddenly said. Huh? Xin Yuefei was stunned. Annie, what are you talking about? A man from the countryside, no car, no house, and he only got promoted at the company thanks to you. He's not worthy of you. Xiao Yixuan explained. Auntie, Su Hao is my husband. Please watch your words. I won't allow anyone to insult my man. Xin Yuefei said seriously. Oh. Xiao Yixuan hadn't expected Xiao Fei to defend that boy so fiercely. Auntie, Su Hao and I are truly in love. My father is very satisfied with him. Xin Yuefei quickly added. What? Your father is satisfied with him? Is he losing his mind? Xiao Yixuan was speechless. Auntie, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up 1 marriage. How can you ask cousin to divorce? Besides, brother-in-law is quite handsome and his cooking is delicious. Xia Yu chimed in from the side. What do you know, you little brat? Xiao Yixuan rolled her eyes at her, though she was still surprised by Su Hao's cooking skills. Xiao Fei, you've always been stubborn like this, never listening to advice. Xiao Yixuan sighed helplessly. Auntie, I'm grown up, now not a child anymore. Don't worry, I'm the CEO of a listed company. You're a CEO, yes, but you have low emotional intelligence. Auntie. Xin Yuefei was exasperated. Alright. I won't pry anymore. Ultimately, it's your choice. But I'm warning you. You just got married, so when you're intimate, remember to take precautions first. Otherwise, if you get pregnant, there'll be no turning back. Xiao Yixuan cautioned. Huh? Annie, what are you saying? Xin Yuefei blushed instantly. Right, cousin, tell me, how does it feel when you and brother-in-law do it? Xia Yu suddenly became interested. Xin Yuefei was speechless. You little brat, why are you so curious? Shameless. Xiao Yixuan angrily smacked Xia Yu on the bottom. Ouch. Auntie, I'm 18 now, I know everything, okay? Xia Yu rubbed the sore spot, pouting sullenly. Right, you know everything. I haven't even dealt with you for downloading those inappropriate videos on my tablet last time. Xin Yuefei recalled the incident. Haha, cousin, did brother-in-law find those little videos? Oops, your pure and innocent image must have crumbled in front of him. Xia Yu laughed gleefully. Stop laughing. The two girls immediately started roughhousing. You two start bickering as soon as you meet. Xiao Yishuan couldn't help but complain. By the way, Annie, what are your plans now that you're back? Shin Yuefei asked curiously. I studied performance in China and took advanced courses in directing and photography abroad. I'm preparing to make my first movie. Xiao Yishuan said with a smile. Right, cousin Annie is going to make me a big star. Xia Yu said excitedly. You? Are you going to debut with your big G? Shin Yuefei teased. Ah, cousin, you're so dirty. Xia Yu snorted. Xiaofei, you should get some rest too. Yu and I will turn in early tonight to adjust to the time difference. Xiao Yishuan said. Okay. I'll go back to my room to freshen up. Shin Yuefei nodded and went back to the second floor. Just as Xia Yu was about to return to her room, Xiao Yishuan called her back. Yu, tomorrow go to the supermarket and buy 2 boxes of Durex for your cousin. Huh? Annie, what do we need those for? Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Your cousin is too shy to buy them herself. Help her out. Xia Yu nodded, muttering. Then I'll have to ask brother-in-law first. Does he use large or medium? Xiao Yishuan felt a headache coming on. When Shin Yuefei returned to the bedroom, Su Hao had also finished tidying up and came in. Oh, wife, you're back. Su Hao, my aunt is just that kind of person, but she's kind at heart. Don't take what she said to heart. Shin Yuefei said earnestly. I understand your aunt's concerns. How could Su Hao not know? He clearly needed to earn more money. In this society, who would respect you without it? Just bear with it for a while. Shin Yuefei took a straw mat from the wardrobe and laid it on the floor, then spread a quilt over it. It's not cold now, so you can use this blanket. She took out a fleece blanket. Okay, just leave it there. Su Hao nodded. I'm a bit tired, I'll go take a shower first. Shin Yuefei said, and went to bathe. Su Hao took out his computer, then placed his books on the bookshelf. When Shin Yuefei finished her shower and came out, she saw Su Hao wearing headphones studying a course. She didn't disturb him and quietly got into bed, covering herself with the blanket. It's already 11 p.m. Aren't you going to sleep? Shin Yuefei asked from the bed. They'll probably sleep around 1 or 2. Su Hao took off his headphones. You sleep that late? Shin Yuefei was startled. Why? Do you want me to accompany you? If you invite me into bed, I could sleep right now. Su Hao grinned slyly. You pervert. Always so improper. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to sleep. Shin Yuefei huffed and turned off the light, then went to sleep. Su Hao turned on the desk lamp and continued studying. On the other side, Shin Yuefei opened her eyes again, suddenly realizing a terrifying fact. After all this time interacting with Su Hao, this guy actually teased her. At first she would be furious, but now, when Su Hao teased her, she seemed to have gotten used to it. She would only scold him verbally, but she wasn't really that angry inside. It must be because I'm adjusting well, otherwise I'd be angered to death by this guy. Shin Yuefei thought to herself, and soon fell into a dream. The next day when she woke up, she instinctively sat up in bed and yawned. Huh. Shin Yuefei suddenly looked down at the floor. Su Hao, who was sleeping there, wasn't covered by the blanket at all, and he was completely exposed. Oh. She immediately screamed loudly. What's wrong? Su Hao sat up with a start. You're asking what's wrong? You exhibitionist. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Shin Yuefei ducked under the covers and said angrily. Wearing clothes? Sorry, I'm used to sleeping in the nude. Su Hao said with an awkward smile. You rascal. We're not the only ones in this room. Now couldn't you have worn pajamas? Shin Yuefei said through gritted teeth. Pajamas? I've never bought pajamas in my life. Su Hao immediately shook his head. No pajamas? Then you could at least wear boxers. Shin Yuefei was speechless. Alright, I'll put them on. Su Hao quickly put on his clothes. Only then did Shin Yuefei emerge from under the covers, and seeing that Su Hao was fully dressed, she came out completely. I'm warning you, from now on you are not to be naked in this bedroom, understand? She said sternly. Fine, what about you? Can you be naked? Su Hao asked with a smile. Do you think I'm like you? How could I possibly be naked? Shin Yuefei's eyebrows shot up. Really? Haha. Su Hao wiped his nose, and damn, his nose was bleeding. You? Why are you bleeding? Shin Yuefei frowned. It's nothing. Su Hao shook his head, his eyes looking a bit dazed. Shin Yuefei looked down and was shocked. Although she was wearing pajamas, she had nothing on underneath. Exposed to Su Hao like this wasn't that. Up. Shin Yuefei screamed and dove back under the covers. Last night, after getting under the covers, she had taken off her bra. After all, a girl shouldn't sleep in a bra. It's not good for her health. But when she woke up this morning, she had forgotten all about it. Damn it, did Su Hao just see everything? How embarrassing. Ugh, I've suffered a huge loss this time. And am still an innocent maiden. Shin Yuefei was both ashamed and indignant. Alright, stop yelling. Your pajamas are so conservative, not see-through. I didn't see anything. Su Hao consoled her. But that scene just now still made his heart race. You didn't see anything. You were bleeding from your nose. You pervert. Shin Yuefei said through gritted teeth. Can you blame me for that? Besides, didn't you just see me too? We're even now. Su Hao finished speaking and went to wash up. Even? Huh. Shin Yuefei put her bra back on under the covers, still too embarrassed to come out. Su Hao went to the bathroom, wiped his nose, and splashed cold water on his face. After a while he finished washing up and came out. Shin Yufa was still hiding under the covers. Why haven't you come out yet? Since you're done washing up, you should get going. Alright, I'll head to the company first then. Su Hao decided to go to work. Besides, the company cafeteria had breakfast in the morning. After he left, Shin Yufa finally came out to wash up. After getting dressed, her cheeks were still flushed. Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Cousin, it's me, Yu. Come in. At that moment, Xia Yu ran in giggling, wearing a nightgown. Oh, you little rascal, why are you running over here in such skimpy clothes? Shin Yufa scolded playfully. Brother-in-law has already gone to work, so what's there to be afraid of? Xia Yu laughed. From now on, you're not allowed to wear such revealing clothes at home, understand? Shin Yufa said seriously. Huh, I always dress like this, it's not really revealing, is it? This isn't revealing. You're not wearing a bra underneath and your fair legs are showing. If your brother-in-law were home, wouldn't it be awkward if you dressed like this? What's there to be afraid of? Brother-in-law isn't an outsider. Xia Yu said nonchalantly. Shin Yufa was speechless. This silly girl really didn't treat that bastard as an outsider. If Su Hao heard this, he'd be overjoyed. The key point was that Su Hao wasn't really her brother-in-law. Wait, even if you were the real brother-in-law, she couldn't be so casual, right? You little wretch, are you trying to make me angry on purpose? If you keep this up, I'll kick you out. Shin Yufa said with a cold face. Alright, my dear cousin, I promise I'll dress more modestly at home from now on, okay? Xia Yu quickly said. That's more like it. But cousin, you and brother-in-law are really something so energetic this early in the morning. Just got up and you were already clapping for love. Xia Yu teased. Clapping for love? Shin Yufa was baffled. Come on, cousin, stop pretending. I heard your screams just now. Shin Yufa felt like crying. It was a Friday and the company had a high-level executive meeting. Su Hao arrived at the conference room at 9 o'clock. Unexpectedly, as he took the elevator to the 5th floor, he encountered Shin Yufa walking in. Good morning, President Shun. Several colleagues around Su Hao greeted her. He was about to greet Shin Yufa as well, but was surprised to receive a glare from her instead. Su Hao was baffled. What was going on? What had upset this young lady now? Soon they arrived at the conference room, and the meeting was set to begin at 9. At the beginning of the meeting, it was Su Hao's turn to speak first. He mainly reported on 2 major future directions for the Quick Bird headlines app, the same 2 directions he had mentioned to Shin Yufa that night. However, when he brought up the second point, allocating 100 million yuan to give red envelopes to users, it sparked heated discussion among the senior executives. After all, this was a massive expenditure of 100 million yuan, essentially giving benefits to users. In the eyes of these executives, it was almost like charity. Director Su, what kind of plan is this? Are you just throwing money away on the internet? Which internet company burns cash like this? Absolutely ridiculous. Kai Yubal was the first to mock. That's right, giving red envelopes to users. We're not an e-commerce platform. Should we hand out coupons next? Huang Dehai, director of the application software business group, also snorted coldly. At the front of the conference room, Kang Junjie sat with a smug expression, eyeing Su Hao with a hint of mockery. Kang Junjie was the company's vice president overseeing both the online media and application software business groups. Kai Yubal and Huang Dehai were his 2 lackeys, and their words represented his stance. Moreover, the struggle for the chairman's position was no secret. Su Hao was brought up by Shin Yufa, so it was only natural that he would face opposition from Kang Junjie. At that moment, Su Hao's eyes met Kang Junjie's. Eavesdropping on thoughts. Kang Junjie's inner thoughts, pretty boy, you want to be Shin Yufa's pawn. You're not qualified. Let's see how I crush you. Su Hao's expression turned displeased. Kang Junjie was indeed a bad apple. 100 million yuan is no small amount. And I'd like to ask, will this red envelope investment be continuous? Vice President Lei Jianshu also asked with a grave expression. President Lei, the red envelope investment will indeed need to be continuous. But I can secure 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue for the group. More in the future. I think there's no need to worry about funding. Su Hao immediately replied. Su Hao, surely you're joking. Do you think all advertising sponsors are your relatives? You managed to get 1 billion in advertising revenue this time only by luck. If advertising sales hit a snag, your lavish red envelope distribution would be like throwing money into the sea. Kang Junjie said sternly. Yes, this way of spending money is far too arbitrary. That's right, this is typical cash burning. Does our group have such deep pockets? Indeed, advertising sales fluctuate greatly every year. Many executives started discussing. Shin Yufa furrowed her delicate brows. She had expected this situation. Since everyone is concerned, I have a good idea, Su Hao suddenly said. Director Su, what good idea? Ning Yusin quickly asked. From now on, I will limit the annual red envelope investment to 1/10 of the annual advertising revenue. That should put everyone's mind at ease, right? Su Hao immediately laid out his plan. If advertising revenue was 1 billion, the red envelope investment would be 100 million. If advertising revenue decreased, the red envelope investment would decrease accordingly. This approach immediately reassured the executives. Well, Director Su's idea is good. More earnings mean more investment, which also motivates the entire department. For our group to develop, it's normal to increase investment while making profits. Lei Jianshu nodded in agreement. Yes, I think this is feasible and practical. HR Director Jiang Yunxi also agreed. As the CFO, I strongly support this approach of departments managing their own financial risks. Ning Yusin added with a smile. Shin Yufa breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Kang Junjia's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Since everyone agrees, it's settled. Shin Yufa said immediately. President Shun, since we're talking about funding, my software application business is facing difficulties. Kang Junjia suddenly spoke up. Vice President Kang, what difficulties are you facing? Shin Yufa asked. The software industry is fiercely competitive, as you all know. Our software development arm urgently needs substantial financial support to develop several blockbuster applications. Kang Junjia's meaning was clear. He was also asking for money. Vice President Kang's software development indeed requires initial capital investment. How much do you need? Shin Yufa asked. Our software development may need 1 billion yuan. Kang Junjia stated directly. What? 1 billion? Shin Yufi's pretty face changed. The people in the conference room also started murmuring. How could they spend money like that? Asking for 1 billion in development costs all at once. Vice President Kang, where would our finance department get that much money? Moreover, your application software business has been losing money for 3 consecutive years, totaling 200 million, right? CFO Ning Yusin immediately objected. Sure enough, these words shocked the conference room. After 3 years of losses, how could he still have the nerve to ask for money? Su Hao was speechless hearing this. Such a business should have been cut off long ago. Director Ning, don't forget that the application software business is the department that built our group. It's the foundation of our extensive network. Even if it's losing money, we can't abandon it. That's why we plan to increase development investment. Kang Junjia, his face slightly embarrassed, quickly explained. Vice President Kang, the software business is indeed important, but Sister Xin is right. Our group can't suddenly come up with 1 billion in development costs right now. Shin Yufa shook her head. President Shen, won't Director Su soon bring in 1 billion in advertising revenue? Kang Junjia suddenly said. Huh. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Su Hao was also taken aback. Damn, Kang Junjia really had no shame. He was eyeing his advertising revenue. Vice President Kang, that's not right. Director Su secured the advertising revenue, and his own business hasn't even invested that much. Jiang Yunxi couldn't stand it anymore. Yes, Junjia, that's not fair. Lei Jianshu said. Kang Junjia heard their words and anger flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, you two dare to oppose me. Just wait. Once my father seizes the chairman's seat, and I become president, he'll deal with both of you first. Shun Yufi's delicate brows furrowed as she swiftly interjected. The 1 billion advertising fee isn't a lump sum payment. Even if it were, the group couldn't possibly allocate such a massive amount for development costs. There are other expenditures to consider. President Shun, I might have an idea to resolve this funding predicament. Kang Junjia suddenly spoke up. What idea? Shin Yufa inquired. A smug smile curled on Kang Junjia's lips as he said, our Hongxing Group is a listed company with steady growth. Many fund investment institutions are quite bullish on us. Why don't we transfer another portion of our shares to raise additional capital? Raise capital? The people in the meeting room were stunned. Su Hao was taken aback. Seeing Kang Junjia's smug demeanor, he immediately eavesdropped on his thoughts. Kang Junjia's inner voice hummed, by transferring shares to raise funds, we can dilute Shin Yufi's stake further. With my Kang family maneuvering behind the scenes, the Hongxing Group will soon bear the Kang name. Su Hao was shocked. So this was Kang Junjia's scheme, truly insidious. Vice President Kang, you speak of raising capital, but that's a decision for the shareholders' meeting. We are company management, isn't this beyond our purview? Ning Yusin immediately cautioned. Indeed, this isn't something we can decide, Jiang Yunxi agreed. But our Vice President Kang is also a company shareholder, Kai Yuba quickly added. Shin Yufa, being astute, had already guessed Kang Junjia's intentions, but she hadn't expected the Kang family to make their move so hastily. Vice President Kang, this is a senior management meeting. Please stay on topic, she stated curtly. President Shun, renowned investment institutions are already extending their olive branches to us. Raising capital now would bolster our group's liquidity and allow us to ramp up investments across all business lines. Kang Junjia pressed on. Vice President Kang, I will not agree to what you're proposing unless I'm no longer the CEO or a shareholder of this company. Shin Yufa refused outright. You. Kang Junjia gritted his teeth in frustration at her unyielding stance. Oh dear President Shun, at this rate our application software business group will continue to bleed money. It'll be tough for us to survive, said Executive Director Huang Dehai, feigning a look of hardship. Exactly. The application software business group currently has 100 million in unsettled debt and years of consecutive losses. If the group doesn't inject more funds, I can't salvage this business. Kang Junjia added with a cold snort. Vice President Kang, what exactly are you implying? Shin Yufa asked, displeased. This is a hot potato. If you refuse to approve additional investment, I suggest we immediately cut this business segment or find someone else to take it over. Kang Junjie shrugged nonchalantly. The others in the room could now clearly see that Kang Junjie was putting Shun Yufa in a tight spot. The application software business was laden with debt and losses. Who would willingly take it on? And if someone did, the employees there were all Kang Junjie's former loyalists. They wouldn't easily submit to a new leader. As for cutting the business entirely, that was even more impossible. For one, it was the group's founding business. For another, it employed several hundred people. The severance costs would be enormous, and it would severely tarnish Hongxin Group's reputation within the industry. Thus, Kang Junjie's move was nothing short of underhanded, almost bordering on a threat. Slap. Shun Yufa slammed the table furious. Vice President Kang, are you just going to let things fall apart like this? President Shun, I'm simply stating the facts. Kang Junjie declared with an air of arrogance. Su Hao frowned. This Kang Junjie was getting too brazen. Ding. System mission issued. Proactively take over the application software business and turn it from loss to profit. Mission reward 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The system had finally issued a mission. Since that was the case, he would step in. Vice President Kang, were you being serious just now? Everyone in the meeting room was startled, their gaze turning to Su Hao. Kang Junjie, who had been feeling quite pleased with himself, saw Su Hao rise from his seat. Of course I'm serious. Well, you got a problem with that? He said sternly. I believe the software market is full of opportunities. Since Vice President Kang considers it a hot potato, why not hand over the application software business to me to manage? Su Hao said with a grin. Huh. Kang Junjie was dumbfounded. Huang Dehai suddenly panicked. As the executive director of the application software business group, if this business were handed over, what would his position even mean? He had only said those things earlier to back up Kang Junjie. At that moment, the senior executives in the room began murmuring among themselves. Ning Yusin felt a surge of admiration for Su Hao's courage. Shun Yufa never expected Su Hao to stand up for her like this, but she hesitated. This was a company business, not a game. However, Su Hao winked at her. Kang Junjie's face darkened. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? You dare to take over a business under my charge. And why not? Didn't you just say, Vice President Kang, to find someone else to take it over? Don't tell me your words mean nothing, just empty talk. Su Hao couldn't resist mocking him. Ta! Laughter erupted in the meeting room. How dare you? My words are certainly not empty talk. Kang Junjie fumed, his face stiffening. Vice President Kang, since you think the application software business is a hot potato, fine. From now on, the application software business group will be under Su Hao's charge. Shun Yufa declared immediately. You. Kang Junjie nearly spat blood in anger. He never imagined Shun Yufa would actually go through with it. Huang Dehai quickly stood up. President Shun, how can this be? Su Hao and I are both executive directors. We're at the same level. These are two separate business units. Good point. From now on, the application software business group will be restructured as the application software department merged into the mobile internet business group. Shun Yufa stated. Oh. Huang Dehai was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? He was an executive director, and now he was being demoted to a department manager. Ning Yusin nearly burst out laughing at his stunned expression. President Shin, don't you think this decision is a bit hasty? These are two completely different businesses. Kang Junjie was starting to regret his actions. Su Hao quickly interjected, no need to worry about that, Vice President Kang. While they are two different business lines, they both operate within the internet domain. I have confidence in my technical abilities. Su Yu. Kang Junjie's face turned ashen with rage. Vice President Kang, let me ask you something. Is your online media business also experiencing losses? Would you like to find someone else to take it over? I could take that on as well. Su Hao said with a sly, shameless grin. Gong. At this, everyone was caught between laughter and tears. Was this director Su truly this greedy? Ning Yusin quickly covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Ahem ahem. Lei Jianshu choked on his tea, almost spraying it out. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Hao's words, Kang Junjie was so furious his nose nearly twisted, askew, grinding his teeth in hatred. Before he could even speak, Kai Yuba across from him could no longer sit still. Good heavens, if this online media business were truly handed over to Su Hao, wouldn't he, the executive director, be reduced to a mere department manager? An executive director commanded an annual salary of millions, while a department manager's salary barely reached $1 million. This was a complete pay cut. How could Kai Yuba not be anxious? He had a mistress to support. If his income were halved, he couldn't even afford her upkeep, and wouldn't he become a laughingstock to her? Director Su, you're going too far. How much energy can one person have? Don't you know the saying, bite off more than you can chew? Besides, our online media business group hasn't incurred losses yet. We still have the marketing department. Kai Yuba hastily stood up to protest. Director Kai, look how anxious you are. I was just thinking, since we're both in the internet business, after we merge, I'll be the director, and you'll be the deputy director. We'll be brothers on the same front line from now on. Su Hao grinned widely. Kai Yuba gritted his teeth. Who the hell wants to be your brother? All right, this matter is settled. Meeting adjourned. Shin Yufa felt a laugh bubbling inside her watching Kang Junjie and Kai Yuba squirm in their seats. After the meeting, Su Hao plunged into work. He first coordinated the recruitment plan with HR Director Jiang Yunxi, then convened meetings with various departments of the Mobile Internet Business Group to outline the next steps. In the afternoon, Su Hao investigated the business and financial materials of the Application Software Business Group. In its early years, Hongxin Group earned its initial capital by developing custom software for corporate clients. Additionally, some software provided ongoing operational revenue. However, the software industry is now fiercely competitive with numerous players and major domestic enterprises entering the market. Hongxin Group is facing the risk of being left behind due to outdated technology. Su Hao noted that Hongxin Group was even planning to develop software for beauty filters, music boxes, and input methods in the future. No wonder they're losing money. Su Hao shook his head in disbelief. These software categories are already dominated by mature, monopolistic products. Dreaming of creating a phenomenon-level app in these areas is pure fantasy. Any investment would be a complete waste. Over the years, Hongxin Group had even abandoned many government and enterprise clients, leading to reduced custom development and diminished operational income, resulting in consecutive losses. Su Hao immediately drafted a business plan and went to find Shin Yufa. Unexpectedly, Ning Yusin was also in the office discussing the company's financial issues with Shin Yufa. "Oh, Brat. Director Su, you're here." Ning Yusin had almost called him Brat, but remembering Shin Yufei's presence, she quickly corrected herself. Shin Yufei's brow furrowed slightly. Women are sensitive creatures. Director Ning, you're here too. Perfect, I have something to discuss with you both. Su Hao grinned. Discuss? Is it about the application software business? Shin Yufa guessed. Exactly. Without waiting for an invitation, Su Hao poured himself a cup of coffee and sat down at the table. Director Su, you were truly formidable this morning. You really put Kang Junjie in his place for Xiaofei. Ning Yusin praised him. Su Hao, you don't need to worry about the application software business. He'll quickly find someone to take over. I have a classmate working as a senior executive at a foreign company. He'll try to poach her. Shin Yufa explained. Find someone else. Why? Didn't I already take over? Su Hao was taken aback. You've officially taken it over for now, but you're already swamped with all the Quan Yao Tushio app matters. Shin Yufa assumed Su Hao's actions were merely to defend her. She knew she would still have to handle the rest herself. Who says I'm swamped? Take a look at this. Su Hao handed her the business plan. Shin Yufa was taken aback, accepting the document with a bewildered expression. Oh, my Director Su, you've already prepared a business plan. You must have had this planned all along. Ning Yusin's eyes widened. Not at all, I just made it. Su Hao said truthfully. They'll believe that when pigs fly. Ning Yusin rolled her eyes. Although she didn't know the details, the document's formatting and data alone would take a full day to complete. Shin Yufa skimmed through the plan, utterly astounded. The judgments, market analysis, and data summaries within were all well-founded and logical. However, the core of Su Hao's plan was to completely abandon the existing application software business and pivot to developing a new piece of software. Cut off all current operations to develop this software, called Silhouette. Shin Yufa was confused. That's right. I've reviewed the current application software business, and the newly developed products have almost no market potential. So I suggest we keep only the existing operations department and divert all other resources to developing this new software. Su Hao shared his thoughts. Cancel all projects. Ning Yusin was stunned. And what kind of software is this Silhouette? Shin Yufa was curious. It's a video editing software. It will include features for editing and creating images, videos, and audio. We plan to develop both a PC client and a mobile app version. Su Hao's choice of this software was not arbitrary. First, it has high commercial value. Second, it's a technical field he excels in. In his mind, he possesses a wealth of internet product ideas, but he can only focus on a select few due to time constraints. This stems from the high-level intelligence granted to his brain, providing inspiration and creative thinking that are unmatched by anyone else. A normal person has about 14 to 15 billion brain cells, and most people have less than 10 actively developed. The rest remain dormant. Even scientific elites like Einstein only had a brain development level of around 20. After communicating with the system, Su Hao learned that his high-level intelligence corresponds to about 30 brain development, and there are even higher levels of evolution possible. Imagining the potential of 100 brain development was a terrifying thought. Su Hao, but there are already many mature products like this on the market. Are you confident you can surpass them? And how long would the development cycle be? Shin Yufa asked, her voice laced with concern. Of course I can surpass them. Hey boss, just trust me on this. Give me a month. If I can't deliver, you can take the business back. Su Hao said with absolute confidence. Shin Yufa felt a sense of disbelief. If anyone else had made such bold claims before her, she would have dismissed them as empty boasting. After all, the market was already saturated with impressive software of a similar nature. Yet inexplicably she found a flicker of trust in Su Hao's words, a feeling she herself couldn't quite comprehend. Was it the confidence etched on Su Hao's face as he spoke? 1 month. Are you serious? Shin Yuefei asked, her tone earnest. Absolutely. If you agree, you'll start drafting the plans next week to begin development on the new software. I do have one small request. Su Hao said immediately. What request? Shin Yuefei inquired, curiosity piqued. For the employees in the application software division, I want their salaries doubled during the development period next month. Additionally, I want one of the software's future sales profits to be allocated to a bonus pool for the department staff. Su Hao stated his thoughts. Shin Yuefei paused, deliberating for a moment before nodding. All right, I agree. President, you're decisive. I appreciate that about you, Su Hao said, and with that he left the CEO's office. Meanwhile, Ning Yusin, who had been standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Ahem, Xiaofei, don't you think you were a bit impulsive? Ning Yusin stammered. Su Hao's actions were audacious, bordering on reckless. Shin Yuefei herself wasn't sure why she had agreed, but she had. Sister Xian, it's just for a month. Let Su Hao have his chance. Who knows, maybe he can actually pull it off, Shin Yuefei explained. Tisk doubling the entire department's salary next month. He's certainly securing loyalty right from the start. Ning Yusin remarked with a hint of admiration. A subtle smile played on Shun Yufei's lips. She understood perfectly well why Su Hao had offered the pay raise. The veteran employees of the application software division were once loyal subordinates of Kang Junjie. With Su Hao's sudden arrival, resentment and insubordination were inevitable. He would likely face significant unseen resistance in trying to manage the team. But by immediately doubling their salaries, Su Hao had delivered a powerful morale boost. For a department that had been suffering continuous losses, employees would have been grateful just to keep their current pay. The fact that it was now increasing was a direct and effective way to win their loyalty. Leaving the CEO's office, Su Hao headed straight to the application software division on the 4th floor, instructing everyone to gather in the conference room. 10 minutes later, all department managers and staff were present, including the former executive director, Huang Dehai. However, the mood in the room was grim, faces etched with resentment. Su Hao was seen as an outsider parachuted into a position he hadn't earned. Director Su, may I ask what the topic of this meeting is? Huang Dehai asked, his face cold. The purpose of today's meeting is to announce the work plan for the application software division for the coming month, Su Hao stated, his eyes narrowing slightly. Director Su, you've just arrived and you're already announcing future plans. Are you fully aware of the status of all the projects in this division? You seem rather eager to exert your authority. Are you planning to make your mark with a fiery start? Huang Dehai couldn't resist the jab. His words immediately fanned the flames of discontent among the department managers. Su Hao's lips curled into a smile. Do I need to be aware of all the projects? That's unnecessary. I'm announcing that starting today, all existing projects will be terminated except for operational ones. What? The announcement sent the entire room into an uproar. Huang Dehai was equally shocked. The software business had been losing money for years, but even with a need for reform, did it have to be so drastic and immediate? Director Su, we've poured 6 months of effort into these projects. Exactly, ours was just starting to show promise. Our software is in the testing phase. If all projects are cancelled, what are we in the product planning department supposed to do? The department managers were clearly panicking. Bang! Su Hao slammed his hand on the table, silencing the noisy crowd. They were too loud. Director Su, you've incurred the wrath of everyone here. I truly wonder why President Shin promoted you, Huang Dehai said with a gloating laugh. Ignoring him, Su Hao continued, that was the first decision. The second is that the salaries of all department managers will remain unchanged. Not only that, but for the next month, both managers and regular staff will receive double their normal pay. Huh? What? Whoa! Astonishment swept through the room, eyes widening in disbelief. Director Su, are you being serious? You're not joking with us, are you? Salaries stay the same, and we get double pay, eh? Am I dreaming? Su Hao quickly clarified, I'm not joking. This is something I personally negotiated with the president. The official company notice will be sent to your emails on Monday. Director Su is amazing. This is incredible. He's giving us a raise right away. We'll definitely support Director Su's work. The mood shifted instantly, all traces of resentment vanishing. After all, no one argues with a pay raise. Huang Dehai's eyes lit up. Director Su, does this mean my salary will be doubled according to the executive director's standard? I'm announcing the termination of your current position. As of now, you are a regular employee. Su Hao said, his tone dismissive. This Huang Dehai was dreaming if he thought he'd get a doubled executive salary. What? Su Hao, this is personal revenge. You're doing this on purpose. I protest. Huang Dehai was frantic. You can protest, but you must comply with the job reassignment. Or you can resign, Su Hao shot back with a glare. Huang Dehai was dumbfounded. He wouldn't resign, of course. He was too deeply entrenched with the Kang family. Huang Dehai gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He thought to himself that he just had to endure this for now. Once the Kong family took over the chairman position, he'd be in line for the vice president role. Su Hao then addressed the room. With the old business canceled for the next month, everyone will be dedicated to a new software development project. They'll send the proposal to you all next week. Furthermore, I've also secured approval from the president to allocate one of this software sales revenue to a bonus pool for the entire department. So how much you earn in the future depends entirely on your own efforts. Wow. Su Hao's words were met with excited cheers from everyone in the conference room. This was real tangible employee benefits, a stark contrast to the past when all departmental bonuses ended up in Huang Dahai's pockets. Long live Director Su. Director Su is a fantastic leader. Director Su is a great manager. We will follow Director. That evening in a private room at Dongyue Club, Hua Tianhao held an enchanting woman in his arms, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking thoroughly indulged. Across from him sat Kong Xinghe and his son Kong Junjie. I say, old Kong, I've got the funds ready for you. How's the financing going? Hua Tianhao asked arrogantly. Alas, young master Hua, today Junjie mentioned it to Shen Yuefei, but she refused. Kong Xinghe replied helplessly. Refused? How could she refuse? You two are useless. Hua Tianhao snorted. Young master Hua, that's harsh. We're partners, not your underlings. Kong Junjie gritted his teeth. Exactly. Today Junjie even threatened Shen Yuefei with the department, but instead that pretty boy of hers took over the whole department. Kong Xinghe said displeasedly. Pretty boy. Hua Tianhao's eyes turned cold. Yes, it's that guy named Su Hao. Kong Junjie said. Him. I saw him at the birthday party last time. I've been wanting to deal with him. Hua Tianhao's eyes burned with hatred. I thought he was just a pretty boy promoted by Shen Yuefei, but now it seems he has some skills. Last time when the group was hacked, he solved it. Kong Junjie said gravely. What a... He solved that. Hua Tianhao's face changed. Do you know about it, young master Hua? Kong Junjie frowned. Cough, I've heard. Hua Tianhao nodded. How could he not know? He was the real mastermind behind the recent hacker attack. Hua Tianhao had long wanted to acquire Hongxin Group. Since Shen Yuefei refused, he planned to bring her down. So he collaborated with the Kong father and son, and also hired hackers on the dark web to attack the Kuainiao app. In the end, to his surprise, the bitcoins he spent were all wasted, and he heard that Shen Yuefei had captured several hackers. He was furious upon learning this, especially that it was that pretty boy who helped Shen Yuefei. This pretty boy has thwarted me several times, and even disrespected me last time. He's asking for death. Hua Tianhao's eyes gleamed with menace. Young master Hua, you have many connections. You can get someone to teach that Su bastard a lesson. Kong Junjie added fuel to the fire. Enough, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle him myself. Hua Tianhao snorted. Rest assured, young master Hua. Even if we can't get shares through financing, we won't lose at the shareholders meeting. We've already secured support from most shareholders. Kong Xinghe said with a smile. Good. Once you gain control of the company, the Hua family won't forget your help. Hua Tianhao said magnanimously. Thank you, young master Hua. Kong Xinghe smiled with narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, Su Hao returned to the villa after work and became the chef again that night. Shen Yuefei had planned to order takeout, but her cousin Xia Yuyu and Aunt Xiao Yishuan refused, so Su Hao had to cook. For each meal he cooked, Shen Yuefei had to pay Su Hao 1,000 yuan. Though she was wealthy, she found it extravagant. During the day, Xiao Yishuan and Xia Yuyu had visited the nursing home to see Shen Yufei's father. Xiao Yishuan wanted to discuss Shen Yufei's marriage registration, but her father didn't object and was quite satisfied with Su Hao, which frustrated her. Looking at the table full of dishes, Xiao Yishuan felt speechless. What was so good about Su Hao? Apart from cooking, he seemed to have no other merits. Su Hao, since you've already registered with Xiaofei, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Xiao Yishuan asked while eating. Wedding? Su Hao was stunned. Cough, any Su Hao, and I don't plan to have a wedding. Shen Yuefei quickly said. No wedding. That won't do. Marriage is a big deal. How can a girl go without her own wedding? That's too hasty. Xiao Yishuan shook her head immediately. Any weddings these days are just for show. As long as we're happy, isn't that enough? Shen Yuefei continued. Cousin, that won't work. We agreed that I'd be your bridesmaid, and you'd give me a big red envelope. Xia Yuyu said cheerfully. Su Hao found it amusing. This naive, money-obsessed cousin was just like him. Xiaofei, a wedding is a must, or you'll regret it. Xiao Yishuan said seriously. Auntie, but I don't want to hold a wedding. Shen Yuefei said helplessly. Even if the wedding is postponed, at least the parents on both sides should meet and have a meal, right? Xiao Yishuan suggested. Meet the parents. Shen Yuefei was embarrassed. Yes. Su Hao arranged for your parents to come to Yanbei and let both families have a meal together. Otherwise, if the parents don't show up, it would seem like you don't value our Xiaofei. Xiao Yishuan said firmly. Okay, sure. Su Hao nodded without refusing. Shen Yuefei was surprised as she thought he would directly decline. She didn't continue the topic, thinking she could hire fake parents to fool them if needed. After dinner, Su Hao returned to his room to study. Xiao Yishuan, Xia Yuyu, and Shen Yuefei watched TV in the living room on the first floor. But soon Shen Yuefei went upstairs too. Auntie cousin is so eager to go upstairs and be with her husband. They're inseparable. Are they in a hurry to make a baby? Xia Yuyu's lively eyes twinkled as she said teasingly. Make a baby. Did you buy the Durex I asked you to get? Xiao Yishuan remembered. I forgot. Xia Yuyu replied. Forgot. Go buy it now. Auntie, it's dark outside now, I'm scared. What are you scared of? The supermarket in the community has it. Alright. Xia Yuyu was frustrated and had to go to the supermarket. Upstairs in the room, Suhao, you don't need to worry about the parents' dinner, just stall for now. Shin Yuefei said. Okay, sure. Suhao nodded. By the way, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have any plans? Shin Yuefei asked. She remembered that Suhao didn't have pajamas, so she thought of going shopping with him tomorrow to buy some. After all, without proper sleepwear, living together was really troublesome. Also, Suhao had helped her several times, and she wanted to express her gratitude. Oh, I actually have plans tomorrow. I've arranged to meet someone at the gym. Suhao remembered his prior appointment with Ning Yusin. Going to the gym? Alright then. Shin Yuefei nodded helplessly. Hey boss, can you pay me the 2,000 for cooking first? Suhao brought it up to avoid the ice beauty forgetting and defaulting later. They'll transfer it to you right now. Shin Yuefei was speechless. This guy was always thinking about money. The next morning, Suhao washed up and was surprised to find Shin Yuefei had brought breakfast from outside. Honey, breakfast is ready. Shin Yuefei suddenly called out to Suhao. Huh? Suhao's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Could this ice queen really be calling him husband? He swept his gaze and realized it was because his aunt-in-law Qiao Yishuan was sitting in the living room. She must have said it on purpose for her aunt to hear. Coming, my little darling. Suhao grinned and played along. Shin Yufei's beautiful eyes flickered, not expecting Suhao to respond. She had called him that just to show her aunt to make her believe they were deeply in love. Oh, cousin brother-in-law, you're feeding me dog food first thing in the morning. Xia Yu, who had just come downstairs, couldn't help teasing. Come eat breakfast, Annie, come quickly, Shin Yuefei called out. Coming, Qiao Yishuan nodded. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Suhao seeing Shin Yuefei, so happy made her feel relieved inside. Suhao ate a few vegetable buns, checked the time, and realized he still had to drive to pick up Ning Yusin, so he had to leave. I have something to do, I'm heading out, he said and left. Meanwhile, Xia Yuyu's clever eyes twinkled as she followed him out. Suhao opened the car door about to get in. Brother-in-law, where are you going? I have plans to go to the gym with a friend, Suhao replied. The gym? Oh, how about taking me along? I want to work out too. Xia Yuyu suddenly became interested. Take you? Do you even need to work out? Suhao was taken aback. What, brother-in-law, you think my figure doesn't need exercise? Xia Yuyu chuckled. I don't think so, Suhao answered honestly. Haha, if brother-in-law says no, then I won't go. But I have something to give you, Xia Yuyu said mysteriously. What is it? Suhao was curious. It's this. Xia Yuyu immediately pulled a box of Durex from her pocket and shoved it into Suhao's hand. Huh. Suhao was dumbfounded. Why was this little girl Xia Yuyu giving him a little umbrella? Brother-in-law, Auntie asked me to buy it for you, Xia Yuyu explained with a grin. Auntie. Suhao was stunned, then understood. Qiao Yishuan had her own little schemes. MMIC, he nodded. Brother-in-law, I specially bought the large size. Will it fit you? Xia Yuyu asked slyly. Lucky it's large, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use it. But, Suhao frowned. What's wrong, brother-in-law? But what? Xia Yuyu was puzzled. You bought a pack of 3. That's not even enough for one round for me. You should have bought at least 2 boxes, Suhao said shamelessly. 2 boxes? Xia Yuyu's eyes went wide. Alright, I'm off. Suhao stuffed the box of Durex into his pocket and got into the car, leaving Xia Yuyu standing there in shock. 2 boxes. Brother-in-law is so awesome. Like a Gatling gun. Can cousin handle that? Xia Yuyu muttered. Suhao drove his Lamborghini to Minghua Community in the East District following the address Ning Yusin had sent him. He immediately sent her a voice message. Director Ning Im at the entrance of your community. Little rascal, you're here so fast. Give me 2 minutes, it'll be right down. Okay. Half an hour later, Ning Yusin came out swaying her hips. Suhao sighed helplessly. Women never keep time. Today Ning Yusin had specially put on lipstick, her soft, full red lips extremely alluring. She wore a form-fitting bodycon dress that highlighted her graceful figure perfectly. Ahem, Director Ning, are you going to the gym dressed like that? Suhao was a bit embarrassed. They'll change at the gym. So do I look beautiful in this outfit today? Ning Yusin leaned over from the passenger seat, her breath fragrant. Pretty, Suhao nodded involuntarily. Little rascal, why are you bleeding from the nose? Ning Yusin suddenly said. Huh. Suhao touched his nose. Indeed, it was bleeding. Last time it was from seeing Shin Yuefei, now from Ning Yusin. Was he ever going to survive? He really needed to find a chance to replenish his blood. Quick, wipe it off. Ning Yusin quickly pulled out a tissue. Suhao took it and wiped his nose, laughing awkwardly. It's just the heat. I'm getting overheated. Puffed, haha. Ning Yusin giggled, seeing through his thoughts her pretty face full of pride and coquettishness. Suhao glanced at her. This woman was a real enchantress, seductive and enticing. Director Ning, where are we going? Sia Club. Suhao was taken aback. Sia no doubt was another property of the Chu group. He immediately started the car. Ning Yusin laughed. Little rascal, we're not at the office, so don't call me Director Ning. What should I call you then? Little rascal, what do you want to call me? How about I call you Sister Xin, like President Shen does? Calling me Big Sister? Sure, little rascal. Su Hao's mouth twitched. Talking to this woman was indeed exhausting. Soon Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at the club. The parking lot in front was filled with luxury cars showing that only the wealthy could afford to come here. Welcome to Sia Club, sir and madam. As soon as they entered, two receptionists bowed to greet them. Su Hao looked around at the lavish, magnificent decor. Wow, a club this luxurious. Sister Xin, isn't it expensive to come here? Su Hao couldn't help but remark. Not too expensive. A yearly membership is 1,000 yuan, Ning Yusin replied. 1,000 yuan. Su Hao was surprised. Regular gym memberships were only a few thousand, and tens of thousands was considered high-end, but this club was 1,000 a year. He smiled wryly, wondering what special services this gym could offer. Would there be a bunch of beauties attending to him while he worked out? Or maybe an oil massage while exercising? Haha, little rascal, don't worry about the membership for now. My card is a family card. I can bring 2 people in for free, Ning Yusin said, pulling out her club card. Sister Xin, no wonder you have such a great figure. You must have put in a lot of effort, Su Hao teased. The club has many recreational activities besides fitness like fencing, yoga, dance, and boxing, which you might be interested in. They have all of those, Ning Yusin explained as they soon arrived at the gym. Ning Yusin introduced the facilities to Su Hao, and soon they stood before the gym entrance. Ning Yusin said, naughty boy, hold on a moment. Let me ask if the boxing coach has arrived. She then took out her phone and made a call. I've asked Coach Feng won't be here until after 10. How about I take you to the gym to have some fun first? Coming after 10. What kind of coach is that? Pretty loose schedule. Su Hao couldn't help but complain. Naughty boy, you just don't get it. Coach Feng is a national martial arts champion, a master of practical combat, and very famous in the industry. He's only a part-time coach at the club. Ning Yusin explained. I see. Well then let's head to the gym first. Su Hao nodded. The two walked into the gym and Ning Yusin showed her membership card to the staff. A server immediately became their personal fitness butler. Hello, butler, please prepare 2 sets of workout clothes for us. Certainly. The fitness butler immediately had 2 sets of athletic were brought over. Su Hao's outfit was a highly elastic black t-shirt and loose shorts. Ning Yusin meanwhile changed into a sports vest and black fitted leggings, her figure on full display. Whoa. Su Hao was taken aback, realizing his earlier guess was wrong. He had previously guessed Ning Yusin was an F, but now it seemed she was a G. Naughty boy, what are you staring at? Ning Yusin caught his gaze. A Sister Xin, you look great without makeup. You didn't even need any before. Su Hao quickly said. At that moment Ning Yusin's hair was tied up in a bun, her morning makeup washed away, yet her skin remained fair and smooth. Really? I was worried that if I sweat during the workout my makeup would run and I'd turn into a monster. Ning Yusin giggled. The two entered the gym, and Su Hao tried some stretching equipment, finding that they no longer suited his physical capabilities. His strength was now on an entirely different level. Ning Yusin meanwhile was doing a set of yoga on a mat to warm up. Just then she suddenly noticed Su Hao performing difficult moves on the parallel bars. He supported his entire body on one hand, stood upright, then spun rapidly on the bars, executing the sequence with great skill. Wow! Ning Yusin's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Su Hao finished his set on the parallel bars and landed on the ground with a backflip. Oh my god, naughty boy, you know gymnastics. Huh, just a little. Su Hao didn't actually know gymnastics. He was just messing around to test his Boda's coordination. At that moment Ning Yusin noticed the large power rack nearby, and a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Naughty boy, I want to do pull-ups, but the crossbar on the rack is too high for me to reach. Could you lift me up? She said with a smile. Huh. Su Hao was a bit stunned. Pull-ups mainly train arm strength. Why would the busty girl want to do them? Was she trying to build muscle for boxing? But since the beauty had a request, he couldn't exactly refuse. Alright, I'll hold your legs and lift you up. Su Hao nodded. Great. Ning Yusin's lips curled into a smile, looking quite pleased with herself. Su Hao grabbed her slender legs and easily hoisted her up. Oof oof, Sister Xin, you need to lose some weight. You're so heavy. He deliberately teased. Annoying. Naughty boy. You're so bad making fun of me. Ning Yusin giggled, covering her mouth. Sister Xin grabbed the bar. It's your fault for teasing me. Ning Yusin quickly grabbed the crossbar. Alright. I'm letting go now. Unexpectedly the moment Su Hao let go, Ning Yusin couldn't hold on. Hey naughty boy, quickly support my waist, I can't hold on. Ning Yusin suddenly cried out in alarm. Su Hao was speechless. She couldn't even manage a single pull-up yet. He quickly reached out and supported her slender waist. Sister Xin, I think you should skip this. It's not for you. Su Hao suggested. No, I want to do this. Support my waist and help me from below. Ning Yusin bit her lip, stubbornly insisting. So Su Hao placed his hands on her waist and pushed upward. Ning Yusin exerted force with her arms and began doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 30. Wow, I actually did 30 pull-ups. Ning Yusin said excitedly. Ahem. Su Hao was a bit embarrassed. He was the one lifting her the whole time. Oh, what was she so excited about? Just then he lowered his head, and his gaze accidentally landed on Ning Yusin's shapely rear. Ahem. This was truly a magnificent sight. Two little voices argued in Su Hao's mind. One said it was improper to look, the other urged him to look and enjoy the view. Soon the two voices started fighting, and the one advocating propriety was decisively defeated. But watching her go up and down like this was bound to stir some impure thoughts. Su Hao gritted his teeth, wondering if he'd end up with a nosebleed at this rate. Up above, Ning Yusin was chattering excitedly, but when Su Hao didn't respond, she looked down and caught his gaze fixated on her rear. Oh dear naughty boy, your grip on my waist is tickling me. Suddenly Ning Yusin let out a soft moan. Ticklish. Want me to let you down? Su Hao was taken aback. No, I want to do all 50. Why don't you support my butt instead? Ning Yusin winked playfully. Huh? What? Su Hao's eyes widened in shock. Ahem, is that really appropriate? Why not? Hurry up, I'm about to fall. Su Hao gritted his teeth. You asked for it. He moved his hands from her waist downwards. Oops. At that moment Ning Yusin's hands slipped from the bar, and she fell. Su Hao's eyes widened, and he quickly reached out to catch her. However, his hands landed squarely on the spot, just below her waist. Oh dear. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, feeling the warmth of Su Hao's hands. Her neck flushed red, and her face felt hot. She didn't know what had come over her asking him to support her there. It was so bold. Are you alright? Su Hao let her go once she was steady on her feet. He couldn't help but marvel at the lingering sensation in his hands. It was truly unforgettable. Naughty boy, you hurt me just now. Ning Yusin said softly. Su Hao was baffled. What a false accusation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gym, a muscular man happened to witness the entire scene. Pan Hongwei was a fitness instructor at West Joy Club, known for his muscular build and his extensive repertoire of flirting techniques, a seasoned pickup artist. Many beautiful women came to the gym, including those who just wanted to take photos for their social media. Using his position as a coach, Pan Hongwei had hooked up with many women. When Ning Yusin first came to the gym, he was smitten and launched a relentless pursuit, sending her flowers and handbags, but she rejected him every time. Unexpectedly today, Pan Hongwei saw Ning Yusin bringing a pretty boy to work out, and they were acting intimately. The sight of their earlier actions nearly made him faint from anger. He thought, this pretty boy dares to touch my woman. He's asking for death. Pan Hongwei walked over with a dark face. Yo, if it isn't the beautiful Ning. Here for a workout today. Ning Yusin frowned upon seeing him and nodded. Yes. I thought you were so aloof, but it turns out you like pretty boys. Pan Hongwei glanced at Su Hao beside her. Su Hao frowned. Coach Pan, mind your words. He's my friend. Show some respect. Ning Yusin was immediately angered. Friend. The way you two were acting just now doesn't seem like mere friends. Ning Yusin, what's so good about this pretty boy? Your taste isn't that great. Pan Hongwei taunted. My taste is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Ning Yusin said, exasperated. You? Are you telling me you'd choose this weakling over giving me a chance? Pan Hongwei said, darkly pointing at Su Hao. Who are you calling a weakling? Su Hao was genuinely annoyed. If you're chasing a woman, why do you have to put me down? Oh pretty boy, are you saying you're not weak? Pan Hongwei snorted, stepping forward to shove Su Hao. But to his surprise, his shove had no effect. Su Hao stood rooted to the spot. Get lost. Su Hao shoved him back. With a thud, Pan Hongwei was pushed away and fell to the floor. Ning Yusin was stunned. Su Hao's strength was incredible. Pan Hongwei was a fitness coach, his hulking frame, no joke, yet this burly man was sent tumbling by Su Hao with a single push. Ning Yusin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You caught me off guard. I wasn't steady. You with your little muscles, do you dare compete with me? Pan Hongwei's face was grim. The shove had made him a laughingstock in front of the whole gym. He immediately issued a challenge to save face. Ignore him. Let's go. Ning Yusin grabbed Su Hao to leave. Compete? In what? Su Hao was intrigued. Pan Hongwei pointed at the Smith machine nearby. Let's do the bench press. You scared? No problem. Su Hao looked at the barbell on the rack, a smile playing on his lips. Alright kid. If you lose, you kneel and kowtow to me. Pan Hongwei said arrogantly. Fine. But if you lose, you get out of this gym. Su Hao said with narrowed eyes. Deal, but I won't be the one losing. Pan Hongwei said smugly. Su Hao. Ning Yusin was worried and tugged at him, trying to get him to back out. She knew Pan Hongwei was a coach packed with muscle and immense strength. In the entire gym, no one could match Pan Hongwei in the bench press. Don't worry, I've been wanting to test my limits. Su Hao said with a smile. Kid, this barbell has different weight levels. How about we start at 200 kilograms? Pan Hongwei said slyly. Pan Hongwei, aren't you just bullying him? Ning Yusin said angrily. By now many people in the gym had gathered to watch. Bullying. It's a competition, it has to be challenging. Unless this kid can't handle it. Pan Hongwei said smugly. Bench press enthusiasts are often categorized by tiers. Being able to handle 100 kilograms usually makes you a big deal in any gym. And the 140 kilograms tier is typically considered master level. The 200 kilograms tier is elite, even among athletes. Being able to lift that weight is enough to compete in powerlifting meets. Over the years, Pan Hongwei could easily do 30 reps at 200 kilograms. This was exactly why he chose this challenge to directly embarrass Su Hao and force him to admit defeat. Who says I can't? I just think 200 kilograms is a bit low, isn't it? Su Hao said with a grin. The people around couldn't help but laugh. This guy is too cocky, right? 200 kilograms is low. Being able to lift it 3 times makes you a god. Yeah, even the current Chinese record is only 260 kilograms. Too young and naive. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ning Yusin almost burst out laughing at Su Hao's words. This guy always sounds so domineering. Pan Hongwei sneered. Kid, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You can't even lift 200 kilograms yet, so just try it first. Alright. Let's start. Su Hao couldn't be bothered with more talk. Pan Hongwei lay down on the bench and had the staff load 90 kilograms plates on each side plus the 20 kilograms bar, totaling 200 kilograms. The next moment Pan Hongwei's chest and arms flexed, and he pushed the 200 kilograms barbell up with ease. Whoa! A wave of screams erupted from the crowd with many women exclaiming in admiration. He then smoothly completed 20 reps before stopping. Although he could have continued, Pan Hongwei felt it was enough. Coach Pan is amazing. Coach Pan is truly the king of strength in this gym. Coach Pan, can you add me on WeChat later? Many of the women around began to swoon. Seeing so much admiration, Pan Hongwei became arrogant and puffed up. Alright kid, you're up, he said to Su Hao. Su Hao grinned and walked over to lie down on the bench. Pan Hongwei noticed Su Hao's form as he lay down and sneered as it was completely non-standard and wouldn't allow him to use his full strength. But then Su Hao gripped the barbell with his left hand, smirked, and with a sudden burst of power he lifted the 200 kilograms barbell with just that one hand. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes thinking she was seeing things, but the scene before her was real. Su Hao had lifted a 200 kilograms barbell with one hand. Holy crap, is this even human? He lifted 200 kilograms with one arm. Am I seeing things? Is he a superhero or a strongman? Terrifyingly formidable. At that moment the onlookers in the gym couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Pan Hongwei's eyelid twitched, his mouth agape, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Just as the crowd was utterly stunned, Su Hao spoke up. Geez, this is too light. He casually raised and lowered the barbell in his hand, looking completely at ease. It was as if what he held wasn't a barbell at all, but a feather duster. Ahem. The 2 gym staff members responsible for adding weights both had grim looks on their faces. Damn it, all this is still light. This is ridiculous. At that moment Su Hao placed the barbell back on the rack and said nonchalantly, add more weight. Bring it up to 350 kilograms. What a... The 2 staff members were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. 350 kilograms. Good heavens. The world record for unequipped bench press is 335 kilograms. This handsome guy is about to break the world record. If he can do 200 kilograms with one arm, 350 kilograms with both is totally doable. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ning Yusin was both astonished and delighted. This rascal creates miracles in the company and does the same out here. Pan Hongwei was dumbfounded, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. Sir, are you sure you want to add up to 350 kilograms? A staff member asked again. Yep, at it. Su Hao nodded. The 2 staff members then swiftly replaced the plates on both sides, bringing the total weight to 350 kilograms. At this moment the onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere suddenly growing tense. They felt like they were watching a sports competition. Su Hao gently grasped the barbell with both hands. This time he didn't use just one hand, fearing he might scare the spectators to death if he lifted it with one. What would he do then? Up! Su Hao exerted force with both arms. He noticed that 350 kilograms was still easy for him. That's a whopping 700 gene. As the barbell rose, the surrounding people gaped in astonishment. Su Hao then had a thought. He couldn't make it look too easy or he'd be mistaken for a monster. He immediately put on a strained expression, slowly pressing the barbell up. Wow! The crowd erupted in spontaneous cheers. Whoa! At that instant, everyone couldn't help but applaud. 5 seconds later, Su Hao quickly racked the barbell. He hadn't expected his strength to be so formidable. This platinum enhancement of bones and muscles is truly powerful. Hey handsome, can we be friends? Oh big handsome, you're so strong. Can I have your contact info? Handsome, how about a bout with me tonight? Many women were smitten, throwing themselves at Su Hao. Su Hao's head spun. These women were too crazy. They looked ready to devour him. Lady, sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. He quickly pulled Ning Yusin over as a shield. Huh. Seeing Ning Yusin, the women were all disheartened. After all, Ning Yusin's beauty completely outshone theirs, and they all gave up. Su Hao then turned his gaze to Pan Hongwei, who looked ashen-faced. Coach Pan still want to compete? Su Hao asked with a smile. Pan Hongwei's face darkened. Damn it, compete with what? You're just toying with me. I concede. He gritted his teeth. Alright then, remember what you said, Coach Pan. Su Hao reminded him. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Pan Hongwei was filled with regret. Su Hao and Ning Yusin then left the gym. You little rascal, you've been hiding this too well. Your strength is incredible. Ning Yusin exclaimed in amazement. I've just been naturally strong since I was a kid. Su Hao made up an excuse. Haha, the look on Pan Hongwei's face earlier was hilarious. He was just asking for it. Ning Yusin was overjoyed. Chatting away, the two arrived at the combat gym. The combat gym had many coaches: boxing coaches, Muay Thai coaches, Taekwondo coaches, karate instructors, and the like. The person Ning Yusin recommended to Su Hao was a fighting coach, a former national martial arts champion. At that moment, a female coach wearing boxing gloves was sparring with a student on the platform. The female coach had a delicate, pretty face, but her punches and kicks were incredibly fast and fierce, leaving the student unable to defend. Coach Fong. Ning Yusin immediately called out to the female coach on the platform. Yusin, you're here. The female coach stopped. Su Hao, this is Coach Fong, the one I told you about. Ning Yusin quickly introduced them. Ahem, the coach is a woman. Su Hao was taken aback when he saw the fighting coach. It turned out to be a woman. Fong Yining frowned upon hearing Su Hao's words. What? Does this gentleman look down on me, a female coach? Coach Fong misunderstands. I just want someone with more practical combat experience, not some pretty face. Su Hao said deliberately. Unexpectedly, his words angered Fong Yining. The thing she hated most in her daily life was being called a pretty face. Kid, you're doubting my skills. Come up here and he'll show you. Fong Yining immediately beckoned to Su Hao. Ahem, Coach Fong, Su Hao didn't mean it that way. Ning Yusin said, awkwardly trying to explain. But unexpectedly, Su Hao suddenly leaped, jumping onto the fighting platform with a graceful and agile movement. Fong Yining, being a martial artist herself, knew the platform was 1.5 meters high with railings on top. Yet Su Hao jumped in with ease, showing his lightness and agility. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Coach Fong, I'm not trying to provoke you. I'm here to learn boxing. Su Hao said with a grin. Cut the chatter. Catch. Fong Yining picked up a spare pair of gloves and tossed them to Su Hao. Gloves? I'm not used to wearing those. Su Hao explained. But to Fong Yining, these words sounded like pure arrogance. Take this. Without another word, Fong Yining moved swiftly, throwing a powerful punch aimed straight at Su Hao's face. Su Hao's expression turned serious. Instinctively, he shifted his feet and quickly dodged the punch. Fong Yining was surprised by Su Hao's reaction speed. She immediately followed up with another punch. Su Hao dodged again, and Fong Yining's attacks became a continuous flurry. Su Hao's evasions were quick, but he lacked practical combat experience. He sometimes misjudged Fong Yining's attack intentions and took a few hits to the shoulder. However, he discovered that not only were his strength and speed formidable, but his defense was also incredibly strong. Fong Yining's punches felt like nothing more than a light tap. Although Fong Yining landed a few hits, a storm was brewing inside her. She had participated in many martial arts competitions and knew her own speed and techniques well. Yet fighting this man before her, she found herself at a complete disadvantage. The key point was that Su Hao wasn't even counterattacking, which made Fong Yining even angrier. Because Fong Yining was a well-known coach at the boxing gym, her sparring match attracted a crowd of students watching from the sidelines. Oh, this is interesting. Who is that guy? No idea. He came to learn boxing from Coach Fong, I think. That's right. This guy even called Coach Fong a pretty vase earlier. What? He's got some nerve. Last time someone said that they ended up with a bruised and swollen face after a match with her. But this guy seems to have some skills. Look how fast his reactions are. The boxing students were all murmuring amongst themselves. Stop dodging. Throw a punch. Fong Yining rushed forward, swinging her fists rapidly towards Su Hao. She was growing impatient with his constant evasion. Su Hao's eyes gleamed. He finally threw a punch, moving with incredible speed that made Fong Yining's eyelids twitch. Not good. Her expression changed because Su Hao's punch was just too fast. Bam! The punch landed squarely on Fong Yining's shoulder. Hiss! Fong Yining winced in pain. Su Hao threw another punch, this time taking the initiative. Fong Yining switched to defense. The dynamic of their sparring match shifted from Fong Yining's aggression to Su Hao's. He knew a full-force blow could seriously injure someone, so he held back. But even so, each hit made Fong Yining gasp. Are you really here to learn boxing? Frustrated, Fong Yining concluded that Su Hao was pretending to be weak. She angrily lashed out with a flurry of punches and kicks. Su Hao could only quickly block and counter. The two on the stage no longer seemed to be sparring, but rather in a heated brawl. Perhaps due to her impatience, Fong Yining's punches lost their form, becoming wild and uncoordinated. Hey, Coach Fong, how about we call it a draw? Su Hao quickly asked. No way. We haven't determined a winner yet. Fight. Fong Yining was not happy with that. Why do we need a winner? Su Hao asked, exasperated. Why? Because I hate it when people come here pretending to be something they're not. Fong Yining gritted her teeth. Su Hao saw this wasn't working. He suddenly dashed forward and grabbed Fong Yining around the waist. Whoosh! Fong Yining immediately threw a punch at Su Hao's arm. Bam! But the punch landed on his arm with no visible effect. He didn't even flinch. Fong Yining was stunned. Was this man made of iron? The next moment, Su Hao gripped Fong Yining's waist, exerted his strength, and lifted her into the air. Huh. The watching students were dumbfounded. Ahem, are you sure this guy is here to learn boxing? He might be a new coach, right? That's incredible. He actually lifted Coach Fong up. The students were all shocked. Ning Yusin was also stunned by the sight. Was Su Hao here to learn boxing, or to cause trouble? No one was more mortified than Fong Yining herself. Being lifted by an opponent like this was a huge humiliation in combat. Coach Fong, do we still want to fight? Su Hao asked, holding her up. Put me down. Fong Yining yelled angrily. We're not fighting anymore, right? Su Hao asked again. Not fight? No way. I'm going to defeat you today, Fong Yining said through gritted teeth, completely unwilling to concede. Then I won't put you down, Su Hao said, still holding her. You... Fong Yining quickly reached out to grab Su Hao's arm, but he blocked her attempt with his other arm. Meanwhile, Su Hao held her up with one hand on her stomach, creating a rather comical scene. Ta! The watching students couldn't help but laugh. Was this a fight or an acrobatic show? Fong Yining was filled with shame and anger and reluctantly said, Put me down now. Are we done? We're done. Su Hao nodded and finally set her down. Many people were now murmuring amongst themselves. Oomph. Fong Yining felt utterly humiliated. Furious, she stormed off the stage and went back to her room. Su Hao shrugged helplessly and also left the stage. You little rascal. You're so capable, why did you even ask me to find you a coach? Now you've gone, and made her angry. Ning Yusin gave him a disdainful look. Sister Xian, I really did want to learn some techniques. I don't have much actual combat experience, I'm just strong. Su Hao said truthfully. Sai, come with me to her room quickly. Let's go explain to Coach Fong. You made everyone laugh at her. Don't get her into trouble at work. Ning Yusin said hurriedly. As the financial director of Hongxin Group, she was quite attentive to social nuances. Ahem, all right. Su Hao nodded. The two went to the coach's room, where they found Fong Yining sitting with a bottle of water, pouting sulkily. Coach Fong, don't be angry. Su Hao didn't mean it. Ning Yusin stepped forward to speak. Yeah, Coach Fong, I really did come to learn boxing. Su Hao added in agreement. Learn boxing? You came to cause trouble. I can't teach you. Fong Yining glared at him. Coach Fong, during our match, just now you probably noticed that I only know a few basic boxing moves. My only advantages are strength and reaction speed. Su Hao confessed. Fong Yining thought for a moment, and realized it seemed to be true. So I was only able to hold my own because of my raw power. Su Hao said modestly. So you're saying you really don't know any fighting techniques or boxing forms? Fong Yining was stunned. I really don't know any. Su Hao shook his head. I see. That explains why your movements were so awkward. Fong Yining remarked. Su Hao continued. That's why I asked Sister Xian to introduce me here, hoping to learn some boxing or techniques. With that kind of strength, why bother learning techniques? My arm still hurts. Fong Yining said with a hint of resentment, rubbing her arm. Ning Yusin couldn't help but chuckle. Coach Fong, it's different. I can't let my physical abilities go to waste. Su Hao said with a grin. Although Fong Yining was still a bit annoyed, she thought about how she had no worthy opponents at the gym, and it was quite boring. Now with a formidable sparring partner like Su Hao, she could finally get some real practice. Fine. But you won't be learning with the other students. Come on Sundays and I'll teach you personally. Besides that, you have to spar with me. Fong Yining said seriously. Alright, no problem. Su Hao agreed readily. It was already dusk when Su Hao and Ning Yusin left the club. Naughty boy, since it's this late you have to treat me to dinner, right? Ning Yusin said softly. Su Hao nodded and replied, Sure, no problem, Sister Xian. What do you feel like eating? How about this, there's a food stall near my place. Let's go there for some grilled skewers and beer, what do you say? Ning Yusin suggested proactively. Huh. Su Hao was taken aback. It seemed this beauty truly had a thing for beer. What? Don't you want it? Ning Yusin noticed his lack of response. No, it's just that I never imagined a stunning beauty like you, Sister Xian, would enjoy street-side food stalls. Su Hao teased with a grin. Haha, I just love the vibe of grilled skewers and beer. Ning Yusin let out a silvery laugh. Half an hour later, Su Hao arrived at Laosin Barbecue near Ning Yusin's home. Since it was June and the weather had turned warm, the barbecue joint had already set out numerous tables in front of the shop. Many people were already seated at the tables enjoying skewers and draft beer enveloped in a lively rustic atmosphere. Su Hao's Lamborghini parked in the nearby spot instantly drew many gazes. After all, a supercar of this caliber was a focal point wherever it went. Wow, look at that handsome guy in the sports car. Man, no wonder he's driving a supercar. Even the girl he's with is top tier. Now that's a perfect match. He's a role model for all of us men. This is truly the pinnacle of a man's life. Many people murmured enviously. Su Hao and Ning Yusin found a table on the edge and sat down. Just then the boss lady approached with a notepad and a menu. Oh, my handsome and beautiful, you two are like a celestial couple. The moment you sat down, my barbecue joint has come alive. The boss lady couldn't help but praise them. Ning Yusin's lips curved up slightly, and she said proudly, Boss lady, do you really think we're a good match? Of course. With a boyfriend this handsome, and you this gorgeous, it's a match made in heaven. the boss lady said with certainty. Boss lady, you have great taste. Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh. That laugh was so captivating that the men eating nearby couldn't bear it. Su Hao could feel the envious, hateful, fiery glares burning into him. Handsome, beautiful, what would you like to order? Boss lady, first 50 lamb skewers. Ning Yusin said generously. Sister Xian, ordering so many at once. Can we even finish them? Su Hao was stunned. Of course we can. Alright boss lady, give him 10 skewers of lamb, kidneys too. Ning Yusin said, pointing at Su Hao. Coming right up. 10 skewers of kidneys. The boss lady shouted over to the grill master. Ahem. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Kidneys. He didn't need any supplements. At that moment the men eating nearby heard 10 skewers of kidneys and couldn't help but snicker. TSK Tisk being this handsome, but having kidney issues. Well, that's obvious. If I had such a gorgeous girlfriend, I'd be weak too. I'd not only be weak, I'd need the strongest pills. Pop a Viagra. Damn. 10 skewers of kidneys means another battle royale tonight. The men were a mix of envy and mockery, and Su Hao instantly became the talk of the place. Sister Xian, why order so many kidneys? I can't eat them all. I mean, I don't need to eat this. I don't need the boost. Su Hao quickly protested. The men around him all wore expressions of disbelief. Just eat them. Don't be shy. Exactly saying he doesn't need it, but with a face this pale, he definitely needs it. For the girlfriend's sake, you must replenish. That's right, you gotta learn to take care of your girl. Overwhelmed by the chatter, Su Hao felt speechless. He knew he couldn't explain his way out of this. You can eat them even if you don't need them. Ning Yusin laughed, covering her mouth. Su Hao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then Ning Yusin handed him the menu and ordered a bunch of other meat skewers and vegetables. Boss lady, 2 glasses of draft beer. Sure thing. The boss lady nodded and went to get the beer. Sister Xian, I drove here, I can't drink. Naughty boy, just call a designated driver later. Besides, it's our first meal together, I want you to have a drink with your sister. Ning Yusin shot him a charming, reproachful glance. Fine, he surrendered. Soon the skewers and draft beer arrived. Naughty boy, cheers. Ning Yusin raised her glass with gusto. Su Hao clinked his glass in response. This beauty was indeed straightforward and genuine. Hey Sister Xian, this draft beer is pretty cold. Are you sure you're okay drinking it? He took a sip and asked casually. Ning Yusin was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes turned seductive and a smile played on her lips. Naughty boy, you're so sly. Today I can drink something cold. Well, that's good then. Su Hao nodded, though the answer felt a bit odd. By the way, naughty boy, you're so handsome. How many girlfriends have you had? Ning Yusin blinked, turning into a curious little girl. Sister Xian, are you trying to make fun of me? I've been single my whole life. Su Hao said truthfully. How is that possible? With your looks, haven't girls chased after you? There were some, but I'm picky about looks. He said shamelessly. Picky about looks. Naughty boy, does my appearance meet your standards? As she spoke, Ning Yusin flipped her hair over her neck and straightened her posture, showcasing her impressive assets. Ahem, with looks and a figure like your Sister Xian, you definitely meet the standards. Su Hao stared at this enchanting temptress, his heart stirring. Really? But I haven't seen you make a move on me. Ning Yusin said boldly. Sister Xian, you're teasing me again. I was just a small company employee before. That's because you never had the chance. Now that you have a stage, everyone knows your abilities. You're the dream man of all the female employees in the company now. Sister Xian, if you keep praising me, I might actually start believing it. I'm being serious. Even Xiaofei has taken a liking to you. Ning Yusin said, clinking glasses with Su Hao again and taking a sip. Her. Sister Xian, stop joking. Isn't she a lesbian? How could she like me? Su Hao shook his head directly. Lesbian. Naughty boy, who told you that? Ning Yusin burst into laughter, bending over. Huh. Isn't she? Look at how cold she is every day. She must have a problem with her sexual orientation. That's my conclusion from long observation. Su Hao said with a serious face. Oh, you naughty boy. Talking about Xiaofei behind her back like that, aren't you afraid? I'll tell her. Ning Yusin raised an eyebrow. I'm not scared. Besides, Sister Xian, you're not the type to do that. Su Hao said boldly. In the past he might have been more cautious, but now he wasn't afraid of Shin Yufei at all. They had already shared a bed several times, so what was there to fear? Ning Yusin burst into a fit of laughter upon hearing Su Hao's words. You little rascal, I think Xiaofei is quite fond of you, even lending you her sports car. Yeah. Su Hao nodded, thinking to himself that it wasn't out of her kindness, he had earned it himself. While they were chatting and drinking, a commercial vehicle parked across the street. Inside sat several men, the leader wearing a floral shirt, a left earring, and a scar across his right cheek. Scarface, is that pretty boy the one young master who wants to deal with? The tattooed man beside him asked. That's right, it's him. Check the photo. Scarface nodded. Scarface, what's this guy's background? Driving a sports car with a gorgeous girl. She's really a looker. The tattooed man's eyes gleamed with malice. He's got no damn background. He's a kept man of Shin Yufei from Hongxing Group. Scarface said with contempt. What? Shin Yufei? The one among the 4 beauties of the capital? The tattooed man was astonished. That's right. But who's this pretty girl then? My guess is this pretty boy got greedy and took a mistress on the side. Scarface speculated. What a mess. The tattooed man was bewildered. These rich folks play around their relationships are a mess. Enough talk. Young Master Hood doesn't want us to reveal our identities. We need to pick a fight. Scarface's dark eyes gleamed with cruelty. Scarface, that's easy. We'll pretend to go for some skewers, then harass the pretty girl. That pretty boy will surely play the hero and step in. Then we drag him aside and beat him up. The tattooed man proposed. Scarface nodded. Good idea. By the way, Scarface, what did young Master Ho say? We need to know the limits. Break one leg. Got it. The tattooed man nodded, then grabbed a steel pipe from the car and wrapped it in a cloth. Then Scarface and his men got out of the car, 6 in total. They sat down at the table next to Su Hao and Ning Yusin. Boss, 100 lamb skewers and 50 skewers of kidneys, the tattooed man shouted in a gruff voice. Coming right up, the barbecue owner replied. At that moment, Scarface gave the tattooed man a signal. The tattooed man cleared his throat. Hey pretty girl, you're a real looker. My big brother has taken a fancy to you. Come over and have a drink with him. The tattooed man said insolently. Huh. Ning Yusin, who was chatting with Su Hao, furrowed her brows in displeasure. What are you staring at, girl? I'm talking to you. Come over here, the tattooed man said arrogantly. Haha, come on over, little wench. Yeah, join us for a drink. That's right, my big brother knows how to treat a woman. Judging by her look, she's probably wild in bed. The thugs hurled abusive taunts. A bunch of scumbags. Get lost. Ning Yusin snapped back. Hey girl, don't be ungrateful. The tattooed man scowled. Su Hao frowned and said coldly, I'll give you 1 minute to disappear or else I might get very angry. Scarface and the tattooed man exchanged looks, then grinned. Kid, you talk big. You tired of living? Our big brother has taken a fancy to your girl. You should offer her up. One of the thugs stepped forward arrogantly. Su Hao's face darkened. As the thug approached, he suddenly threw a punch, striking the man square in the chest. Bang! Up! With a scream, the thug was sent flying, crashing into a trash can behind him and spilling garbage all over himself. The sudden action startled the barbecue patrons. Huh. Scarface and his men darkened their faces and immediately surrounded him. Off. Ning Yusin hadn't expected Su Hao to strike either. Hey fellas, no fighting please. It's bad for business. I'm just trying to make a living here. The barbecue owner rushed over to mediate. If a fight broke out in his stall, tonight's business would be ruined and any damaged property would be a huge loss. Get lost. Mind your own damn business. The tattooed man glared at him. The owner flinched, too scared to speak. Su Hao stood up and pointed to the side. If you want to fight, let's go over there to open ground. Little bastard, you're just trying to run, aren't you? Scarface sneered. No, I'm afraid there's not enough room to move. Su Hao replied. Ning Yusin was initially worried, but hearing Su Hao's words, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Fine. You're cocky. Let's do as you say. Scarface said arrogantly. Su Hao walked straight to the open space. The tattooed man and his men followed closely, afraid he might escape. Get him. Scarface waved his hand. The tattooed man and his men immediately surrounded Su Hao. Whoosh! Su Hao suddenly moved, slapping the nearest thug across the face. Ouch! The thug flew backward, a row of teeth hitting the ground. Huh. The tattooed man and the others were stunned. One slap and the teeth were knocked out. You're asking for it. Enraged, they tore off the cloth from their steel pipes and swung them at Su Hao. Up! Ning Yusin gasped, covering her mouth in fear. The onlookers at the barbecue stall were also terrified. A fight with steel pipes. This could be deadly. But no one expected what happened next. Su Hao struck with lightning speed. Before the thugs could land their pipes, he knocked them all away. Up! In the blink of an eye, all the thugs were on the ground, groaning in pain. This? Scarface was dumbfounded. Ning Yusin breathed a sigh of relief, remembering that Su Hao had even subdued the martial arts champion Fong Yining at the club. Dealing with a few thugs was a piece of cake. Oh, that handsome guy is a martial artist. He's amazing. Took down 5 of them all by himself. Those thugs must be stunned. He's ruthless. Look, those thugs are literally picking up their teeth. The onlookers noticed that all the thugs had lost their teeth. Scarface realized they had messed with the wrong person. You come here. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and beckoned to him. Oh brother. No, big brother. I'm sorry, I apologize. Scarface immediately cowered, knowing discretion was the better part of valor. Slap. Su Hao delivered a sharp slap across Scarface's face. The scarred man took a solid slap across the face, feeling a metallic sweetness in his mouth. When he opened it, 2 teeth fell out. Regret washed over him as he cursed Hua Tianhao's ancestors to the 9th generation. That Hua Tianhao was a complete bastard. Knowing the man was a trained fighter, he still told him to break the man's leg. Now they were the ones who had their teeth knocked out. Good sir, big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. The scarred man begged with a bitter face. Scram. Su Hao said coldly. Yes. I'm scrambling right now. The scarred man immediately led his lackeys, fleeing to their car, and vanished down the street. Nice. Beautiful. The onlookers nearby couldn't help but applaud. Ning Yusin hurried over and asked, Su, how are you alright? I'm fine. Su Hao grinned looking at the teeth on the ground wondering if he had used a bit too much force. You little rascal, you're so mighty. Ning Yusin suddenly grabbed Su Hao's arm looking at him with admiration. Ahem, Sister Xian, there are so many people watching. Su Hao gestured towards the people sitting at the barbecue stall, all of whom were staring at them. Huh. Ning Yusin's face instantly flushed red. Sister Xian still up for a drink? Su Hao asked with a smile. Those people ruined the mood, but I've had my drinks and skewers. How about you walk me home? Ning Yusin said softly. Alright. It's close to my place from here, so let's just walk back. Okay. So Su Hao paid the bill and walked with Ning Yusin towards her neighborhood. Hey, the handsome guy and the beauty are leaving, but their sports car is still parked there. They've been drinking, so they definitely can't drive. What do you know? Donghu Grand Hotel is just ahead. They're obviously going to get a room. TSK Tisk, so envious. Looks like another fierce battle tonight. You guys are all thinking the wrong things. Soon Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at Minghua Residences. Sister Xian, your neighborhood has a nice environment. It's decent. That building right ahead is mine. They chatted as they reached the entrance. Little rascal, why not come up and sit for a while? They'll make you a cup of honey water to help with the alcohol. Ning Yusin took the initiative to invite him. Oh, Sister Xian, aren't you afraid I might lose control and act like a beast? I've been drinking, you know. Su Hao joked boldly. Is that so? I'm not scared at all. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and laughed. Alright then, I'll walk you up and get a glass of water at your place. Su Hao agreed readily. It was a townhouse community, and her unit was a south-north-facing east side apartment on the 5th floor. The moment Su Hao stepped inside, his only impression was cleanliness, spotless. Everything in the room was neatly arranged. Little rascal, here are your slippers. Ning Yusin handed him a brand new pair. Su Hao put them on and said with a smile, Sister Xian, your place is a 2-bedroom. It looks quite spacious. It must be over 100 square meters, right? It's 102 square meters. I really like big kitchens and bathrooms, so I chose a larger layout. Ning Yusin nodded. Su Hao walked over to the sofa and saw it was covered with plush toys. He really couldn't imagine Ning Yusin being into those. Little rascal, have a seat. He'll get you that honey water. Okay. Su Hao finally sat down. Soon Ning Yusin brought over the honey water and handed it to him. Little rascal, why don't you just stay the night? Ning Yusin suddenly said. Uff. Su Hao had just taken a sip and sprayed it out. Giggle, little rascal, what's wrong? Scared, Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Sister Xian, don't tease me. I'm just saying, since you've been drinking and can't drive, the guest room is empty anyway. You could sleep there. Ning Yusin explained. No, it's fine. He'll just get a designated driver. Su Hao immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Thud. Unexpectedly, something else fell out of his pocket and landed on the sofa. Huh. Su Hao looked down and his face instantly turned red with embarrassment. What had fallen out was the box of 3 Durex condoms that Xia Yuyu had given him that morning. This was so damn awkward. He had stuffed them in his pocket in the morning and had completely forgotten about them all day. Why did it have to fall out now of all times? This is going to make Sister Xian misunderstand. Damn it, he had no idea what kind of image he had in her eyes now. Huh, what's this? Ning Yusin quickied picked up the condoms from the sofa. When she saw clearly it was a pack of little umbrellas, her face immediately flushed red with shyness and embarrassment. Ning Yusin's thoughts raced. Why would this rascal Su Hao bring this on a date with her? And what could he possibly intend to do with it? So this little rascal had been thinking about her that way all along. She had previously thought Su Hao was a simple, straightforward guy, but it turned out he was an experienced pervert. Although bringing condoms was a bit awkward, it did show in a way that the little rascal was responsible. It's just, isn't the little rascal being a bit too hasty? Little rascal, you're so naughty bringing this to my place. Ning Yusin said with a playful pout. But her voice was soft and magnetic, even more alluring. Ahem, Sister Xian, don't misunderstand. This isn't mine. Su Hao quickly tried to explain. It's not yours. It was a supermarket promotion. They practically forced it on me. Su Hao made up a random excuse. Little rascal, I don't believe you. We're all adults, you can't fool me. It's just that what you're thinking of. It's a bit too soon. It makes me a little nervous. Ning Yusin said boldly. Although she was usually bold and often joked with Su Hao, she had never truly been in love with anyone before. Who wouldn't be nervous about that kind of thing between a man and a woman? Sister Xian, you really have it wrong. This wasn't my intention. Su Hao felt like crying, but had no tears. It seemed he couldn't explain his way out of this one. Little rascal, look how anxious you are. I'm not blaming you. Ning Yusin chuckled and handed the condoms back to him. Su Hao took them and quickly stuffed them back into his pocket. Sister Xian, it's getting late. I should get going. Su Hao said hastily. Staying any longer would just be too awkward. Huh, not staying for some more water. It's late. You should get some rest. Alright then. Remember to text me on WeChat when you get home to let me know you're safe. Ning Yusin said softly. Okay, Sister Xian. Su Hao agreed and then left. Ning Yusin closed the door, her heart pounding a little fast. She had seemed calm, but inside she had been very nervous. The little rascal had brought condoms, which really meant he was interested in her. She felt both shy and a little excited. Taking out her phone, she couldn't help but post a status update on her moments. Shin Yufa felt a bit agitated tonight, as it was nearing 9 o'clock, and Suhao had yet to return. During the day, Qiao Yishuan had taken her cousin out supposedly to meet a film company executive to secure funding for her script. Shin Yufa went to the mall alone to buy Suhao some pajamas. It was the first time she had purchased intimate apparel for a man, as she hadn't even bought such items for her father. While shopping, the enthusiastic sales assistant convinced her to pick out a few pairs of boxer shorts for Suhao as well. After buying those, Shin Yufa also selected a branded suit for Suhao. As the executive director, he needed a decent suit. He had helped her many times at the company recently, and she was truly grateful. Especially last time when there was danger during the hacker arrest, Suhao had stepped forward without hesitation. Shin Yufa was deeply moved then. However, she was always cold on the outside and warm on the inside, not good at expressing herself, so she wanted to use these clothes to convey her feelings. When she returned home with the clothes, her aunt and cousin were astonished. Her aunt, who had been full of doubts, now believed that Shin Yufa truly loved Suhao. Looking at the items she had personally chosen, Shin Yufa inexplicably hoped Suhao would come back soon and be moved to tears. But she waited all evening, and it was almost 9 o'clock, yet Suhao still hadn't returned. Brother-in-law is really something. Why isn't he back yet? I want to see his surprised expression. Xia Yu pouted. He said he went to the gym. Who knows if that's true? Shin Yufa complained. Cousin, what if he went to the gym to meet another woman? Xia Yu said tentatively. What nonsense. Meeting another woman. And who would he meet? Shin Yufa retorted. She took out her phone to send Suhao a WeChat message asking when he would be back, but she typed and then deleted it. She felt it would make her seem like a nagging wife, which embarrassed her. So Shin Yufa opened her moments to see if Suhao had posted anything. She scrolled through and found no post from him, but she noticed that her senior Ning Yusin had just shared a post. Ning Yusin had a great day at the gym with friends, then beer and barbecue in the evening. Very happy. Below the post were several pictures of the gym and the barbecue stall, and finally a selfie of Ning Yusin. Although the post didn't mention Suhao, Shin Yufa couldn't help but think it was too much of a coincidence. Suhao went to the gym and senior Ning Yusin went to the gym too. Shin Yufa looked at the barbecue picture Ning Yusin had posted. On the table there was a tray full of skewers, and in the corner of the table a phone was visible. The model and color of the phone were unmistakably Suhao's. Because his phone was a model released several years ago, it was easy to recognize. So Suhao went out with Sister Xian today, Shin Yufa realized, and inexplicably felt even more irritable. Cousin, it's late. I'm going to my room to take a shower. I won't wait for your husband with you, Xia Yu said, stretching. Shin Yufa nodded mechanically, her expression dazed. After Xia Yu left, Shin Yufa looked at the men's clothes laid out on the bed and felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He'll beat you to death, you bastard. Shin Yufa furiously punched the suit several times. No wonder he was so late. He had gone out on a date with Sister Xian. She gritted her teeth thinking how she had been so eagerly waiting for him. For some reason, Shin Yufa felt both angry and wronged, her nose tingling. She had never experienced such emotions before. This bastard, he's a married man and still goes on dates with other women. She fumed. But then she suddenly froze. Wasn't she just a fake wife to Suhao? Wasn't it perfectly normal for him to go out with other women? She had even told him before that although they were married on paper, they shouldn't interfere with each other's personal lives. Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes narrowed. What was wrong with her? Was she jealous? She was startled by this terrifying thought. No, it couldn't be. How could she be jealous? Jealousy was something between lovers, and she and Suhao were not lovers, just a married couple on paper. Unless after all their recent interactions, she had fallen for Suhao. No such unless. Shin Yufa was certain in her heart. How could she possibly like Suhao? He was a money grubber, always grinning, thick-skinned as a city wall, and behaved like a rogue. She couldn't possibly like him. Finally, after some thought and analysis, Shin Yufa concluded that she had bought clothes for Suhao, and his failure to return on time had created an imbalance in her emotions. Just then the sound of a sports car came from outside the villa. Suhao was back. She went to the window and saw the Lamborghini's scissor doors open. A chauffeur got out of the driver's seat, and Suhao stepped out from the passenger side. He even called a chauffeur, so he must have been drinking with Sister Xian. Shin Yufa said indignantly. 10 minutes later, Suhao came upstairs to the bedroom and found Shin Yufa sitting on the bed pretending to read a book. Oh, reading, he said with a grin. It's already 9 o'clock, and you still know to come back. Who allowed you to be so late? Shin Yufa snorted. It's only 9, not 1 in the morning. Why are you so worked up? Suhao was surprised. What do you mean, only 9? Do you know you're a married man now? Shin Yufi's anger inexplicably flared. But you're not really my. Suhao started to say you're not really my wife, but then thought the walls might have ears, and stopped himself. Not what? Shin Yufa continued. You reek of alcohol. It's unbearable. Alright, my fault. He'll take a shower, Suhao said, thinking she must be on her period and acting moody. He wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke her. He took out his bedding and laid it on the floor, then began to undress. Shin Yufa immediately threw the book on the nightstand and covered herself with a blanket. Seeing her reaction, Suhao couldn't help but grin. She was still too shy to look. He took off his pants as well, tossed them on the bedding, and went into the bathroom. Only after hearing Suhao go to the restroom did Shin Yufa emerge from under her blanket. Drinking, chasing girls. And I even bought you clothes. Humph. Here. She angrily tossed the clothes she had bought for Suhao onto his bedroll. My. Unexpectedly, a small blue box fell out of Suhao's pants. What's this? Curiosity piqued. Shin Yufa reached out and picked it up. Durex. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. He had brought a condom to his date with Sister Xin. Had they already done that? At the thought, her breath hitched inexplicably. She felt a sudden moistness in her eyes and threw the box back. Thump. She flopped onto the bed, biting her lip. She hadn't expected Suhao and Sister Xin to move so fast, already using condoms. What was wrong with her? Was she actually jealous? Could she really be falling for Suhao? That couldn't be it. And even if Suhao had done that with Sister Xin, what did it have to do with her? Shin Yufi's thoughts were in a turmoil. She rationalized that it was just the discomfort of having a marriage certificate with Suhao. Yet she tossed and turned on the bed, inexplicably agitated. A moment later, Suhao finished showering and walked out wrapped in a towel. Seeing him emerge, Shin Yufa quickly turned her back to him. Suhao dried himself off, then sat on his bedroll. He noticed the clothes thrown on top. There were pajamas, underwear, and a very handsome suit. Hey, wife, did you buy all these for me? Suhao picked up the suit to inspect it. It was even a branded one. Must have cost tens of thousands. Who's your wife? I didn't buy them for you. They fell from the sky. Shin Yufa retorted with disdain. Haha, thanks. These pajamas fit well too. Let me put them on right away. Suhao immediately slipped into the pajamas. Indeed, the branded fabric was of excellent quality, feeling very comfortable against the skin. Wife, what made you think of buying me clothes? Suhao asked. I had a moment of insanity. My brain was flooded. Shin Yufi's tone was icy. Haha, then have another moment. I need a watch too. I heard Patek Philippe makes good ones. Suhao was getting bolder. Dream on. Don't you have a sweetheart? Get her to buy it for you. Sweetheart. I don't have one. Suhao was baffled. You jerk. You did the deed but won't admit it. Shin Yufa shot up and glared at him. Cough cough, wife, what are you talking about? What deed? Suhao was genuinely confused. What's that? Shin Yufa pointed at the Durex box beside him. Huh. Suhao looked down and saw the Durex, finding it both funny and exasperating. Well, got nothing to say now? You even have a raincoat, and you say there's no sweetheart. Unless it was a one-night stand. Shin Yufa was furious. Tom. Suhao couldn't help but laugh. He finally understood why this little Shin girl was angry. She had misunderstood him. So Xia Yuyu, that little rascal, had bought this for him, and Shin Yufa didn't even know. What are you laughing at? I think you're just a player who won't admit it. Shin Yufa huffed. I say, wife, you have quite the imagination. Having a box of Durex in my pocket doesn't mean anything, right? Besides, this box isn't even opened yet. Suhao couldn't help but say. Then why did you buy it? To blow up balloons. Shin Yufa shot him a glare. Who told you I bought it? It was your dear cousin who bought it. Suhao said helplessly. You bought it. Nonsense. Why would she buy that? Shin Yufa frowned. You're asking me. I want to ask you. She gave me this box this morning, and I was stunned. Suhao couldn't help but complain. This box of Durex was causing too much trouble. Shin Yufa was taken aback, then suddenly remembered what her aunt had told her. To take precautions when doing that with Suhao to avoid pregnancy. Could it be that her aunt had asked her cousin Xia Yuyu to buy it? She immediately picked up her phone and sent a voice message to her cousin. Yuyu, you little brat, come out. What's up, cousin? I was just about to go to sleep. Did you buy a box of Durex for Suhao this morning? Yes, I did, cousin. Seeing the reply, Shin Yufi's face flushed red, instantly overwhelmed with shame. She had just scolded Suhao, but this had all been her own fault. You little wretch. Who told you to buy this? She immediately replied to Xia Yuyu. What's wrong, cousin? Does brother-in-law not fit? It's the large size. Or is it not enough for tonight? If it's not enough, you two will just have to endure. What? We don't use this. Shin Yufa was speechless, and she couldn't exactly tell the truth. Don't use it. Right, it's in the way anyway. Guys don't like it. Xia Yuyu said in a suggestive tone. Alright. Go to sleep. Shin Yufa turned off her phone, feeling a bit exasperated. At that moment, Suhao was standing in front of the mirror, trying on the suit. Suhao. I'm sorry. I really didn't know Yuyu bought that box. Shin Yufa said apologetically. Yuyu? I bet it was your aunt who asked her to buy it. Suhao had already guessed. Anyway, it's all my fault. Shin Yufa pouted. Oh, so I'm not a jerk anymore. Suhao grinned. I was wrong to misunderstand you earlier. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't mind it, okay? I was wrong. Shin Yufa was truly ashamed. Alright, since you bought me clothes, I'll forgive you. Suhao said generously. He felt a bit smug, never expecting that someone as strong-willed as Shin Yufa would apologize. Seeing her look of remorse, Suhao had the illusion of a husband taming his wife. Hey, wait a minute, boss. Even if I bought this Durex, why would you be angry? Are you afraid he'll give you a green hat? Suhao couldn't help but tease. Cut the nonsense. Shin Yufa leaned back against the headboard. Suhao then asked, or are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Don't flatter yourself. Shin Yufi's eyes darted nervously, and she bit her lip as she quickly denied it. Oh dear, Shin Yufa, you must really be in love with me. Otherwise, why would the pajamas you bought me match yours as a couple set? Suhao looked at Shin Yufi's pink pajamas, which were the same style as his. Shin Yufa immediately lay down on the bed, pulling the blanket over herself, and snorted, don't flatter yourself. Why would I fall in love with you? Go to sleep. Suhao grinned, picked up the Durex and said, by the way, what should we do with this little umbrella? It's not something I use. Why ask me? Fair enough. They'll put it in the drawer. Might come in handy someday. Pervert. Ha! Suhao laughed, and placed the Durex into the desk drawer. Shin Yufa couldn't help but ask curiously, since you didn't buy that Durex, what did you and Sister Xine do on your date today? You knew I was on a date with Sister Xine. Suhao was taken aback. Obviously. Sister Xine posted it on her moments. Nothing much. I was planning to learn some combat skills, so Sister Xine introduced me to a fighting coach. I see. Hearing this, Shin Yufa inexplicably felt relieved. What? Did you think Sister Xine and I were dating? Suhao asked with a wink. Isn't it? From what Sister Xine posted, you two were already drinking wine together. Shin Yufi's tone was sour. Usio, you say you're not jealous, but I can smell a lot of vinegar in your words. What jealousy? I'm just afraid Sister Xine might be fooled by you. Suhao was speechless. Fool Ningyusen. That busty woman was too clever, she wouldn't set a trap for herself. Suhao thought about it. Ningyusen had been sweet-talking him all day, calling him stinky little brother. Could it be that she was sent by Shin Yufa to seduce him? But what was the point of seducing him? Wasn't she afraid of losing the bait and the fish? Could it be that once he fell for Ningyusen's charm, Shin Yufa would accuse him of cheating? Suhao looked at Shin Yufa and shook his head. He was definitely overthinking. Seo, how could I fool Sister Xine? I think she's fallen for me and wants to conquer me. Suhao said, deliberately watching for Shin Yufi's reaction. You'd better look in the mirror. Conquer you. Have you had too much to drink? Shin Yufa couldn't help but taunt him. But then she suddenly remembered that Ningyusen had once said she wanted to test Suhao's mettle. Could it be because of that? Haha, Seo, you don't believe me, but don't worry, wife. I won't cheat on you. Suhao chuckled mischievously. Go to sleep. I'm ignoring you. This time Shin Yufa was no longer troubled and could sleep peacefully. Over the next week, Suhao became the busiest person in the company. He had to fully oversee the development of the editing software Silhouette, plan the new department of the mobile internet business group, and optimize the big data intelligent recommendation algorithm for the Quabird Tushio app. Suhao also vigorously trained two capable subordinates, Fatty Dong from the program development department and Song Hang from the technical department. These two were calm and meticulous in their work, perfectly meeting Suhao's requirements. Suhao knew that no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't handle everything alone. Once Fatty Dong and Song Hang grew, he could take it easy. That was the mark of a qualified leader. The two lived up to expectations, growing rapidly under Suhao's guidance. And under the stimulus of double salaries, the application software department was bustling with software development work every day. Of course, during this week, Suhao and Shin Yufa gradually got used to living in the same bedroom. Suhao finally realized that a woman's bath truly took at least an hour, so he made sure to shower first every day. Through observing Suhao, Shin Yufa also discovered that what rose every morning wasn't just the sun, it was also Suhao's blanket. At first Shin Yufa felt a bit embarrassed, but later she got used to it. Apparently, it was a symbol of a man's virility, though she didn't know if that was true. That day Suhao arrived at Hongshin Group, and the employees all had radiant faces. Because it was the 10th payday. Ding dong. Suhao checked his phone. Ningyusen had sent a message. Stinky little brother, can you come to the finance department when you have a moment? Okay. Suhao first handled some department matters and went to the finance department at 10. The finance department had over a dozen employees, mostly women. As he walked in, they all stood up respectfully to greet him, their eyes filled with admiration. Hello, Boss Su. Hello, Director Su. Suhao nodded to them and asked, where's Director Ning? She's in her office. Got it. Suhao went straight to Ningyusen's office. There he saw Ningyusen sitting at her desk processing some documents. Her beautiful eyes lit up when she saw him. Oh, stinky little brother, you're here. Have a seat. Sister Xine, you wanted to see me. Suhao walked over to the desk, sat down, and picked up a cup of coffee to drink. Hey, stinky little brother, that's my cup. How annoying. Ningyusen gave him a charming glare. It's fine. I don't mind your saliva, Sister Xine. I've been busy lately and haven't had any water this morning. Suhao said shamelessly. Get out of here. I heard you've been working overtime lately. You no choice. Too much on my plate. Ha, do you know why I called you here? What for? Good news, of course. Ningyusen took out a document and handed it to him. Suhao took it and saw it was a notice from Yanbei about preferential policies for personal income tax regarding the introduction of high-end talent. Sister Xian, what does this mean? Yanbei offers tax benefits for high-end talent. Your salary subsidies and bonuses for this month total over 50 million yuan. Yeah, I think so. Su Hao nodded. He knew his annual salary as technical director was over 3.6 million yuan, roughly 3.0 per month. And the sales commission for the 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue he brought in was 50 million yuan. So his total monthly compensation was indeed a huge sum. So under Yanbei's current personal income tax policy, do you know how much tax you'll have to pay? Ning Yusin reminded him with a playful smile. Su Hao thought about it. The tax rate for high salaries was 45. That meant he'd have to pay half in taxes, and the 50 million plus would be. He did the math and was shocked. He had completely forgotten about this. Haha, so I applied for you as a high-end talent, a 50 reduction in salary tax and tax exemption on bonuses. That way you'll still get over 50 million yuan in hand. Ning Yusin winked at him. Really? Oh, Sister Xian, you're amazing. Su Hao was a bit emotional. He had just been lamenting the loss. Stinky little brother, is your sister good to you? Ning Yusin said proudly. This time Su Hao was genuinely moved, as this saved him a substantial amount in taxes. Sister Xian, you're so good to me. Well, if I'm so good to you, how are you going to repay me? Ning Yusin said as she leaned and blinking playfully before Su Hao. Repay you? Su Hao's eyelid twitched. What does she mean by this? Why is she leaning in so close? Could she be expecting me to offer myself up? Sister Xian, tell me, how should I repay you? Let me think. Ning Yusin raised her hand as she spoke and suddenly placed her index finger in her mouth. Huh. Su Hao was completely baffled. This was a blatant test of his resolve, and he feared he might get all worked up again. Silly boy, I haven't decided yet. They'll tell you once I've thought it over. Ning Yusin blinked her beautiful eyes, her breath as soft as orchid. Alright, no problem. Su Hao agreed readily. This is the application for talent introduction. Just sign here, and your salary should hit your account this afternoon. You're about to become a big spender. How about going out for a drink tonight? Ning Yusin extended the invitation proactively. Oh, Sister Xian, I'm afraid I won't be free for the next few days. The development is at a critical stage right now. Su Hao was speaking the truth. Well, alright then. I know you're busy. We'll talk about it another time. Ning Yusin nodded, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Su Hao felt a surge of excitement as he left the finance department. After all, his salary was due this afternoon, and it was a substantial sum. Never before had he imagined he'd be this wealthy. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Hao received a bank notification over 50 million had arrived in his account. He stared at the figure on the screen, counting it several times. Excellent. Su Hao snapped his fingers in delight. He immediately opened his mobile banking app, logged into his account, and checked his balance. It was confirmed. He also received a message from the bank informing him that due to his financial scale, he had been automatically upgraded to a Super VIP client. Many features were enhanced for Super VIP clients, such as higher transfer limits and access to exclusive wealth management channels. However, the first thing he did was open the transfer function and select his mother's bank account. He had frequently sent money home before, and now that he was wealthy, his first priority was to honor his parents. Su Hao immediately input 1 million for the transfer. He had originally considered sending 5 million, but thought that such a large sum might alarm his parents. So he decided to first send his mother 1 million, planning to send more later to help them adjust to the newfound wealth gradually. Otherwise, transferring too much at once would surely send his parents rushing to Yanbei to seize him, suspecting he'd gotten involved in some illegal activities. Thanks to his Super VIP status, the transaction was processed quickly. After facial recognition and SMS verification, the 1 million was promptly transferred to his mother. Within a minute, Su Hao's phone rang. It was indeed his mother. Hey mom, you rascal, let me ask you, did you just transfer 1 million to me? His mother's tone on the other end was serious. Su Hao chuckled. Yes mom, did you receive it? What? You really sent me the money? It's not a scam text. His mother was startled. Mom, it was me. It's not a scam. Su Hao was caught between laughter and tears. His mother was quite cautious. You rascal, where did you get so much money? Mom, I told you the other day that I got promoted. I'm the executive director now, with an annual salary of over 3 million. Su Hao had already discussed this with his parents. An annual salary of 3 million, but didn't you just get promoted? You better come clean right now, or else your father and I will come over immediately. His mother's tone was stern. Ahem mom, I forgot to mention I closed a few advertising deals. I get commissions on those, you know. I made several million in sales commissions. Su Hao quickly explained. Sales commissions? That much? Don't you try to fool me, your father is right here. Just then his father's voice came through the phone. You rascal, you haven't done anything against your conscience, have you? Earning this much money all at once. Dad, what are you saying? I'm a college graduate with legal awareness. How could I possibly do anything illegal? Don't worry, this is all from my legitimate hard work. Su Hao said seriously. You rascal, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. His father was finally reassured. Then his mother grabbed the phone again, saying, How we don't need this money. You keep it to buy a house in Yanbei, so you can find a girlfriend more easily. Mom, there's no rush for a girlfriend. Besides, I'll earn more money in the future. Don't worry, just spend the money I send you as you like, don't skimp. Suhao advised. His mother replied, there's not much to spend on at home. Oh mom, how did Yingying do on her college entrance exams? What major does she want to study? Suhao's younger sister Su Yingying had just finished her exams a few days ago. Who knows? That girl won't tell us anything. She's been out playing with her friends every day. His mother couldn't help but complain. Haha, she's at that age. Suhao couldn't help but laugh. After chatting with his parents for a bit longer, he hung up. Sitting down, he mused that with this much money, the conventional first step would be buying a house, as a house and a car are a man's standard trappings, symbols of status. However, he felt that with his current abilities, the priority should be using money to generate more money. Ding system task issued: earn 100 million within 1 month to achieve a small goal. Task reward 1,000 evolution points. Suhao's eyes lit up. Another system task had arrived, but this one was a bit demanding, requiring him to earn 100 million in a month. Over the past few days, he had been testing his instincts in the stock market with 1,000 yuan. His results were impressive, averaging a daily increase of about 6. For stock trading, such a performance was exceptionally outstanding. After all, for many bond fund managers, an annual return of just 5 is considered good. Suhao calculated that with his current capital of several tens of millions, if he could achieve a daily compound growth of 5, earning 100 million in a month was indeed feasible. But he shook his head, as stock trading is too time-consuming, requiring extensive hours to watch the market, monitor positions, and select stocks. Financial products with high returns in a short period. Suhao's eyes brightened as an idea struck him. Forex trading seemed like a good option. Firstly, Forex trading has no daily price fluctuation limits. You can go long or short. Some Forex trading veterans can even multiply their capital several times overnight. Secondly, the Forex market operates 24 hours a day. The period from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. is when the European and American sessions overlap, resulting in the highest trading volume and density. Suhao could definitely utilize this time window for Forex trading. However, China currently lacks an officially sanctioned Forex trading platform. He would need to register with a regulated foreign Forex platform, and he needed to prepare for this in advance. Just then, Suhao received a WeChat message on his phone. Shin Ufa, you've got your salary, now you're rich. You have to treat me to dinner tonight, right? Suhao immediately replied, yeah, of course he'll treat, but not tonight. Saturday evening. Shin Ufa, working late again tonight. Suhao, yep, see how dedicated I am. Shin Ufa, hard work. Coffee. Suhao, hee hee, I'm treating my classmates to dinner on Saturday. Dog. Shin Ufa, rolling eyes. Suhao then opened the WeChat group Iron Dog's Family. This was his college roommate group with 8 members in total. During college, Suhao had good relationships with his roommates, often going to internet cafes, having kebabs, and playing ball together. However, after graduation, one went to develop in Donghai City, another went abroad, leaving only 6 in Yanbei. Suhao directly sent a message in the group. Is everyone free this Saturday night? I'm treating you all to drinks. Niu Xiaojie replied instantly, damn, our master Su is finally opening his wallet. Zhao Wenbin, damn right, of course I'm free. I've been wanting to hang out with you guys for ages. Qiu Yunping, if Master Su is treating, how could I not be free? I'd go even if it rained knives. Dog. LV Sheng, how could I miss out on a drinking session? Seeing the replies, Suhao said, great, bring your girlfriends along. Niu Xiaojie. Damn Su, you dog, did your confession succeed? LV Sheng, what's going on? Has Ahao finally left the single life? Niu Xiaojie, it must be. I taught him those confession lines a few days ago. Zhao Wenbin, tsk tisk, our Ahao finally gets to taste some milk. Qiu Yunping, Wenbin, can you not start driving all the time? It's too fast, I can't get on. Suhao felt embarrassed. These beasts, they always start joking around dirty. Zhao Wenbin, when it comes to dirty talk, can I beat old Neo? Have you guys read the novel he's writing on Tomato novel? Damn, 186 women. Niu Xiaojie. LV Sheng, I'll check it out tonight. Niu Xiaojie, Wenbin, go to hell. My novel's performance is too poor. But I can recommend a recently popular novel called The Hidden Dragon. Zhao Wenbin, I've been following it for a while, already haven't I? Qiu Yunping, a fantasy novel. That good? Niu Xiaojie, it's amazing, and the author updates 5000 words a day. Incredible. Suhao was a bit surprised. Isn't that the novel he wrote himself? He spends about half an hour typing each day, and 5000 words in half an hour is easy for him. If these beasts knew he wrote The Hidden Dragon, their eyes would pop out in shock. LV Sheng, so, Ahao is no longer single, and the gathering won't mean we have to eat dog food. Niu Xiaojie, Master Su, tell us, how far have you gone with your girlfriend? Zhao Wenbin, yeah, are you at the kissing stage, the milk drinking stage, or already licking steel wool? Qiu Yunping, damn, it's windy on this bus. Niu Xiaojie, Wenbin, you perverted dog, you should be the one writing novels. Tomato readers would love it. Suhao, right, Wenbin is experienced, our dorm's LSP. Qiu Yunping, yeah, back in college this guy was with his girlfriend in the classroom. Zhao Wenbin, get lost all of you. Didn't you promise not to bring that up again? The rest of the group burst out laughing. Suhao also grinned, remembering the time in college when Zhao Wenbin brought his girlfriend to class. They sat in the back row, and by the end of the class, Wenbin's middle finger was white. This incident was always a source of teasing, and Winbin would get angry whenever it was mentioned. After chatting for a while, Su Hao opened the Tomato Novel website and continued writing his updates. After uploading 5,000 words, he found the comment section of his novel was very lively. His novel had already reached the top of the reading list. Daily royalties are over 1 million. He was surprised. Even for the top-ranked novel, daily income shouldn't be this high. Su Hao clicked on the royalty list and found that daily reading revenue was about 1,000, while 1 million came from tips and gifts. Su Hao clicked on the gift list and found the top giver was a girl with the nickname 36D Little Tyrant. He couldn't believe his eyes. This 36D Little Tyrant had accumulated 2 million in tips. She was truly wealthy. His novel The Hidden Dragon was still under 1 million words, but its popularity was just taking off and the comment section was already buzzing. He also received many private messages from fans. Male fans mainly urged him to update more while female fans tried to flirt with him. Su Hao was speechless. 5,000 words a day, and they want more. This update speed already beats everyone else. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novel's million-tip achievement. You've earned 600 evolution points. Another evolution point reward. Excited, Su Hao immediately opened the system. Host Su Hao. Brain LV2 abilities, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities, Supervision, Super Reading. Ears LV2 abilities, Super Hearing, Mind Reading. Hands LV2 abilities, Omnipotent Hands, Super Speed Hands. Bones LV2 abilities, Platinum Reinforcement. Muscles LV2 abilities, Platinum Reinforcement. Remaining evolution points, 600. Next evolution part, Liver. Su Hao was stunned. What abilities would Liver evolution grant? System Initiate Evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host, Liver LV1 evolution successful. Continue evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host, Liver LV2 evolution successful. Su Hao immediately checked the new abilities. Liver LV2 abilities, Super Metabolism, Super Detoxification. Su Hao's eyes lit up. This completely enhanced the liver's functions, especially Super Detoxification. System does Super Detoxification, mean I'm immune to all poisons. Yes, not just poisons, but also other harmful substances, including alcohol. Alcohol. Does that mean I can hold my liquor forever? Su Hao was overjoyed. His old terrible tolerance meant he'd get drunk after just 1 glass. Now who could possibly outdrink him? Thinking about this, he was very happy. He opened his computer to test some programs. Feeling a bit thirsty, he grabbed a bottle of yogurt from the office fridge and inserted the straw. Just then the landline on his desk rang. Hello, Director Su, we've run into a problem with the program development. It was from the application software department. Okay, I understand. They'll be right there. Su Hao hung up, picked up the yogurt, and prepared to head upstairs. But as he picked it up, he shook it, and some squeezed out onto the desk. I'll wipe it when I get back. With that, Su Hao left the office. 10 minutes later, Shin Yuefei walked into Su Hao's office carrying fruit and a box of cake. During this period, Su Hao had been working overtime on the company's software development, and Shin Yuefei felt deeply grateful. Coupled with the misunderstanding a few days ago about him buying condoms, she decided to buy him some fruit and a box of cake after work today. However, when she arrived at the office, she found that Su Hao wasn't there. He must have gone upstairs, she guessed, since the software department was on the 4th floor. She placed the fruit and cake on the desk, then took out a box of strawberries and washed them so Su Hao could eat them as soon as he returned. After doing all this, she initially intended to leave, but if she just left like that, wouldn't Su Hao have no idea who bought these things? Shin Yuefei took out her phone and prepared to send him a WeChat message. Ding dong. Unexpectedly, just after sending it, a message notification sound echoed in the office. Shin Yuefei found it both amusing and exasperating. Turns out Su Hao's phone was right there on the desk in front of the computer. She instinctively picked up the phone and gave it a light swipe, discovering that he hadn't even set a lock screen password. Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes blinked, and a sudden urge to snoop through his phone crept into her mind. Ahem, how could I have such a thought? How shameful. She quickly placed the phone back on the desk. But then she recalled the day Su Hao had gone out on a date with Ning Yusin and wondered what secrets his phone might be hiding. Like, could there be intimate photos in his camera roll? Or ambiguous chat conversations in his WeChat? Two little figures warred within Shin Yuefei's mind, and in the end the one driven by curiosity emerged victorious. She picked up the phone and opened the gallery first. She found no pictures of girls at all, just a few landscape shots. But at the very end she spotted a family portrait. Tapping on it, she saw Su Hao's parents, both with kind and gentle faces. These definitely look like a mother-in-law and father-in-law who would be easy to get along with. Shin Yuefei mused wistfully to herself. Ahem, why was she even thinking about that? She felt dizzy. Could it be that she truly wanted to get serious with Su Hao? She also noticed a girl standing next to Su Hao in the photo, and they bore a striking resemblance to each other. So Su Hao has a younger sister, Shin Yuefei said, somewhat taken aback. She was about to close the gallery when she noticed a video file in there as well, so she tapped on it. To her surprise, the video had been recorded in the CEO's office. Huh. Shin Yufi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The video turned out to be footage of her from the day she had gotten drunk. Since she had blacked out that day, she had no memory of it at all. She watched herself rolling around on the floor, and sheer embarrassment washed over her. Oh no, so my image was already ruined in front of Su Hao. Shin Yufa wished she could crawl into a hole. Who knows how much Su Hao must have laughed at her back then. The worst part was at the end of the video, she was actually asking Su Hao to rub her, but for her. This is so mortifying. How could I have acted like that when I was drunk? Shin Yufi's face flushed bright red. Huh, that's the end. The video cut off there. She felt even more frustrated, wondering if Su Hao had actually rubbed her, but or not. Could that bastard have taken advantage of her drunkenness to touch her? But even if he did, what could she do about it? It was clearly her own request, wasn't it? Shin Yufa thought about just asking Su Hao directly when he got back. Of course she couldn't ask. If she did, wouldn't Su Hao find out she had snooped through his phone? The thought made her even more depressed. She couldn't even delete the embarrassing video, or else she'd give herself away. Shin Yufa angrily tossed the phone back onto the desk, feeling utterly dejected. Damn it. She slammed her hand on the table in frustration, only to suddenly notice something sticky clinging to her palm. She lifted her hand to look. It was a white viscous liquid. She looked down at the desk, wondering what Su Hao had spilled on it. This guy who knows what he was eating can't even bother to wipe the table, she grumbled, grabbing a tissue to clean it up. Huh, wait a minute. This couldn't it be Su Hao's? You know. Her expression suddenly changed. Bastard. Pervert. Lecher. Disgusting. Shin Yufa cursed out loud in fury. That scumbag was actually doing that kind of thing in the office, and she'd gotten it all over her hand. She immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash her hands, lathering them with soap multiple times. Pretty girl, oh so fair, with a butt big like the sun. As she was washing her hands, Su Hao strolled back and humming a little tune. Shin Yufa heard the lyrics and nearly fainted from rage. What filthy song was this bastard singing? Su Hao pushed open the door, stepped into the office, and froze, seeing Shin Yufa glaring at him with eyes as wide as bells. Gah! Su Hao was taken aback. What was wrong now? What had he done to upset this princess this time? Honey, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? If I hadn't come, I never would have known you were doing such despicable things in your office. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Ahem, what are you talking about? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Hao was speechless. Still trying to deny it. I've preserved the crime scene for you. Look at what's on the table. Shin Yufa pointed. Crime scene. Su Hao walked over to take a look. This? What about it? He grabbed a tissue and wiped the table. What do you mean, what about it? Don't you find it disgusting? Shin Yufa said, exasperated. Disgusting? It's just a bit of spilled yogurt. What's so disgusting about that? Su Hao was genuinely confused. Huh? What? Yogurt? Shin Yufa was stunned. Su Hao nodded, saying, yeah, I was drinking a cup of yogurt earlier and accidentally spilled some. Yogurt? You're saying what you just wiped up was yogurt? Shin Yufa was shocked. What else would it be? Yogurt? Where did you get it? I bought it myself, Su Hao said, walking to the fridge and pulling out another cup. Why, not allowed to drink yogurt in the company, or something? Gah! Shin Yufa was mortified, wishing she could just disappear. She wanted to slap herself. What had gotten into her thinking such filthy thoughts? It was just yogurt Su Hao had spilled after all. Seeing Shin Yufi's strange expression, Su Hao frowned, then his eyes widened in sudden realization. Boss, you don't think this yogurt was? His voice faltered. Was what? I just thought the table wasn't clean, that's all. Don't you start spouting nonsense. Shin Yufa shot him a fierce glare. Su Hao was caught between laughter and tears. She was blaming him for talking nonsense when she was clearly the one with the dirty mind. Su Hao rubbed his chin, smiling slyly. Really? Then my dear wife, would you like some yogurt? He offered a carton of yogurt to Shin Yufa. I don't want any. You don't like yogurt? I don't like it. Su Hao grinned. Why not? Is it because it's too thick? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Shin Yufa shot him a glare. Su Hao chuckled inwardly. This woman was too embarrassed to admit it. She could pretend to be aloof, but her mind was probably even dirtier than his. Shin Yufa felt a bit exasperated. Her mind really had been a mess lately. Had she been corrupted by her cousin Xia Yuyu? By the way, dear, why are you here? Don't you see the stuff on the table? Why are you even asking? Su Hao was taken aback, then noticed the fruit and cake. Did you buy this for me? Duh, who else would it be for? Shin Yufa plopped down on the sofa, huffing. Su Hao was confused. What was this girl up to? She had bought him fruit and cake on her own. Had she changed her ways? No, that couldn't be it. She must want something. Dear, is there something you need? He picked up a large washed strawberry and popped it into his mouth. No, there's nothing. Shin Yufa shook her head. No. Then why did you buy me all this? Don't hide anything from me. Spit it out. Su Hao said bluntly. I really have nothing. Shin Yufa was speechless. This guy didn't believe her. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. If there's nothing, then why buy me things? Are you trying to set a trap for me? Are you a dumb ball? Why would I dig a trap for you? Take it or leave it. Shin Yufa glared at him and reached for a strawberry. Su Hao quickly held the box down, laughing. No, I love them. Strawberries, bananas. Why no pineapple? He asked. Pineapple. Why would I buy pineapple? Shin Yufa was puzzled. Suhao smiled. Bananas, strawberries, pineapple. Aren't those your 3 favorite fruits? Huh. How did you know that? Shin Yufa was even more confused. Those really were her 3 favorite fruits. She had actually planned to buy pineapple today, but the ones at the fruit store didn't look good, so she had skipped it. Ahem, of course I know. You told me. Suhao said sheepishly. I told you. When did I ever tell you that? I don't remember. Shin Yufa frowned. Well, if you don't know, then it's a secret. Suhao put on a mysterious air. Tell me now. How do you know? Shin Yufa demanded. Do you really want to know? Tell me. Suhao said with a thick face. Fine. It's because I saw the pattern on your underwear before. They were all strawberries, bananas, and pineapples. Shin Yufi's face darkened. She never thought he'd guessed it that way. It was infuriating and utterly embarrassing. Didn't I tell you to forget about that? And you bring it up. She gritted her teeth. You're the one who kept asking. Suhao shrugged. I'm ignoring you. I'm leaving, going home. Shin Yufa was flushed. Huh. Leaving so soon. Won't you stay and have some of my yogurt? It's the pure Mushi brand. Suhao smirked. Get lost. Shin Yufa was so angry she was grinding her teeth. Suhao looked gleeful and sighed. Well, my frigid wife has finally learned to care for others. Not easy. And there's cake too. Bliss. Shin Yufa returned home, still fuming. She tossed aside her bag and went to take a shower only to slip and fall inside. She endured the pain and walked out. Oh, cousin, you're back. Xia Yuyu the little minx walked in wearing a nightgown. No need to state the obvious. If I weren't here, would you think you saw a ghost? Shin Yufa shot her a glare. Xia Yuyu was baffled. What was wrong with her cousin today? She was so grumpy. Hadn't her period just ended? Shin Yufa noticed the document in her cousin's hand and asked, do you need something? No, it's just that Auntie is in a bad mood, and no one's talking to me, so I came to you. Xia Yuyu pouted. Auntie's in a bad mood. Why? Shin Yufi's delicate brows furrowed. Xia Yuyu said, I've been accompanying Auntie to the film companies these past few days. She's been trying to pitch her script, but it's not going well. Shin Yufa knew about this. Her aunt Xiaoi Xuan had written a script herself and was trying to get a film company to invest in it. But getting investment from a film company was no easy feat, especially since most of them had their own contracted directors. Aunt Xiaoi Xuan was a newcomer in the industry with no connections or resources, so her repeated setbacks were inevitable. Hongxing Group was an internet company, and its partners were all related tech firms. They had no ties to any film companies, so Shin Yufa couldn't help much either. Is that the script you're holding? Shin Yufa asked. Yeah. Cousin, maybe you could take a look sometime and give some advice. Xia Yuyu handed it to her. Shin Yufa took the script and smiled wryly. I can handle business reports, but this. I'm not exactly an expert. Oh, just take a casual look. Xia Yuyu said, climbing onto the bed. Hey, what are you doing getting on my bed? Shin Yufa said, exasperated. Haha, cousin, we haven't had a good heart-to-heart in bed for ages. How about we sleep together tonight? Xia Yuyu suggested boldly. Sleep together? Don't be silly. Where would your brother-in-law sleep? Shin Yufa shook her head. Let him sleep right between us. Xia Yuyu said daringly. Shin Yufa was speechless and tapped her cousin's head. Are you out of your mind? Ouch. I was just joking. Oh, cousin, why has brother-in-law been working overtime so much lately? He never comes home to cook anymore. We've been eating takeout for days. Xia Yuyu couldn't help complaining. He's been busy with company stuff. They'll find a cook to hire in the next couple of days. Shin Yufa explained. Cousin, you're the CEO of the company. Making your own husband work overtime like that is inhumane. He has to come home, and till the fields too, you know. It's exhausting. Xia Yuyu joked. Till the fields, eh? Till what fields? Shin Yufa was startled. Xia Yuyu winked. Your fertile land, of course. Yuyu, you little wench. So all my dirty thoughts really did come from you. Shin Yufa was at a loss for words. Cousin, what dirty thoughts? Tell me all about it. Xia Yuyu was suddenly intrigued. Shin Yufa snorted. I'm not telling you. Now that you're a married woman, you're keeping secrets from me. You don't tell me anything anymore. Xia Yuyu looked at her with a resentful expression. Xia Yuyu crossed her arms over her chest, puffing out her lips in a petulant, sulky manner. Alright, I'll tell you, okay. Shin Yufa climbed onto the bed and sat down beside her, then recounted the incident at the office where she had misunderstood Suhao. Tom. Upon hearing the story, Xia Yuyu doubled over with laughter. You little minx, still laughing. Cousin, you're too funny. You can't even tell yogurt from. Well, from that. Xia Yuyu laughed until she was breathless. That thing. Shin Yufa was amused by the description. But wait, cousin, you till the fields with your husband every day, you should be quite familiar with it. How could you not know? Xia Yuyu's lively eyes darted around, a hint of confusion in them. Shin Yufa was speechless. Familiar, her foot. She and Suhao had never actually tilled the fields together. Why would I be familiar with that? It's not something I pay attention to. She couldn't exactly explain the truth. Tisk tisk, cousin, don't tell me you've never tasted it. Xia Yuyu said slyly. Tasted it? What nonsense are you spouting, girl? Why would I taste that? How disgusting. Shin Yufa looked repulsed. Doesn't brother-in-law ever ask you for it? Xia Yu leaned in sneakily. Him? He wouldn't dare. I'd ruin him. Shin Yufi's eyes widened instantly, and she would have been bristling with rage if she had a beard. Xia Yu shook her head and said, Cousin, look at your reaction. Isn't it pretty normal between a married couple? What? That's normal. Shin Yufa was stunned. Xia Yu asked, Of course it is. Cousin, haven't you watched those videos I downloaded onto your tablet? Why would I watch those? I deleted them all. Shin Yufa rolled her eyes. Cousin, you deleted them. Xia Yu looked dejected, having hoped to watch them herself sometime. Shin Yufa chided, Obviously. If I didn't delete them, what would I keep them for? Oh, cousin, you don't understand. Those were the premium versions I saved just for you. I'd been collecting them for ages. They had all the move subtitles, even a plot TSK. Xia Yu said with a wistful sigh. Shin Yufa was utterly exasperated. You girl, your head is full of nothing but filth. I think you're even worse than Su Hao. That guy watched them and even asked me for the download link. Haha, so brother-in-law is a bit of a pervert after all. Xia Yu giggled. You're still laughing? Listen, don't bring your dirty thoughts to me anymore, you're corrupting me, alright. Shin Yufa glared. Xia Yu suddenly turned serious. Cousin, you just don't get it. Those videos are for enhancement, for education. They can enrich your love life with brother-in-law. Enrich it? What nonsense. Shin Yufa was speechless. Could they really? Sigh, it's over now. The websites I downloaded those from are probably shut down by now. Who knows if they even work anymore? They're collector's items. Xia Yu lamented the thought. Shin Yufa gave her a light flick on the forehead. Collector's items, my foot. Can't you focus on something good for a change? You studied abroad, you didn't just play around all day, did you? Cousin, you've got me all wrong. I studied really hard abroad. I didn't even date anyone. My piano is already at a performance level. Xia Yu said earnestly. Really? Shin Yufa was a bit surprised. Of course. And I'm a fantastic dancer too. I've even been learning pole dancing and belly dancing lately. Want me to show you? Xia Yu blinked her big eyes. Oh please. Your belly is getting round as it is. Shin Yufa giggled. Hey, you're making fun of me. I just ate a bit much at dinner. Come on, let me see your belly. Xia Yu pounced on her. Get off. Stop tickling me. The two sisters dissolved into a playful wrestling match. After the tussle, both were panting, lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. Yu, what do you think love is, eh? Shin Yufa suddenly asked. It was a question that had been troubling her lately. Xia Yu was taken aback. What is love? Cousin, why are you asking such a childish question? Don't you and brother-in-law do it every day? Can't you be serious for once? Shin Yufa pretended to be angry. What's wrong, cousin? You and brother-in-law are the perfect example of love. A beautiful woman and a talented man, a match made in heaven. Xia Yu praised. A match made in heaven, huh? Shin Yufa couldn't help but laugh. Cousin, you didn't get into a fight with brother-in-law, did you? No. Then why are you asking? Or did he cheat on you? Don't talk nonsense. Xia Yu's eyelid twitched. Don't tell me you found someone new and are planning to cheat on him. What are you babbling about? Am I that kind of person? If I love someone, I will be faithful to them no matter what. Shin Yufa said seriously. Since you two are fine, then is it your sex life that's not harmonious? Xia Yu continued to speculate. I'm done with you, Yu. Go to sleep. You're full of nonsense. Shin Yufa was at a loss for words. Haha, cousin, you're getting shy. Did I guess right? We're both young, just talk about it. What's the big deal? Xia Yu giggled. Get lost. I'm going to sleep. Scram. Shin Yufa didn't want to continue the conversation. Just then the sound of a car engine echoed from the villa's courtyard. It was Su Hao returning. Oh, brother-in-law is back. I should head to my room. You two probably have some homework to do. Xia Yu hopped off the bed with a grin. Shin Yufa, embarrassed and irritated, rolled around on the bed. A moment later, Su Hao pushed the door open and happened to witness the scene. A donkey rolling in the dirt. He muttered. Shin Yufa immediately stopped rolling and huffed. You're the donkey. Haha, honey, why aren't you asleep yet? It's almost 11. Waiting for me to come to bed. Su Hao joked shamelessly. Go away, I was just about to sleep. Shin Yufa pulled the blanket up higher as she wasn't wearing a bra. Oh, alright then, sleep well. Su Hao walked over to the desk and sat down. Just as Shin Yufa was about to drift off, she suddenly caught the aroma of grilled meat skewers. Barbecue. She looked up and saw that Su Hao had brought back a bag of grilled skewers. I passed a skewer stall on my way back, so I grabbed a few. Perfect for a midnight snack. Smells great. Want some honey? Su Hao raised an eyebrow and winked. No way. It's too late to be eating that. Shin Yufa huffed. Suit yourself. More for me. Su Hao picked up a skewer and ate it with great relish. Grr. Shin Yufa didn't want any, but her stomach betrayed her with an untimely growl. Su Hao was eating while exclaiming, wow, these lamb skewers with chili powder are delicious. It would be better if these chicken wings were grilled a bit more tender. This stick fish has a great flavor. Shin Yufa couldn't stand it anymore. Her stomach growled in protest. She was truly hungry. So she wrapped herself in the quilt and sat up. It's all your fault. You eat and keep talking making me hungry. Give me a few skewers. Shin Yufa grumbled. Su Hao nearly burst out laughing, but suppressed it handing her a few lamb skewers. Haha, I knew you couldn't resist. After all, who can withstand the temptation of grilled skewers? Shin Yufa took the lamb skewers and ate them in small bites. The more she ate, the more delicious they became. One skewer another, and another. Soon her mouth was greasy. Ahem, a bit spicy. Shin Yufa rarely ate spicy food, but once she started she couldn't stop. The more she ate, the more she craved. Almost forgot. Su Hao slapped his forehead. Then he took out his backpack and pulled out a cup of milk tea. I bought you some milk tea when I was getting the skewers. Su Hao said as he handed it to her. Milk tea for me. Shin Yufa took it somewhat surprised. Actually, she didn't usually like milk tea. Yeah, you bought me fruit, so I bought you milk tea. Your husband knows how to take care of you too. Su Hao grinned. Hearing Su Hao's words, Shin Yufa couldn't refuse, so she tried a sip. Give me a few more chicken wings, and that cilantro roll and veggie skewers. Shin Yufa said while sipping. Su Hao was a bit embarrassed. Women are always saying one thing, but meaning another. She said she didn't want any, but now her appetite was wide open. Soon the skewers were gone. Shin Yufa lay back with satisfaction. Oh dear, if I gain weight tomorrow, it's your fault. You couldn't help but eat it yourself. Su Hao was amused. Then he went to take a shower. When he came out, he found Shin Yufa already fast asleep. This woman really could eat and sleep. Su Hao walked to the desk planning to read a bit more. Since he had acquired the evolution system, his energy was abundant, so he slept later. What's this? Su Hao noticed a printed document on the desk. A script for the movie Star Road Reversal. He picked it up and looked it over. It was a movie script with Qiao Yixuan's signature at the bottom. Su Hao curiously read through it. Soon he finished the entire script. This Miss Qiao, is this her level? He couldn't help but sigh. Many of the plot points were too rigid. The script story was about a male lead who abandoned the woman he loved most to become a star only to have a sudden awakening. However, Qiao Yixuan's control over the plot was not very skilled, so the transitions were poor. Moreover, the emotional line between the male and female leads was not very moving, making the whole script mediocre. Su Hao's eyes lit up with a sudden inspiration. He picked up a pen and began revising the script. The movie title Star Road Reversal is too cliché. Change it to Back to 18. He directly overhauled the main storyline. The male lead is reborn at 18, uses his past life memories to quickly rise to stardom, is blinded by fame and fortune, and finally realizes who truly loves him. Su Hao completely adopted the web novel model, making the main plot logical and bringing a satisfying sense of a rebirth cheat. After revising the script, he tossed it back on the desk, read for a while, and then rested. The next day, Su Hao left early for the company. Shin Yufa was washing up when Xia Yuyu, the little girl, came running in. Cousin, did you till the fields last night? Go away, do you have something serious to do? Xia Yuyu smirked maliciously. I'm just concerned about you. Hey, what's this? She spotted the leftover skewers in the trash. Oh, these are skewers. Oh, my cousin Yu and brother-in-law secretly ate skewers last night. Xia Yuyu exclaimed. Shin Yufa came out after washing her face. Su Hao bought them on his way back. Then why didn't you call me? You're eating alone. Xia Yuyu huffed. We didn't have enough for ourselves, why would I call you? If you want to eat, go find a boyfriend and have him buy you some. Shin Yufa teased with a smile. Xia Yuyu gritted her teeth. Oh, cousin, you're showing off that you have a man again. Don't forget Su Hao is my brother-in-law, and him his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. So what? Shin Yufa was taken aback. People say that is sister-in-law's, but belongs half to the brother-in-law. Xia Yuyu said with a cheeky grin. You naughty girl, getting more and more outrageous. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Yufa glared at her. Thank goodness Su Hao didn't hear that, or he might come up with some wicked thoughts. Haha, cousin, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, it's only right for a brother-in-law to spoil his sister-in-law. I can ask him to buy me skewers, and not just skewers, 10 grilled sausages too. Xia Yuyu said proudly. You foodie thinking about grilled sausages first thing in the morning. Are you a pig? Just then the bedroom door opened again, and Qiao Yixuan walked in. Annie, I'm not a pig. Xia Yuyu pouted. You little rascal, where did you put my script yesterday? Script? I showed it to cousin, it's on the desk. Xia Yuyu glanced over. Qiao Yixuan walked over and picked up the script. I need to think it over again. Huh. Xiaofei, did you revise this for me? She suddenly noticed that many parts of the script had been revised with annotations beside the original text. Revised? I didn't revise it. Shin Yufa came over puzzled. See, there are clearly revisions on the script. Qiao Yixuan pointed at the script. Shin Yufa looked and saw it was true. She thought for a moment she had left the script on the desk last night. Su Hao had a habit of reading and studying every evening, so it must have been Su Hao who revised it. Auntie, Su Hao might have done it. I apologize on his behalf. Shin Yufa said awkwardly. Apologize? Why apologize? I think the revisions are quite interesting. Did Su Hao really do this? Qiao Yixuan was incredulous. Yes, no one else could have. Shin Yufa nodded. He made quite a few changes. I find them very intriguing. They'll go back to my room and take a closer look. Qiao Yixuan returned to her room excitedly. Auntie is so happy. It seems brother-in-law did a good job revising. Xiao you guessed. Shin Yuefei felt a bit dazed. This Su Hao was becoming more and more amazing. How did he know so much? Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yixuan and Xia Yuyu flew off to Donyang Film and Television City, supposedly to meet a female investor. Su Hao and Shin Yuefei for the first time in a while slept in. At noon, Su Hao whipped up a few homestyle dishes, and Shin Yuefei finally enjoyed a proper satisfying meal. Boss, we're dining with my classmates tonight. You need to dress beautifully. This is my chance to save face. Su Hao said with a smile to Shin Yuefei. Look at you. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. After the meal, Su Hao went to his room first and changed into his Armani casual shirt, looking exceptionally handsome. At that moment, Shin Yuefei entered the bedroom and opened her wardrobe. Most of her clothes were work attire. Her casual wear was limited. She pulled out a dress and asked, "How about this one? I can't tell if it looks good just by you holding it up. Why don't you try it on so I can see?" Su Hao's heart stirred at the sight of the floral dress. "Alright, you go out first then." Shin Yuefei was in a good mood after the delicious meal. As the saying goes, a soft tongue can coax a deaf man, and since Su Hao had cooked her a feast, she felt obliged to cooperate, especially since she had already promised him this. Okay. Su Hao stepped outside the bedroom and waited for a moment. Soon Shin Yuefei called out after changing. Su Hao walked in, and his eyes went wide instantly. This floral dress was truly stunning, perfectly accentuating Shin Yuefei's graceful figure, especially her fair slender legs that were simply mouth-watering. Adding to that, Shin Yuefei hadn't tied up her hair, letting it flow freely, giving her a pure girl-next-door charm. Hey, why are you staring at my legs? I told you to look at the dress." Shin Yuefei glared at him. The dress is beautiful, but you should change into something else." Su Hao thought for a moment. Since it's beautiful, why change? Shin Yuefei was puzzled. "Your legs are too eye-catching. I don't want those brutes gawking at you." Su Hao shook his head. Even though Shin Yuefei wasn't his real wife, men are inherently selfish, especially regarding women. This kind of beauty was for his eyes only, not for his friends. Shin Yuefei was taken aback for some reason hearing Su Hao say that, brought a flicker of joy to her heart. "Fine, then go out. They'll change into another set," she said readily. Click. At that moment, Su Hao raised his phone and suddenly snapped a photo of Shin Yuefei. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shin Yuefei was startled. "Such a pretty outfit, I had to take a picture for you. I'm a great photographer, it'd be a shame not to," Su Hao said with a sly grin. "I didn't ask you to take it." Shin Yuefei huffed. Su Hao grinned widely. "Haha, I just need it for comparison." Soon Shin Yuefei changed into a casual suit with trousers exuding a trendy fashionista vibe. "Wow, I get it now. With a good foundation you look stunning in anything." Su Hao marveled. This fashionable look could easily overshadow the female stars on fashion magazine covers. "This one then?" "Maybe not. This outfit is too exquisite. I'm afraid my classmates' girlfriends will feel inferior." Su Hao said again. "Then I'll change again." Shin Yuefei was surprisingly patient, and after all, for a woman, changing clothes is a pleasure in itself. "Alright." Su Hao raised his phone and took another photo as usual. Shin Yuefei didn't object. Soon she changed into a pair of slim-fit jeans, a white button-up shirt, and white high heels, perfectly showcasing her ideal body proportions. Great. Su Hao was very pleased. This outfit was pleasing to the eye and felt just right. It didn't reveal her legs or waist, making her seem safe, pure, and down-to-earth. The key was that while being pure and simple, it still highlighted her curves beautifully. Shin Yuefei's lips curled into a smile. "So this one, yeah, let's go with this one." Su Hao chose the more conservative option. "Alright, I'll just fix my hair." Shin Yuefei went to the vanity. "Wow, boss, these jeans are really something. Look at those long, slender legs." Su Hao complimented her, almost wanting to touch them to feel the texture. Seeing his gaze, Shin Yuefei felt speechless and chided him. "It'll take a while longer. You go wait outside." "Alright then." Su Hao nodded, knowing that a woman's makeup routine could be quite time-consuming. An hour later, Shin Yuefei finally came downstairs. Even with just light makeup, her beauty was off the charts. Su Hao sighed inwardly. Words like city-toppling, moon-shading, and fish-sinking couldn't be more fitting to describe Shin Yuefei's looks. This woman could easily be called one of the four beauties of the capital. Her natural elegance and grace were undeniable. "Wow, wife, with your beauty my classmates will be blown away when they see you," Su Hao said proudly. Shin Yuefei said, "Stop showing off. Let's go. Su Hao went outside, gently pressed the remote, and the Lamborghini's scissor doors rose. They got in, and Su Hao quickly started the engine. "Wife, when we get to the hotel and meet my classmates, you know what to do, right?" Su Hao said with a mischievous smile. "Yes, I'll treat you as the boss and make you look good," Shin Yuefei said with a hint of exasperation. "Haha, thanks a lot then." Su Hao was overjoyed. In previous gatherings, those bastards always mocked him for being single. This time he'd show them. His girlfriend would blind them with her brilliance. At that moment, inside the Four Seasons Blossom's private room at Dongyue Grand Hotel, Niu Xiaojia and the others had arrived with their girlfriends. Although they had all studied programming in college, only Su Hao and Niu Xiaojia had ended up working as programmers after graduation. Zhao Wenbin came from a well-off family and was a local of Yanbei. After graduation, he joined his father's company and mingled in business circles. He was the most socially adept of the group, a smooth talker and also a bit of a player. His girlfriend Wang Jinglei was naturally attractive. Next was Qiu Yunping, who started a small business after graduating and was doing quite well. His girlfriend Miao Tongtong was a corporate HR, a bona fide urban professional. Lu Sheng and his girlfriend Zhong Yan were both dedicated office workers who had recently put a down payment on an apartment. Niu Xiaojie was a bit chubby and his girlfriend Hishan was similarly plump. She worked at a beauty salon. Both were homebodies, but they were kind-hearted and deeply in love. Since they had met several times before, all the girlfriends were already familiar with each other. Once in the private room, the women chattered away endlessly. Zhao Wenbin, holding a cigarette, asked, "Old Neo, tell us, has Ahao finally made it big? Otherwise, why would he treat us to a meal at Dongyue Grand Hotel?" "Yeah, old Neo, tell us quickly what big fortune did Ahao stumble upon?" Qiu Yunpeng pulled out that pack of Huazi cigarettes from Zhao Wenbin's pocket and helped himself to one without ceremony. Seeing this, Zhao Wenbin grinned and blew a smoke ring in Qiu Yunpeng's direction. Niu Xiaojie chuckled, "Since you're all so eager to know, I'll let you in on it. Our brother Su has been promoted and is now an executive director." Executive director? Zhao Wenbin, Qiu Yunpeng, and Lu Sheng were all astonished. Promoted 3 levels in one go, the man is a bona fide corporate executive now. Niu Xiaojie said with envy. He knew this because Su Hao had mentioned it to him earlier over WeChat. Executive director. Based on Yanbi's salary structure, that should come with an annual package exceeding $1 million. Qiu Yunpeng's girlfriend Miao Tongtong couldn't help but exclaim. Being in HR, she knew quite a bit about compensation. $1 million a year. Damn, that's what you call a successful man. Zhao Wenbin praised with a smile. Come on, Wenbin, everyone knows your family business pulls in millions in revenue. Among us brothers, you're clearly the richest. Lu Xing interjected immediately. Exactly. Look at Wenbin living the high life, smoking Huazi now. Qiu Yunpeng's cigarette dangling from his lips patted Zhao Wenbin down for a lighter. Of course I'm living well, just look at my wife to see that. Zhao Wenbin winked smugly. The group then turned their gaze to Wang Jinglei. Indeed, her skin was radiant and fair-looking, well-nurtured. Zhao Wenbin, you and that mouth of yours. Looks like you need another lesson. Wang Jinglei blushed instantly. Sister-in-law, if you're going to teach Wenbin's mouth a lesson, make sure you do it tonight. Qiu Yunpeng said with a sly grin. Because Zhao Wenbin was the eldest, they all called his girlfriend Wang Jinglei sister-in-law. Uffed. Miao Tongtong spat out her tea, unable to contain her laughter. Huh. The whole room erupted in laughter. Hishan, Niu Xiaojie's girlfriend, teased. Jinglei, these men are too wicked, their minds are full of filth. Exactly, that's why they're called stinky men. Wang Jinglei said through gritted teeth. Even the shy Zhongyan laughed. Miao Tongtong chuckled. Wait until Su Hao and his girlfriend get here, then you can tease the young couple if you dare. Right? You all better tease them well tonight. I still remember how you teased me back then. Wang Jinglei recalled the first time Zhao Wenbin brought her to dinner with Su Hao and the other roommates. Back then Su Hao was the loudest, teasing them about feeding each other bananas. Zhao Wenbin slapped his thigh. Right. This time it's finally my turn for revenge. But honey, I'm a man, I can't be shameless about it. You ladies have to take the lead. That's right, sister-in-law Tongtong, you're all girls, just go all out on them. Qiu Yunpeng agreed. You're all getting so riled up, what if Su Hao's girlfriend doesn't appreciate the jokes? Hishan cautioned. Exactly, don't take it too far. Zhongyan nodded. Too far. Don't you remember the first time I brought you to dinner with them? Those bastards made me do 100 push-ups on top of you. Lu Xing got fired up too. Zhao Wenbin laughed. Right, it seems like Su Hao is always the one leading the charge and messing with us. Niu Xiaojie's mouth twitched. He fiddled with his phone, thinking, why does he mess with you guys? Because you always mock him for being single, that's why. Hey, old Niu, still reading novels, huh? Lu Xing noticed. Yeah, the Hidden Dragon hasn't updated today. Wonder what's going on. Niu Xiaojie complained. Damn, I've started following the Hidden Dragon too. It's just too good. Lu Xing praised. Of course. This novel isn't just loved by guys, it has a massive female fanbase too. Niu Xiaojie nodded. Miao Tongtong said, are you guys talking about the Hidden Dragon? Everyone in my office is hooked on it too. It's fantastic, especially the romantic storyline between the leads. It's both heartbreaking and gripping. Is it really that good? Which website is it on? I want to read it too. Wang Jinglei was intrigued. Tomato novel. Miao Tongtong answered. Zhao Wenbin quickly added, honey, maybe you shouldn't download it. All my dirty jokes and innuendos, I learned them from the readers on Tomato novel. Exactly, the readers there are masters of innuendo, and they'll force their way into the joke. The comment sections are often more entertaining than the novel itself. Niu Xiaojie as an author had some authority on this. Just then the private room door opened, and Su Hao and Shen Yuefei walked in. Shen Yuefei was holding Su Hao's arm, looking very much in love. Wow. The moment they saw Su Hao, the group let out an involuntary cheer. Whoa. The next second their eyes fell on Shen Yuefei, and they all drew in a sharp breath. Before Su Hao arrived, the group had speculated about what his girlfriend might look like. After all, Su Hao was the best looking among them, so his girlfriend was bound to be beautiful. And they knew from their university days that Su Hao was a stickler for looks. But none of them had ever imagined his girlfriend would be this stunning. Even the attractive Wang Jinglei felt her heart skip a beat, feeling utterly overshadowed in that moment. Miao Tongtong's eyes sparkled with envy. This was even more true for Zhong Yin, and Hishan, especially Hishan. Being slightly plump, she felt a sudden pang of inferiority the instant Shun Yuefei appeared. Ancient poetic verses seemed to echo in everyone's minds. Graceful as a startled swan winding like a roaming dragon. Glorious like autumn chrysanthemum flourishing like spring pine. Lotus blossoms pale beside your beauty, the breeze from the water pavilion carries your fragrance. A smile that holds 100 charms dwarfing all the palace beauties. Pure as a lotus emerging from water, naturally beautiful, without embellishment. The peach tree is young and elegant, brilliant are its flowers. Seeing the stunned expressions on his roommates' faces, Su Hao felt a surge of pride. Finally, it was his turn. Huh. Let that blind you, you beasts. Shin Yuefei hadn't expected such a strong reaction either. She curled her lips into a gentle smile. That smile made her even more captivating. Sorry guys, traffic was a bit heavy. We're a little late. Su Hao explained. How aren't you going to introduce us? Qiu Yunpeng said with a grin. Yeah, who is this beautiful lady? Wang Jinglei chimed in. Su Hao raised his arm, pulling Shin Yuefei close, and said proudly, you all know by now this is my girlfriend. Hello everyone, I'm Su Hao's girlfriend, my name is Shin Yuefei. Shin Yuefei said with a light laugh, waving at him. Zhao Wenbin hurried forward saying tsk tisk, how you're a lucky man. Come, let's invite our young master Su to take a seat inside. Qiu Yunpeng quickly pulled out a chair. Su Hao chuckled, oh, you're being so polite. What's there to be polite about? These are the host and guest seats. If you don't sit, who's going to pay the bill? Niu Xiaoju teased. Alright then, I want stand on ceremony. Su Hao took Shin Yufei's hand, and they sat down. The others followed suit. Wang Jinglei quick-witted, as ever brought over melon seeds and candies, placing them in front of Shin Yuefei. Here sister, don't be shy. Thank you. Shin Yuefei felt an inexplicable nervousness, as if she were at a wedding banquet. She was a formidable figure in the business world with nerves of steel, having delivered countless corporate speeches with composure. Yet this simple meal made her heart race unexpectedly. How aren't you going to introduce everyone to your sister-in-law? Zhao Wenbin winked. Su Hao nodded, stood up, and said, alright, let me go by age. Great. Everyone at the table nodded in approval. This is Zhao Wenbin, the eldest in our dorm. Su Hao proceeded with the introductions. Shin Yuefei had a remarkable memory and quickly remembered everyone's names. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenbin pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and offered one to Su Hao. Why are you handing that to me? I don't smoke. This is top-notch Huazi. Even if you offered a cigar, I wouldn't smoke. Su Hao waved his hand dismissively. Hey, give me one. Qiu Yunpeng snatched the pack. Hey, you two mind the ladies at the table. Don't smoke, it's suffocating. Wang Jinglei tapped the table. Right, no smoking. Smoking too much ruins your kidneys, my wife already complains. Zhao Wenbin stubbed out his cigarette immediately. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. Get lost. Wang Jinglei blushed and pinched him. The couple's playful banter was always amusing. Qiu Yunpeng teased Wenbin, looks like your prowess is waning. Better buy some Lu Wei Dihuang pills to replenish yourself. Don't talk about others, you're not much better yourself. Miao Tongtong retorted from the side. Ta. This remark sent everyone into fits of laughter. What do you call this? Digging a pit and jumping in yourself. Niu Xiaojia said with schadenfreude. Qiu Yunpeng looked dejected and said, honey, can we unite against outsiders? Fine, but first delete all those pretty girls you follow on Douyin. Miao Tongtong smiled. This made things even funnier. Shin Yuefei finally understood why Su Hao was such a pervert. His college roommates were all a bunch of lechers. Then Su Hao said, how about we order the dishes first so we don't delay our drinking later? Just what I was thinking. Zhao Wenbin snapped his fingers. The waitress in charge of the private room arrived with the menu. The waitress handed the menu to Wang Jinglei, who immediately placed it in front of Shin Yuefei. Sister, you order. Huh. Maybe you all should order. I'm not good at ordering dishes. Shin Yuefei said with a wry smile. She had never been good at it since childhood. Su Hao smiled and said, how about this, each of us orders 2 dishes so everyone gets something they like. Alright, Director Su, you're being generous today. Zhao Wenbin grinned. Su Hao was taken aback, glanced at Niu Xiaojia, and guessed that this guy must have told them about his promotion. Soon everyone had ordered. Shin Yuefei chose 2 vegetable dishes, and Su Hao picked 2 signature dishes. Alright sir, that's 20 dishes in total. What drinks would you like? The waitress asked. Su Hao said directly, the ladies will have red wine. The waitress quickly handed over the drink list. Zhao Wenbin, seated on Su Hao's other side, glanced at it, and was startled. The cheapest red wine started at 8,000 yuan. This was indeed the Dongyue Grand Hotel. In Yinbei, almost everyone knew the Dongyue Grand Hotel, a frequent haunt of the elite. Zhao Wenbin and his father were in business, but had never been to the Dongyue Grand Hotel. This time seeing the drink prices he was genuinely shocked. How the ladies could just have beer, he said, proactively fearing Su Hao might flinch at the prices. Su Hao shook his head firmly. No way. It has to be red wine. By the way, miss, don't you have Romanicani here? At this, Zhao Wenbin and the others' eyelids twitched. Romanicani wines were at least €1 a bottle. At that moment, everyone marveled at how Su Hao had really made it big. The waitress was stunned and said awkwardly, sorry sir, our best red wine is Petrus. We occasionally have Romanicani, but it's rare. Su Hao nodded, thinking that made sense. Such precious wines were probably snatched up before they even reached the hotel. For instance, Shun Yufi's collection of fine wines were all gifts from others. Alright then, we'll have a 2016 Petrus. Su Hao chose that brand. Petrus, the crown jewel of the 8 great chateaux, produces no more than 300 bottles a year, making it extremely limited and expensive. TSK Tisk, looks like our young master Su is splurging today. That's 500 yuan a bottle. Zhao Wenbin said with a sigh. What? 500 a bottle? That expensive? Niu Shaiji's eyelids twitched. Hishan murmured softly, that's how many barbecue meals. Su Hao then asked, so us men will have baijiu. Oh, I don't know why, but today I feel like some red wine. Qiu Yunpeng said wistfully. Who wouldn't want a taste of that 500 yuan bottle? Me too. LV Xing nodded with a smile. Same for me. Niu Xiaojie grinned. Su Hao knew exactly what they were thinking and said directly, alright, let's get 2 bottles of Petrus and 3 bottles of Matai. We'll each have a glass of red first, then switch to baijiu. How about that? Great. Let's do that. Zhao Wenbin clapped in approval. Haha, agreed. Qiu Yunpeng gave a thumbs up. Our young master Su is bold. Niu Xiaojie looked on in admiration. Xin Yufa, hearing Su Hao order several bottles, thought to herself, with your alcohol tolerance, 1 glass, and you'll be out. Here, young master Su, have some tea. Zhao Wenbin picked up the teapot and poured tea for Su Hao. Hey, I can pour it myself. Su Hao snatched the teapot. How, tell us. Heard you got promoted, is it true? Qiu Yunpeng quickly asked. Su Hao smiled, you all know already. Yes, I'm now a director. We know that what we care about is your annual salary. How many WA a year? Zhao Wenbin winked, rubbing his fingers together as he spoke. Su Hao guessed that the thing these people were most curious about was definitely the salary. It's not much, just over 3 million a year. He said calmly. Hiss. Zhao Wenbin and the others gasped in shock. When Niu Xiaojie told them Su Hao had been promoted to executive director, they guessed his annual salary might be around 1 million, but they never expected it to be over 3 million. Zhao Wenbin exclaimed, awesome. You're probably the highest paid among all our classmates. Alas, we can't even earn that much from our businesses, Qiu Yunpeng sighed. Lu Sheng looked at Su Hao with admiration. Hao has truly reached the pinnacle of life, all at once. Niu Xiaojie grumbled. We're both programmers, but why are you so outstanding? At this point, Wang Jinglei, Miao Tongtong, and the other women finally understood why Su Hao could date such a beautiful girlfriend. Having both looks and money, that's capital. Xin Yufa thought to herself, if they knew that Su Hao's monthly salary this month alone included a bonus of 50 million, they'd probably drop their jaws in shock. Miao Tongtong sighed. An annual salary of over 3 million is impressive. Even some CEOs of listed companies don't earn that much. I remember the company where Hao works is Hongsheng Group, which is a very powerful internet company, Zhao Wenbin said thoughtfully. Exactly, internet companies really rake in the money these days, Qiu Yunpeng agreed wholeheartedly. At that moment, Su Hao remembered something and asked, by the way guys, do you know what Luo Jiang has been up to lately? I tried calling him, but couldn't get through. Among their roommates in Yanbei there were 6 in total, including Luo Jiang. But that day when Su Hao sent a notification on WeChat, Luo Jiang stayed silent, and later Su Hao couldn't reach him by phone either. De Jiang, that guy hasn't contacted us in a long time. I heard he found a rich wife and got married. Zhao Wenbin said. So that's it, and no wonder he hasn't been in touch with us. He's hit the big time. Niu Xiaojie couldn't help but comment. Lu Sheng said, Luo Jiang isn't that kind of person. Maybe he's traveling abroad. Su Hao nodded. He had a good relationship with Luo Jiang during college. They often played basketball together. Moreover, Luo Jiang was a sentimental person. If he couldn't be reached, perhaps he was busy with something. At this point, Wang Jinglei looked at Shun Yufa and asked curiously, little sister Fei, what do you do for a living? I work at the same company as my Ahao OM in the finance department. Shin Yufa had already planned her response. The phrase my Ahao made everyone in the room envious. Su Hao was also a bit delighted, thinking to himself that this girl Shin really knew how to boost his image. Although Shin Yufa was renowned as one of the 4 beauties of the capital and had appeared on several business magazines for people like Zhao Wenbin and Qiu Yunpeng, those things were beyond their sphere of attention. So they couldn't guess that Shin Yufa was a talented and domineering female CEO. At that moment, Zhao Wenbin winked at Wang Jinglei. Wang Jinglei smiled and said, Su Hao, don't forget our old rule. When you bring your girlfriend for the first time, you have to tell us your love story. Who's going to tell it? Huh. Shin Yufa was taken aback. She hadn't expected this. Miao Tongtong quickly said, it should be little Fei who tells it. If the guys tell it, they'll definitely exaggerate and make it less truthful. Right. Little Fei, why don't you tell us how you two got together? Zhong Yin chimed in. Yes, we're all curious, Hishan nodded. Shin Yufa glanced at Su Hao as if to say, you should have told me beforehand. Little Fei, just tell them about our love at first sight. Su Hao grinned. Shin Yufa smiled and said, actually our relationship was quite straightforward. One day Su Hao sent me a confession message on WeChat, and we got together. A confession message? Neo Shieji's eyes lit up, and he winked at Su Hao. Oh, what kind of confession was it? Tell us about it. Wang Jinglei asked curiously. Neo Xiaojia burst into laughter looking gleeful. Shin Yufa directly recounted the 3 flirtatious lines Su Hao had sent last time. I want to drill wood on you to make fire and ignite this life. The desert's lone smoke makes me too straight, and the long river's setting sun makes you the roundest. What I want to rank up in isn't just honor of kings, but also you. Hearing Shun Yufi's description, everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This ice beauty was too straightforward. Ew, she actually told them everything. Haha, how you owe me a solo dinner another day. Neo Xiaojia laughed hysterically. Su Hao shot him a glare thinking he'll treat you alone. You're the one who got me into signing that contract of servitude. Niao Tongtong laughed and said, oh my Su Hao, you're something else. Your confession was so dirty. Yeah, little Fei, how could you agree to be with him after such a filthy confession? Wang Jinglei was genuinely puzzled. Zhong Yin also nodded thinking that if a guy sent her such a message, she might beat him up. Shin Yufa explained. Although it was a bit dirty, I wasn't angry. After all, I had already fallen for Su Hao long before that. He's so handsome, many girls at our company like him. Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin and the others looked at Su Hao with admiration and envy. What did this mean? It was the charm of a man. Hishan exclaimed, you already liked Su Hao. So it's true that you both liked each other and fell in love at first sight. Zhao Wenbin couldn't help saying, oh, I'm convinced. Can a confession like that really work? Yeah, we can only sigh and awe, Chiu Yunpeng remarked. Su Hao curled his lips and said proudly, this is nothing. I brought her home that very night and slept with her. Everyone was stunned. No way. Zhao Wenbin was taken aback. Really? Are you bragging? Chiu Yunpeng was also skeptical. Wang Jinglei chuckled and said, whether it's true or not we can just ask little Fei. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa was speechless. Su Hao hadn't even had a drink yet, and he was already getting carried away and bragging. And what's worse, he was bragging about sleeping together. How embarrassing was that to say out loud? Yet she couldn't refute it directly, as that would make Su Hao lose face. But if she nodded in agreement, wouldn't that make her seem too forward and loose? However, Shin Yufa thought it over. She was just pretending to be his girlfriend to boost Su Hao's image. It wasn't real, so she might as well let him show off in front of his classmates. In the end, Shin Yufa nodded slightly, shot Su Hao a glare, and said, you rascal, you go around telling such things. It's so embarrassing. The moment Shin Yufa nodded in acknowledgement, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Whoa, how I bow to you. Zhao Wenbin clasped his hands in a salute. What is a master of romance? This is a master of romance. Chiu Yunpeng was thoroughly convinced. Neo Shieji's eyelids twitched, never expecting his own flirtatious words to carry such weight. He made a mental note to write more of such smooth talk in his novels. From a male perspective, Su Hao had become a master seducer. But from a female viewpoint, Wang Jinglei and the others could only sigh in disbelief. Xiaofei, you're being so naive, so hopelessly devoted. Have you been brainwashed by Su Hao's sweet talk? Wang Jinglei asked with a teasing smile. Maybe. That guy charmed me until I was completely dizzy. Shin Yufa smiled. Miao Tongtong chuckled and said, Xiaofei, what excuse did Su Hao use to take you home? Don't tell me he said my cat can do a backflip, wanna come see. Huh. Shin Yufa was taken aback, unsure how to answer that question. Su Hao quickly interjected. Well, you're underestimating me. I wouldn't use a lame excuse like that. Then spill it, man. Zhao Wenbin, now intrigued, pulled out another cigarette. Su Hao said with a hint of pride, I told her it's so late, I wouldn't feel right letting you go home alone. Huh. Everyone burst into laughter. But this time no one asked if it was true because they all knew that line was definitely Su Hao just showing off. Just then the food and drinks arrived, and the waiter poured their wine. Chiu Yunpeng immediately said, how you were the last to arrive today, so we stick to the old rule, right? 3 glasses as a penalty. What the heck are you guys trying to get me drunk? Su Hao was stunned. Their gatherings always had a rule: the last to arrive had to down 3 glasses as a penalty. No, we're not saying you have to drink them, Zhao Wenbin quickly said. Come on, let me pour a drink for the master here. Neo Xiaojia promptly placed 3 shot glasses in front of Su Hao and filled them with baijiu. Those 3 glasses amounted to at least half a gin of liquor. Shin Yufa quickly said, honey, how about I drink one for you? Whoa. Zhao Wenbin and the others let out exclamations of surprise. Oh, Xiaofei, you really dote on your husband, Wang Jinglei teased with a laugh. Yeah, this is business between the men, let's not interfere, Miao Tongtong added. But Shin Yufa wasn't just being doting, she was worried that after 3 glasses, Su Hao would be completely unconscious. Then she'd be left facing these classmates alone, and how awkward would that be? No way, we can't let the girlfriend take the penalty for him. Zhao Wenbin quickly shook his head. Su Hao gently patted Shin Yufi's hand, and said, "It's fine, don't worry. 3 glasses are nothing. Hey, how we all know your tolerance for alcohol. Remember your nickname, 1 glass down." Lu Sheng reminded him. Right, our master Su, you can skip the 3 glasses if you want, Niu Xiaojie said with a mischievous wink. That's right, you don't have to drink. As long as you 2 lovebirds show us some affection, we'll let you off the hook for those 3 glasses, Zhao Wenbin said, lighting a cigarette and taking an excited puff. Yeah, we're not forcing you to drink. Just do a little couples game and you're off the hook. Qiu Yunpeng nodded in agreement. Wang Jinglei and Miao Tongtong exchanged a glance. They were all too familiar with this routine. Su Hao's eyes lit up as realization dawned. So these bastards were setting a trap for him. At previous gatherings he had used this exact trick to mess with Zhao Wenbin, Qiu Yunpeng, and their girlfriends. Now they were turning the tables on him. But these guys had no idea that his alcohol tolerance was no longer what it used to be. Times have changed, and I'm not the same pushover I once was. Su Hao's liver had evolved to possess super detoxification abilities. If it could handle poison, what was a little alcohol? But Shin Yufa didn't know this. Hearing that they could play a game instead of drinking, she couldn't help but ask, what kind of game? Oh, looks like our Xiaofei is interested. Wang Jinglei let out a chuckle. Do tell, what games do you have in mind? Miao Tongtong giggled. Su Hao was sweating a little, wondering what kind of prank these rascals were cooking up for him. Zhao Wenbin immediately laughed. To be fair and square, we've come up with 3 couple games for you to choose from. As he spoke, he picked up a large bunch of grapes from the fruit platter. The first game is to tie this bunch of grapes around Su Hao's waist, and then you 2 lovebirds have to eat the grapes together, cooperating. As soon as Zhao Wenbin finished speaking, he couldn't help but slap the table in laughter. Shin Yufi's pretty face flushed instantly. So this was one of those naughty couple games. Su Hao was taken aback and protested. Wenbin, I object. That's not fair. The game I had you and your wife play was eating a banana. Why is mine eating grapes? We're the ones who decide what you eat, and your objection is overruled. Zhao Wenbin waved his hand dismissively. Wang Jinglei laughed. Exactly. Who told you to mess with us back then? Now it's your turn. Yeah, you should have thought about this before. Huh? Miao Tongtong giggled. Shin Yufa finally understood. So it was Su Hao who had been pranking other couples all along. Now that he was no longer single, they were getting their revenge. And the worst part was Su Hao had never even mentioned any of this to her. What a scoundrel. But since she was already here, what could she do? Look at you guys, you've made Xiaofei blush, Zhong Yan couldn't help but say. Shin Yufa bravely asked, you mentioned 3 couple games. What are the other 2? Qiu Yunpeng immediately stood up and said, I'll explain the second one. This one tests your love. Hao has to lie on the floor and do sit-ups while you sit on his legs. Every time he comes up, you 2 have to kiss. That's right, just 30 sit-ups is all it takes, Zhao Wenbin said, holding his cigarette with a smug look. Shin Yufa was stunned. Kiss him. That meant she'd have to kiss Su Hao 30 times. How could she possibly do that? What's the third one? Shin Yufa continued to ask. Niu Xiaojie cleared his throat and said, I'll reveal the 3rd couple game. The 3rd game is for our master Su to do push-ups. But the requirement is that you have to sit on his lower back. It's not too many, just 200. Wang Jinglei and Miao Tongtong both started laughing. This was a game Qiu Yunpeng had played before. 200. Shin Yufa was taken aback. Although this game didn't involve any intimate contact between her and Su Hao, wouldn't doing that many push-ups be a bit tiring? Whatever, it's not like she'd be the one getting tired. Anyway, it was Su Hao's own fault for getting himself into this. Shin Yufa said boldly, alright, I'll choose the 3rd game. Wow. Zhao Wenbin and the others clapped and cheered. Su Hao noticed their varied expressions. Were they waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Fine, you all doubt my physical prowess. Niu Xiaojie remarked. Oh, our young master Su was quite fit in college. Doing hundreds of push-ups was no problem for him. That was during school days. Once he started working, he had no time to exercise. LV Xing chuckled. Qiu Yunpeng nodded and said, exactly, and he'll have someone sitting on his back too. How you have to hold on later. Remember, a man can never say he can't do it. Zhao Wenbin flicked the ash off his cigarette. Su Hao smiled and said, fine, you guys want to see me embarrass myself, but it'll definitely disappoint you. Hurry up, don't be too cocky. Niu Xiaojie quickly pulled the chair away to make some space. Su Hao didn't hesitate. He came forward and got into the push-up position. Xiaofei, don't worry, come on up, he said with a smile. I'm getting on now. Shin Yufa sat on Su Hao's back. A strange excitement surged within her. Sitting on him felt like commanding a servant, giving her the illusion that Su Hao was under her control. Zhao Wenbin laughed. Oh right, we forgot to mention earlier. If Su Hao can't do 200, you 2 have to perform a French kiss for us. Huh. Shin Yufa was stunned. But she had no other choice. She could only hope Su Hao would manage to do all 200. Begin. Su Hao started immediately. With his current stamina, 200 push-ups were nothing. He could do 1,000 without breaking a sweat. Initially Niu Xiaojia and the others were waiting for him to falter, but they soon noticed his pace wasn't slowing, it was actually accelerating. Damn, is how even human. LV Sheng exclaimed in awe. It looks like we miscalculated. Qiu Yunpeng was dejected. Zhao Wenbin nodded, stubbed out his cigarette, and said, we shouldn't have suggested this game. Shen Yufei was equally amazed by Su Hao's stamina. In no time he finished 200 push-ups. Holy crap. Damn it. Zhao Wenbin and the others cursed under their breath as they returned to their seats. Wang Jinglei laughed. See, you wanted to see Su Hao make a fool of himself, but he showed you up with his fitness, didn't he? Tisk tisk, with stamina like that Xiaofei, you're in for a treat. Miao Tongtong joked. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Then the table buzzed with chatter and clinking glasses. They savored the bottle of red wine that cost a staggering 5,000 yuan. While this 50 grand wine is something else. We have a how to thank for this. Zhao Wenbin sighed in admiration. Oh, come off it. Weren't you just trying to mess with our young master Su? Niu Xiaojie retorted. Hey old Niu, you dare to talk back? How about a drinking contest? Zhao Wenbin immediately challenged him. Who's afraid of who? Bring it on. Niu Xiaojie wasn't backing down, and the two downed 2 glasses each. Wang Jinglei quickly suggested. Hey, you guys don't need to be chugging like that. Why don't we play a game instead? Right, if you keep drinking like that you'll all be under the table soon. Miao Tongtong agreed. Su Hao smiled. Sure, sister-in-law, what game do you suggest? How about truth or dare? I see a spinner on that table over there. We'll have 5 pairs. Whoever the spinner lands on has to choose between truth or dare. If they don't want to choose, the guy has to down a drink. Wang Jinglei explained the rules. Alright, I'm in. Zhao Wenbin was the first to support his girlfriend. Yes, sounds good to me. Qiu Yunpeng said. Miao Tongtong asked Xiaofei, what do you think? Shen Yufei smiled. Since everyone's up for it, let's play. Great. The whole table cheered in agreement. Zhao Wenbin brought over the spinner and said, let's take turns spinning it clockwise. Alright, who goes first? LV Xing asked. That's obvious, it should be our sister-in-law Xiaofei here. Wang Jinglei placed the spinner in front of Shen Yufei. Huh, I spin first. Shen Yufei was taken aback. Su Hao nodded. Go on, let's see who gets lucky in the first round. Alright then. Shen Yufei gently flicked the pointer, and it started spinning. In the end, the pointer unexpectedly landed on herself. Whoa. Huh. The whole table burst out laughing. Shen Yufei was mortified. What was this? Shooting herself in the foot. Zhao Wenbin said excitedly. Ah Hao faced the reality. So truth or dare? Shen Yufei looked at Su Hao awkwardly. Su Hao said straightforwardly, I'll drink. Alright, if you're choosing to drink right off the bat, don't regret it. Qiu Yunpeng warned. Su Hao poured a glass of baijiu and downed it in one go. They had hoped to use this chance to tease Su Hao and Shen Yufei, but since Su Hao chose to drink, they had to let it go. Shen Yufei was a bit surprised by how readily Su Hao drank. Emboldened by the few glasses shed, had she felt bolder now. She quietly reached under the table and took Su Hao's hand, wanting to apologize. After all, she was supposed to be his girlfriend now, so holding hands was normal. Su Hao was startled. This was the first time Shen Yufei had held his hand. What was she thinking? Was she drunk? He suddenly remembered the time she got drunk in her office and started rolling on the floor. You should drink less. He leaned over and whispered in her ear. Shen Yufei's pretty face was flushed, making her look particularly lovely. She nodded gently at his words like an obedient little wife. The next turn was for Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei's pair, with Wang Jinglei spinning. Here we go. Wang Jinglei spun the pointer quickly. It landed on Miao Tongtong. Qiu Yunpeng groaned. Huh? It's our turn. What? Are you going to drink instead? Miao Tongtong giggled. Qiu Yunpeng said magnanimously. No way, why should I be scared? Bring it on. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Fine, we'll pick truth. Miao Tongtong nodded. Great. Everyone else got excited. Su Hao said, sister-in-law, since you spun it, you should ask the question. Wang Jinglei hesitated, unsure what to ask. Zhao Wenbin whispered something in her ear. She started giggling. Tongtong, hey, race my question. Okay, go ahead. When you and Qiu Yunpeng do the deed, how long does it usually last? Shen Yufei had just taken a sip of tea and nearly sprayed it out. Su Hao's roommates were truly something else, always cracking dirty jokes. Sure enough, when Wang Jinglei asked that question, everyone laughed with schadenfreude. Damn it, I knew it, Wenbin, you're secretly wicked. Qiu Yunpeng said with exasperation. Miao Tongtong's face flushed red at the question, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Hao quickly said sheepishly, hey, this is truth or dare, so you have to tell the truth. Shen Yufei was caught between laughter and tears, thinking that Su Hao was also quite a prankster. That's right, you must tell the truth, Niu Xiaojie echoed. Miao Tongtong wasn't one to be easily embarrassed. She gathered her courage and said boldly, what's there to hide? Since you're all so curious, I'll tell you. It was about half an hour. Everyone at the table gasped in surprise. Qiu Yunpeng looked smug upon hearing his girlfriend's answer. Su Hao immediately teased, old Qiu, what are you so proud of? That's half an hour for the whole process, not just your engine running for half an hour. Ta! Everyone burst out laughing again. Alright, how you just wait. Your turn is coming and you're in for it, Xiao Yunpeng said grumpily. I'm not worried. Let's start the next round, Su Hao said shamelessly. The next person to spin the wheel was Niu Xiaojie and his girlfriend. Come on, watch me, He-shan said, eager to participate. She spun the pointer, and as luck would have it, it stopped on Su Hao. Haha, how that's what you get for showing off. Xiao Yunpeng clapped his hands in glee. Tisk tisk, how you can't escape today, Zhao Wenbin said with a wink. Xin Yufa found it a bit amusing. Just moments ago, Su Hao was teasing others, and now it was his turn. What's there to be afraid of? I can drink. Su Hao shrugged. No way. We strongly demand you choose truth, or dare. Xiao Yunpeng immediately stood up in protest. Yeah, you can't just keep drinking, Lu Sheng chimed in. That's right, you already drank. You can't drink consecutively, Zhao Wenbin agreed. Su Hao was speechless. These guys were definitely out to prank him. Fine, I won't drink then. I choose truth, he said immediately. Great, old Neo, ask him a spicy question, Xiao Yunpeng said excitedly. Yeah, old Neo want me to think of one for you. Zhao Wenbin suggested. Niu Xiaojie shook his head and said no need, I'm good at this. I'm a web novel writer after all. Su Hao coughed dryly. Old Neo, you better think carefully. Don't end up in my hands later. Haha, how are you threatening me? I'm not scared, hee Niu Xiaojie said with a mischievous grin. Xin Yufa felt a bit nervous, wondering what question would come, but she was mentally prepared for these guys to ask something extremely dirty. Niu Xiaojie immediately asked, how my question is, who were you with the last time you watched an adult video? Ta. Several people burst out laughing. Xin Yufa was instantly embarrassed. It was that kind of question. Su Hao said shamelessly, the most recent time while I watched it with her. As he spoke, he put his arm around Xin Yufi's shoulder. Wow. You. The whole table erupted in laughter. Xin Yufi's face turned bright red, feeling the heat rush to her cheeks. Wang Jinglei exclaimed in admiration, wow, Xiaofei, you two lovebirds sure know how to have fun. Indeed, a truly loving couple, Miao Tong Tong said, covering her mouth with a laugh. Xin Yufa was blushing furiously, but Su Hao had only spoken the truth, making her so embarrassed, she felt like her face was about to drip. Young Master Su, I bow to you, Niu Xiaojie said, clasping his hands. How you are a role model for us all, Zhao Wenbin said, giving a thumbs up. Come, let me toast to brother Hao, Xiao Yunpeng said, raising his glass. Su Hao waved his hand and smiled, don't admire me too much. Xin Yufa was both shy and indignant. This guy was way too proud of himself. The next round began, but Lu Sheng and Zhong Yin didn't ask any weird questions. In Xiao Yunpeng and Miao Tongtong's round, they spun and landed on Zhao Wenbin, who cunningly chose to drink instead. He knew Xiao Yunpeng would definitely prank him, so drinking was the safer option. Soon the round passed, and the wheel came back to Xin Yufa. Haha, that was a quick round. Little sister Xiaofei, it's your turn. Miao Tongtong said with a smile. Xin Yufa nodded and spun the pointer, and to her surprise it landed on Zhao Wenbin. Everyone clapped and cheered in delight. Zhao Wenbin had just drunk, so he couldn't use that as an escape this time. Alright, if you want to prank me, hey, race your chance, Zhao Wenbin said, knowing he couldn't avoid it. Wang Jinglei said wryly, then we choose dare. Miao Tongtong said, okay, Su Hao and Xiaofei, you two come up with a dare. Honey, I'll let you have this opportunity, Su Hao said to her. Xin Yufa was taken aback, but then felt a surge of excitement. Since everyone was playing so boldly, she had to think of something thrilling, especially after being the butt of their jokes earlier. Alright, you two are going to show us the most common farming position you two lovebirds use, Xin Yufa said boldly. Huh. Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei were dumbfounded. They thought choosing dare would let them off the hook, but they were wrong. They hadn't expected Xin Yufa to play so hardcore. Great. Xiao Yunpeng clapped approvingly. Niu Xiaojie pounded the table in excitement. Lu Sheng was laughing so hard, he was bent over. Even Su Hao was stunned, looking at Xin Yufa in surprise. Was this the pure, icy beauty? She had gotten into the spirit of the game so quickly, even more daring than him. Ahem, can I drink instead? Zhao Wenbin asked dejectedly. Drink my foot. What did you say when I wanted to drink earlier? Su Hao glared at him. That's right, hurry up, don't dawdle, Xiao Yunpeng urged. Zhao Wenbin looked at his girlfriend Wang Jinglei and said, Riley, honey, we're done for. It's all your fault. I'm so unlucky, Wang Jinglei said, on the verge of tears. However, they were a pretty open-minded couple. So Wang Jinglei gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, knelt down, and then leaned forward on the floor. Then Zhao Wenbin walked over and knelt behind her. Whoa, wow. Su Hao and the others were howling with laughter. It was clear to everyone now what kind of homework this couple usually practiced. The next moment, Zhao Wenbin quickly jumped up. Wang Jinglei also scrambled to her feet, covered her face in embarrassment, and shouted, I can't show my face anymore. Xin Yufa was also influenced by this atmosphere, unable to resist covering her mouth and laughing. If Su Hao hadn't brought her to the class reunion, she might never have experienced such an atmosphere in her lifetime. Su Hao turned his head and saw the woman beside him smiling. It was like a spring breeze, so beautiful. In the following rounds of truth or dare, the bottle never landed on Su Hao's group, so they were quite fortunate. After 2 rounds, the game finally stopped. Then Su Hao, Zhao Wenbin, and a few others chatted endlessly. Their conversation included unforgettable memories from school days, as well as amusing stories from everyday life. Shin Yuefei was also pulled into the women's small group by Wang Jinglei named Fairy Squad. Because of the red wine, Shin Yuefei opened up and chatted freely with them. As the drinking session drew to a close, Wang Jinglei smiled and said, "Let's film a video at the end, shall we?" "Su, how do you remember the video from the last gathering?" "Of course I remember. How could Su Hao forget? At the last gathering, he was the only single guy." The group filmed a video showing off their couples, but when it came to him, he could only drop his chopsticks in frustration. At that time, Wang Jinglei posted the video on Douyin, and it got millions of likes. "Now all of you guys have girlfriends, so we can film a complete one. Come on, come on." Wang Jinglei took out her phone. "What video?" Shin Yuefei was a bit confused. "Xiaofei, haven't you seen those videos on Douyin where a table of people are eating, and then they tease the single person?" Miao Tongtong asked with a smile. "I rarely browse Douyin." Shin Yuefei spoke the truth. Zhong Yan laughed. "It's like this: the first few couples kiss, and the last one is the single person. Last time the single person was Su Hao." "Kissing?" Shin Yuefei was startled. "That's right. Now let's film another kissing video so it'll be perfect." Wang Jinglei smiled. Shin Yuefei felt a bit awkward. If they filmed such a video, wouldn't she have to kiss Su Hao? Su Hao knew this was putting Shin Yuefei in a difficult position, so he said maybe we shouldn't film it. There'd be no twist. "Why not? What's wrong? Are you too lovebird shy?" Zhao Wenbin teased. "Exactly. Look at me and my wife. We kiss whenever we want," Qiu Yunpeng said as he pulled his girlfriend over and gave her a kiss. "Wow." Everyone laughed. Miao Tongtong snorted. "You rascal, your mouth reeks of smoke." "Then let's film it." Shin Yuefei didn't know what came over her, but she said those words. Su Hao was stunned too. What was the Ice Beauty up to? Was she really going to kiss him? "Alright, starting now." Wang Jinglei held up her phone. She and Zhao Wenbin stole a kiss first, then the video shifted to Niu Xiaojie. Niu Xiaojie and Hishan didn't act shy either. After all, it wasn't their first time. Next came Lu Sheng and Zhong Yan. They exchanged a smile, then gave a quick peck. Then it was Qiu Yunpeng and Miao Tongtong. Miao Tongtong boldly leaned in and gave a cheerful smack. Shin Yuefei suddenly became nervous, her breath quickening. Su Hao was even more nervous than she was. What should he do now? He had no idea what Shin Yuefei was thinking. The next moment, Wang Jinglei's phone camera moved in front of Su Hao and Shin Yuefei. Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth and decided to go for it. After all, it wasn't the first time she had kissed Su Hao. Last time when he was drunk, he had already taken her first kiss. If she stood up now and said she couldn't kiss him, it would spoil everyone's fun and make Su Hao lose face. Fueled by the alcohol, Shin Yuefei stood up directly, wrapped her arms around Su Hao's neck, closed her beautiful eyes, and leaned in for a kiss. Su Hao's eyes widened. Was this being forcibly kissed? Smack. It was a bit warm, a bit soft, with a special blend of red wine and liquor. That was how Shin Yuefei felt. Last time when Su Hao kissed her, she was so angry that she didn't feel anything. But this time was different. This time she was the one initiating. Su Hao also felt a softness like jelly, an indescribable sensation. He didn't get an electric shock, but strangely goosebumps rose on his skin. Su Hao thought to himself, how could the Ice Beauty be so bold? Could it be that she had been pretending to be his girlfriend and had actually gotten into character? Or had she been secretly in love with him all along? If their fake relationship turned real, would they still get divorced after a year? Would the Ice Beauty still give him back the 1 million? Would they have to meet the parents next? And then follow the orders of Shun Xionia's father to make a baby? At this moment, a series of questions flooded Su Hao's mind, flickering like a fast-forwarding tape. In the end, his final thought was that he was overthinking. It was probably just the Ice Beauty being drunk, the alcohol playing tricks. At that moment, Shin Yuefei gently lifted her head, their lips parting. She opened her eyes, and for a brief second her clear eyes met Su Hao's full of shyness, and she instinctively looked away. The next moment her face flushed crimson like a ripe peach. Wow! The whole table couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Then Su Hao and the others finished their drinks, and the dinner party came to an end. Several of the men were drunk, staggering as they walked. Only Su Hao walked steadily, astonishing Shin Yuefei. How could he have drunk so much and still be fine? She was full of doubt. Damn, how your tolerance has really improved. Zhao Wenbin was impressed seeing Su Hao walk so steadily. He didn't just improve, he's cheating. Qiu Yunpeng teased. When luck comes, spirits soar. He still has homework to do tonight, so he has to keep a clear head. Niu Xiaojie joked. Su Hao grinned and said, "You're just jealous." Wang Jinglei shook her head with a smile and said, "You guys are so drunk and still fooling around." Su Hao paid the bill and then saw off Zhao Wenbin and the others. Among his roommates, those with cars like Zhao Wenbin had already called designated drivers. Only Niu Xiaojie didn't have a car and hailed a taxi. Finally, only Su Hao and Shin Yuefei were left. Shin Yuefei, swaying slightly, stared at Su Hao. "Come on, let's get in the car and go." Su Hao took her arm, ready to drive. "Aren't you calling a designated driver?" Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. "That's a sports car. If a driver comes, there's no room." Su Hao thought for a moment. "Then you can't drive either. Let's take a taxi," Shin Yuefei said softly, her eyes heavy with drowsiness, her eyelids fighting to stay open. "Alright, let's take a taxi too." Su Hao took her arm and walked to the roadside. Hey hubby, walk slower. Shin Yufa muttered under her breath. Oh no, it's over. The ice beauty is really drunk. By the time Su Hao and Shun Yufa returned to the villa in a taxi, it was already past 11 p.m. During the ride, Shin Yufa had fallen asleep, leaning on Su Hao's shoulder. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Hao carried her upstairs without a word. He tossed Shin Yufa onto the bed, and then went to take a shower. Tisk, this liver evolution upgrade is truly remarkable. I drank so much and didn't even get drunk. Su Hao couldn't help but marvel. He then noticed that Shun Yufi's aunt and Xia Yu had gone to Donghai City and still hadn't returned. Returning to his room, he followed his usual routine, turned on the computer, and logged into Julong Wang. Lately, he had developed a keen interest in animation and special effects production, so he had been studying diligently. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Su Hao finally went to sleep. The next day, when Shin Yufa woke up, she realized it was already 10 a.m. She had never slept this late before. Clearly, the alcohol from last night had affected her. She glanced around and noticed that Su Hao's bed had been tidied up and he was nowhere in the room. Shin Yufa carefully recalled the events of the previous night. The last thing she remembered was the party winding down. Su Hao had remained perfectly composed, even being teased by his buddies, but everything after that was a blank. I remember now. That guy drank so much last night and didn't even get drunk. I was wondering about it yesterday. It's so strange. Shin Yufa sat up and checked her clothes. They were still the same as yesterday. She couldn't help but think about the kiss she had shared with Su Hao, and the thought made her blush with embarrassment. It must have been the alcohol spurring me on. How could I have done such a thing? That guy is definitely going to be smug about it. Shin Yufa got out of bed and headed downstairs. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, she walked in and found Su Hao cooking. Oh, you're awake, my dear wife. Are you hungry? I made you a feast and even simmered some soup. Su Hao said with a smile. Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow and asked, let me ask you, you drank so much last night. How come you didn't get drunk? Ahem, well, I was in such high spirits that I managed to resist the alcohol's numbing effect. Su Hao shamelessly made up an excuse. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you think he'll believe that? Confess. Shin Yufa glared at him, her eyes blazing with anger. Well, my alcohol tolerance used to be very low. What if I said it suddenly increased recently? Would you believe me? Su Hao asked tentatively. What do you think? Shin Yufa was speechless. Su Hao shrugged. But I'm telling the truth. There's only one possibility. You've been faking your low tolerance all along. If that's the case. Shin Yufi's expression suddenly shifted. The first time she and Su Hao met at her father's place, Su Hao got drunk and took over her bed. The second time Su Hao went to Chu Xiangxiang's birthday party, came back drunk and ended up taking her first kiss. Analyzing this, hadn't he been faking it all along? You scoundrel, you lecher. You deliberately pretended to be drunk multiple times and took advantage of me. Shin Yufa immediately flew into a rage, her eyes darting to the kitchen knife in Su Hao's hand. Su Hao quickly gripped the knife tightly. Hey, you don't understand alcohol. With enough willpower, it's hard to get drunk. Oh really? Then tell me, why was your willpower so strong last night? Shin Yufa demanded angrily. Su Hao turned serious. Well, I was feeling a bit hazy at first, but after you kissed me I suddenly became wide awake. Why bring that up? Shin Yufa blushed deeply. I'm serious. When you kissed me I got goosebumps and my adrenaline must have kicked in, clearing my mind. Su Hao put on a solemn expression. You're just making things up. Could a kiss from me really have that much power? Shin Yufa scoffed. Of course it did. You're so charming. I never expected you to actually agree to it. I even suspected you might be falling for me. You? Who's falling for you? Don't talk nonsense. Shin Yufa stammered. Oh, you're not falling for me. Then why did you kiss me? Su Hao asked hesitantly. Shin Yufa fumbled for words and finally said, I was afraid that if I refused you'd lose face in front of your buddies. Really? Su Hao was taken aback. Of course it's true. Did you think I actually wanted to kiss you? Your mouth reeked of alcohol. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. So that's how it was. You made quite a sacrifice. Su Hao was a bit embarrassed. Shut up. Don't bring this up again. I was drunk back then, otherwise I would never have agreed. I'm hungry. Hurry up and set the table. Shin Yufa grumbled, then went upstairs. Su Hao realized the truth and smiled wryly. I knew it. She was drunk last night. Soon he laid out a large table full of dishes. Shin Yufa freshened up, changed into loungewear, and came downstairs. Even in simple loungewear, she was still so captivating. This woman was truly a natural beauty, endlessly pleasing to the eye. What are you staring at? Shin Yufa sat down, picked up a bowl, and ladled some soup for herself. Su Hao quickly averted his gaze and placed the braised pork ribs in front of her. Here, try my ribs. I feel like my cooking skills have improved again. You're being nice for no reason. How much is this meal? Are you trying to rip me off again? Shin Yufa had just picked up a rib when she suddenly froze. Su Hao chuckled helplessly. Don't worry, this meal is free. I made it specially to thank you for being so cooperative yesterday and helping me save face. That's more like it. Shin Yufa began eating eagerly. But after just a few bites, a car sounded outside the villa. Soon Xiao Yishuan and Xia Yu entered. Oh, Aunt, you're back. Shin Yufa was surprised. Ah, Xiaofei, you're having lunch. Great, Yu and I are starving. Xiao Yixuan's eyes lit up. Haha, awesome. Brother-in-law, you're cooking again. Xia Yu, a little foodie, was already drooling. Yes, there's a whole table of food. Come join us. Shin Yufa nodded. Then Xiao Yixuan, carrying several cloth bags, walked up to Su Hao and said warmly, Here, Su Hao, I bought you a gift from Donghai City. Huh, for me, eh? Su Hao was stunned. What had gotten into Ms. Xiao? Why was she being so nice to him all of a sudden? He took the bag and saw it was a Gucci men's belt. Ah, Aunt, you bought a gift for Su Hao. Shin Yufa was also bewildered. Her aunt had never been particularly kind to Su Hao. What was going on today? Xia Yu walked into the kitchen, grabbed a chicken leg, and took a bite, smiling as she said, Cousin, you haven't heard yet. Auntie's script was picked up by a film company, and they've decided to invest. What? Auntie, your movie got funding. Shin Yufa was overjoyed. Xiao Yixuan nodded and said happily, That's right. This time all thanks to Su Hao for revising my script. It caught the eye of Dongxian Film Media at first glance. I see. Shin Yufa looked at Su Hao in surprise. She never imagined that the script Su Hao had revised that night would truly help her aunt. Su Hao, I sincerely thank you this time. Xiao Yixuan said earnestly. Su Hao smiled. I just made a few casual tweaks. Forget what I said to you before. I've seen how you and Xiaofei feel about each other these days. As long as you treat her well, that's all that matters. Xiao Yixuan quickly added. Su Hao was somewhat surprised, never expecting this woman to have such a change of heart. Xiao Yixuan was genuinely grateful to Su Hao. Before this, she had taken her script to over a dozen film companies without any success. But when she brought the script Su Hao had helped revise, the boss of Dongxian Film Media took a liking to it immediately. Xiao Yixuan had studied directing abroad for several years, then wanted to make her mark in the career she took pride in. But her career had suffered repeated setbacks, deeply wounding her confidence. So Su Hao's help this time meant a great deal to her. This also changed her attitude towards Su Hao. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. The film company boss praised the script highly and immediately agreed to invest 5 million. Xia Yu said with a smile. Shin Yufa was taken aback. Only 5 million. Su Hao was also stunned. A 5 million investment in film production was indeed a very small budget in the current domestic film market. Xiao Yixuan nodded and sighed. Well, the investment isn't huge, but as a new director it's already pretty good. As long as this film earns a good reputation, the next one will surely secure more funding. That's right. Keep it up, Annie. Shin Yufa cheered her on. Hey, let's eat while we talk. Xia Yu quickly said. In the days that followed, Shin Yufei's aunt and Xia Yu headed to Hengyang Film Studio to prepare the crew and pre-production work. Meanwhile, Su Hao and Shin Yufa were busy at the company. Su Hao in particular was truly swamped between the technical and programming departments. After half a month of hard work, both departments finally got on track. Su Hao could finally relax a bit. One evening he sat at his computer brewing a cup of coffee. He opened the Wanhua Forex platform on his screen, a globally renowned Forex trading platform with strict financial regulation so funds were secure. A while back he had opened a dedicated Forex bank card at the bank, registered as a user on the Wanhua platform, and submitted his verification documents. Just 3 days ago his account was approved for Forex trading. During this period Su Hao didn't rush into trading since Forex is different from stocks. In the Forex market, daily trading volumes are massive and risks are enormous. So Su Hao needed to gather comprehensive information, news policies, and economic data. His system task was to earn 100 million within a month, and Forex trading was the best option. Because in Forex trading leverage is available. The Wanhua platform offered various leverage ratios such as 130, 1100, and 1500. Of course, as everyone knows, leverage is a double-edged sword. It multiplies gains and losses alike. When losses reach a certain point, the platform will directly close the position and deduct the margin, leaving investors with nothing. So Forex trading carries far greater risk than stocks. With stocks you might just be stuck, and there's still a chance to break even later. Su Hao transferred $2 million into his Forex account, equivalent to about 13 million renminbi. He put the rest of his money into the stock market. Of the $2 million, he used 1 million for trading and kept the other 1 million as margin. In the past few days, Su Hao had only made small trades just to test the waters. Beep beep. His alarm went off. It was 8:30 p.m., the overlapping trading hours of Europe and the Tom country, the most active period of the day. In the international Forex market, investors mostly trade products tied to the US dollar exchange rate. This time Su Hao targeted Euro versus US dollar because, based on his analysis of European news and economic reports, the euro was likely to plunge. On Forex platforms, price movements are measured in pips. For example, if Eurist is currently at 1,1300 and rises to 1,1301, that's an increase of 1 pip. Forex trading is done in standard lots. One standard lot equals 100 US dollars. If you trade one lot, that's 100 US dollars, and each pip movement is roughly 10 US dollars. Of course, Forex allows you to profit from both falling and rising prices, commonly known as going long or going short. Su Hao opened the order page. This time he was going short, meaning he wanted the price to drop from 1,1300 to make money. He stared at the chart. At that moment, Eurist at 1,1300 was actually rising, climbing to 1,1310 in half an hour, up 10 pips. This was clearly the opposite of Su Hao's prediction, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This was obviously an attempted rebound. It had already stalled. The trend said it all. A big drop was only a matter of time. The current rise was just handing him money. Su Hao immediately placed an order to short $1 million with leverage cranked up to 500 times. This meant his $1 million could control 500 million worth of Forex, totaling 5,000 lots. But 500x leverage meant enormous risk. Any other investor watching Su Hao's move would be stunned. Most professional investors typically use 130 leverage because at 500x, you make money fast, but you lose it just as fast. However, Su Hao had an exceptional instinct for financial Forex, plus his technical chart analysis accuracy was around 80, which was why he dared to be this bold. But even if his prediction were wrong, it wouldn't matter. His margin could hold for a while. Soon the 1,1310 figure began to plummet with no resistance whatsoever. 1,1310. 1,1308. 1,1305. 1,1270. 1,1260. 1,250. Su Hao felt a surge of excitement, his breathing turning rapid. This was all money. He had shorted 5,000 lots. Every pip drop meant a profit of $5,000 over 3,000 RMB. How could he not be thrilled? Over the next hour, Su Hao watched it keep falling. By 11 p.m., it had dropped to 1,210. He studied the chart. Today's decline was about done. A slight rebound was due. He closed his position immediately, raking in a massive 100 pip profit. $5 million, roughly 32 million renminbi. Su Hao couldn't help but marvel. Within less than 3 hours, he had earned 32 million, a speed of wealth accumulation he had never dared to imagine before. No wonder they say that in the foreign exchange market, trillions of dollars change hands every day, creating a legion of nouveau riches. At this moment, his account balance swelled. The $2 million had turned into $7 million. The next day, as expected, the Eurist rebounded to 1,260. However, the broader trend remained unchanged, and Su Hao once again activated 500x leverage, directly placing an order of $3 million. Although his account funds had increased, the margin had to be sufficient, or otherwise a loss would trigger automatic liquidation by the platform, resulting in a catastrophe. That night, he made 50 pips, raking in a staggering $7.5 million, leaving his account balance at $14.5 million. On the third night, Su Hao again used 500x leverage, placing an order of $8 million. Unexpectedly that day, the monetary policy announced by the Tom country's latest parliamentary session directly stimulated the Forex market. The euro suffered another Waterloo, with Eurist plummeting 120 pips. Su Hao entered the trade at the peak, reaping a bountiful profit. Ultimately, he earned $48 million, multiplying his capital sixfold. In the investment world, that would be a record worthy of being called a miracle. After deducting the platform's trading commissions, Su Hao's account balance stood at $62 million, equivalent to 400 million Chinese yuan. In just 3 days, Su Hao completed the system's task and received a reward of 1000 evolution points. At that moment, he felt as if his world had undergone a dramatic transformation, with money seeming like mere numbers. Just as he was thinking of continuing his assault on the Forex market for days on end, he was caught off guard the next day when several European countries released the latest regulatory policies. These policies were all aimed at addressing the recent depreciation of the euro. Su Hao knew that this wave of wealth, this gold rush, had come to an end. Because the euro was bound to appreciate in the future, and during this period the appreciation would be volatile, making the curve unstable. Su Hao withdrew all $60 million, leaving $2 million in the account. A portion bought at a low point to hold for the long term. In an instant, his account boasted 400 million yuan, making him a veritable billionaire. He had even surpassed a large number of domestic tycoons. Although many billionaires had fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions, most of their wealth was tied up in stocks. That night, Su Hao hummed a tune and returned to the villa at 10 p.m. "Good girl, so pretty, your rear is open for you, I shoulder the gun, casting out the wild waves in my heart." As he stepped into the villa, he suddenly froze, seeing Shun Yuefei still awake, watching TV. This woman who valued sleep above all else, and always went to bed before 10, what was she doing tonight? He pondered. Tomorrow seemed to be Saturday. Shin Yuefei frowned at Su Hao's return, her delicate face showing displeasure. What was wrong with this bastard lately? Humming such vulgar ditties. And she noticed that over the past few days Su Hao seemed unusually excited, though she couldn't pinpoint why. This was truly abnormal. But Shin Yufei couldn't tell what the issue was. She summed it up: Su Hao had recently exhibited the mental state of a parvenu. Specifically, he no longer ate breakfast at the company cafeteria, but went to Yonghe soy milk instead. At noon, this guy would eat KFC, ordering 6 portions of chicken wings and demanding 10 packets of ketchup. In the evening, it was even worse. He devoured 2 bowls of Lanzhou beef noodles, asking for only the beef, not the noodles. Shin Yufei wondered if it was due to the recent work pressure. She thought about it. Su Hao had indeed been diligent, busying himself day and night, often returning home only in the early hours. And he woke up early every morning, clearly sleep-deprived. If this continued, his mind would surely go haywire. Little did Shin Yufei know that the reason Su Hao came home so late recently was that he was trading forex. "Yo, old ice pop, still awake?" Su Hao said with a grin. Shin Yufei was stunned and snapped. "What did you call me?" "Old ice pop. You bastard, you're the old ice pop." Shin Yufei's brows furrowed. Su Hao raised his hand. He was actually holding an old ice pop, and said with a laugh, "I just bought one at the supermarket. I suddenly realized you're just like this old ice pop, cold and icy." "You're sick," Shin Yufei said earnestly. "Sick? Honey, I was just joking with you. Why are you cursing me?" Su Hao feigned anger. Shin Yufei replied seriously, "Su Hao, I mean, haven't you noticed lately that there's something wrong with your mental state?" "Mental state? Is there? What problem?" Su Hao said as he licked the old ice pop. "You've been somewhat hyperactive lately." Shin Yufei felt a chill of disgust, even more convinced that Su Hao was seriously ill. "Hyperactive? That's true, I admit." Su Hao nodded. In just a few days he had raked in 400 million yuan. How could he not be hyperactive? To suppress his inner excitement, Su Hao had resorted to fast food and old ice pops. If he didn't restrain himself, he feared he might lose control, bragging to everyone he met. Hearing Su Hao admit it himself, Shin Yufei's tone softened. "Are you under too much work pressure lately? I bought you some chocolate at the supermarket tonight." She took a box of chocolates from her bag and handed it to him. "Chocolate? Honey, are you preparing to confess your feelings to me?" Su Hao took the chocolate, opened a packet, and teased with a smile. "Isn't it said that sweets can release dopamine and relieve your mental anxiety?" Shin Yufei explained. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. He put the chocolate he had just taken out back. Better not eat it. He was already hyperactive, which was because of too much dopamine these days. "Why aren't you eating?" Shin Yufei was surprised. "I'd better eat less sweets. I need to maintain my 8-pack abs." Su Hao grinned. "Are you hungry? They'll cook you some tangyuan glutinous rice balls." Shin Yufei asked with concern. Su Hao was stunned. What had gotten into this ice queen? She had become so gentle, even offering to make tangyuan for him. "Well, now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry." He nodded. Shin Yufei actually went to the kitchen to cook him tangyuan. After finishing the old ice pop, Su Hao couldn't figure out what had gotten into Shin Yufei. Could it be that his dedication had truly moved her? It must be that. In a short while, Shin Yufei cooked the tangyuan and brought it over. "Eat up." She handed him the chopsticks. Su Hao took the chopsticks and asked, "Honey, have I offended you lately?" "What do you mean?" Shin Yufei frowned. "You didn't poison the tangyuan, did you?" Su Hao asked tentatively. Shin Yufei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at Su Hao's words. "Fine, don't eat if you don't want to," she huffed. "Just kidding, I'll eat." Su Hao picked up his spoon and began to eat. Shin Yufei settled onto the sofa and suggested, "How about we watch a movie?" Cough, cough. Su Hao choked on his food. "Wait a minute, who's the sick one here? Shouldn't you be off getting your beauty sleep by now? What's gotten into you wanting to watch a movie tonight?" "I just want to relax for once. Is that a problem?" Shin Yufei shot him a glare. All right, we can watch a movie." Su Hao nodded. "But what should we watch?" Shin Yufei scrolled through the TV options. Su Hao interjected, "Most of these require a membership or payment. Why don't I just grab my portable hard drive? I've got tons of movies stored on it." "Really?" "Sure." Shin Yufei nodded. Su Hao went upstairs, retrieved the hard drive, and plugged it into the TV's USB port. Shin Yufei navigated to the multimedia menu and selected the drive. It was filled with a messy array of folders. After searching for a while, she finally spotted the movies folder. Tokyo Hot. Shin Yufei noticed a folder and moved to open it. Su Hao's eyelid twitched. He hastily swallowed the tangyuan in his mouth and said, "Don't open that one. That's not a movie." "Not a movie? Then why is it in the movies folder?" Shin Yufei was curious. "Well, it's a collection of instructional videos from some teachers." Su Hao said awkwardly. "You even keep instructional videos?" Shin Yufei was taken aback. Su Hao smirked and nodded. "Of course. I'm a dedicated learner, always reviewing my studies. I don't think I've seen any of these movies." "What's Hachi a Dog's Tale about?" Shin Yufei asked. "No way. You've never seen that one?" Su Hao was surprised. "No. It's about a university professor who adopts a little Akita puppy and names him Hachi. But I suggest you don't watch it." Su Hao said solemnly. "Why not?" "Because you'll cry at the end." "I doubt it." "Then let's watch it." So Shin Yufei started the movie. They sat together on the sofa, silent, absorbed in the film. Even though he had seen it many times, Su Hao couldn't help but tear up by the end. Shin Yufei, however, remained composed. and seemed surprised to see Su Hao's tears. When the movie ended, Su Hao noticed that Shun Yufa hadn't shed a single tear. Hey wife, your tear ducts must be made of stone. You didn't even cry. Weren't you moved? Su Hao couldn't help but say. Does being moved mean I have to cry? Shun Yufa pouted. Dogs have such genuine affection for humans. I've loved having dogs since I was a kid. They're so much fun. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. Alright, I'm off to bed. Feeling sleepy, Shun Yufa headed upstairs. Su Hao checked the time. It was past midnight, but for a seasoned night owl like him, it was still early. Should he watch another movie? Maybe one of those teachers' personal lessons. Better not. That kind of film was best enjoyed alone in a private setting. So Su Hao took out his phone and logged into King of Glory. Xiangxiang Fairy, wow brother Su, you're actually online. Su Hao was a bit surprised that Chu Xiangxiang was still online at this hour. She was truly addicted to gaming. Haolang Tianxia, yeah, just passing time, thought I'd play a couple rounds. The next moment, he received a team invitation from Chu Xiangxiang. In the room. Xiangxiang Fairy, brother Su, why haven't you been online lately? Haolang Tianxia, I've been busy with work, enjoying the 996 grind. Xiangxiang Fairy, that sounds awful. Why don't you just marry me and become a son-in-law of the Chu family? Then you can take it easy. Haolang Tianxia, stop joking around, kiddo. Xiangxiang Fairy, I'm not joking. You're great at games, you meet my boyfriend's standards. Haolang Tianxia, your standards are too low. Xiangxiang Fairy, haha, but the main thing is you're handsome, brother Su. I'm a sucker for good looks. Haolang Tianxia, you're just messing with me. Xiangxiang Fairy, no I'm not. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Do you not like me? Haolang Tianxia, yep, don't like you, doghead. Xiangxiang Fairy, well, why crying loudly? Haolang Tianxia, I prefer mature women. Xiangxiang Fairy, what's so good about them? They're just gentle, kind, and never satisfied. Haolang Tianxia. Xiangxiang Fairy. Haolang Tianxia, cold sweat. Xiangxiang Fairy, brother Su, does my lowly charm, I mean my maidenly charm, not appeal to you? Haolang Tianxia, no matter what, I like mature women. Xiangxiang Fairy, then I'll introduce you to my eldest sister. She's a mature woman. Haolang Tianxia, cold sweat, if your sister sees this you better watch your back. Xiangxiang Fairy, I don't care, sideways glance, smile, am determined to make you a Chu family son-in-law. Haolang Tianxia, if you keep this up, I'm logging off. Xiangxiang Fairy, no brother Su, I'm sorry. Haolang Tianxia, ready. Xiangxiang Fairy, ready. Su Hao and Chu Xiangxiang then played 2 rounds which they easily won thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes. After those 2 games, Su Hao decided to call it quits. Haolang Tianxia, it's getting late. You shouldn't stay up so late. Get some sleep. Xiangxiang Fairy, huh? Are you already sleepy, brother Su? Su Hao found it amusing. It was almost 1 a.m. Oh, was that still considered early? Xiangxiang Fairy, by the way, brother Su, do you use Douyin? Haolang Tianxia, not really. Xiangxiang Fairy, I just started an account to make short videos. You should follow me. Haolang Tianxia, sure, send me your username. Xiangxiang Fairy, it's the same as my game name. Su Hao opened his Douyin app, searched for Chu Xiangxiang's account, and followed her. He noticed she had posted 3 videos, all of her dancing with female classmates to popular recent songs. Her account already had 5,000 followers. Xiangxiang Fairy, brother Su, you said you don't use Douyin much, but why are all your likes on videos of pretty girls? Haolang Tianxia, it's the algorithm's recommendation. Xiangxiang Fairy, brother Su, do you have a thing for black stockings? You've liked a lot of those. Haolang Tianxia, ahem, my finger slipped. Xiangxiang Fairy, humph, by the way, brother Su, are you free tomorrow afternoon? Haolang Tianxia, yes I am. Xiangxiang Fairy, great. Come over tomorrow, I need your help with something. Haolang Tianxia, with what? Xiangxiang Fairy, will tell you when you get here. They'll send you the address on WeChat. Haolang Tianxia, okay. Su Hao agreed. Chu Xiangxiang had helped him with the advertising fees, so he couldn't refuse her request for help now. Su Hao then turned off Douyin and stretched, only then remembering that he had completed the task of earning 100 million and received 1,000 evolution points. He opened the system to check. Host Su Hao. Brain LV2 abilities, advanced intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities, extraordinary vision, extraordinary reading. Ears LV2 abilities, extraordinary hearing, mind reading. Hands LV2 abilities, omnipotent, hands, supersonic hands. Skeleton LV2 abilities, platinum reinforcement. Muscles LV2 abilities, platinum reinforcement. Liver LV2 abilities, super metabolism, super detoxification. Remaining evolution points, 1,000 points. Next evolution part, mouth. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. The next part to evolve was the mouth. He pondered for a moment. Would he turn into someone with a huge mouth? If he kissed someone, would it leave a mark like a stamp? Maybe he should splurge this time and evolve his brain instead. After making his decision, Su Hao immediately said, System, initiate brain evolution. Alright, master. System, notice you have consumed 1,000 evolution points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the brain LV3 evolution. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked his new abilities. Brain LV3 abilities, advanced intelligence, super comprehension. Super comprehension. What kind of ability was this? Su Hao had some understanding of the system. Its abilities were usually ranked as basic, advanced, super, or extraordinary. Generally, the extraordinary tier meant surpassing the mortal realm. But super was appearing for the first time. Could super mean supernatural power? System, what is this ability? Master Super Comprehension, as the name suggests, is comprehension that surpasses ordinary abilities. Su Hao was speechless. How is this explanation any different from not explaining at all? Comprehension. Shouldn't comprehension be included in intelligence? That's right, that's ordinary comprehension. But this is beyond the ordinary. Master's comprehension is broader and deeper, and what you comprehend is more extensive, not limited to reading and studying. System, just give me an example. Su Hao felt the system needed an update, it talked too much. Alright, host. Example 001. For instance, if Master sees the wind blowing a big tree, your brain's super comprehension can analyze the wind force. Huh, that's strong. It truly was super. Example 002. For instance, if Master sees a pile of sand, your brain's super comprehension can calculate the volume of the sand. So with just a glance, his brain could compute. Example 003. For instance, if Master watches a boxing championship, your brain's super comprehension can learn even more exquisite boxing techniques and footwork. Well, that's awesome. It felt like the heavenly reversal skill copying others' martial arts. Example 004. For instance, if Master sees a beautiful woman, your brain's super comprehension can analyze her bust, hip, and height measurements. Ahem, couldn't I already do that before? Example 005. For instance, if Master sees a moving car, your brain's super comprehension can analyze its speed. Su Hao quickly said, Okay, system, I understand. No more examples needed. Alright, Master, come on, the system's voice replied, sounding sexy and soft. Su Hao was caught between laughter and tears. When did its voice mode change to that of a mature woman? System, changed the voice back to a cool, mature one. The system replied, Alright, you rascal. Didn't you say you like mature women yourself? Su Hao's mouth twitched. This system was also mischievous. Super comprehension, it seemed, was indeed a powerful ability. This LV3 ability was truly different. He wondered what the LV4 ability would be. It's just that LV4 requires 5,000 evolution points. That's way too many. It's getting late, time to sleep. Su Hao glanced at the time and went upstairs. When he entered the bedroom, Shin Yuefei was already asleep, her breathing soft and even. Just as he reached the bedside, he suddenly heard Shin Yuefei's voice. Su Hao, I want. Su Hao's eyelid twitched. Did he hear that right? This woman said she wanted it. He turned to look. Shin Yuefei still had her eyes closed. So it was just sleep talking. Honey, what do you want? This rascal asked cooperatively, a mischievous grin on his face. Shin Yuefei turned over groggily. Ahem. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. That single from her made his bones feel weak. I wonder what kind of dirty dream this woman is having. She's not dreaming about. Tisk, this woman is also being restless. Su Hao couldn't help but think. He would definitely ask her about it tomorrow. Then he lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, Shin Yuefei woke up, sat up, and stretched. Taking advantage of Su Hao still being asleep, she put on her bra. She glanced at him. He was lying there spread-eagled in the shape of a wood character. Shin Yuefei's pretty face flushed red. Although she was used to it after all this time, she still couldn't help but blush and feel hot every time. She really couldn't figure out if Su Hao was being held hostage by his bladder. At that moment, Shin Yuefei suddenly remembered that she seemed to have had a dream last night, and it was a shameful one. She immediately glared at Su Hao. It was all his fault. Afterwards, she changed into her sportswear, went for her usual run, and upon returning, went into the kitchen. For some reason, she was in a great mood today. How about making a meal? But Shin Yuefei didn't know how to cook. Standing in the kitchen, she felt a bit lost. So she opened the fridge, looked inside, and saw eggs and noodles. She decided to cook some noodles. But if she made the noodles now, and Su Hao wasn't up yet, wouldn't they get soggy? Shin Yuefei went straight upstairs, entered the bedroom, and kicked Su Hao's leg. Hey, lazy pig, get up. Isn't today Saturday? I don't have work. Su Hao mumbled drowsily with his eyes closed. Get up. They'll cook some noodles for you, Shin Yuefei said. What did you say? Su Hao woke up with a start from his dream. I said I'll cook some noodles for you, Shin Yuefei repeated. You'll cook some noodles for me. Honey, don't scare me. Su Hao's voice stammered. Shin Yuefei frowned and said, Are you going to eat them or not? If not, I'm leaving. Su Hao's eyelid twitched, and he put on a troubled expression, saying this. I really can't accept it all of a sudden. Why is it so hard for you to just eat some noodles? Shin Yuefei said, a little angry. Huh, noodles? Su Hao was stunned. Yes, noodles. Are you eating or not? Oh, cooking noodles. What else would it be? Yes, I'll eat. Go ahead and cook them. Su Hao suddenly realized he was still half asleep and had misunderstood. Then hurry up and get up to wash your face and brush your teeth, or else the noodles will get soggy. After saying that, Shin Yuefei went downstairs. Su Hao nodded and yawned. Only then did he remember the dream Shin Yuefei had last night. Moments later, Su Hao descended the stairs, brimming with anticipation. Today Shin Yuefei had actually offered to cook him noodles. Well, cook noodles for him. This was utterly unexpected. Wasn't this the woman who claimed she had never set foot in a kitchen? What's that smell, eh? Su Hao caught a whiff as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs. Damn, something's burning. He rushed into the kitchen to find Shin Yuefei frying eggs, the ones in the pan already charred beyond recognition, blackened and ruined. Hey, what are you doing in here? Shin Yuefei looked a bit embarrassed. Su Hao was caught between laughter and tears. How did you burn the eggs this badly? It's my first time. I can't control the heat well, Shin Yuefei said, feeling dejected. Weren't you going to cook noodles? Why are you frying eggs? Su Hao asked, puzzled. I thought I'd fry an egg first, Shin Yuefei said, helplessly pouring the eggs out and scrubbing the pan. But as she lifted the pot, she accidentally touched the rim and burned herself. Ouch! Su Hao quickly took the pot from her hands. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a little burn, Shin Yuefei said sheepishly. Su Hao shook his head. You'd better wait outside. They'll cook the noodles. At this rate, I'm afraid you'll set the whole kitchen on fire. Oh, come on, I do know how to turn the stove on and off, Shin Yuefei retorted defiantly. You'd better save those pretty hands for reading, writing, and cracking melon seeds. If you burn them into pig trotters, we can serve them with drinks, Su Hao joked. Your hands are the pig trotters. Shin Yuefei had no choice but to surrender the kitchen to Su Hao. She watched as he moved about swiftly, his movements remarkably skilled. She half suspected that hidden somewhere in his personal belongings there must be a chef's license. Before long, Su Hao emerged with 2 bowls of noodles, each topped with a perfectly fried egg and slices of braised beef. Wow, that smells amazing, Shin Yuefei said, her appetite whetted. Su Hao teased. Honey, your cooking skills are seriously lacking. How are you ever going to find a husband? Aren't I already married? Shin Yuefei murmured softly. Huh? Su Hao was taken aback. What did she mean? Was she not going to pay the million? Realizing how her words could be misconstrued, Shin Yuefei quickly added, I meant if I wanted to get married, I could do so anytime. True, you're pretty, so you're right. Even if you were just a pretty vase, plenty of men would want you, Su Hao nodded. What's that supposed to mean? My affairs are none of your concern, Shin Yuefei pouted. What I mean is you could learn to cook. It's always good to have more skills, Su Hao suggested with a grin. Maybe I should learn, Shin Yuefei murmured. Sometimes she found men who could cook to be quite charming and attractive. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. How about it? I can teach you a few tricks sometime. Sure, Shin Yuefei nodded. Su Hao rubbed his fingers together and chuckled, but my teaching fees aren't cheap. I knew you'd have an ulterior motive, trying to make some extra cash off me again, Shin Yuefei laughed despite herself. Tisk, with a smile like that I almost feel like teaching you for free, Su Hao sighed. Her smile was truly both rare and beautiful. You're incorrigible, Shin Yuefei said, lowering her head to continue eating. By the way, honey, what did you dream about last night? Su Hao asked, raising an eyebrow. Gulp, Shin Yuefei stammered. Last night. I didn't dream anything. No dreams. But I clearly heard you talking in your sleep. Su Hao said, scratching his head. I talked in my sleep. What? What did I say? Shin Yuefei felt a twinge of anxiety. Could that embarrassing dream she had last night have caused her to blurt out something mortifying? You called my name, Su Hao reminded her. Called your name. Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes flickered, her breath quickening. That's right, you called my name, and then you said, I want. Seeing Shin Yuefei's nervous, flustered state, it was clear she remembered last night's dream. I want. What? You must have misheard. Shin Yuefei quickly shook her head. Reminded by Su Hao, the dream from last night became even more vivid in her mind. Su Hao quickly added, Impossible, I heard it clearly. I even asked you at the time. You asked me? Yeah, I asked what you wanted. Then what did I say? Shin Yuefei was both frightened and curious. You really don't remember? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Shin Yuefei nodded. A smirk played on Su Hao's lips. Alright, then let's forget it. This made Shin Yuefei anxious. What did I say? Just tell me. Didn't you say you didn't dream? Or are you remembering now? Su Hao grinned mischievously. Shin Yuefei stammered. I remember a little. You tell me first, what did I say? Su Hao raised an eyebrow and said slyly. I asked what you wanted and you said. You wanted me to pamper you. You're lying. I would never say that. Shin Yuefei glared at him. Oh really? Then tell me, what did you dream about last night? Su Hao was intrigued. Shin Yuefei immediately played dumb, shooting him a glare. I can't remember clearly either. All I remember is that you were in my dream, and you made me angry. Made you angry? How did I manage that? Su Hao pressed on. Shin Yuefei pouted. Why do you keep asking? I told you I don't remember. Do you at least remember where I made you angry? What was the location? In bed? In the car? In a field? Or in a park? Su Hao asked with a wicked grin. What nonsense. I don't remember. Shin Yuefei quickly shook her head. But involuntarily her mind flashed back to the dream. It had been in the bathroom. Seeing that Shin Yuefei was deliberately hiding it, Su Hao became even more curious. But since she refused to say, there was nothing he could do. Alright, if you don't remember then forget it, he said, dropping the subject. Shin Yuefei finished her bowl of noodles, still wanting more. By the way, do you have any plans today? She asked, looking at Su Hao. Yes, I'm meeting a girl this afternoon, Su Hao replied. Meeting a girl? Who? Shin Yufa pressed. Su Hao paused then squinted with a smile. Why? Are you so nervous about my date? Who's nervous? Who's nervous? Shin Yufa repeated, clearly not meaning it. Alright, I'll tell you. It's that girl Xiangxiang who asked me out, Su Hao said directly. Shin Yufa was stunned. Chu Xiangxiang. What does she want with you? What else could it be? I've got to put in the effort to become the Chu family's son-in-law, Su Hao joked deliberately. Shin Yufa felt inexplicably nervous upon hearing Su Hao's response. You want to be the Chu family's son-in-law? What do you think? Su Hao grinned. Shin Yufa snorted. Aren't you just an old cow grazing on young grass? Have you no shame? I'm 25, only 7 years older than Chu Xiangxiang. That's perfectly normal, isn't it? Su Hao said shamelessly. Shin Yufa said exasperated. I think you just want to take the easy way out, right? Haha, honey, you actually believe that. What you said isn't true. Su Hao said with a wry smile, of course it's not true. Chu Xiangxiang just needed my help with something. I got advertising fees thanks to her, so I'm here to thank her in person. Shin Yufa felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Su Hao's words. You really should thank her. So honey, what are you up to today? Shin Yufa replied. Xinjia Yunqijia, and I have plans to go shopping. The three of you are going shopping. Su Hao was stunned. Yes, what about it? But you three are the signature flowers of our Hongxing group. If you go out shopping, you'll attract a swarm of admirers. Oh, get out of here. Shin Yufa shot him a glare and said, I thought you had nothing to do, so I was considering getting a free bag carrier. Bag carrier. Even if I had nothing to do, I wouldn't be your bag carrier. Su Hao shook his head directly. What? You're not happy to be a bag carrier for 3 beautiful women like us? Shin Yufa was speechless. As they say, 3 women make a drama. All that chattering would be like being around a nagging monk. I don't deserve such a blessing. Su Hao said awkwardly. Shin Yufa was left speechless. In the afternoon, Su Hao drove his Lamborghini to East Lake Villa District following the location Chu Xiangxiang had given him. This was the legendary mysterious wealthy enclave of Yanbei. The Villa District was developed by the Chu Group, and when it first launched it attracted a large number of wealthy individuals from Yanbei. It was said that the current property prices for each villa had already exceeded 100 million yuan. Of course, such luxury villas weren't something you could buy just because you had the money. Su Hao drove to the entrance of the district where a security guard asked him a few questions before calling Chu Xiangxiang's villa to confirm, and only then allowed him to drive in. The Chu family's villa was also easy to spot. It was Villa No. 1. When Su Hao drove up to Villa No. 1, he realized it was practically an estate. At that moment, a security guard walked over and asked politely, Hello, are you Mr. Su? Su Hao nodded. Our young lady has informed us about you. Would you like me to help with parking it? The security guard offered proactively. Su Hao nodded, tossed the car keys to the guard, and walked towards the villa. As he approached the villa entrance, he saw several servants trimming the greenery. Hello, Mr. Su. These servants all bowed and greeted him upon seeing him. Besides them, he also noticed several Filipino maids. Su Hao was a bit surprised. This truly was the world of the wealthy. Shug. Just then Chu Xiangxiang walked out of the villa waving at Su Hao. Today she wore an orange printed t-shirt on top and a pleated school-style skirt, with a pair of long, fair, and slender legs complemented by white sneakers exuding a vibrant youthful aura. Xiangxiang, is this your home? Su Hao asked. Chu Xiangxiang nodded and said yes it is. Is old Master Chu at home? My dad. He's not home. Chu Xiangxiang said with a giggle. Shug, let's go inside and talk. Chu Xiangxiang pulled him into the villa. The villa's interior was magnificently decorated with vast, grand, and resplendent halls. In the living room, there were also 2 girls around Chu Xiangxiang's age. They were both quite pretty, but compared to Chu Xiangxiang they paled in comparison. Shug, these are my classmates. This is Lulu, and this is Yao Yao. Chu Xiangxiang introduced them. Wow, he's really a handsome guy. Yao Yao's eyes lit up with admiration. Tisk tisk, Xiangxiang's taste can't be bad. Lulu said with a laugh. Both of them waved to Su Hao in greeting. Su Hao responded with a smile, and then asked Xiangxiang, didn't you say you needed my help with something? Chu Xiangxiang's lively eyes twinkled as she pointed to her 2 friends, and said, Shug, what do you think of my 2 classmates? Su Hao was taken aback. What did she mean? They looked fine, but why ask him that? They're both beauties. So Shug, is there one you like? What? Xiangxiang, are you trying to set me up? Su Hao felt embarrassed. That's right, Shug. Aren't you single? Chu Xiangxiang said slyly. Who said that? I'm married. Su Hao said seriously. Alright, sure you're married. Chu Xiangxiang didn't believe him at all. Just then Yao Yao and Lulu walked up with mischievous grins. Handsome, how about me? I have a gentle personality. Lulu introduced herself. Handsome, what about me? I might have a bit of a temper, but I'm very cute. Yao Yao said with a giggle. Su Hao deliberately said, Hey, if you keep this up I'm leaving. At that Chu Xiangxiang and her 2 friends couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chu Xiangxiang laughed. Haha, Shug, look how scared you got. We're just teasing you. Shug, sorry about this. It was all Xiangxiang's idea. Lulu stuck out her tongue. Yeah, Xiang wanted to prank you. Yao Yao said with a laugh. Su Hao feigned anger. Xiang, I knew you were being naughty. Don't take advantage of your Shug's good temper. If I get angry, I can be quite scary. Chu Xiang quickly stepped forward, linked her arm with Su Hao's and said, Alright, Shug, we were just joking with you. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? That's more like it. Su Hao saw that the young girl's attitude was sincere enough. So Shug, how scary are you when you get angry? Chu Xiang asked with a look of adorable curiosity. Su Hao deliberately raised his hand and snorted, If I get angry, have you seen my palm? Brother Su, if you're angry, are you going to spank my bottom? Chu Xiang giggled. That's right, scared. Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Not scared, rather a bit excited. Chu Xiang bounced exaggeratedly. Su Hao was speechless. These modern young girls, he couldn't keep up. Giggle. Lulu and Yao Yao both laughed. Come, everyone sit down. Chu Xiang pulled Su Hao to the sofa and sat down. At that moment, a Filipino maid brought a cup of coffee and placed it before Su Hao. Alright, Brother Su, I won't tease you anymore. You've seen my Douyin, right? Chu Xiang's playfulness turned seriousness. I recognized them. They're the two who danced with you. Su Hao glanced at Lulu and Yao Yao. Brother Su, Douyin short videos are incredibly popular now. Many self-media creators have blown up. Not long ago, there was that Pure and Desire Ceiling who gained millions of followers in a day. Chu Xiang wore an envious expression. I know that. Su Hao nodded. Of course you know, Brother Su. Your liked section is the beautiful girls zone, ha. Chu Xiang covered her mouth with a laugh. Su Hao's face reddened. So you want to make short videos too? What do you think? Are the three of us good-looking enough? We should be able to attract some fans. Chu Xiang tossed her hair. Su Hao nodded and said, Of course, you're all so beautiful. I saw that many people liked your previous dance videos. Chu Xiang shook her head. I think just dancing videos are boring, so I discussed with them, and we could shoot short drama clips. Short drama clips. Su Hao thought about it. On Douyin, there were indeed many who filmed skits. For example, blind date episodes starting from day one of recording. Or stories like Introduced by My Second Uncle, a messy stew of ex-wife and current wife, or even recording how many days since divorce. Though most were fake, they still attracted many fans. That's why I asked Brother Su to help. Help? You want me to be your cameraman? Su Hao was taken aback. Chu Xiang's bright eyes curved, and she said with a giggle, No, I want Brother Su to be our male lead. Male lead? Su Hao was stunned. I've already thought of a name. We'll call the Douyin account 3 Beautiful Female Roommates. Chu Xiang revealed her idea. Filming a short drama about co-ed living. The kind where there's a camera on the head filming daily life. Today flirting with you, tomorrow breaking up with you, the day after tomorrow flirting with another. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. He had seen too many of these short videos. Exactly. Brother Su, let me take you to our prop room. Chu Xiang then led Su Hao to a room on the second floor of the villa where there were many props. Look at these clothes. There are mature women's styles, Lolita's black stockings, short skirts, and many more like school uniforms and ancient costumes. Chu Xiang opened the wardrobe, revealing a dazzling array. Su Hao had to admit that Chu Xiang had done her preparation well. The props were complete, like a TV drama prop team, complete with professional photography, lights, and green screens. Xiang, you've prepared so much. Are you serious about this? Su Hao couldn't help saying. Chu Xiang nodded with a serious look. Of course, I'm treating it as a startup. I want to show my dad that I'm not just a pretty vase. Su Hao thought for a moment and said, Xiang, if you really want to make short videos as a business, I think you should consider a different theme. A different theme? Chu Xiang and her two classmates were startled. Su Hao said, Exactly. Short drama clips like these are too common on Douyin, and they have no technical difficulty. Anyone can imitate them. That's true. Chu Xiang nodded. Moreover, this type of short video has limited potential for monetization in the future. Su Hao analyzed. Then Brother Su, you think we should keep dancing? The metaverse concept is quite popular now. I think you could try it. Recently, there's that Lu something, she who's been trending. Su Hao proactively suggested. Lulu said beside him, I've seen that one. The videos are really well made. Yao Yao also said, yes, the special effects in her videos are excellent. Su Hao nodded and said, you could do something like that too. For example, conceive a virtual world of spiritual energy revival set in an urban backdrop and develop an IP around spiritual energy revival in the future. Brother Su, I understand, but such videos require a special effects team. We can't handle that. Chu Xiang said gloomily. In the short video field, turning a short video's visuals into something like a sci-fi blockbuster would indeed be a dimensionality reduction attack. But that required a professional team. Su Hao curled his lips and said, that's simple. Video editing and special effects production are easy for me. Did you forget that I'm an IT professional? Brother Su, you know this too. Chu Xiang was astonished. Ahem, just a little bit. Su Hao humbly replied. He had recently learned a lot about special effects production and photography, and he was itching to use his skills. That's great. Brother Su, tell us your ideas. Well, cooperate. Chu Xiangxiang clapped her hands in delight. So the group sat together, and Su Hao roughly outlined a concept. In 2030, one day a mysterious fog descended. It was eerie and sinister, and after 100 days it dissipated. But in the gleaming city, many strange occurrences happened. Finally, countries discovered through research that Blue Star was undergoing a spiritual energy revival. Many demons and monsters lurked in cities around the world, often causing chaos. Among humans, some began to awaken supernatural abilities. Chu Xiangxiang accidentally obtained a spirit orb that could transform into an azure dragon spiritual pet. With the help of the spiritual pet azure dragon, Chu Xiangxiang quickly grew into a demon-slaying empress warrior. Chu Xiangxiang and her two classmates were thrilled upon hearing this main storyline. While this story sounds mysterious, I can't help but want to watch it. Exactly, Xiangxiang, as a female warrior, you'll definitely attract many fans. Lulu and Yao Yao applauded in approval. Chu Xiangxiang was also excited, but she asked with some concern, Brother Su, do you think I can really pull it off? How about this, you have a green screen here. First I'll make a special effects trailer for you. After we release it we can see how the market responds. Su Hao offered proactively. Su Hao then transformed into a director standing before the camera, as Chu Xiangxiang took her place in front of the green screen. Following his instructions, she imagined a spirit pearl in her hand, waving her arm to perform a series of motions. In no time her part was done, and Su Hao immediately installed several software programs on his computer to begin crafting the special effects. Crafting the special effects proved far more troublesome than coding. Even for someone as skilled as Su Hao, it was quite time-consuming. After all, Chu Xiangxiang's scene had no background, just the green screen, which slowed down the process considerably. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangxiang, Lulu, and Yao Yao sat off to the side playing games. Finally, at 4 in the afternoon, Su Hao finished the special effects. A solid 3 hours of work. Done. He stretched his arms with a satisfied sigh. Wow, Brother Su, you're finished. Chu Xiangxiang and the others quickly gathered around. Su Hao immediately played the finished short video. The opening scene showed a school playground where a beautiful girl appeared. None other than Chu Xiangxiang. She looked around, saw no one nearby, and opened her palm. In her hand, a spirit pearl glowed brilliantly like a luminous pearl in the night. But at that moment the pearl suddenly floated up from her palm. A burst of rainbow light appeared, and the pearl swiftly transformed into a majestic azure dragon, exuding overwhelming power. The dragon's body became as large as Lingus, coiling and twisting as it soared into the sky. The next moment a resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens. The dragon flew through the air for a while before descending to perch on Chu Xiangxiang's shoulder. Just then a blue light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she cast her gaze back toward the playground. Above the playground, several hideous demons appeared floating in midair, without feet, searching for suitable bodies to possess. The students playing basketball on the field were their targets. At that point the trailer ended with the words "Stay tuned" appearing on the screen. Wow! Chu Xiangxiang and the others couldn't help but scream in amazement at the special effects. Brother Su, you're incredible! Chu Xiangxiang exclaimed in awe. Yeah, this looks like something straight out of Disney, Lulu marveled. Oh, this trailer is definitely going to blow up once it's posted, Yao Yao said excitedly. Su Hao then sent the short video to Chu Xiangxiang, who uploaded it directly to Douyin. Brother Su, you're so talented. You made such amazing special effects all by yourself. Chu Xiangxiang beamed with joy. I wonder if the netizens will like it. Let's see how it goes, Su Hao said, uncertain whether Douyin users would appreciate this kind of content. Brother Su, you've helped me so much. How should I thank you? Chu Xiangxiang rolled her eyes thoughtfully. No need for thanks. You helped me before too. That's different, Brother Su. Since you've helped me, how about I introduce my big sister to you? Chu Xiangxiang said slyly. Ahem, cut it out, Su Hao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chu Xiangxiang burst into laughter. Just kidding, Brother Su. How about this? A classmate of mine is having a birthday party at a bar tonight. Why don't you come with us? Your classmate's birthday? Wouldn't it be awkward for me to tag along? Su Hao was taken aback. What's awkward about it? They're all bringing friends, Chu Xiangxiang explained. Yeah, Brother Su, you should come too. Lulu and Yao Yao chimed in with invitations. Honestly, Su Hao didn't really want to go. He felt he had little in common with these young people. Chu Xiangxiang immediately grabbed his arm and pouted. Brother Su, please come. The bar can be a rowdy place. Would you feel at ease letting me go alone? If you're there you can protect me. Alright, I'll go with you then, Su Hao said, unable to resist a woman's pleading. He quickly gave in. Great. Chu Xiangxiang was overjoyed. Xiangxiang, Yao Yao, and I will head home to change. We'll see you tonight, Lulu said. Lulu said. Okay, sounds good, Chu Xiangxiang nodded. With that, Lulu and Yao Yao left. Chu Xiangxiang then pulled Su Hao to sit down and asked, by the way, Brother Su, do you read novels? Novels? I read them occasionally. Then let me recommend one to you. It's called The Hidden Dragon, and it's really good. It's on Fanxia Novel, Chu Xiangxiang said, quickly pulling up the app on her phone and holding it up to Su Hao. The Hidden Dragon. Su Hao was surprised, never expecting that Chu Xiangxiang read the novel he had written. He glanced down and happened to see that her Fanxia Novel nickname was 36D Little Tyrant. Wait a minute. That nickname seemed so familiar. Su Hao suddenly remembered. Wasn't that the top spender on his novel The Hidden Dragon Support Leaderboard? He recalled checking the author's dashboard last time, and seeing that 36D Little Tyrant had tipped a whopping 1.2 million yuan. So this generous benefactor was none other than little Chu Xiangxiang. Of course, she was the heiress of the Chu Corporation, so money was never an issue for her. So Xiangxiang, how much pocket money do you get each month? Su Hao asked curiously. Chu Xiangxiang was taken aback. Pocket money? I'm not sure. Maybe over 1 million. I don't really spend it, but my dad sends me money every month. 1 million. Su Hao's mouth twitched. 1 million as pocket money. Well, that was the life of the rich, he supposed. No wonder Chu Xiangxiang had tipped so much to his novel. What's wrong, brother Su? Are you short on cash? I've got over 10 million in my account. Want me to lend you some? Chu Xiangxiang offered generously. Su Hao felt a wave of gratitude. To be fair, Chu Xiangxiang had always been good to him. Xiangxiang, you've got the wrong idea. What I mean is, even if you have plenty of pocket money, you shouldn't tip so much to the Hidden Dragon anymore. He quickly explained. Chu Xiangxiang was stunned and asked, why not? Brother Su, this novel is genuinely amazing. Well, this novel. I wrote it. Su Hao said helplessly, finally revealing the truth. Chu Xiangxiang was utterly dumbfounded. What? Brother Su, are you saying this novel is written by you? Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Su Hao nodded. I get it now, brother Su. You're pulling my leg. Chu Xiangxiang didn't believe him. Su Hao found it both amusing and frustrating. He took out his phone and opened his Fanxia novel author's assistant app. Here, take a look. This is the author's dashboard, he said, showing her the back-end data. Brother Su, it really is written by you. Chu Xiangxiang's eyes widened in shock, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Yeah, it's really mine. Believe me now. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Oh my god, no way. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? Chu Xiangxiang suddenly jumped up. What are you doing? Su Hao frowned. What am I doing? You haven't updated in days. What do you think I'm doing? I'm here to demand an update. Chu Xiangxiang huffed angrily. Su Hao was taken aback. He had been busy trading foreign exchange these past few days, which was why he hadn't updated his story. Haha, I was just busy recently, and forgot to update, he explained with a smile. Chu Xiangxiang giggled, and said, you need to update faster then. Su Gij, can you tell me what happens next in the plot? No, I can't give away spoilers. Su Hao shook his head. Oh, then when will you update? Tomorrow, I suppose. You have to keep your word, Su Gij. Chu Xiangxiang looked at him with anticipation. I didn't know you were the top donor before, so please don't give me any more tips from now on, Su Hao said seriously. How can that be? Su Gij, you're truly talented. The thrilling parts are so exciting, and the relationship between the male and female leads is so captivating. I was moved, so I tipped you. How about this, from now on, I'll just transfer the tip money directly to you, Su Gij. Chu Xiangxiang said earnestly. What would you transfer it to me for? Just keep following the story. Su Hao waved his hands dismissively. Oh my, I can't believe the author I admire is right beside me. Tsk tisk, what a delightful surprise. Chu Xiangxiang couldn't help but sigh. Xiangxiang, don't even mention it. Look at the name you chose, 36 Little Bully. It's hilarious, Su Hao teased. Chu Xiangxiang giggled funny. I was just being realistic. Realistic? Su Hao was stunned. Su Gij, come on, let me show you my room. Chu Xiangxiang suddenly came over and tried to pull Su Hao upstairs. Ahem, what are we going to your room for? Su Hao asked curiously. I have lots of cute plushies and figurines in my room, they're really beautiful, Chu Xiangxiang said. Just as the two of them reached the living room, a graceful figure walked in. It was none other than Chu Xiangxiang's second sister, Chu Lianxia. Huh, second sister, why are you back? Chu Xiangxiang was surprised. Oh, I just came back to pick up something. Huh, Su Hao? Chu Lianxia was a bit taken aback. Sister Lianxia, Su Hao quickly greeted her. Second sister, I invited Su Gij over to play today. Is that so? Su Hao, since it's your first time here, this girl hasn't been teasing you, has she? Chu Lianxia asked. Ahem, no, she hasn't. Su Hao shook his head. From her second sister's words, he could tell that Chu Xiangxiang usually enjoyed teasing people. Second sister, how could I tease Su Gij? I was just thinking of taking him to my room to see my figurines, Chu Xiangxiang pouted. Chu Lianxiao retorted, your Su Gij is an adult now. Do you think everyone is like you, still into playing with figurines? So what if I'm an adult? Plenty of adults like figurines, Chu Xiangxiang said coquettishly. Su Hao, since you're here, why don't you stay for a simple dinner? They'll have the servants prepare something, Chu Lianxia said generously. Sister Lianxia, no need to be so polite. I promised Xiangxiang I'd accompany her to a classmate's birthday party, Su Hao explained. Right. Second sister, in a bit Su Gij is going to take me to a bar, Chu Xiangxiang said with a grin. A bar? You college kids sure know how to have fun, Chu Lianxia said, a little speechless. Su Hao quickly interjected, Xiangxiang, I think it's about time. Why don't you go upstairs and change? We'll head out soon. They'll chat with Sister Lianxia down here for a bit. Alright, I'll go upstairs and change then. Chu Xiangxiang nodded and bounded up the stairs. Just then a servant brought over some tea, and Chu Lianxiao invited Su Hao to sit on the living room sofa. No sooner had they sat down than Chu Lianxia asked bluntly, Su Hao, be honest with me. Are you and Xiangxiang dating? Ahem, Sister Lianxia, you've got it wrong. I think of Xiangxiang as a sister, Su Hao said, a little embarrassed. Haha, Su Hao, no need to be nervous. By the way, you said you wanted to chat with me. Is there something on your mind? Chu Lianxia changed the subject. Su Hao nodded and said, Sister Lianxia, there is actually something I'd like to ask for your help with. You don't need to be polite with me. Just say whatever it is, Chu Lianxia said generously. Su Hao asked, Sister Lianxia, do you usually trade stocks? Stocks? Of course. Our family has its own family fund, and we regularly invest in stocks, funds, futures, and the like. In fact, I've been planning to buy some semiconductor stocks recently, Chu Lianxia said. Besides overseeing corporate planning and marketing at the Chu Group, she also managed the family fund. Su Hao was taken aback and said, seriously, Sister Lianxia, semiconductors were all the rage last year, with almost all related stocks soaring. But this year I think the trend is starting to shift. You might want to consider investing in new energy. New energy. But the semiconductor sector has recently pulled back, which seems like a good opportunity. Chu Lianxia had just finished analyzing and researching future stock trends. No, the semiconductor decline hasn't even reached its midpoint. For at least the next 6 months, it's unlikely to recover, Su Hao stated his judgment. We'll look into it more later. Chu Lianxia nodded, though she was somewhat skeptical of Su Hao's analysis given how young he was. Su Hao continued, what I wanted to ask for your help with, Sister Lianxia, is also about stocks. I was hoping you could help me buy some. You want me to buy stocks for you? Which stock? Chu Lianxia was stunned. Hongxing Technology, Su Hao replied. Hongxing Technology. Isn't that the stock of the company you work for? You could just buy it yourself. Why do you need my help? Chu Lianxia was a bit puzzled. Well, Sister Lianxia, it's a bit complicated. Let me explain slowly. Su Hao then went on to explain his reasons. I see. Alright, Su Hao, leave this to me. Chu Lianxia agreed readily. Thank you very much, Sister Lianxia. Su Hao expressed his gratitude quickly. Just then Chu Xiangxiang came downstairs, having changed her clothes. Su Hao had heard from Shun Yuefei before that Chu Xiangxiang was the campus belle of the Media University, and with her status as the eldest daughter of the Chu Group, she had countless admirers. Second sister, do you think I look pretty? Chu Xiangxiang twirled in front of them, her skirt swaying with the movement. I'm beautiful, but you're going to a bar. Why dress so beautifully? Go back to your room and change into jeans, Chu Lianxia said directly. Hey, second sister, you're too old-fashioned. Can't I wear a skirt to a bar? Chu Xiangxiang was a bit displeased. Chu Lianxia said with some irritation. A place like a bar is crowded and noisy with all kinds of people. A girl should know how to protect herself, understand? I know that's why I'm asking Brother Su to come with me. Chu Xiangxiang stepped forward and linked arms with Su Hao. Hey, you little girl, not listening to me again. Chu Lianxia was displeased. Second sister, you have the nerve to say that. You and second brother-in-law met in a bar? Chu Xiangxiang said softly. Cough cough, you little girl, you'll drive me crazy, Chu Lianxia said, fuming. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh, and quickly said, Xiangxiang, go change into some pants. Bars always have the air conditioning on, you'll catch a cold. Oh, alright then, I'll listen to Brother Su. Chu Xiangxiang nodded obediently, then hopped upstairs like a little rabbit. Chu Lianxia was speechless. Well, her words didn't work, but Su Hao's single sentence was so effective. Alas, Su Hao, you see, no matter how big a shot someone is outside at home, they have to put up with this girl's temper. Sometimes, even my dad gets so angry his beard stands on end, Chu Lianxia complained with a smile. Su Hao laughed. Sister Lianxia, we've all been through that age. Think back to when we first started college, weren't we all like that? True, Chu Lianxia agreed wholeheartedly. She had been quite rebellious herself back then. Su Hao, at the bar tonight, please keep an eye on Xiangxiang. She's inexperienced, and our family is afraid she might be deceived, and even help count the money. Chu Lianxia added a reminder. Don't worry, Sister Lianxia, Su Hao nodded. Soon Chu Xiangxiang came downstairs in a pair of slim-fitting gray jeans. That's more like it, Chu Lianxia nodded in satisfaction. Teehee, second sister, you have fun at home. I'm leaving with Brother Su. Chu Xiangxiang pulled Su Hao and ran out of the villa. By the way, Brother Su, did you drive here? My car is parked over there. Su Hao pointed to his Lamborghini. Great. Finally, I don't have to ride in the Lincoln my dad arranged. It's so ugly, Chu Xiangxiang clapped her hands in delight. Then the two got into the car. Su Hao started the engine, heading for Yanbei's Wulatin Bar Street. Wulatin Bar Street is very famous in Yanbei, and even throughout Huaxia, because it gathers 40 of Yanbei's bars, and many tourists come here every day to check in. Among them, many bar singers have become famous starting here. Brother Su, look up ahead is the Heiweizi Bar. Chu Xiangxiang pointed from the passenger seat. Su Hao saw the very famous Heiweizi Bar. It was said that famous singers often performed there, and various activities were held every night, making it very popular among young people. At that moment, his Lamborghini had just driven in, attracting the attention of many women. On the bar street, there were many such women whose goal was to hunt men. However, when these women saw Chu Xiangxiang sitting in the passenger seat, they felt inferior. Su Hao parked the car in the front parking lot and got out. The lot was filled with various brands of sports cars, showing how popular Wulatin Bar Street was. Brother Su, do you know why the Heiweizi Bar is so popular? Chu Xiangxiang asked proactively. Why, Su Hao grinned. Chu Xiangxiang explained, because the big star Lin Xiaoni used to sing here when she was in school. Big star Lin Xiaoni, the one known as pure and jade-like, the female singer hailed as having a heavenly voice. Su Hao had some knowledge of the entertainment industry. Lin Xiaoni with her heavenly voice became incredibly popular right after her debut. Every time she released a single, it would top the trending list. However, what disappointed fans was that Lin Xiaoni never appeared on variety shows. Let alone variety shows, even endorsement ads were extremely rare. According to Lin Qiuni's own response, she was not good at socializing and just wanted to focus on writing and singing songs. Exactly, her songs are super good and her concerts are a ticket nightmare. The National Day Tour concert in Yanbei, I couldn't even get a ticket. Chu Xiangxiang couldn't help complaining. Cough, no way. Even you couldn't get a concert ticket. Su Hao was surprised. But don't worry, you'll buy a scalper ticket later, just spend a little more. Then brother Su, will you come with me to the concert? Chu Xiangxiang asked expectantly. Sure, no problem, Su Hao readily agreed. Chatting, the two walked into the Heiweizi bar. By now it was dark and the bar was getting lively. On the performance stage a female singer was singing. The hall was very large with many booth tables. Numerous men and women sat together chatting freely under the dim lights. Next to the performance stage were a dance floor and a stage. The dance floor was where men and women danced freely, while the stage was where the bar dancers performed. Here the words, noisy and indulgent, described it perfectly. In front of a sofa in the hall of the Heiweizi bar a group of young men and women sat, among whom two beauties were Lulu and Yao Yao. Beside Lulu sat the birthday girl named Sun Sisi. Next to Sun Sisi sat two young men, one was Sun Sisi's boyfriend Luo Ming, and the other was Luo Ming's cousin Chao Yulong. Cousin Chu Xiangxiang will be here soon. She's the new campus belle of our Chuanmei University, and only you deserve her, Luo Ming said in a low voice. Chao Yulong's face showed pride as he said, Xiaoming, thank you for this. He'll give you a sports car later. Oh cousin, you're too kind. Luo Ming was overjoyed. If he got a sports car, he could show off in front of his classmates. Chao Yulong was in the air conditioning business, living a life of luxury, and Luo Ming enjoyed the benefits as well. A few days ago, Luo Ming knew that his girlfriend Sun Sisi and Chu Xiangxiang were classmates, so he used his girlfriend's birthday as an excuse to bring his cousin, Chao Yulong, along. Chao Yulong was naturally intrigued to learn that Chu Xiangxiang was the campus belle. By the way, Sisi Xiangxiang is going to bring a handsome guy with her later. Lulu spoke up. Huh, bringing a handsome guy? Has Xiangxiang got a boyfriend? Sun Sisi glanced at Chao Yulong after saying that. Sure enough, Chao Yulong's face turned tense upon hearing this. Lulu shook her head. No, it's Xiangxiang's friend, very handsome. Chao Yulong's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he felt annoyed, wondering which man was so foolish as to dare compete with him for a woman. Luo Ming immediately said, what handsome guy? Could he be more handsome than my cousin? Chao Yulong smirked proudly. Hey, to be honest, he really is more handsome, Yao Yao chuckled. Chao Yulong's face fell, and he felt a bit disgruntled. Just then Chu Xiangxiang and Su Hao walked over. Yao Yao spotted them and quickly waved. Xiangxiang, over here. Oh, I finally found you all. Chu Xiangxiang immediately took Su Hao's arm and walked over. Chao Yulong noticed this gesture, squinted his eyes, and grew even more displeased. But when he saw Su Hao, he couldn't help feeling envious. Whether in height or appearance, he really couldn't compare. Xiangxiang, you're finally here. Come, let me introduce you. Sun Sisi quickly introduced, this is my boyfriend Luo Ming. Luo Ming smiled and said, hello classmate Xiangxiang. This is my cousin, let me introduce you. Chao Yulong immediately stepped forward, extended his hand to Chu Xiangxiang, and said with a smile, hello classmate Xiangxiang. Chao Yulong. I've long heard that you are the campus belle of Chuanmei University, but I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. You flatter me, classmate Chao. The title campus belle is just something people call me casually. Chu Xiangxiang responded generously, but she did not shake his hand. Chao Yulong's outstretched hand froze in the air, a bit awkward. Chu Xiangxiang directly ignored him and said, let me introduce everyone. This is brother Su. Upon hearing this, Chao Yulong withdrew his hand, looked at Su Hao with displeasure, and his eyes were full of hostility. Su Hao glanced around and easily sensed the hostility. After all, men understand men best. Eavesdropping on inner thoughts, Chao Yulong's inner voice, this pretty boy, don't think you can steal the campus belle from me just because you're handsome. Trying to cut me off? Wait and see how I'll embarrass you later. Su Hao squinted his eyes. Goodness, this guy's malice is strong. With such a dark personality, he thinks he can pursue Chu Xiangxiang. Are you worthy? Sun Sisi asked curiously. Xiangxiang, are you two in a relationship? No, I confessed to brother Su, but he rejected me. Chu Xiangxiang nodded. Huh? What? Sun Sisi and the others were stunned. Xiangxiang, stop joking. Look, you've confused them all, Su Hao said, amused and helpless. Come on, today is my birthday. Let's sit down and chat. Sun Sisi quickly said. Then they all sat down. Yao Yao immediately asked curiously, brother Su, did Xiangxiang really confess to you? Why did you reject her? Yes, brother Su, tell us. Lulu also nodded. Su Hao laughed and said, I treat Xiangxiang as my little sister. Upon hearing this, Sun Sisi, Lulu, and Yao Yao couldn't help but laugh. But in Xiao Yulong's eyes, Su Hao's words were clearly showing off. You call her little sister. Between men and women, there's no pure friendship. It's always about that. Luo Ming immediately said, so that's how it is. Classmate Xiang Xiang, you can consider my cousin. He's doing very well in the air conditioning business, handsome and talented, the Prince Charming in many women's eyes. Ahem, Luo Ming, you're exaggerating. Prince Charming. I just have a dozen or so suitors. Xiao Yulong pretended to be modest, but was actually showing off. Chu Xiangxiang's lively eyes curved as she said seriously, no, I'm not considering anyone. Besides, you don't meet my aesthetic standards. Xiao Yulong's face turned ugly. Wasn't this a slap in the face mocking him for being ugly? At that moment, Xiao Yulong suddenly felt a bit redundant. How about we have some drinks first? Luo Ming quickly changed the subject, walked to the bar, and spoke to the waiter. Soon the waiter came with a cart, bringing beer, various flavored soda, wines, and cocktails. Come on, let's pour the drinks. Today is Cece's birthday, let's have a toast first, Lulu proposed. Chu Xiangxiang chose a glass of soda wine, and asked, Brother Su, what are you drinking? He'll just have this bottle of Budweiser. Su Hao didn't really care for the various cocktails. Xiao Yulong immediately said to Su Hao bluntly, Bro, real men drink hard liquor in bars. Beer is for women. Don't tell me you're worse than a woman. At these words, the most embarrassed person was undoubtedly Sun Sisi. After all, it was her birthday party. Xiao Yulong's words were clearly provocative. Lulu and Yao Yao were both taken aback. The first to lose her temper was Chu Xiangxiang, who immediately snapped. Xiao, if Brother Su wants to drink something, he'll drink it. If you have a problem, go drink somewhere else. Su Hao was somewhat surprised, never expecting Chu Xiangxiang to be so assertive. Xiangxiang, don't be angry. Sun Sisi quickly comforted her. Seeing Chu Xiangxiang upset, Xiao Yulong hurriedly put on a fake smile and said, Sorry Xiangxiang, I didn't mean anything by it. It's all my fault. I've always been blunt. If this guy can't handle strong liquor, then he doesn't have to drink. Right. If he can't handle it, he doesn't have to, Luo Ming chimed in. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Who says I can't handle strong liquor? You two want to drink. How about the three of us go all out? He had initially planned to ignore Xiao Yulong, but since the guy was being so provoking, he had to teach him a lesson. Of course, let's go all out. I'm thrilled to get to know a new friend today. Xiao Yulong was elated. Kid, you finally couldn't hold back, huh? Let's see you make a fool of yourself later. Waiter, bring us one of each of your usual strong liquors, 3 servings. He snapped his fingers at the waiter. Coming right up. Soon the waiter brought over the strong liquors, 18 glasses in total, 6 for each person. Each person had 6 different types: whiskey, vodka, brandy, tequila, rum, and gin. These varieties were all renowned for their intensity. After a few glasses, one would feel euphoric. That's why many people love them. But for those unaccustomed, a single misstep could lead to overindulgence and losing one's way home. Each glass was 112 milliliters, so the 6 glasses together amounted to over a gin, about 500 milliliters. It was already impressive if an average person could manage half of that. Chu Xiangxiang looked at the array of strong liquors, a hint of worry crossing her face as she glanced at Su Hao. But Su Hao simply winked at her. Can't you just have one glass? Why drink so much? Sun Sisi couldn't stand to watch any longer. Luo Ming felt helpless, thinking to himself, why am I being dragged into this rivalry? Xiao Yulong said magnanimously, we're all men here. What's a little drinking? Bro, when we drink the whole set. Over the years of doing business and socializing, he had developed a formidable tolerance. A gin of strong liquor was no problem for him. But for an ordinary person, downing these glasses would mean pure agony. Xiao Yulong looked at Su Hao with a smug expression. Su Hao smiled. Great, I get to sample each one. Just what I wanted. Excellent. Bro, you've got guts. Xiao Yulong gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, just keep pretending. We'll see how you end up on the floor vomiting your guts out. Just as he was feeling triumphant, Su Hao said, but I think drinking like this isn't exciting enough. Huh? Xiao Yulong was taken aback. Not exciting enough. Ask around the bar. How many people can down 6 different strong liquors in one go? This kid must be backing down, trying to weasel out of it. Bro, we agreed to drink these. You're not chickening out, are you? Xiao Yulong pressed. Su Hao waved his hand. I heard there's a bar drink called Devil's Spring, a super strong vodka. Now that's got some kick. Oh, bro, you know your stuff. Devil's Spring 80 proof vodka. Want to give it a try? Xiao Yulong was a bit surprised. Since we're drinking, let's go for the strongest. Su Hao said boldly. Lulu, Yao Yao, and Sun Sisi all felt a jolt of nervousness. None of them expected Su Hao to not only stand his ground, but raise the stakes. Although Chu Xiangxiang was a bit worried recalling Su Hao's wink, she knew Brother Su must have a plan. Fine, waiter, 3 more Devil's Springs. Xiao Yulong called out immediately. Soon the waiter brought 3 glasses of Devil's Spring. Luo Ming's heart skipped a beat. Oh man, you two are really going at it, and you're dragging me into this. Xiao Yulong looked at the Devil's Spring and said, by the way, bro, Devil's Spring is usually diluted and mixed. We can add some cocktail. No, if we're going for the strongest liquor, diluting it wouldn't make it the strongest, Su Hao said directly, shaking his head. What? Not diluted? Chow Yulong's eyes twitched. With such a high alcohol content, who could drink Devil's Spring without diluting it? If taken straight, it would knock anyone out in one glass. Exactly, of course not diluted. You're not planning to dilute it, are you? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Bro, this really should be diluted. No one drinks it like that. No matter how good his tolerance was, Chow Yulong didn't want to drink it that way. Su Hao laughed directly. Brother Chow, if you don't want to drink it this way, suit yourself. I'm not backing down. He'll drink it this way. Who said I'm backing down? If you can drink it, so can I. Chow Yulong gritted his teeth. Great. Let's do it. Su Hao picked up the Devil's Spring directly. Beside him, Luo Ming was terrified. He shook his head repeatedly. You two go ahead. I really can't handle that much. He'll pass. Coward. Chow Yulong shot him a glare, then picked up his own Devil's Spring. Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hao downed the entire glass of Devil's Spring. Huh. Chu Xiangxiang and the others stared at Su Hao. To their astonishment, after finishing, his face remained unchanged, as if he had just drunk a glass of plain water. He then picked up the other glasses of strong liquor and downed them one after another without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. All the strong liquors vanished, consumed by Su Hao. Ah, that really quenched my thirst, he remarked, smacking his lips casually. Cough, cough. His words nearly made the others faint. Was he even human? Drinking liquor like water. Chow Yulong sensed trouble. He had stepped on a landmine. The hand holding his glass trembled slightly. What are you waiting for? Drink up. My brother Su has already finished his. Are you raising fish in there? Chu Xiangxiang immediately said. Chow Yulong gritted his teeth. At this point, he couldn't back down. He downed the Devil's Spring in one gulp. The intense burn rushed straight to his stomach, igniting a fiery sensation as if his insides were on fire. He quickly picked up the other glasses, whiskey, tequila, but each one was harder to swallow than the last. When he reached the last glass of rum, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He vomited all over himself, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. Xiaoming, take me to the hospital. My stomach is killing me. Cousin, hang in there. Luo Ming quickly carried Chow Yulong on his back and left the bar. Seeing the pitiful state of Chow Yulong, Chu Xiangxiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chu Xiangxiang inquired, Brother Su, are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. This bit of liquor is nothing. Su Hao grinned. Wow, big handsome Su, you're amazing to handle so much strong liquor without a hitch. Lulu gave a thumbs up. Exactly, that Luo Ming's cousin was just asking for a beating. Yao Yao remarked sarcastically. Sun Sisi felt a bit embarrassed and said, Xiangxiang Su, I'm so sorry about today. It's all Luo Ming's fault. He brought his cousin without telling me in advance, and what kind of person is his cousin anyway? Sisi, it's not your fault. Let's just enjoy our drinks. Chu Xiangxiang said magnanimously. Right, let's drink. Lulu echoed. They raised their glasses and chatted cheerfully again. Just then the bar's live singer finished his performance, and a sultry DJ girl stepped up, immediately turning on the turntable and blasting an electrifying DJ track. Hey look, they're going to dance. Lulu pointed at the dance floor ahead. Several men and women in trendy outfits stepped onto the floor and began breakdancing to the DJ music. Wow! Many patrons in the bar gathered around to watch. Su Hao watched the dancers and discovered that he possessed an extraordinary comprehension. He quickly learned all the moves, and even more innovative sequences emerged in his mind. Is this super comprehension? Incredible! Su Hao's eyes widened. Could he have become a breakdancing master just by watching? As the dancers moved, more people joined the floor, dancing freely. Brother Su, shall we dance too? Chu Xiangxiang tugged at Su Hao. Wee oi. Mom, Brother Su, have you forgotten? I'm a dance major. Chu Xiangxiang said proudly. Come on, let's go dance. Lulu and Yao Yao happily stood up and clapped. They stepped onto the dance floor, and Chu Xiangxiang immediately began breakdancing boldly. Wow! The moment she appeared, she drew screams of admiration. After all, Chu Xiangxiang was young and beautiful, naturally attracting attention. Su Hao watched her dance, somewhat surprised by the youthful energy that many lacked. Clapped. Many couldn't help but applaud her. At that moment, Su Hao, spurred by the thumping DJ track, felt an urge to try. He wondered how his newly acquired breakdancing skills would fare, so he decided to give it a go. He quickly moved beside Chu Xiangxiang and began dancing with abandon. Wow! The moment he appeared, he stunned everyone. Su Hao found himself dancing with remarkable fluency, his technique polished to perfection, executing every move with effortless grace. His body coordination and strength surpassed ordinary people's. Thus his dance moves appeared even more thrilling and dazzling to the onlookers. Brother Su knows breakdance too. Chu Xiangxiang stopped and stared wide-eyed at Su Hao. Just then Su Hao executed a flawless aerial flip, but upon landing he balanced his entire body on a single finger. Gasp! The bar patrons were dumbfounded. This was beyond audacity, a single finger. Was he courting injury? The next moment Su Hao exerted a gentle pressure with that finger, launched himself into the air again, and executed a stunning spin. Remarkably, after the mid-air rotation, he landed steadily on the stage. Wow! The bar erupted in applause. Xiangxiang, no way. Big handsome Su's breakdance. Who can pull off that level of difficulty? Lulu exclaimed in awe. Yeah, that aerial spin. Is that breakdance or a martial arts film? Yao Yao marveled. Chu Xiangxiang was both shocked and delighted. Seeing Su Hao stop, she rushed over and hugged him excitedly. Brother Su, you're so annoying. You can dance this well. Chu Xiangxiang pouted playfully. Cough, I just learned it on a whim. Su Hao smiled wryly, realizing he had become the center of attention. Just then the bar's DJ switched tracks, and everyone began to dance and sway freely. The crowd flooded the dance floor, moving and releasing themselves to the rhythm. Chu Xiangxiang took Su Hao's hand and danced joyfully with him. After a while, Su Hao and Chu Xiangxiang left the floor and sat down at the bar counter. Su Hao finally understood why so many people love bars. Everyone shed their daytime masks and indulged freely here. No sooner had they sat down than several women fixed their gazes on Su Hao. His earlier performance on the stage had captivated many women, and some had come to the nightclub precisely for excitement. A seductive, middle-aged woman swayed over with a serpentine waist. Hey handsome, you were outstanding just now. Can I buy you a drink? The woman held a glass of whiskey. Sorry, I don't feel like drinking right now. Su Hao refused outright. The woman winked at him, bit her lip, and said, not drinking. Then how about coming to my place for some fun? Su Hao was at a loss for words. Chu Xiangxiang, sitting beside him, naturally understood the woman's intent. She said crossly, old lady, have you looked at yourself? My brother Su isn't interested. Young man, you're too naive. You'll regret this. The woman twisted her waist and walked away resentfully. Su Hao was speechless. Chu Xiangxiang giggled and ordered a glass of juice. No sooner had the serpentine woman left than another woman dressed in a business skirt suit approached. Handsome, let's skip the small talk. I've taken a fancy to you. Come with me. The older woman's eyes were seductive, her breath fragrant. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Was he really this popular? Had he become the target of all these women? Chu Xiangxiang grew annoyed. One after another, these women were trying to hit on Brother Su. When would it end? And she was sitting right next to him. These women had no sense of propriety. My brother Su isn't interested in women. You might as well give up. Chu Xiangxiang said with a mischievous grin. What? He's gay? Such a handsome guy, what a pity. The elegant woman shook her head in disappointment and left. So many people in the bar knew that Su Hao was gay, and indeed no women came to chat him up. Su Hao was speechless and said, Xiangxiang, you little rascal, you're too mischievous. Haha, brother Su, I'm just trying to help you. Chu Xiangxiang laughed delightedly. Just then a young man with earrings and blue-dyed hair walked over. Hey handsome, I heard you're on the other side. Are you a top or a bottom? The blue-haired young man asked curiously. Su Hao looked at the effeminate guy and immediately understood. This was a real gay man. Go play somewhere else, I'm not interested in you. He said impatiently. Oh, so tough. From your tone, you must be a top, just my type. The blue-haired young man raised his pinky. Get lost. Su Hao glared at him. Tisk, if you don't like me, just say so. No need to be so harsh. The blue-haired young man gave him a resentful look, fluttered his fingers, and left. Huh. Chu Xiangxiang, sitting nearby, was laughing uncontrollably. Soon the DJ's dance music ended, and the men and women on the dance floor dispersed. Lulu Yao Yao and Sun Cici returned. At that moment, a host wearing glasses and a floral shirt stepped onto the performance stage holding a microphone. Good evening, all you handsome men and beautiful ladies. I'm Delay, the host of Heiweizi Bar. Everyone was really into the dancing just now, and now it's time for our weekend game segment, Battle of the Sexes. The host Delay announced on stage. Wow. Many men and women cheered in anticipation. Battle of the Sexes. Su Hao was puzzled. It's a game where a man and a woman form a team and play together, Chu Xiangxiang explained. Su Hao understood. Nightclubs often have such interactive game segments. However, these game segments were often quite suggestive, and sometimes the mixed-gender teams would hit it off after playing and even head to a hotel for the next round. The bar used these games to boost the atmosphere and attract more customers. Host Delay smiled and said, from the cheers I can tell you're all excited. Now let me reveal tonight's prizes for the Battle of the Sexes. Then 3 bar girls in short skirts came onto the stage carrying trays. As you know, we give prizes to the top 3 teams. Today's third-place prize is... Host Delay walked to the girl on the right and lifted the cloth from the tray, revealing a phone. That's right, the latest Huawei P50 Pro phone worth 8,000 yuan. And there are 2 of them. The young men and women in the bar screamed with excitement. Our second-place prize is... Host Delay lifted the cloth from the middle tray, revealing a digital camera worth 0 yuan. Finally, the first-place prize was announced. When the cloth was lifted, it revealed a cute anime girl figurine looking incredibly lifelike. Wow! Many people cheered in delight. It's a Hatsune Miku figurine. Chu Xiangxiang and the other girls were all excited. Su Hao didn't know much about figurines and couldn't understand why they were so thrilled. It's just a doll, why are you all so excited? He asked curiously. Chu Xiangxiang explained, Brother Su, you don't know, this is a limited edition Hatsune Miku figurine in a ballet dance pose. It's very rare. That's right, Brother Su. This figurine is usually not available even for money. Lulu chimed in. Host Delay laughed. From the screams, I can tell how much everyone loves this Hatsune Miku figurine. It's a limited edition worth 1000 yuan, but for collectors it's hard to buy even with money. All you handsome men and beautiful ladies who want this figurine come up on stage and join our battle of the sexes. The next moment the bar erupted in excitement. Immediately many men and women went up on stage to participate in the game. Brother Su, I want that figurine. Let's join the game too. Chu Xiangxiang was tempted and immediately dragged Su Hao onto the stage. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated, but he went along with the little girl. Soon all the participants were on stage. Su Hao glanced around. Good heavens, there were 20 teams. Host Delay smiled. I can see everyone's enthusiasm for the game. Let me announce a good news. Every man-woman team that participates will receive a participation prize. A set of 5 boxes of grand-size condoms, enough for a wild time. The bar patrons couldn't help laughing. Oh, I wish we had joined. I've been wanting to try the grand size. Wow, I've never tried those. So there's a participation prize. That's more practical than a phone. Many men and women regretted not joining. Chu Xiangxiang said slyly. Brother Su, do you like the participation prize? Why ask me? I want use it. Su Hao said awkwardly. Brother Su, sooner or later you'll need it. Sooner or later. Why would I use that? Brother Su, don't you like using them? Go away, go away. Su Hao was speechless. This little girl was really naughty. At that moment Host Delay laughed. Alright, our game is about to begin. It has 3 rounds, and each round will eliminate half of the players. Now let's start with the first round, which everyone knows as irresistible push-ups. Irresistible push-ups meant the man did push-ups while the woman lay underneath him. A classic fun game for couples. We'll time it for 1 minute. The top 10 teams with the most push-ups will advance. Let's welcome our counting girls on stage. Host Delay finished, and many bar girls came up to serve as counters for each team. Then each team prepared. The women laid down, and the men supported themselves on their arms above them. The pose was inherently suggestive, so many were excited. Chu Xiangxiang lay beneath Su Hao and giggled. Wow, from this angle Brother Su looks so handsome. Brother Su, are you feeling it?